build his way back into this game.
Going ahead, even though the attack is now boosted as Stinger does this, it's going to drop right back down as the Icy Wind goes through from this Seeking. Not only that, does get the shield because Bijo does not want to take that attack, but look at it, the Seeking's already getting down quite low, and Colin will come out with a ton of energy. Patoman Seeking is out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely devoured by the bug bite pressure. Beedrill is down a shield here and a low on HP, but it's got tons of energy. In comes the Spiritomb, firing the X-Scissor. I think this is a safe shield for Pato because I doubt the Beedrill gets to another charge attack.
And num, yes, he's just going ahead and getting that first shield. That is a big call. Good job there for Patoman. But like you said, very predictable. Now swapping into the Dunsparce, into that Spiritomb. Spiritomb is ahead on energy, but Colin immediately throwing this Drill Run. I love this play because that means this Drill Run is going to connect with its full amount rather than getting that Rock Tomb first and then lowering down the attack.
You're exactly right. You want your full strength charge attacks wherever you can get them, especially in this EUIC limited meta. Maybe trying to make a catch there, going to Milotic. This has been a safety blanket for Patoman, and it comes in to face off against the Dunsparce.
Drill Run coming through here. Patoman has one Protect Shield, and it looks like he's not going to bother using it at this moment. We've seen Milotic just be able to continue to ramp up energy, and that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going for an Aqua Tail spam here. Two of them are loaded. First one going through.
Exactly. We're going to get a couple of charge attacks back and forth, kind of dink and dunk style damage, but the swap into Colin's Licky Licky will distribute that damage a bit more and keep his Dunsparce around.
As we're calling this the damage sponge, the Aqua Tail does barely any damage to it. Licky Licky sticking his tongue out essentially at Milotic, saying, okay, yeah, I can handle that, you silly, silly thing. Now going for the wrap here, this will lower the defenses of that Licky Licky, sort of taking away a little bit of that bulk, but Colin hasn't thrown yet. He's just continuing to go ahead and build up some energy. Now throwing a Body Slam, but he doesn't even get to it in time. This is like worse for the wearer. This is salt in the wounds. This is an attack lowered on a non-efficient Pokemon.
Yeah, but the 1 HP survival ensures a Body Slam, but keep in mind, everybody, this is going to be double resisted. Does Patoman call it? No!
Oh!
A rare misplay, shielding a Body Slam, and the pivot now into Dunsparce. Colin sees the window, and he's jumping right through it.
Huge opportunity for Colin here, being able to get that off, get the shield, and the Drill Run connects now with that Spiritomb. In comes the Milotic, but there's already another Drill Run loaded for Colin 6. Both of these trainers are nodding their heads, recognizing that this game is done and dusted.
Don't leave the door cracked open because Colin will kick it in. That is a 2-1 lead for the final boss.
And also what we call a 3-ball flex, because Colin had a little bit of health left on all of his Pokemon there, and you can see how excited his friends and teammates are in the crowd for him. He is one game away from becoming a new European International Champion. Give it up in the crowd if that's what you're cheering for.
One more game. One game for the rest of your life, Colin. Let's see if the final boss can pull it off. Patoman, though, my goodness, if you asked me if there was a tougher opponent in the entire world, I don't know who I could name. Patoman is only 2 wins away from flipping this entire tournament, coming from that losers round 3 on day number 1, and he can do it. He has the ability. I have no idea who's going to win, Amanda. This could go either way.
I know, absolutely true. Patoman was the trainer coming in from that loser side of the bracket. He's already beaten Colin once in a best-of-5 matchup, taking that 3-1. There's a potential that he can do it again, but I mean, you have to be a little bit shaken at this point, right? You have to really buckle down. But truly, just like you said, Will, if there was going to be anyone that could be able to do this, I think it could be Patoman. I think if you asked any Pokemon Go PvP trainer, who are you most fearful of playing? Patoman is at the top of many trainers' lists.
We might be heading into the decisive game of the 2026 European International Championships, the largest Pokemon Go tournament in history. We're building towards bigger and better things, and the stakes just get higher as well. Colin and Pato, you could not have asked for a better EU Grand Finals, and they have put on an absolute show.
Both of these trainers are so locked in, so calm and collected. Patoman is thinking about this. Look at it. He's like, what are my choices here? I am coming so close. And Colin, it's easy to get shaken, right? You go from winning 3-0 to now you're
Resetting
really
the
kind of on
bracket.
the back foot, but you'd never see it on Colin's face.
Yeah.
He's always someone that he's kind of like hiding that true emotion while you can tell that the wheels are turning in his head.
And look at Patoman too, right? He's had his head down for most of this tournament, but he's up. He's kind of clenching his hands together, a little stressed out, trying to figure out what his next play will be. What I really want to call out too is Colin's resolve. I mean, running the B-drill double normal team, losing with it, and then running it right back and taking a win.
There's huge plays by both of these trainers, and sometimes, you see a team or you see a play, and you know that maybe it wasn't even your opponent that played so well, but that you maybe stumbled a little bit. You made a misplay or two, and if you just would have played it to perfection or the style that you know that you can pull off, that is what secures the win. And that's exactly what Colin did, to your point. He says, okay, no, it wasn't a bad team composition.
Yeah.
It wasn't that he outplayed, I just maybe outplayed myself.
Well, it's not enough to play perfectly. You have to play perfectly in the perfect moment, and this might be Colin's moment right here. We're gonna get Licky into Dunsparce to start off game number 4.
And it looks like Dunsparce and Licky, both of them charging up a lot of extra energy here, going for that heavy-hitting Earthquake against Dunsparce. No Protect Shield used on the side of Patoman. Patoman also has a lot of energy on that Dunsparce and immediately pivoting out now into the Spiritomb to be met by the Drapion. Drapion is one of Spiritom's harder counters in this meta, but I tell you what, if there's shields in play, and if you shield a bait like this has happened, this could be a huge turning point. This could be a momentum shifter for Colin 6.
Yeah, I can feel the momentum swinging to the left side of your screen as Colin pulls off the perfect bait with the Aqua Tail, shields up the Rock Tomb, but guess what? Shadow Drapion is gonna pace circles around this Spiritomb. It's gonna have 2 crunches before Spiritomb's even ready for 1 Rock Tomb.
Not only that, the crunches just do so much damage to the Spiritomb. Yes, it is debuffed. You're gonna see that it's not going to be enough to knock out, but it's going to knock it down into the red. Oh, barely not, I guess because of the attack debuff.
Exactly, but it's really close. Another Rock Tomb coming off here. The question becomes, will Colin double invest? And he does. He doubles down on his Dark Poison Shadow Drapion.
Shadow Drapion did so much for him in the earlier matchups. He's bringing it back for this game, and now coming back into the Dunsparce to clear that debuff, now met by the Melodic on the side of Patoman, but this Dunsparce is up energy.
Absolutely up massively. Drill run number 1 from the Dunsparce will connect into the Milotic. Colin relying on those double normal type Pokemon, and it might be the key here in game number 4, Wrap from the Milotic.
As a reminder, Colin 6 used both of his Protect Shields in that Spiritomb Drapion matchup, so there's nothing here to protect him as this Wrap connects. The defense has fallen, but he's going to do everything he can to maximize the potential of this Dunsparce. Drill run number 2 coming through.
Another drill run, and I gotta say, this game 4 is a slow burn, but it's gonna end in fireworks. Milotic has the charge attack ready, gonna go for the charge attack priority, but the swap into Licky. Colin just keeps moving the pieces around.
You even see them waiting. You see both of these trainers waiting. Patoman didn't want this catch, and yet it still happened. Now swapping back in, though. Great play by Patoman. Very quick adjustment here, throwing this Rock Tomb, which is going to lower the attack of the Licky and also get it quite low.
Yeah, exactly. You want to get as much value as you can from Pokemon like Spiritomb and the Sucker Punches, plus the Rock Tomb, taking the Licky so low, 1 HP.
Wow, Colin is able to throw a Body Slam or an Earthquake, but going for the Body Slam right away as that Melodic goes through here. No Protect Shield used by Patoman. Dragon Tail also went through.
This is Patoman's last hope. He's got 1 Pokemon left. Out comes the Dunsparce, but it's got energy for days as the Body Slam connects.
Huge play here for Colin being able to get this through. Yes, if you remember at the very beginning, that Dunsparce just came out with a ton of energy. The big problem for Colin is he doesn't have shields.
Exactly, but the crunch is loaded. He did save energy for a rainy day, and that's perfect for the city of London. Crunch will pull the final shield away from Patoman.
But Patoman also saved that shield for that same rainy day. This is a charge attack priority, meaning the Pokemon with the higher attack could throw first, but that still means that this drill run will connect. This will knock out the Drapion, and this one is also a charge attack priority.
Charge attack priority goes to Patoman. Everyone hold your breath. Is this drill run enough to tie up the series? It's not! Colin is gonna strike back.
Colin's Dunsparce hangs on by a sliver. Patoman has his fingers crossed. If this knocks out, Colin takes the series. It does not! Surviving on sliver of HP, and down goes Collins!
Blow for blow, back and forth. It's not over. Tied up. We're going to game 5.
You could not ask for a closer matchup there. No one knew what was going to happen. Ooh, you even saw Patoman holding holding his breath, crossing his fingers, recognizing if this knocks out, my dreams are over. But being able to just survive on a sliver of HP, one rollout for the knockout takes us into Game 5.
Have two grand finalists ever been more evenly matched than Colin, the final boss of Europe, and Pato Man, the Spanish prodigy? This is absolute cinema.
This game was incredible. I'm sure people will be coming back to watch this over and over. There were catches, there were charge attack priorities everywhere, and this is also valuable information that these trainers can take away, which is also crazy. I think this is the first time that we saw it, and these trainers have played each other so much already on the big stage. Dunsparce against Dunsparce there. It is going to be the one with the higher attack being able to throw first. Colin 6 usually has the Pokemon with the higher attack because he doesn't really care as much about stat distribution. As long as he has the Pokemon and he can play well with it, it doesn't matter as much to him.
Yeah.
In this one specific scenario, it meant everything.
Exactly. Colin just catches what he can and powers it up, and he still wins big. We're heading into a decisive Game 5 of the Grand Finals reset. This is going to be the last game of the European International Championships, the last chance for Pato Man to go back-to-back, and the closest chance Colin has ever had to winning an IC of his own.
This is going to be a big moment. This is already a big moment for the European trainers, as a lot of these trainers have played against each other before in regional competitions, but it just means so much more on this grand stage. Having an international champion title behind you gives you a little bit of an extra boost, right? Yes, these players, they're playing for championship points, they're playing for prizes, but they're playing for that pride and that trophy.
It all comes down to this. I saw good luck from Pato Man to Colin. We are locked in, everybody. Game 5, EUIC 2026, Shadow Drapion versus Seaking.
Shadow Drapion now going to be able to pace just a little bit quicker, and we'll have to see if he wants to throw it right away. I think that's the right call by Colin. Also gets that Protect Shield on the side of Pato Man because the Crunch would do a nice amount of damage to the Seaking.
Definitely. Seaking does have that Mega Horn utility, which would deal massive damage to the Shadow Drapion, and when your nerves are this high, it would be very easy to shield here as Colin. Will he call the Icy Wind bait? No. Uses the first Protect Shield of the match.
It's a little bit risky to not use the Protect Shield, but at the same point, your attack is going to be lowered. And now, catching here on the Dunsparce, this is still that heavy-hitting attack, so it's going to do mega amounts of damage to the Dunsparce in return. But still, having all of that energy saved on the Drapion is a very, very big play for Colin.
It's going to take 12 turns for the Dunsparce to have the drill run ready, so Pato Man stays in the matchup, swapping into the Milotic, but if you'll notice, he did not get the Dragon Tail through on the switch, which he would have preferred. Drill run's going to connect. It's going to deal some chip damage, and our switch timers are heavily displaced.
And at this point here, you have to keep track not only of your own energy, not only of your own switch timer, but how much energy your opponent has. So Pato Man has to recognize how much that Drapion had before it swapped out, and the same for Colin, recognizing how much the Seaking has, because this will be very important in that late game. Meanwhile, you still have to pay exact attention of what's going on right now as another Aqua Tail goes through. Colin has one Protect Shield left, and he doesn't want to use it on this low health Dunsparce. This Aqua Tail is enough to connect and knock out the Dunsparce.
Just barely enough. Milotic has another Aqua Tail ready to go, but Shadow Drapion firing on the charge attack priority, like you called out, Amanda. Remembering your opponent's energy is so critical, especially mid and late game. Drapion returns the favor and knocks out the Milotic.
I mean, I think if you're Pato Man, you're really happy that Drapion came back in, because if you take a peek at the backline, the Spiritomb is there, and Spiritomb doesn't want to take those crunches. Colin uses both of his Protect Shields on Icy Winds from the Seaking on the Drapion, immediately pivoting out now to the Spiritomb up against the Seaking, and Seaking is able to reach the Mega Horn. No Protect Shields remaining. This is heavy hitting damage.
This might be the play that changes this entire battle. Mega Horn connects, Spiritomb comes in, Pato Man looks like in a commanding position, but does he call a Shadow Ball? Yes.
This was big. Unlike Colin's side, where there was no Protect Shields, he had to take it all. Pato Man takes negligible damage from that Shadow Ball. He's going to be able to just start charging up energy, but this Drapion has so much.
The combination play, will an Aqua Tail plus a Crunch be enough for Colin? This is his chance. He fires off the charge attack. Pato Man looks out at the crowd. He thinks he's got it too. Rock Tomb, charge attack priority. Pato Man is gonna win.
You see Pato Man grinning. You see Pato Man swiping. You see Pato Man winning for the second year in a row.
Back to back-to-back EUIC champion. Pokémon claims the title in London. Nobody's ever done it like the Spanish prodigy.
He
5, 4, 3, 2.
Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokemon World Champions!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the high speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
For the first time in a decade, the Play Pokémon Championship Series returns to the Emerald City, where trainers are vying not just for pride and for prizing, but for a spot at the World Championships in that Pacific Northwest title. With Home Slice Henry, Chris Reisner joining you, and we are in store for some great action. Henry, let's get this thing started here in Seattle.
We're going to be taking great care of you this weekend. We've got an amazing show coming up. And we've had a pretty incredible season so far as well as we continue to work towards Worlds in San Francisco later this year.
Here we are in Seattle, followed by Houston, Orlando coming up. We head over to Los Angeles, Indianapolis, New Orleans at NAIC, and of course the World Championships in San Francisco.
Now, qualifying for the World Championships, a very important step is going to be these championship points. You can get 350 championship points from winning an event, and even down all the way to 30-30, you're still getting 120 championship points. And across these regions, there are quite a few players that will get to qualify for Worlds.
There are travel awards on the line, and also if you can win a tournament, you get that automatic qualifying bid. But trainers, we're going to take a look back quickly at our last tournament, our EUIC recap.
The 2026 European International Championships introduced a new limited meta to Pokémon Go PvP. The field was swarmed by bugs, dragons, and normal-type Pokémon, but it was Spiritomb that proved to be the key piece of the format. 3 European trainers dominated the competition as they made their way to Championship Sunday. Europe's final boss, Colin 6, 2026 Lille champion Hikami, and boy wonder Pataman for his 5th consecutive Championship Sunday. Colin 6 kicked off the day with a statement 3-0 win to send Hikami down to the losers finals. There, Pataman lay in waiting, having already won 14 rounds back-to-back. In a stunning showcase of experience and expertise, Pataman also claimed a 3-0 victory to set up a grand finals for the ages. Colin 6 vs Pataman, a match worthy of the World Championship stage. Pataman quickly reset the bracket with a 3-1 win, leaving everything to play for in the final best of 5. The 2 finalists fought it out until the 5th and final game, exchanging blows amidst cries and cheers alike from the London crowd. As the dust settled following an explosive ending, it was Pataman who emerged victorious. The reigning champion defended his crown and cemented his name in EUIC history.
Pataman winning for the second year in a row!
Back-to-back EUIC champion, Pataman claims the title in London. Nobody's ever done it like the Spanish prodigy.
To keep up with all of the incredible action, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete.
What an event. What a finals, and what a story of resilience from Pataman, dropping to the losers bracket so early, but fighting his way back and defending his title as the European International Champion.
5 straight championship Sundays is hard to fathom. No other player in that stretch has even 2 championship Sundays, and he's got 5 in a row. Colin Six, longtime amazing player, well-deserved second place finish, his first international trophy, and he can be as well finishing in 3rd place.
And what makes those 5 championship Sundays in a row even more impressive is the fact that this wasn't an Open Great League meta. This meta was a limited time meta. So it looked quite a bit different to your standard Open Great League metas. We had Pokemon like Licky Licky, Shadow Drapion, even a Beedrill up there at 62.5%.
Shadow Beedrill really took day 2 by storm, rising in usage, and the Spiritomb, which we've never really seen much in PvP, showing how aggressive it could be with that sucker punch damage and that ability to debuff with the Rock Tomb as well.
Pataman, back-to-back international champion. We've crowned quite a few regional champions so far this season in North America. We've had, so far, some first-time winners as well, with DHC United and Meteor Fallion, showing that even if you haven't won an event yet, you could just show up, you could play well, and you could get your name on this graphic.
Absolutely. DHC United capturing his first regional title. And we take a look at the leaderboard across North America. Nighttime Clasher, over 2,000 points, is sitting there at number 1. He's in attendance today, along with players like Out of Pocket and Dunebug here in Seattle.
In North America, we haven't been the only ones having regionals so far. There's been quite a few regionals over there in Europe, and we've also had quite a few first-time regional champions as well. We have Hikami and one of your personal favorite trainers, Maximilian P, claiming first-time regional wins. And am I seeing double, or is an Adequince twice on this bracket?
Is that an Adequince, or is that Cyrus over there? He has put together such an impressive resume over the course of his career, and Maxu was so happy to see him succeed. Breakthrough, beating Pataman, the number 1 ranked trainer you see there in Europe, in those grand finals in Birmingham. We also see a player, Stone Collection. He's actually made the trek from Germany to compete here in Seattle this weekend, so keep an eye on him, sitting there 3rd place.
I also want to take a look at the leaderboards over in LATAM, because I believe there are some players on this list who have made the trip over as well. Prior to broadcast, I got to say hi to Ashton Ash, who is here in 3rd place, almost 1,600 championship points, but he's not satisfied, Rise. He's looking to gain even more points.
Ashton Ash, one of those players that is maybe one of the best players in the world that hasn't quite claimed that 1st place finish yet. So I know, as you said, he's very hungry for that and to try and get that first title.
And not only is getting a first title such a confidence booster, but it also gets you that automatic qualification to the World Championship. We've gotten quite a few automatic World qualifications handed out already. At the top of the list, it's gotta be Beelzeboy, the current reigning Pokemon Go World Champion.
The reigning World Champion. This is a player that has done so well at the international level. It seems like the bigger the tournament, the better he's able to play. So many talented trainers across this list, and like you said, players trying to get that automatic spot with a 1st place here in Seattle.
Now, Seattle will be the last tournament of this meta before we have a pretty big meta update. So we have 2 people who played the game just a little bit, you and I, to talk us through what Pokemon could be trending upwards with these new updates and what Pokemon could potentially be trending down.
We start with the Annihilate. Once upon a time, it was already one of the top picks in the meta, still has a lot of play, but maybe it's going to be better than ever. Getting access to Locate with the buffed energy, it's going to be getting to those Rage Fests even faster, and Annihilate might be better than ever.
And it has the option of Ice Punch or Close Combat as coverage. The pacing is going to be very scary. An Eye Lamp already looks scary enough, but that's not the only fighter on the rise. We've got Metacham, a favorite of a certain former world champion who is in attendance here. It's Axon. Metacham recommended attack, Psycho Cut, Ice Punch, Dynamic Punch. It already had the pacing, it already had the coverage, but now it gets a little bit of extra fast move pressure as Psycho Cut will allow it to potentially farm down just that little bit easier.
Nothing scarier than Axon in a Metacham meta, right? That is something to look out for. And as we take a look at the biggest winners, we also have some losers. A Pokemon like Marowak that really benefits from that oppressive mud slap damage, that damage getting nerfed slightly. So Marowak not going to be quite as strong in this new meta.
There are a few 2-shield matchups that Marowak will look to lose, like it will no longer be able to win the 2-shield against Shadow Ralliator, it loses the Jealous in 2-shield, and those are some pretty important meta Pokemon that Marowak not being able to beat anymore will definitely hurt. And speaking of damage reduction, Shadow Scizor, Bullet Punch damage being decreased, this is another Pokemon that's very fast move pressure heavy, or at least it was. It's not going to be like that next season because Bullet Punch is getting reduced.
Scizor, one of my favorite Pokemon. It's a little bit of a shame to see it getting nerfed with that Bullet Punch damage, but it is so oppressive. When it's on the opposing team, you have to account for the Scizor. So seeing it maybe a little bit down in usage will be a fresh breath of air for the new meta.
Now, this could be a bit of a swan song for some of these Pokemon, and it'll be very interesting to see because we have some top trainers in attendance. We've kind of had some hints, a little bit of foreshadowing here throughout the broadcast among some of these top trainers, some of the favorites coming into this tournament who are looking to claim the crown.
We start off with a world champion, an international champion, a multiple-time international champion. That is, it's Axon. He is here in attendance. He is oftentimes a frequent competitor on the Pacific Northwest, so this is where he's won in this area, right? 2 Portland regional titles. He seems to perform best over here. Can he do it again? Nighttime Clasher has been incredible over the course of this season. So consistent. 1 LAIC, top 8 EUIC. He's in great form. And LNDS Corlash as well.
LNDS Corlash, multiple-time regional champion, had an amazing run at the previous World Championships. So Corlash, absolutely a player that if you see him on the bracket, that's a name to fear.
And another name to fear, perhaps a new name, is Sustenance Eater, the brother of Nighttime Clasher with an EUIC top 8, his second ever top 8, but easily the biggest ever tournament in which he's achieved such a great finish. He's going to be a name to look out for. And I've actually heard, Home Slice, from Nighttime Clasher, Sustenance Eater is oftentimes the one that is building the teams for the two of them. So he's got the team building skills. Now he's proving he's got the gameplay skills as well.
I'm very excited to see what Sustenance Eater and his brother are going to be running this weekend. And prior to the tournament, we as a casting team did put together some predictions of Pokemon we thought could succeed. At the top of my list is Gourgeist. I see you're a Gourgeist believer as well.
Had some success in the previous tournament with Gourgeist, and it's a Pokemon that really breaks apart the ground-type Pokemon as well as that fire-type damage against the steel types.
And I see you've got a Bastiodon on your list as well. Bastiodon, love it or hate it. It does kind of have its perfect core pairing with that Gourgeist. Gourgeist doing such a nice job of shutting down the fighters in the ground types that Bastiodon just cannot handle.
Guilty. I have the Bastiodon there. You nailed it on the head. I didn't want to put it there, but I feel like this might be Bastiodon's last dance. And in an increase of Gourgeist usage, the Bastiodon, as you said, just pairs so well with it. I had to throw it on the caster predictions.
Makes sense. It could be the swan song for a lot of Pokemon, but the action is only moments away. You'll be able to follow along with all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts. We've got a pretty massive pool of competitors this weekend. I'm so excited to watch it all go down, and you'll be able to follow along with us on X at @PlayPokemon, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. We're everywhere, Rise.
We are everywhere. Make sure to follow us and tag us as well. We want to hear from you as the competition goes on.
And the battles are just moments away. The excitement, the anticipation, it only builds from here. And before we hop into it, let's take a look at the format that the competitors are going to be playing on today as they vie for the chance to become the 2026 Seattle Regional Champion.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners' finals, losers' finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Welcome back, trainers. We're at the Seattle Regional Championships. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Sophtoph, and it's a perfect morning to play some Pokemon.
That's right. We are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, and what better way to celebrate that than here in Seattle at the, I believe, center of Pokemon in North America.
Let's look at what all these trainers are fighting for today, the prizes that the trainers can get at this regional championship, others as well. Of course, that top prize of $2,500, and then the boosters, which are worth a lot as well. And then, of course, there's championship points that go along with that.
That's right, a ton on the line here. Not just, of course, the title of Seattle Pokemon Go Regional Champion, but as you mentioned, the cash prizes, the booster packs, and of course, championship points, and for the winner, an automatic invitation to the World Championships.
Which is huge for the 30th anniversary of Pokemon. Of course, it all leads to the Road to Worlds in August. It's going to be at the Chase Center in San Francisco. I absolutely cannot wait for that, in which one of these trainers from Seattle is going to join the mix in Worlds.
Well, let's take a little sneak peek at the Pokemon we can expect to see this weekend. These are the top 12 Pokemon in Seattle, and Empoleon actually taking the #1 spot there, followed by Kanto Marowak.
This is crazy. The Gourgeist also getting in the top 12 here. We saw that at the Merida Regional Championships with our caster Rise to Occasion, making that popular. The popular pairing of the Gourgeist and also a Fairy type. In that case, it was the Florges, but look, Wigglytuff is #7 and the Azumarill is #6 in this meta as well. That core of Wigglytuff and Gourgeist is incredibly hard to deal with.
Yeah, of course, Talonflame being a potential core breaker there, but we haven't seen a lot of Talonflame. But another ghost type that I want to point out is actually that Jellicent you see in that #5 spot. So I'm curious if any of these trainers have a double ghost team with Jellicent and Gourgeist, or if that's kind of going to be a 1 per team deal.
And so risky with the rise of Guzzlord. We've seen how strong Guzzlord can be in this meta to bring that Jellicent as top 5 usage. And then Licky Licky is also 4th in usage, so Jellicent might not have the best targets. And then, of course, though, it is the best answer probably for that Empoleon in that #1 slot, almost at 50% usage in this tournament.
That's exactly why I think some trainers are leaning towards Jellicent now to break up the Empoleon Altaria core that we saw so successful in Toronto, for example, but also just to counter Pokemon like Empoleon. You have play against Marowak as well, Azumarill. Right. So I think a potentially really great core breaker there.
You know, if you do look at it versus that top 6, it's really good against everything but the Licky Licky, right? You had the Marowak, you had the Empoleon, you have the Altaria as well. So it can be really strong. You just have to be very careful in this meta to avoid the Guzzlord.
Yeah, and Jellicent, people were thinking it might be on the rise due to the Shadow Ball buff that we had, I believe, just a couple of months ago, but it didn't really get picked up. And now, you know, as we're getting towards the end of the Precious Path season, it seems like people are really starting to see the potential in Jellicent there.
Yeah, just that 5 energy difference made a lot of more Pokemon viable. The Licky Licky, the Jellicent, to be able to bank 2 Shadow Balls as well is huge. And up first, actually, it took a peek at who we will have on stage. And an interesting fact for you, it's going to be a rematch of yesterday, because a lot of trainers come a day early to participate in a cup challenge where you can earn extra championship points to go towards your path to the World Championships. And yesterday, there was 50 trainers, about 50 trainers, which is one of the biggest ever cups that we've had. And guess who were in the grand finals? These next two trainers were in the grand finals yesterday. Mormon Matt faced Nighttime Clasher, and Nighttime Clasher was able to defeat Mormon Matt in the challenge.
All right, well, we'll have to see if the results go the same way here in winners round 3 of Group B. I'm curious if these trainers actually brought the same teams to the challenge yesterday, because some trainers, you know, they like to go to those Friday events, maybe test out their team, get a feel for what it's like. But some people, you know, they want to keep their cards close to their chest. They might not actually play the same team that they end up running in the regional.
I also want to find out the answer to this because I know for a fact Sustenance Eater, his brother, said him and Nighttime Clasher are throwing out the team that they ran in the challenge.
Oh.
But I'm like, wait, Sustenance Eater, like Sustenance Eater didn't make top cut. And I'm like, I understand why you're throwing it out, but Nighttime Clasher's in the finals. Are you sure he's also throwing around this team? And he said, yes, we're done with it.
It's like a second order adjustment, right? Maybe like they're thinking, hey, everybody's seen the team now. They saw Nighttime Clasher win the challenge, and maybe some other people are going to change up their team, and they're going to counter the anti-original team that they had.
Well, look at this. Both of them are running the Shadow Dusknoir. I mean, that is a Pokemon that I believe might have been on the iteration of that team yesterday, but I'm not sure. But it is fascinating that both these trainers that participated at the Cup yesterday are bringing that Pokemon. On Nighttime Clasher's side, though, the Goodra, which is a very interesting pick that we haven't really seen a ton of in this iteration of the meta.
Yeah, but I think looking at Mormon Matt's team, the Goodra has a ton of neutral play there. It can hit everything, I think, for super effective damage, either with its fast or charge attack, with the exception of the Dusknoir that you just mentioned. And, you know, Dusknoir not a very common pick in the meta, but I do think these two trainers share some form of a social network, and that might be how the Dusknoir pick kind of spread around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they did face each other yesterday, so we know Nighttime Clasher got the better of Mormon Matt. I mean, Nighttime Clasher, what a run that he's been on. If you look at his resume, in terms of being single digits at a tournament, it is so many tournaments in a row since he's been over a single digit performance. It's just been absolutely insane what Nighttime Clasher has been doing across the entire globe.
Yeah, reigning, of course, LAIC champion, but let's see what he can do here in Seattle as we get into game number 1.
And we got Steel versus Steel, the Corviknight into the Empoleon, and looks like Nighttime Clasher is going to stay in this matchup. As we peek the back line, it is both Fairy and Dark in the back. So both these trainers bringing the Steel, Fairy, and Dark type to the game number 1.
Yeah, exactly. Nice cores there for both of these trainers. Nighttime Clasher going to fire off the first Hydro Cannon. A little bit of an awkward matchup as you are taking super effective sand attacks, but you do also force the Corviknight to go for payback if it wants to hit heavy damage. But Mormon Matt able to get off a bait here.
Maybe making an adjustment from yesterday. Maybe he went for the payback, now going for the bait air cutter. Does he also get the attack boost? No, he does not, and he's going to get to that payback, but instead actually didn't want their own charge attack priority, so he's going to take this charge attack, actually protect shield it from Nighttime Clasher to throw the payback to try to get that knockout to the Empoleon.
Yeah, second Hydro Cannon probably would have knocked out there. Mormon Matt going to farm up a little bit more energy. Goes for a second bait here. Let's see if Nighttime Clasher wants to shield again, and he doesn't, so this is a huge call for Nighttime Clasher.
And if you don't get the attack boost, you're not getting, you don't get even close enough to knocking out the second air cutter, so now you have to give up 2 protect shields in this lead matchup just to get the alignment. Now, alignment will matter a lot in the back, because if you can line up that Azumarill into the Galarian Moltres, it's great, but a protect shield advantage for Galarian Moltres is fine into Azumarill.
Yeah, I'm not sure Nighttime Clasher needs switch advantage. He is going to let the Empoleon go down, and he's probably thinking, look at the health on this Corviknight. That's going to be some amazing farm for my Moltres. Oh, but actually, barely not able to reach the last charge attack there.
Yeah, getting that boost at the end maybe allowed him to get the sand attack down before having to take that last Hydro Cannon that would have knocked out, then throwing the air cutter. This is great for Nighttime Clasher because you resist the payback. You only have to take air cutter damage, and now you just get the farm down. Yes, you have to take 2 air cutters, but you're going to come out of this matchup with probably a Brave Bird or nearly a Brave Bird.
Yeah, these air cutters are going to chip away quite a bit, but the good news for Nighttime Clasher is there's not a ton of fast attack pressure from either of Mormon Matt's remaining Pokemon, so I think in this game, he's probably going to be able to get to 2 charge attacks with this Moltres.
And throwing on, I actually didn't peek it. Was that the Fly or the Brave Bird?
I think it's Brave Bird.
It is the big damage here. Going to try to throw the Brave Bird and then swap out. That's going to land into the Guzzlord, swapping to the Azumarill to try to tank that Sludge Bomb. Do throw the Sludge Bomb before going the Azumarill. And no way. Baiting one more time, going for the Brutal Swing bait in the Nighttime Clasher. Does he call it?
Oh my my goodness. Nighttime Clasher, second shield of the game going into a bait, but it might not matter. Let's see if Mormon is able to land a sludge bomb here. Oh yeah, but Nighttime Clasher, yeah, pausing to make sure he gets the Ice Beam off on the Guzzlord.
Making sure there was no swap on that Ice Beam, which would have been resisted into the Azumarill from Mormon Matt's backline. But now it's actually pretty even because you got that Protect Shield with the Brutal Swing and because Nighttime Clasher had to throw his Ice Beam energy. Now you're actually at a little bit of a health advantage on Mormon Matt's Azumarill side. So you're not in a terrible position if that Galarian Moltres cannot get to a charge attack.
That's right. I mean, you do have a health advantage, but I mean, Nighttime Clash can also chip away with some more Sucker Punches. I think these Azumarills are both on roughly even energy, so you know, that third play rough might come down to charge attack priority.
Yeah, since you threw the Ice Beam right when you got it, you only have just a tiny bit of cumulative, or actually, no, you're actually just even right now at this play rough. You're going to be able to soak this play rough if you're Mormon Matt, but you see Mormon Matt also pausing to make sure that his attack is not swapped on by the Galarian Moltres. And at this point, you just need to make sure a bubble is coming through before you throw a charge attack because you do not want to get swapped on in this scenario.
Yeah, the nice thing for these trainers is that bubble is a 3-turn fast attack, so you have a little bit more time to react to the animation coming through. Switch clocks are up for Nighttime Clasher, but looks like he's just going to go straight for the play rough here. He actually wouldn't survive a play rough from Mormon Matt, but you know, maybe he's feeling comfortable because he has that Galarian Moltres in the back.
And Mormon Matt didn't even try to throw on charge attack priority. This doesn't knock out. You do hang on, but it doesn't matter because the Moltres is in the back. So it looks like Nighttime Clasher is going to take game number 1. I'm actually curious if Mormon Matt was expecting a swap there, that's why I didn't throw, or because he's so familiar with the opposing Azumarill, did he also know he was going to lose charge attack priority?
Yeah, either is possible. I mean, I think he was in a tough situation regardless because even if he throws the play rough at Nighttime Clasher's Azumarill, I think the Moltres either could have gotten a move or well, actually, I don't think it could have Sucker Punched down, but I think it could have gone to a move.
Yeah, it would have been really close. You would have had to outpace to the Ice Beam before you could either bubble down or that the Moltres got to a fly. So it could have been close in the end. Mormon Matt just decided to not go for it at all. Instead, he was going for bait after bait after bait. And did he just give up way too much in that opening matchup?
Yeah, I think the opening matchup is where it went a little bit awry for Mormon Matt, having to use both Protect Shields and then get farmed down by the Moltres, I think put him really far behind. So we'll have to see if he decides to switch up his baiting strategy in game number 2, because while he did pull 2 shields with baits, I think that did cost him with the Air Cutter call in the lead.
In a pretty polarizing matchup to have that Steel, Dark, and Fairy type in this battle, because you really want no part of the Azumarill matchup if you're a Dark type and Protect Shields are down. We're getting into game number 2. Remember, this is actually winners round number 3 already, so these 2 of these trainers have progressed this far in the tournament. Again, Steel on Steel, it's the same exact team of 3 for both trainers.
Same lead, same team, so we'll have to see if they make the same plays here, especially on Mormon Matt's side with the baits. Nighttime Clasher going to go for the Hydro Cannon first here, and Mormon Matt going to let it go.
This is fascinating because even though we didn't see it, this is a rematch of yesterday. We don't know if they had the exact same teams, but they might have had very similar teams. I know Mormon Matt specifically said, I'm probably not going to change my team. What's the point? And actually getting the Protect Shield once again on this Air Cannon bait. You get the attack, yes, you get the attack rise.
Oh yeah, and this is looking a little bit better for Mormon Matt compared to game number 1 because of that attack boost, as you mentioned. Again, putting up the shield here, wants to invest in this Corviknight, wants to get up another charge attack, and here's the critical part. Let's see if he goes for the payback.
He does go for the payback. Last time he went for the Air Cutter. Does Nighttime Clasher double down, use the Protect Shield? He's thinking about it. Last second Protect Shield is coming up into the payback here. Now Mormon Matt has the opportunity. Do you just swap into your Azumarill, knowing that Azumarill is probably really safe in this matchup? There's no reason actually not to counter swap Azumarill against anything on Nighttime Clasher's team.
Yeah, he's actually just going to go for the Air Cutter, try to chip away at this Empoleon. Doesn't swap for the Azumarill. He did reach for a swap there to maybe try to catch his Hydro Cannon, but looks like it is going to land on the Corviknight.
And it looks like he's going to probably bring in the Azumarill, get a full farm down with the bubble. Actually, no, going for the Guzzlord farm down. This is more risky because you will take a Drill Peck, but just deciding that the energy on Guzzlord is going to be more valuable than the Azumarill energy. So this Guzzlord takes a little bit of damage, but the situation has reversed now. Mormon Matt has the Protect Shield advantage.
Exactly, and I think that might help him later down the line. We're going to see the Azumarill mirror later, and as for right now, the Sludge Bomb is going to land on this Moltres. Not going to do a ton of damage, but Mormon Matt does have quite a significant energy lead.
And the good thing for Mormon Matt is the fact that you're resisting this Sucker Punch damage. So you're very comfortable here. You have the Protect Shield advantage. You can bank up a bunch of energy. Now you're going to probably use your last Protect Shield. Yep, there is the last Protect Shield of the game for Mormon Matt. So it's going to be a back line of the Azumarills. Does one of these trainers try to save these Dark types and try to swap out? There is the swap.
Oh, go, but now I think this is really good for Mormon because he's able to get to these super effective sludge bombs. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to reach another before Nighttime Clasher can reach an ice beam. You think he does?
I think he does,
He is 2 away. Yeah, oh, this is fantastic for Mormon because you can just throw the sludge bombs and then switch into your own Azumarill to absorb the energy.
And this bubble is also resisted, so Nighttime Clasher actually has to give up energy to finish off this Guzzlord here. And now 2 super effective sludge bombs into the Azumarill has brought it into the red. Here comes the Ice Beam to knock out the Guzzlord, but Mormon Matt has the Azumarill in the back. It just needs to get the 2 charge stacks, and you have time. You don't need to throw your energy right away. You need to bake. Actually, you don't have time. The timer's almost up for Nighttime Clasher.
It is almost up, but you still have a full health Azumarill, and Nighttime Clasher is going to need several charge attacks to be able to take that out. Player off coming through here, but I think you can easily take this and even a Brave Bird if you need to.
Absolutely. The Brave Bird, once there's a little bit more damage, it might get, no, you can definitely soak the Brave Bird at this range. You probably just want to get to maximum energy, right? You probably just bank to 100. There it is, pretty much at 100 here. The Ice Beam is going to be able to knock out. Mormon Matt is shaking his head.
Yeah, this is looking great for Mormon Matt, able to come back from that game 1 loss using the same team, but a slightly different strategy to take game number 2.
And this next Ice Beam is going to be able to knock out the Moltres, and it's going to be tied 1-1. Nighttime Clasher versus Mormon Matt, a rematch of yesterday from the grand finals of the Cup. These 2 trainers are very familiar with the strategies, and those first 2 games played out almost exactly the same in terms of team competitions, but it was a difference in Protect Shield usage for both these trainers.
Yeah, and this is a really fun example of how the same kind of team lineups can have very different outcomes in the games, right? We saw the lead matchup. It was going very similarly, save for the Air Cutter boost on Mormon Matt's side, but we saw how big of a difference that shield advantage made for Mormon Matt in the end game.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems so much more useful to have that Protect Shield, especially if you're the Dark type versus the Fairy type in the back, which you'll probably end up to be in that situation, because you're able to Protect Shield onto, in that case, it was a Fly in that scenario, but just to have that Protect Shield advantage, if they played out exactly the same, actually, I'm going to ask you, do you think they just run it back for a 3rd time in a row? Are they going to run the same trio?
I mean, I think it kind of, like, it depends on a couple things, right? Is it, like, is this the best team that you have against the opposing team? Is there nothing better I can lead? And there's also the question of, do you think you played poorly and could have done something different? But we're actually getting into game number 3 right now, and it looks like they've changed up the leads, but not the teams.
They just changed the lead, so it's literally both the Darks in the front, and then they put the Fairy and the Steel in the back. And how does this matchup play out exactly? Obviously, you are resisting the Sucker Punch as the Guzzlord, but these Brave Birds or Flies are going to add up.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird matchup. I think on paper, Moltres can win this if you land the Brave Bird, but we'll have to see how the shielding plays out. And this is a huge catch by Nighttime Clasher, catching a double resisted Sludge Bomb.
Oh, that is brutal for Mormon Matt there. The Empoleon is just going to shake that off, just does literally nothing here, and now you're going to try to soak up. No, actually just going to throw the Brutal Swing, not worried about your energy loss, just going to try to chip into this Empoleon with the Brutal Swing damage. You could actually even stay in with this Guzzlord and get to the next Brutal Swing, because you can easily take the next Drill Peck or just outpace to the Drill Peck.
Yeah, I would expect Nighttime Clasher to shield here. He has quite a bit of energy loaded on this Empoleon. Luckily for him, though, there's no Kanto Marowak on Mormon Matt's side. So Mormon Matt in kind of a weird position right now, doesn't really have an answer, so he's staying in. Drill Peck coming through, but I do think you can take this.
You can take it at this point. Can you get to another Brutal Swing as well? And you have that Azumarill in the back that is fine against the Empoleon. Here comes the swap into the Moltres, and here comes the Brutal Swing swap into Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher is just bouncing around the battlefield to take resistant damage.
Yeah, I think he's pulling a little bit ahead here. Mormon Matt not able to use his energy quite as effectively as he might want to, but he still hasn't shown either of his back 2 Pokemon yet, so maybe a little bit of a health advantage, but certainly not an energy advantage.
I like that those dancing moves from Nighttime Clasher to be able to ensure that this energy from Moltres is either going to get protected or land in an advantageous situation. The Fly does not get protected. It was the bait there. You're going to be able to get to the next charge stack, but you don't have your timer yet. Actually does go for the Brave Bird, the hard-hitting attack. There's only 1 protection remaining. Mormon Matt lets it go.
Yeah, this is going to do a ton of damage. Definitely would have been the highest hitting, or heaviest hitting charge attack remaining. Heavy damage there, bringing in the Empoleon to try and Metal Sound down, but now that by Nighttime Clasher's Empoleon, and so much energy banked on it already.
And here comes the Hydro Cannon, which is resisted. All the attacks from Empoleon into Empoleon are resisted. The resisted Metal Sound fast attack, the resisted Drill Peck, and the resisted Hydro Cannon. And these Metal Sounds are actually double resisted, so it's really almost impossible to farm down the Empoleon, so you have to give up this energy.
And here's something that Mormon Matt might have learned yesterday, that he wins charge attack priority against Nighttime Clasher, but Nighttime Clasher actually going to shield it up, realizing it's not going to be easy for him to take out the remainder of his Empoleon, wants to pull this shield, and then maybe at this point, maybe a play rough from Azumarill could be your recipe to finishing it off.
And now Mormon Matt is banking up extra energy. He's going to not throw on charge attack priority, maybe worried about the timer. I don't think the timer was quite back up yet. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. It's going to knock out the Empoleon. Nighttime Clasher still has a little bit of health on the Moltres to try to sack swap something, but just going to go for some extra energy here. And you can pretty much clean up with just 2 charge attacks from this Azumarill.
Yeah, 2 charge attacks from the Azumarill, right? 1 to take out the Empoleon and 1 to finish off the opposing Azumarill. And, you know, Azumarill has been around for so long for a reason. It's so reliable, so bulky, and it's going to be able to absorb all this energy with no problem.
The Drill Peck is going to be neutral, but it's not same type attack bonus from the Empoleon. Just doesn't do enough pressure. How much energy was left on? Oh, actually, he's going to be close to a play rough here. He's going to try to reach the play rough, but instead swapped into Moltres. That's the 3rd swap of the game to catch a charge attack for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, and that's going to seal the game for him. He's got 100 energy on his own Azumarill. Like you said, 2 charge attacks is all he needs. Actually, I don't think this Ice Beam is going to be enough, but he can probably bubble down afterwards. And amazing plays from Nighttime Clasher, really able to anticipate his opponent's charge attack type.
Nighttime Clasher has ascended in this matchup and just rising above the competition. Throwing the play rough is going to win it 2-1 to take this winners round number 3 and advance once again, as Nighttime Clasher often does.
Well, he is the LAIC champion for a reason, knows his matchups, knows his opponents, knows how to play these tournaments really, really well, and as you said, advancing to winners semis here.
And the thing is, they were running the same exact team of 3 in almost the same orientation, and Nighttime Clasher played it the same pretty much in the first 2 games, played out the leads, and in game number 3, he just turned on the switch. He might be one of the best trainers on the planet right now. He just turned it up. It's like, okay, I'm just going to catch your charge attacks. I don't want to play these mirrors anymore. I'm just going to play better, and I'm going to win this game.
Yeah, and those catches really add up over time, right? You think about the, I guess, hundreds of energy that Mormon Matt had to expend on either low health Pokemon or resisted charge attacks. And that's the kind of thing that really puts you ahead in these matchups, right? Is wasting your opponent's energy and making the most of your own.
And right, and to that point, desyncing the switch timers as well, because whenever you swap and take a charge attacks, that ensures that your switch timer is going to be up at least 10 seconds faster than your opponent's. And we saw Nighttime Clasher catch 3 charge attacks in this battle, so it really put Mormon Matt on the back foot, and he just kept swapping around, catching everything. Just precision and dynamic gameplay from Nighttime Clasher. That was epic.
Yeah, it was pretty epic. You know, pretty great for the first match of the stream this tournament, and hopefully a good sign of what's to come for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, well played, and from 2 teams that looked really similar. We didn't get to talk a lot about the Shadow Dusknoir because we didn't see it at all, but what do you think about that Pokemon in this current meta?
I think it's really interesting. You see the other ghost types in the meta, right? Like Jellicent and Gourgeist, and Dusknoir, of course, able to do really heavy, fast attack damage with Astonish. Actually, Astonish has the same stats as Mudslap, which we see as a really impressive fast attack. So I think if you can get Dusknoir in some of these neutral situations, it can really do a lot of damage.
One other thought I have about it is we've seen a lot of trainers. Actually, you know what? We got an interview ready, so let's go down to the stage. Let's hear from Nighttime Clasher on his first matchup here in Seattle.
Thank you, Butters. I'm here with Nighttime Clasher. In that last game, Eric, you had a catch, the Sludge Bomb on the Empoleon. You had a brutal swing on the Moltres. You had a play rough on the Moltres. What's your secret? How do you have the mind games? What's the key to getting all these catches?
I just try to think about what's the optimal time for my opponent to throw and make a pretty good guess as to when they're going to throw. I definitely don't want to say like I was perfect there, but I got lucky quite a couple times in that game 3 because so much had to go right for me to win that as soon as I saw the Guzzler in the lead.
Right now, you're #1 in championship points in North America, and you're having such an incredible season. LAIC champion, just coming off a top 8 UIC. People even forget you had a 4th place at Toronto as well. What's your mindset going into another tournament here?
It's not, I do want to win a tournament, obviously, another one, but I always want to focus on just winning one round at a time and getting consistent results rather than like looking to win something, because when you have a lot of consistent results, a lot of top 4s, top 8s or whatever, you're bound to get that regional win. So for a lot of the people who are still competing, getting a lot of top 8s and don't have that regional win yet, keep at it, like it'll come eventually.
That's some great advice. And back to that particular matchup, we were saying backstage, I was with Home Slice Henry, the Goodra looks really good here, really safe. And you decided, no, I'm not even going to bring it. Do you want to give any insights on that in particular decision to not bring the Goodra and kind of stick to a core 3 other Pokemon?
I really yeah, absolutely. Gudra's great into his team, but I also had to consider that he was bringing the Guzzlord pretty much every time. And Gudra, while it's not the best in the Guzzlord, it just doesn't feel great because if they play well and dynamically, they can basically absorb all your Gudra energy. It's all resisted into the Dragon typing of that Guzzlord. So it's not super optimal, but I can definitely see the argument for like playing into Corviknight and like Azumarill. Definitely super neutral into all those. So love the coverage that Gudra offers, and I think it's a great pick for the weekend.
Always some great insights for one of the best players in the world, Nighttime Clasher. I think we have an exciting matchup coming up next. So, casters, back to you.
Thanks so much, Rise and Nighttime Clasher. Great to hear from two very, very decorated players in the community, hearing about their mindset and what it takes to really come out on top in these long, grueling regional championships.
Well, to that mindset, I feel like after hearing from Nighttime Clasher over many interviews, because he's been interviewed so many times because of his great success, I feel like he has the best process out of all these trainers. He was saying that his strategy was to just catch on the optimal moment for their opponent to throw, and he said he got lucky. But it's really not that as lucky as you might think because of how his process is and how the way he plays to give himself that advantage to be lucky. And the same thing goes for when he asked about, hey, what do you think about this tournament, even though you've had great success in IC champion and he was top 5 at EUIC. And he wanted me to mention this. He said he or Patoman are the only trainers possible of winning 2 ICs in one season this season. To be fair, that's the case for any of the first 2 IC champions in any season, but he wanted me to let you all know that that's historic.
All right, that's historic. Well, we'll have to save that storyline for NAIC in just a couple months. Right here, we're still in Seattle. We've actually got our co-caster Speediest Chief now on the other side of the camera here on stage. I don't know when the last time he's competed is actually, but it's going to be a pleasure to see what he has to bring for us. Pretty meta team, and up against Zimmy Kid, who I believe is actually a Seattle local.
Yeah, I know he definitely competed in the 2024 season, I believe, and then Zimmy Kid, who also made the top cut of the Cup yesterday with 50 trainers. Of course, we have way more trainers here in the Seattle Regional than at the Cup, but that's a good sign for his team, and his team has the Gourgeist, but instead of the Fairy type of the Florges or of the Wigglytuff, he actually has the Togekiss for his Fairy type of choice, and I believe it is running the Dazzling Gleam instead of the Psyshock as well.
Yeah, Dazzling Gleam gonna hit a little bit harder, but also be a little bit more expensive. And I actually really like the Togekiss pick. I'm curious to see if any other trainers have brought it this weekend because it has a lot of counterplay against those core meta Pokemon, right? You have Aura Sphere for Empoleon, you've got your Fairy typing for Altaria, and looking at Speediest Chief's team, right? The Aura Sphere is gonna help you cover the Steelix, the Licky Licky, and then, of course, your typing is going to help you resist attacks from Altaria and Gastrodon.
And on Speediest side, he has the Wigglytuff, he has the Shadow Steelix, and he has the Gastrodon. This is actually a lot more polarizing than I expected from Speediest Chief. Maybe not as much as playstyle, but maybe since he has few opportunities to compete and he has so much experience about watching trainers and thinking what lines of 3 that they will bring, maybe he's just thinking, I will bring the right lines of 3 and I will progress in this tournament. Because remember, in both of these matchups, we're starting in winner's round number 3 for these trainers. So Speedy and Zimmy have already made it to this point. And specifically looking at the matchup here, I want to key in and also another Pokemon, the Gourgeist. The Gourgeist is a Pokemon that is new because that is Incinerate in this season. We saw Rise to Occasion bring that in Merida to great success, but actually has probably a lot less play into Speediest Chief's team.
It's actually not bad though, right? You have Seed Bomb for the Gastrodon, of course. You have Incinerate for Steelix. You can hit Jellicent with your charge attacks. So I don't think it's the worst Pokemon, but I do think Zimmy Kid has quite a few options. I talked about the Togekiss. The Unova Stunfisk also looks really good if you can scare off the Gastrodon. So a lot of options for Zimmy. I mean, you mentioned Speedy's team looking a little bit polarizing, but we know he was in Toronto. Maybe he was feeling inspired by players like Will D, seeing them take down so many big names throughout the tournament with those polarizing Pokemon.
And does he have to bring the Wigglytuff? Because Guzzlord looks really safe against Speediest Chief if there is no Wigglytuff, right? Because you're good against the Altaria, you're fine into the Steelix as well, you're good in the Gastrodon, you're amazing into the Jellicent and Licky as well. So I'm actually expecting a lot of Guzzlord from Zimikid. So are we going to see the Wigglytuff from Speedius as we get locked into this game number 1?
All right, let's see what lines these trainers have for us. We've got Unova Stunfisk for Zimikid versus Licky for Speedius Chief.
And it looks like the back lines has double Fairy. We have the Togekiss on one side and the Wigglytuff on Speedius Chief's side. Maybe expecting that Guzzlord swapping into the Wigglytuff, just throwing it out there right away with its beautiful bow, getting the charm through on this Mud Bomb.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward swap for Zimikid. He doesn't have a clear answer here, so might just be forced to stay in or at least chip it a little bit before he decides whether he wants to swap out.
Yeah, this Wigglytuff is actually so safe against Zimikid's team if you can scare off that Shadow Scizor. Maybe Speedy thought he had enough Pokemon to scare off that Shadow Scizor, landing the next Mud Bomb. Actually, Zimikid is just going to stay in this matchup because he's so far ahead in energy. Here comes the Ice Wind that's going to be super effective. Do we see the first Protect Shield of the battle?
Yeah, super effective damage is going to do quite a bit, but Zimikid maybe has some Pokemon in the back that he thinks is going to benefit more from the Protect Shields, bringing in the Gourgeist here to try to Incinerate down, but I think Speedy might be able to barely reach another charge attack, but no, Zimikid going to throw the Seed Bomb.
Didn't want to take the Ice Wind and also debuff his Gourgeist by one stage of attack, so throwing that Seed Bomb after double Incinerate, you have the Gastrodon in the back, you have the Licky, so you're probably just going to come in with this Licky here, but that means that it's going to be Gastrodon versus Togekiss in the back line.
Yeah, potentially a good matchup for Zimikid in the back, but he does still have to get through this Licky. Super effective Shadow Ball coming through. This would almost knock out the Gourgeist.
He tried to call it!
He's going to let it go. He's going to be able to get off the Seed Bomb, but that's going to be pretty much it for the Gourgeist.
He tried to call the bait on the Body Slam, which would be double resisted. Instead, the super effective Shadow Ball comes through. The Seed Bomb is going to land, but now you can get a rollout down. You got a rank up, too, on that for Zimikid. As we have Licky getting extra energy. This is huge for Speedius because Gastrodon is not amazing versus the Togekiss in the back, so you want to have this extra health on the Licky, but first, here comes the Mud Bomb. Speedy thinking about it. Does he give up his first Protect Shield here?
Yeah, Zimmy hasn't shown his backline yet, so Speedy doesn't know what he wants to prioritize, but I think this is a good call, letting the Mud Bomb go, does another rollout, and gets the Body Slam off onto Zimikid's Togekiss, and Speedy is really going to have to chip away at this Togekiss very, very slowly.
And not devastating to get swapped onto this Body Slam. It does a good amount of damage. Togekiss actually doesn't have the greatest stat product ever, so you can really threaten with these Body Slams here. Here comes the next Body Slam. It's going to get Protect Shielded, and you can get to another Body Slam if you don't get cut off from an Aura Sphere. No, actually just getting to the Body Slam first.
Yeah, this is fantastic for Speedy, able to get off another Body Slam. Let's see if he can pull that last shield, though. Zimikid, I don't think has seen the Gastrodon yet, and now this is going to open up an opportunity for Speedy to land a Water Pulse.
Speedy looking at the camera, knowing that he's got this, as this Aura Sphere is going to be coming through. He's got 2 Protect Shields to spare. I better use one of them. Here comes the shiny Gastrodon here, going to just reach for this Body Slam. It's been a Body Slam onslaught into Zimikid's Togekiss here, but remember, there is still a swap available for Zimikid, but it's just such an uphill battle at this point.
Yeah, he's still got the Unovan Stunfisk, but it's not going to be able to do a lot of damage. Actually, could have had a catch opportunity there. Speedy threw on pretty obvious timing after one Mud Slap, but Water Pulse is going to land on the Togekiss, is going to knock out, and I think Speedy's got this first game.
And just 1 Mud Slap, 2 Mud Slap. Actually, it takes 3 Mud Slaps for Speedius Chief to win this game number 1. This is winners round number 3. Speedius, our co-caster, beloved co-caster, is trying to make a run here in Seattle.
Yeah, I think if he advances from this round, this will be his best run to date. Zimikid, on the other hand, I believe has a couple top cuts under his belt, so trying to replicate some of the success that he's had in the past.
Let's take another deep dive into the team. We got the Shadow Altaria, the Shadow Steelix, and it's running Heavy Slam instead of the Crunch or the Earthquake, running Psychic Fangs, Heavy Slam. Gastrodon is normal attacks here, but not running the Earth Power to have a little more coverage against Guzzlord, which we do see time to time. And then, of course, Wigglytuff, pretty standard as well.
Yeah, speaking of Guzzlord, I have to wonder if that's the reason that Speedy opted for Heavy Slam on the Steelix, because the standard attack set there is actually Psychic Fangs Crunch, but that means that you're completely walled off by Guzzlord.
Yeah, and it's kind of a brutal matchup if you don't have the Earthquake or the Heavy Slam. And the Heavy Slam also pretty nice into Fairies as well, because Steelix is really good against Fairies just because you technically like resist the fast attack damage, but something against like a Florgeist is actually just not that impactful because you really don't have any useful attacks to throw at the Florgeist, right? So now Speedius has that Heavy Slam for the coverage for something like a Togekiss, but do we see that Guzzlord going into that game number 2? Because it's so strong against the Wigglytuff, but then that means you have to protect yourself. So maybe some type of Guzzlord and Shadow Scizor core for Zimikid.
Yeah, I think that could work out. We saw Speediest able to switch in the Wigglytuff pretty much unpunished in game number 1. I don't know if a lot of trainers would be bold enough to try that, but I mean, Speedy got away with it. He put Zimikid in a really awkward situation. So I have to wonder if, like you said, Zimikid is going to bring the Scizor to counter the Wigglytuff.
And you also have to wonder if Speediest is trying to bait out that Scizor, saying, okay, game number 1, I'm just welcoming a Scizor to farm me down here, but you didn't have one. So game number 2, you better have that Scizor. Then you bring something like the Shadow Steelix into that game number 2, maybe even something like a Jellicent, or bring back that Gastrodon as well. We're about to get locked into that game number 2. Actually, not quite yet, but you actually mentioned you were interested about the Togekiss. You were thinking that it might, maybe not in this matchup, but it's an interesting fairy type to bring to the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting for the tournament, but I mean, we did see Zimikid bring it, I mean, albeit unsuccessfully, to game number 1, but I think it has a really interesting typing, really interesting coverage, and I think if we look back at that top 12 usage graphic at some point, you'll see that Togekiss has quite a bit of play, but it looks like they are getting locked in now.
All right, and I like how it has a lot more play into the most prominent steel type of the Empoleon, but here we are in game number 2. There's that Wigglytuff, and it found a Guzzlord, and that's terrible for Zimikid. Zimikid's gonna swap to the Licky Licky. Looks like Speedy is just gonna stay in. Maybe he's gonna chip and dip, but he'll have to take a body slam himself. Actually now swapping in, catching, and getting the mud slap through on the body slam.
Oh, and I like that play from Speedy. He was able to get some energy on the Wigglytuff, also able to chip it down with that charm damage. And this is a nice matchup for Gastrodon because you do resist those rollouts.
But you did get such an energy disadvantage there by staying in for so long, but at least to your advantage, you were doing charm damage, which is quite useful as well. So taking the Shadow Ball here, absorbing it, now you're in body slam range. You have the Water Pulse available. Do you go for the body slam? No, just going for the Water Pulse here. Does Zimikid give up Protect Shield, try to take the alignment because he doesn't want Guzzlord and the Wigglytuff?
Yeah, oh, he does shield up the Water Pulse. That's a great call by Zimikid. I believe he's at the body slam a little bit over it, farming up just before Speedy reaches a body slam of his own. But Speedy also wants to fight for switch advantage, and he puts up the shield.
And does that mean, are you going to try to get the triple body slam from the Licky Licky in this scenario before the double body slam is available for the Gastrodon? I just don't think you have enough time. And here comes the next charge attack. Do you use both of your Protect Shields here? No, actually just lets it go, and now you've lost the alignment.
Yeah, he's lost the alignment. This is tough for Zimikid. We'll have to see if he can pull off a miracle here. Maybe you can get a farm down with Guzzlord, maybe eventually reach a Sludge Bomb, but I think you're only going to get these 2 Dragon Tails, and maybe it's going to come down to this Shadow Scizor.
And here comes the Wigglytuff into the Shadow Scizor, swap into the Shadow Altaria. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining for both of these trainers. The Night Slash is going to be coming through into the Altaria. You probably want to let this one go because you know there's going to be a second Night Slash. Yes, lets it go. Maybe is there going to be a boost? That's what Zimikid needs. There's no boost.
Oh, there's no boost, but Altaria paces so slowly to these charge attacks. I think Zimikid might be actually able to bullet punch down the Altaria and then get some bullet punches off on the Wigglytuff.
And that's the difference between the regular Altaria and the Shadow Altaria. The Shadow Altaria, you can't get to the double charge attack before getting bullet punched down. Now suddenly Speediest is in a tough situation, needs to reach for this Icy Wind, and he doesn't reach it in time. This is a resisted Night Slash. Are you gonna let it go? There's only 1 protection remaining. No, use the Protect Shield.
And Speedy actually had the Swift loaded as well, but opted not to throw it. Here comes the Icy Wind. Now it's going to come down to, is this Guzzlord going to be able to reach a Sludge Bomb versus a Wigglytuff?
And is it enough? We know how much a Sludge Bomb does into a Zoom Roll, but I don't know if the Sludge Bomb is going to be enough, and he's going to try to reach for it. He's at the Sludge Bomb here. It's going to be super effective. Is this enough to knock out? Speediest Chief is crossing his fingers.
I think the Wigglytuff might barely hang on, but let's see what this Wigglytuff can do.
Hangs on.
It hangs on, and just 1 more time to reach the Swift, and Speediest Chief is going to take the series.
Not even close. It's 1 HP in a dream for that beautiful Wigglytuff. And Speediest Chief wins the series 2-0, barely holding on to take it.
And Wigglytuff definitely the MVP for Speediest Chief there as he breathes a sigh of relief. Moving on to the winners semis, an incredible accomplishment for him, taking down Zimikid, a very formidable trainer along the way.
Yeah, tough situation for that backline, trying to deal with that Shadow Scizor. And Zimikid, who I mentioned, had made top cut yesterday in the Cup with this exact same team, with the Togekiss, with the Shadow Scizor. The beautiful, shiny Shadow Scizor, by the way, unfortunately does go down to 0-2, but we're still on the winner side. We're still early in the tournament, so Zimikid still has a chance to make that loser's run.
Yeah, he's made some nice losers runs before, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Zimi could end up in those losers finals at the end of the day here. But let's take a quick look back at that last game. Speediest Chief, of course, you know, able to counter swap the Licky Licky with the Gastrodon. A little bit of an awkward position here for him, even though he has the alignment, as we saw with the Scizor versus Altaria. But Wigglytuff coming out with just the right amount of health to finish off the game.
And having that Protect Shield in the back, using the Icy Wind just to be safe in case the Swift wasn't enough, and just holding on just barely. And that's all you need sometimes, is you just need enough health to win your battle. It doesn't matter if you were left with 100 or 1 health left. You just need to knock out the opposing line of 3, and Speediest Chief did that. Now he's advanced to winners round number 4.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling pretty good about that one. I heard that, you know, he was having some trouble coming up with the team, maybe playing around with Zapdos here or there, but, you know, I think what he ended up bringing was a little bit more meta than maybe some of the things he was considering, and it's working out for him so far.
Yeah, still a little spice with that Iron Head Shadow Steelix, but definitely bringing the pressure of that Wigglytuff, which I think a lot of trainers have definitely brought 7th in usage. And from hearing the trainers yesterday, a lot of the top trainers were sitting together. I believe it's Axon, Dunebug, and a lot of the top names in the series, and they were saying the core that they were scared of was the Gourgeist and Wigglytuff core, because that's really hard to break up in this meta. I think you mentioned the Talonflame is quite good, but Talonflame is not really prevalent. So within the useful Pokemon in this meta, it's really hard to stop that core.
Yeah, it is really hard. Well, let's hear from Speediest Chief. He did bring that Wigglytuff Gourgeist core, and let's hear him talk about his team and his matchup.
Thank you so much, Soph. Thank you so much, Soph and Butters. My name is Homeside Center here on the floor with Speediest Chief.
Good to see you.
Normally here in a suit, doing a lot of casting. Talk to me about what it means to now be back as a competitor and succeeding as well with that dramatic 2-0 win.
I mean, I really thought we were going to game 3 there. I admire Zimi a lot. He's been so committed to his Surf Edge, one of the great members of our community, so it was really fun to battle him. I haven't competed since NAIC of last season, and I'm actually in bracket. It's Ashton Ash, who's also here this weekend, and he's the one who sent me down to losers bracket at NAIC, so maybe we'll get a rematch.
And so far, it's looking pretty good for the rematch, Speedy. Talk to me about that game, too. The fingers crossed, the nerves there, bringing in Gastrodon into Licky Licky. I know your heart had to start beating fast when that Scizor was revealed as the final mod.
No, absolutely. The Scizor is really tough for my team, and I kept on wanting to bring something like Jellicent as a stronger answer, but then Zimi just had so many good answers to it. He had his Guzzlord, he had other checks. I kind of went for a more neutral approach, and I even took a Dragon Tail for good measure. Arrow was walking past, he said, throw the Swift. I should have just thrown the Swift, but it got really close, and it could have gone either way. I thought we were going to game 3 for sure.
But man, that Wigglytuff just refusing to get KO'd, hanging on the 1 HP survive, and you're moving on. Final question for you, Speedy. When they showed the movesets, the casters noticed something pretty interesting, and that was on that Steelix. Yeah, the casters mentioned it. I got to mention it too. Talk to me about Heavy Slam as your nuke of choice on Steelix.
In this format, you need an answer to Fairy-type Pokemon, whether it's the Florges, the Wigglytuff, Azumarill even, and I was finding in practice and scrims that I was having a hard time chewing through those Fairy-type targets, and Heavy Slam is like a one-shot KO for Alola Ninetales, and anything down to Shield, Steelix is going to go to town. I wasn't finding as much use for Crunch, especially because I have Licky Licky and Wigglytuff on my team already, and then Breaking Swipe makes the Fairy matchup even worse, so Heavy Slam it is.
And it feels like if you squint at that Steelix just right, it looks a little bit like that Bronzong that you like so much. So big.
I thought you were going to say Fortress.
Hey, you know what? You've run them both and had some pretty fun matches on stream with both. So massive congratulations to Speedy. Moving on. Speedy, frequent Worlds caster, of course. We're actually going to cut to some Worlds highlights because we had some amazing games this past year at the World Championship.
Saturn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite! The time ticks down. 5 more seconds, 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions!
Trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has
He
in
has
the
the
back.
back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzebub. I don't know if it's Sparkling Arch gonna be enough. He goes on the ice beam!
Wow!
He goes on the ice beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzebub in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Die is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion!
Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. That was it. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twist our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
Rillaboom, Woodhammer, still survive! Pick up the KO! Now the Counter X Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance! Double, down, double, KO! Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, Scrabbin' Sputtermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge source of Jason's
I don't think it's gonna take it!
And the Chio goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off! A double KO! And Chio is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion! And it's going to be the Chi-Yu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion!
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock.
Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year seniors and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Seattle Regional Championships. We've already started off the day with some excitement. We saw Nighttime Clasher as well as Speediest Chief taking wins on the big stage, and we got more action where that came from. Alongside Home Slice Henry, Chris Reisner joining you, getting you ready for our next matchup.
The battles so far have been absolutely incredible. Speediest Chief in that last game with that Wigglytuff 1 HP survive, barely hanging on. And it really feels like the action is only heating up from here as the day progresses.
We saw him running Heavy Slam Steelix you talked about, some exciting move sets, and that's the creativity you love to see from these trainers in a meta where it can be a little condensed at times, but they're finding ways to be creative, find those core breakers, and really set themselves apart to try and move on battle after battle.
I really like seeing in that first streamed match, Nighttime Clasher with, I felt like I was running out of fingers to count how many catches he made in that game number 3. It was a sludge bomb. He caught a brutal swing back out of the Moltres, just catches left, right, and center. And it just really shows the incredible level of skill expression so far on display in these games.
And speaking of catches, you need a lot of catches to level up in this game. And one of our players on stage, Matcha, he is actually about to show off something exciting here. This trainer, I've gotten word, is about to reach the coveted level 80 in Pokemon Go. And we are going to take a look at it on the stage here. He's ready to go.
Oh,
here we go, level up, level 80.
Congratulations.
Give a round of applause for Matcha reaching the highest level right now in Pokemon Go. And that is a lot of grinding, you know, a lot of work that goes into hitting that level.
Wow, and to look at the stats as well, so impressive, like 12,000 catches between level 79 and level 80. It is an absolute grind. And we do have another special announcement here as well, and that is courtesy of Mr. Arrow.
Arrow, we take a look at his tweet. He used his Master Ball, that's for sure. Getting, you know, a great catch there as she couldn't say no, right? She couldn't say no to the Master Ball, 100% catch rate. And I saw that post went viral. Arrow, a friend of mine, so huge congratulations to him.
You just have to be so proud of Arrow. What a moment. What a weekend for him as well, getting engaged. And it only felt fitting with how much of a staple and how much of like a presence Arrow has been to the Pokemon Go Championship Series that he had to bring out the Master Ball for the catch that mattered the most.
Absolutely, yeah. Shout out to Arrow and Natalie, his new fiance. Natalie actually went with Arrow to EUIC and took a game off of a really talented trainer in Stud Muffins in round 1. So she was really happy about that. And a big congrats once again to Arrow. But here we go. Let's gear up for this match. And we take a look at Arrow, who's known for running spicy Pokemon, but this is what we were talking about, maybe a rare occurrence where his team's a little bit more standard than we're used to seeing from him.
One initial worry looking at this matchup is Arrow is going to feel a lot of pressure from Gourgeist. Gourgeist has a very dominant matchup into the Scizor, into the Marowak, into the Charjabug. The Azumarill matchup is a lot more neutral than one might think because 2 Seed Bombs do not take the knockout there. And he has the 2 Dark types, the very strong answers, the Galarian Moltres and the Guzzlord. So when it comes to line construction in these games, Arrow will have to decide. And Arrow's been known to run some ABA lines where he ends up being very weak to something on the lead in the back. Do you decide to sell out and try and run as strong as possible to the Gourgeist? Do you predict that maybe Matcha tries to bench it? There's a lot of pressure exerted by that Gourgeist onto this team.
The Gourgeist and the Steelix as well. The Steelix with positive matchups against the Azumarill, the Charjabug, the Scizor, and the Moltres. So that's going to make Arrow think twice about his line construction. And as you said, the Gourgeist kind of hit or miss against Arrow's team. He has some hard answers in the Moltres and the Guzzlord, but other than that, it has a lot of play against his line.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Clefable potentially be brought to this series as well, because Clefable really shines in moments when Meteor Mash is not resisted. And looking across Arrow's team, there's a lot of Pokemon that take neutral damage from Meteor Mash, and Meteor Mash is such an incredibly efficient attack. You get to it every 10 turns, and it almost forms that perfect core pairing with that Gourgeist because it does a great job at shutting down the Galarian Moltres, the Guzzlord, and has pretty solid matchups into the Azumarill as well.
We've seen Clefable have some success in the championship series. We saw it seasons ago, right, with SS Thorn.
Yes.
He was renowned for his Clefable play before it was cool. And we saw Inadequates, I believe, run Clefable this season and make top cut in his most recent tournament. So it's a Pokemon that you don't see quite as often as the Fairy type that people elect to use. But with that Meteor Mash coverage, as well as either Swift or Moonblast for that heavy hitting attack, it is a Pokemon that can really put in some good work.
I do really like the look of it here. If you're able to neutralize that Scizor, even if it ends up against Charjabug, it still hits just so incredibly hard with Moonblast. Moonblast is an incredibly efficient attack. It does a lot of damage as well. So there is a lot of pressure being put onto Arrow's teams. Now, one Pokemon that it is like you can definitely tell with how Matcha constructed this team. Matcha really wants to try and protect that Steelix, because when you take a look at the Steelix, you immediately go, okay, what is my best Steelix answer? I have something like the Guzzlord, I have the Marowak, and there's two very important Mud Slap resists there with the Gourgeist and the Shadow Altaria that can put quite a bit of pressure there. Shadow Altaria in particular, it hits very hard across this entire team. Even if you end up against Azumarill, which would basically be the worst case scenario, if Shadow Altaria is able to get an advantage, whether that's a shield advantage, an energy advantage, Altaria can actually, the Shadow can play it close because the Sky attacks do quite a bit more damage.
And going off of that with the Shadow Altaria, I think the Shadow variant helps it with a matchup like that Shadow Marowak, because against the regular Altaria, a little bit of a head start can actually flip that in the Marowak's favor, but not so much against the Shadow. The added damage from that Sky attack and the Dragon Breath is just much more oppressive against the Marowak and allows it to be much more favorable in Shadow Altaria's favor.
I think that's actually a very smart point that you bring up here, where specifically when it comes to running Shadows and getting extra damage, if you have a one-turn fast move, that can be so much more impactful. Because let's say that you're like a 5-turn user, like an Incinerate, 1 extra damage over 5 turns doesn't hurt as much as 5 extra damage over 5 turns. So that's part of why some of the trainers do look towards a Pokemon like the Shadow Altaria. There is not a Stunfisk on Arrow's team, which is one of the matchups that it does target, but getting that extra Dragon Breath damage, it adds up so much over the course of that matchup. Whereas usually, I believe it was actually an earlier series where I was watching one of the featured streamed games, and we saw a matchup where it was a Marowak safe switch into an Altaria. Altaria lands the Sky attack. Marowak just no shields and makes 2 rock slides so comfortably, but with the Shadow, that extra Dragon Breath damage, extra Sky attack damage, that's not something you're able to do.
Absolutely, and we talked about some of the positive aspects of Matcha's team towards Arrow. One Pokemon that could be an X factor for Arrow is the boring Azumarill. It's always there, it's always a staple, but looking at Matcha's team, I would say the one Pokemon that doesn't really have a hard answer is that Azumarill. So Arrow, he's known for being an aggressive player. He likes to run risky lines, but the Azumarill is a Pokemon that could be very safe for him, and maybe he could utilize it as a safe swap in this particular matchup.
Especially if you are trying to bait out something like a Gourgeist. That matchup, even on even energy, isn't particularly comfortable for Gourgeist when there aren't a lot of shields in play. So getting like a bubble or 2 advantage, that makes life very uncomfortable for Gourgeist, because if you're ever in a position where you're able to no-shield 2 Seed Bombs with your energy lead, make 2 Ice Beams, then you're generating a massive advantage of either just knocking out the Gourgeist or landing an Ice Beam and getting a shield advantage, and that could potentially set up one of those riskier picks that Gourgeist doesn't want to see if you're able to bait that out.
Azumarill Gourgeist, kind of one of those awkward matchups, and these trainers, as they compete, they're looking to practice those matchups, and a great way to practice is actually at local events near you. Make sure to scan that QR code. You can find events. It's a great spot, not just to prepare if you ever plan on coming to one of these regional events. It's a lot of fun, but also to meet people in your community, which is what it's really all about, finding those friends and creating those relationships at local events near you. Get those championship points too.
And it can be such amazing practice that you can like practice lines, practice your gameplay, and use it to improve and take it to tournaments like the North American International Championships, which is coming up later this season. Now, the good news is we actually, it looks like, have a bit of a deal going on here. A QR code that you can scan, reserving your hotel for the North American International Championships. The North American International Championships, from the people who went last year, it sounded like an amazing, amazing experience.
I wish I knew this ahead of time. I already booked my hotel. I didn't get a chance to take advantage of this deal, but I think you guys should. You got that code on screen, and hope to see you there at NAIC. The trainers are still gearing up to get ready for this matchup. And Arrow, you know, you talked about it. Arrow is a well-known player in the community, has been competing since the start, really. Matcha, maybe not quite as big of a name, a household name, but I was looking at Matcha's tournament history, and he's actually competed 7 times in the championship series. So here he is, winners round 3, I believe, and he's trying to build upon his experience, you know, and he may be newer compared to a player like Arrow, but still has some experience under his belt and trying to build upon that here in Seattle.
To me, this 2026 season has really felt almost like a season of upstarts. Trainers who may not necessarily have, let's say they've been newer or they haven't had the performances that they've been looking for, really starting to pop off and then perform in a big way. We've had many first-time regional champion winners, like even just from the US side. We had Meteor Fallian taking down Milwaukee in a heart-stopping game number 5 against Pranav. DHC United bringing Shadow Gyarados when almost no one believed in it and winning a title with it. Sustenance Eater, another North American trainer, that big top 8 at the European International Championships. So even if you're going up against someone who is more of a tenured competitor, that's not any guarantee that they're going to be the one who emerges victorious, because we've seen time and time again this season, this is the season to make your mark and to push past your previous best tournament result.
Well said, and you never truly know what's going to happen. It's amazing seeing these newer trainers find success in a first-time champion like DHC United in his first ever tournament, but we also have some staples in our game, and us casters put together most likely to make day 2. I went with Out of Pocket for my pick, Home Slice. He is a trainer that is so consistent. Seems like he's always making day 2, and I think he is really itching for that title, right? He's a trainer that is so consistent, but for him, he wants to get that championship every season. So I went with Out of Pocket.
Now, I went with K-Pine28. K-Pine is, I would say, a legend as far as grassroots formats go. Like, very consistent top performer there, looking to put it together and make a deep run at these Seattle Regional Championships. Butters went with the 2026 LAIC champion Nighttime Clasher, which if his first streamed match is any indication, Nighttime Clasher is in top form here in Seattle.
Nighttime Clasher, you take a look at his recent performances, they are just so insane with how well he's been playing, so consistent. And also Ashton Ash is the pick for Sovtov, a fan favorite, such a nice guy. If you ever get the chance to talk to Ashton Ash, he's one of my favorite people to root for in the community and has come close a few times, was the runner-up to Out of Pocket at a previous North American International Championship. And Ashton Ash is a player that you always have to keep an eye on because he's capable of going toe-to-toe with the very best.
Ashton Ash really has to be one of my favorite personal players to watch play. Also, I just want to echo what you said. Incredibly nice person. Like, I was wandering around the Go area before hopping backstage, and Ash stopped by, made sure to say hi. Incredible competitor, incredible sportsman as well. And Ashton Ash is someone who personally, as we talk about this kind of season of upstarts, I would love to see Ashton Ash get to win an event because he's been so close on several occasions.
Absolutely. I got the chance to talk to Ashton Ash a little bit in Brazil earlier this season, and always someone we want to see succeed. But we are now looking back at this match of the trainers, getting ready to lock back in. And once again, just to refresh you on the teams as they're going to lock in, here we go. Arrow versus Matcha. Let's get things going. Azumarill in the lead for Arrow against the Shadow Steelix of Matcha.
There's going to be a lot of super effective fast move pressure in this matchup. Steelix does have a pacing advantage. It will look to try and slowly chip away at this Azumarill as it fires off the Psychic Fangs. The first Psychic Fangs never going to do a lot of damage, so that's an immediate no shield from Arrow.
Arrow understanding that the subsequent Psychic Fangs will do more damage as the Thunder Fang damage starts to ramp up, and Azumarill firing off that first Ice Beam. Matcha knows this is not going to threaten to knock out, but he's going to put up the Protect Shield anyway, valuing the health of his Steelix.
Really looking to try and invest in the Steelix, but where this could get a little bit tricky is Azumarill is a very bulky Pokemon. Arrow's no shielding. Arrow's trusting the fact that he will survive the Psychic Fangs and the 2 Thunder Fangs to make a last-second Ice Beam. It's going to be very close, but Azumarill has the bulk. 1 HP survive from Arrow and a shake of the head from Matcha.
And that's where that matchup knowledge pays dividends. Gets to a parting Ice Beam, connects onto the Shadow Steelix, but Steelix will take the alignment, will take the switch advantage. Arrow blind pivoting into the Guzzlord. That is a risky play, but he was daring him because I guess he was predicting there is no Clefable in the back.
And Clefable not on the line of 3 for Matcha. Brutal swing connects onto the Licky Licky. I love the decision by Arrow to throw instantly, recognizing the fact that Licky Licky switched in and was behind a turn. If you throw first, it prevents Licky Licky from getting that rollout sneak, and means that even though these Pokemon have very similar pacing, Guzzlord will always have the upper hand.
Body slams, spamming away, chipping at the health of this Guzzlord, who is looking to take out the Licky Licky, but lurking in the back is that Gastrodon for Matcha, and we can take a look at the Scizor in back for Arrow now. Up a Protect Shield, that may be okay for him, but we know that the oppressive Mud Slap damage could become a factor in the end game. Right now, Arrow just looking to get rid of this Licky Licky, firing off the Brutal Swing.
Brutal Swing, no shielded. Licky Licky will get removed from the field of play. Shadow Scizor loves to have 2 Protect Shields to hide behind, but the one thing you can't shield is the Mud Slaps. In comes Shadow Scizor. Arrow shaking his head as he is getting absolutely deleted by these Mud Slaps.
And the question is, if you're Arrow, do you need to go for a bait here? Oh, and he lets in a free Mud Slap. That is always a little bit difficult on the one-turn swap. The timing can throw you off there. Arrow letting in the free Mud Slap. Now not going to be able to reach a Trailblaze because of that, or at least he didn't think he would. Let's see if he survives this Mud Slap that went through. Night Slash connects, did not survive the Mud Slap, and it's all up to Guzzlord, but it might be too little too late, or is it? I don't know.
This is going to be close. There's so much energy on the Gastrodon. Arrow still has the 2 Protect Shields to hide behind. Shield comes up. Another Body Slam fired off by the Gastrodon. Arrow does get the Dragon Tail sneak, but the Steelix is still very much around. And this Guzzlord is rapidly running out of HP.
The Steelix is very low, and the Gastrodon gets to a 3rd Body Slam. Had so much energy there, and Matcha's going to connect on the slam, knocking out the Guzzlord, taking game 1 over Arrow.
Well played, well executed game plan there by Matcha, recognizing that the Steelix really did not want to stay on the field and give a huge farm down to the Guzzlord. Getting aggressive, pivoting into the Licky Licky proved to be a very, very critical play. Arrow did not want to switch in a Shadow Scizor. That would have been down energy to the Licky Licky, because it's very easy for Licky Licky to go for body slam baits there, peel away shields, make life uncomfortable. It forced Arrow to stay on the field, and that set up the Gastrodon to sweep.
And even had Arrow thrown on proper timing, maybe doing one more bullet punch with that Scizor, he still would have been 1 away from the Trailblaze, so wouldn't necessarily have reached that Trailblaze anyway against the Gastrodon. A tough end game. Looked a little bit awkward there with the minimal health as both trainers were deciding what to do, but Matcha in the end just had too much energy on the Gastrodon, able to find a way to win against Arrow.
And Matcha, interestingly enough, did not go for either the Clefable or the Gourgeist. Instead of trying to run what I would argue to be a bit safer of a line, Licky Licky is incredibly safe in this meta and in this matchup. Even if it gets onto the Shadow Marowak, it is a very effective Pokemon to bait out a Marowak, because the Shadow Marowak is really not a big fan of those Shadow Balls connecting.
Correct. Fighting type Pokemon, not that common in this meta, so really just the Mud Slap users, the ground types that are usually the answers to Licky Licky, and even those are not the strongest sometimes, because Licky Licky's pure bulk, its ability to get to the Body Slam, the Shadow Ball so quickly allows it to win those matchups, like you said. So that's a great point. Matcha's Licky Licky looks incredibly safe against Arrow's team, and he's going to really have to outplay Matcha to overcome that Licky Licky.
There's so much pressure being put onto the potential lines of 3 that Arrow could lock in here, and Matcha didn't even bring the Gourgeist or the Clefable, so tried to cover for them. They weren't really brought, but we've got lock-ins. Game number 2, Arrow versus Matcha, and it's a pretty good lead for Arrow as he leads Guzzlord into the Shadow Steelix.
Although it's a Dragon versus a Steel, you resist everything as the Guzzlord. It makes it a very good matchup, and we see the immediate pivot into the Gastrodon. Arrow doesn't have an obvious answer in the back line, so he's going to opt to throw a Brutal Swing first before swapping into the Azumarill.
I do think that this is actually, it is an Earth Power Gastrodon. Very interesting. A lot of Gastrodons typically run Water Pulse, opting for Earth Power. One thing I do want to note here is I do like the line construction by Matcha, recognizing that if Steelix leads into the Guzzlord, he's very unlikely to have the Moltres behind the Guzzlord, because then he would be AVA weak to that Clefable.
That's very smart thinking from Matcha, and this Gastrodon is going to prove to be a little bit annoying for Arrow to deal with because of that Earth Power coverage, making it much more threatening to the Azumarill. When you're running that water pulse, you do get there faster normally, but now, oh, and we actually see Matcha going for a body slam bait. He's gonna get it against Arrow here.
Oh, that is such a critical shield that Matcha's able to get with the body slam. Body slam would not have taken the knockout there. And for Matcha, that saves so much energy, landing the Earth Power, getting the body slam shielded. It really feels like Gastrodon is flipping the script in this mid-game. Gastrodon at the back-to-back body slams. Arrow knows, oh, he actually puts up the shield, and this could cost him as Gastrodon has the back-to-back.
I'm not sure what Arrow is planning here. He puts up the protect shield, but there's another body slam that is queued up. And all of a sudden, Matcha has flipped the switch advantage. No longer going to have that Steelix aligned with the Guzzlord. We'll have a much more neutral matchup. Guzzlord coming in, going to get a farm down, but now you can neutralize it with this Licky Licky as Matcha.
In comes Licky Licky, more than happy to absorb Brutal Swing after Brutal Swing. It looks like the Steelix for Matcha is on Crunch, so it is a lot cheaper to get to than Earthquake, and that could be very pivotal in this endgame because we're going to see an endgame of Steel types. Shadow Scizor versus the Steelix. Steelix will need to switch in for Matcha fast enough to make the Crunch before that Shadow Scizor is able to get to a bunch of charge attacks.
Body slam connects, and after a little bit of a head start, we see the Steelix come in. I don't know if that will necessarily cost Matcha here, but it does allow Arrow to get to a Trailblaze. This will do a lot of damage to the Steelix, but Steelix should be able to outpace to a potential Crunch against the Scizor.
And Steelix actually does not end up fishing for that Crunch here. Instead, gonna just reach for the Psychic Fangs. Psychic Fangs going to be resisted, but will still do a solid amount of damage and debuff that Scizor as well. Scizor hangs on barely, but the Steelix has done its job as Scizor has been almost entirely neutralized.
And that head start could maybe give Arrow some wiggle room here. Does knock out the Steelix, but he's going to surrender a little bit of a farm down to the Licky Licky, who is not in Brutal Swing range. Arrow's going to need at least a Sludge Bomb to get rid of this Licky Licky, who's getting close to knocking out the Guzzlord.
Body slam lands, Guzzlord hangs on. Can Arrow reach for the Sludge Bomb? It's gonna be close. Arrow needs this to knock out. The rollout went through. It all comes down to this Sludge Bomb from the Guzzlord into the Licky Licky. It lands. It KOs!
Oh!
Fist bump from Arrow, and we're going to game 3.
Sludge Bomb just enough to knock out the Licky Licky. I was not sure at all whether that Licky Licky would hang on, but it proved to be just enough. And one small thing that Arrow did there, Home Slice, was he actually did one extra Dragon Tail before firing off that Sludge Bomb, allowing that last rollout to not register. So that small play making a big difference in the end game, and Arrow able to equalize this series 1 game apiece, even though it was not looking too good for him for most of that battle.
That mid-game decision to shield the Azumarill when the Gastrodon was at back-to-back really felt like a turning point in this matchup where Matcha was able to not only win switch advantage, but was able to get all shields down. And that really felt like the Steelix was set up, and Steelix's decision to Psychic Fangs instead of the Crunch opened the door for Scizor to land a boosted Bullet Punch. And then with all of those Dragon Tails, Sludge Bomb barely took the knockout, and Arrow stays alive on the winner's side of the bracket.
That Guzzlord was a great lead decision for Arrow. Matcha had the Gastrodon ready as the pivot and made it awkward for Arrow in retaining that switch advantage. So players gonna think about their line decisions for game number 3. The Earth Power really coming in handy, flipping that Azumarill matchup and Matcha making some of the right reads. I was personally shocked, Home Slice, when we saw Arrow put up that second Protect Shield, but maybe he wanted to put it in a more manageable position to farm down. I'm not sure, but here we go. Lock in game number 3. And for Arrow, he brings the Moltres and finds the Gastrodon of Matcha.
That is exactly what Arrow was hoping to see. Matcha forced to pivot out, safe switching into the Licky Licky. Licky Licky does have a pacing advantage. Very nice adjustment by Matcha to throw on 4 to cover for the fact that the Licky Licky was at a 1-turn deficit.
Really nice timing there from Matcha. And once again, Arrow doesn't have an answer he feels like can easily retain the switch advantage. So right now he's opting to stay in. He's firing off a charge attack. Matcha going to put up the first Protect Shield, and we'll see if Arrow decides to pivot. Yes, he does. Pivots into the Azumarill.
Azumarill will be able to absorb these charge attacks no problem from the Licky Licky. Arrow would love nothing more than to be able to bubble this into a range where Play Rough could take the knockout. Licky Licky still too healthy at the moment, but as each bubble lands, it gets closer and closer to range.
So much energy on the Licky Licky. And actually goes for a catch. Catching the resistant Play Rough onto the Steelix. Now, there is a big desync in the switch timer, so I'm not sure if it's up yet for Arrow. He's still going to be locked in here for a while, but he does have a hard punish lurking in the back in that Marowak.
If Matcha ends up firing off the Psychic Fangs early here, then this will actually burn Arrow's switch timer. So Arrow more than happy to no shield. This is the opportunity Arrow has been waiting for. Arrow will get to hit the field with that Shadow Marowak, and in it comes. This is an absolute nightmare matchup for the Steelix.
Arrow stayed patient, was lulling his opponent to sleep, not throwing his energy, forcing his opponent to throw the energy, and now he gets this big farm down with this Shadow Marowak. Takes the Psychic Fangs, that will debuff the defensive Marowak, but gets a Mud Slap down, has an entire Rock Slide worth of energy ready to go, and it's going to start firing off the Bone Club against the Gastrodon.
Gastrodon's Mud Slaps will look a lot deadlier than usual as this Marowak is currently debuffed. Switch timer not up for Arrow. He's not able to switch out and reset the debuff, but what he does have is a big energy advantage. Bone Club after Bone Club, Matcha with a no shield, and this Gastrodon is now going to reach critically low health.
Matcha understanding that there is a Play Rough banked on the Azumarill. And we see a catch! The body slam onto the Moltres, keeping that Marowak around. And what that allows for Arrow is he understands the rollouts are not going to do much at all to the Marowak, so it keeps an amount of health that's going to be difficult for Matcha to deal with.
Arrow still has 2 Protect Shields. He is going to invest in the Moltres, but there's so much energy on this Licky Licky. Licky Licky gonna farm up, gonna try for a farm down that it does not get. Moltres hangs on, makes the fly, and Matcha's forced to burn the final Protect Shield.
And this is where it starts to get dicey. You have so much energy on the Licky Licky. There's a charge attack, and it's fired off first. Matcha didn't want to throw it at the wrong Pokemon, so he waits a turn, but this allows the Play Rough to get off first. This is gonna put Licky Licky really low. It knocks it out, actually, and now Arrow has the pressure. This body slam should knock out Azumarill, but he still has a Protect Shield, and I think Arrow's about to take game 3.
The fist pump from Arrow. He looks at the crowd. He's feeling it. One more bubble takes down Gastrodon, and Arrow's moving on to winners round 4.
Arrow pulling this one out. It was looking tough at times, but he finds a way to get the win. On the door of the losers bracket, Matcha was knocking to send Arrow down there, but he found a way to stay afloat and found the win conditions in the end.
What beautiful gameplay by Arrow throughout the entirety of that game number 3. Even when the Play Rough got caught onto the Steelix, he didn't let it phase him. He recognized that Steelix loves to throw Psychic Fangs early, so I can save the Azumarill energy. The Azumarill energy was available before the Steelix, but recognizing that if the Steelix fires off the Psychic Fangs, then he can preserve it, switch out, and there was that catch, which was very unfortunate as the Azumarill wasted the energy, but it set up the Marowak to be a menace in the end game.
I love that point that you bring up, because as the Steelix, right, you want to debuff the opponent to increase that Thunder Fang damage you are inflicting. But what that allowed was to delay the switch timer, set up the Marowak, get that farm down, and really put Arrow in an advantageous position. I think game 2 especially, it looked like he was in a really tough spot after he lost the switch advantage, but just stayed calm, found a way to win, put himself in a position game number 3 where he led the Moltres into the Gastrodon, but still had to deal with that Licky Licky safe swap, which is no easy feat, and Arrow finding a way to get the win.
It seems like it's all going right for Arrow. Newly engaged, getting wins on stream, running a team that's a little bit different to what he normally runs. This is a bit more of a conventional team, but sometimes running conventional teams can allow you to really maximize your skill expression. Meta's meta for a reason, Rise, and he put it to very, very good use in that matchup.
Typically known as a player that's running Spice, but a little bit more meta, as you said. And we take a look at the top 12 Pokemon here in usage for Seattle. Still number 1 is that Empoleon. Shadow Marowak not far behind, but not a single Pokemon over 50% in usage.
What shocked me the most looking at this Rise was look at number 4 and look at number 12. From 4 to 12, it's 28.9% to 21.4. There are so many Pokemon that maybe aren't the best Pokemon in the meta, but are all very playable, very strong picks in their own right. So I really feel like this shows that there is so much ability in this meta to run different choices on your team, whether you have the Gourgeist, which Matcha had, whether you end up going for arrow strategy of the Galarian Moltres and the Guzzlord. There's so many viable Pokemon right now, and I think that can lead to some very exciting matches.
And what that could signify with so many Pokemon, as you said, in that 20 to 30% range, is maybe different archetypes of teams. Maybe teams opting for the Empoleon Altaria core, or maybe teams going for Azumarill or Jellicent as the water type, and maybe pairing something else with those Pokemon that fit it better. So, like you said, it seems like there's a lot of different options, and teams are generally leaning towards one sort of archetype or the other with these cores of Pokemon that play well together.
And that was actually a very timely moment to bring up Jellicent, because as we take a look at our next matchup here, we've got a Jellicent on the side of Motiques and a Jellicent on the side of Out of Pocket. Jellicent was a big winner of this most recent season's move update with the buff to Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball going to 50 energy, Hex 13 energy per, which means every 4 hexes, you are spamming out a Shadow Ball. This is an incredibly efficient attack, and it's part of why Jellicent has started to rise towards the top and is so high in usage.
It's very fast-pacing to such a heavy-hitting move, as you said. And another Pokemon that stands out to me on Out of Pocket's team is that Alolan Ninetales, a Pokemon that can be really strong in neutral matchups with that Powder Snow Weather Ball combination. We'll have to take a look at what attack is Out of Pocket's electing for the second attack. Looks like he's going for Dazzling Gleam for that heavy-hitting fairy damage, as opposed to that Chilling Water Community Day attack that Alolan Ninetales got. But Out of Pocket with that ice-type Pokemon, and it's one that can be really strong neutrally, but with most teams having an Empoleon or a Scizor, you run the risk of getting it locked in a matchup where there's almost no way to overcome it.
Taking a look at Motique's team, Motique's, is my understanding, is a bit of a hometown hero here in Seattle, and a Pokemon that I really want to highlight is Shadow Charjabug. Shadow Charjabug, I think, has some very interesting matchups. Discharge on Charjabug is a very underwhelming attack, but with that extra Shadow bonus, suddenly Discharge hits a lot harder. Volt Switch is already very strong, so that these Shadow Volt Switches can absolutely shred, to the point where in some of these matchups, like against the Galarian Moltres, Shadow Charjabug could even potentially consider going for a one-shield full aggressive farm down, and then just exit with a ton of loaded energy. And taking a look across Pocket's team, he has 3 weaknesses to Electric, and 2 Pokemon that don't have a resistance to Electric. So outside of that Shadow Marowak, it looks like there is quite a bit of neutral play here for that Shadow Charjabug if it can dodge that Marowak.
It's a Pokemon that can really benefit from that Shadow variant, as you said, because the oppressive nature of it in a matchup like Altaria, for example, just makes it a lot better for the Charjabug, where you're more on the attack versus the defense. And Charjabug, it will be an interesting one here. It does make you think twice if you're Out of Pocket with positive matchups against the Empoleon, Jellicent, and Moltres. You may feel like it limits your potential lines unless you run the risk of going with an ABA-style team. So we'll see what Out of Pocket decides to do here against Motiques.
And watching Out of Pocket play, I feel like he is a very consistent player. He is a player who won't make as risky of lines as some trainers, but he will oftentimes try and find, like, what does he feel gives him the best opportunity to just try and do what a lot of these top players do, which is trying to, like, neutrally position their way out of matchups. The best example from today would have been that Nighttime Clasher Mormon Matt Game 3, where Nighttime Clasher was able to catch moves, kind of move the pieces around the board back and forth up until he was able to get himself in a favorable position. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see him heavily lean on the Licky and that Shadow Marowak, just because they are 2 of his more neutral options against that Shadow Charjabug.
Out of Pocket, also a player that's known for his preparation, always doing scrims, practicing matchups, and when he takes a look at a Pokemon like a Shadow Charjabug, I don't know how many reps maybe he's gotten against that particular Pokemon, so he's just got to adapt on the fly, and here we go. We're ready, and it's going to be the Alolan Ninetales catching the Marowak in the lead.
That is a great lead for Out of Pocket. Immediate save switch by Motiques, sending in Wigglytuff. No clear response available for Pocket. Pocket just going to look to farm up a ton of energy on that Ninetales, farming up to the back-to-back Weather Balls before unleashing energy.
First Weather Ball incoming against the Wigglytuff, and it's going to draw a Protect Shield early for Motiques. Wants to keep the health on this Wigglytuff, but not before another Weather Ball. Opting for good timing, doesn't want to fire off that Swift too early, and actually double shielding the Wigglytuff in the lead.
Out of Pocket could have potentially tried to catch out of this matchup, but it looks like Pocket is going to be no shielding because you can't really go for an Icy Wind against the Ice-type Alolan Ninetales. Going to go for the Swift. Swift lands. Ninetales will hang on and will make this Weather Ball for Out of Pocket, but no, before he gets there, a Swift is available, and Pocket's just going to be letting this go.
And Out of Pocket understanding that the Marowak isn't really that devastating for his backline. He has neutral answers for it. Oh, and the aggressive pivot into the Shadow Charge-a-Bug, but it's met by its worst nightmare, the Shadow Marowak.
This is where it could all go wrong for Motiques. Shield comes up from the Marowak. Pocket will know that this Charge-a-Bug is now on its 2 cycle, so Pocket will look to farm up. He's going to farm up to the back-to-back Bone Clubs. Bone Club only neutral, but the Shadow Mudslaps have done enough damage that Bone Club should be enough to deliver a knockout onto that Charge-a-Bug.
And the damage recognition from Out of Pocket, understanding he can go for his cheaper attack, saving him 10 energy right now on his Marowak as he sets himself up for this end game. And in comes the opposing Marowak, which is not going to appreciate the Mud Slaps and the Bone Club being dealt its way. First one incoming from Out of Pocket.
Pocket very clearly had a game plan for this game, and that was trusting in the Marowak with an advantage. He was able to give it a 2 shield advantage, and it is paying off in a big way. Shadow Charge-a-Bug has fallen. Marowak will fall momentarily unless Motiques gets a catch out. In comes the Wigglytuff, but the Wigglytuff has no energy. It threw it at the Ninetales. Pocket gets the double up, and Pocket may not even have to reveal his final Pokemon.
Exactly, and if you can play the mind game of not revealing what you had in the back, it can only benefit you going into the next one. Out of Pocket firing off the Bone Club. The Licky Licky chilling in the back, gonna get to take this game off, get some rest, and the Bone Club knocks out Motiques, taking game 1 in confident fashion for Out of Pocket.
A bit of a bold choice to lead the Alolan Ninetales, considering that Alolan Ninetales plus Marowak, a Jellicent lead could be a little bit tricky there, but the Jellicent was not on the lead for Motiques, and Pocket was really able to punish, staying in with the Ninetales, taking advantage of the fact that Ninetales is such a big pacing advantage. I absolutely loved that decision by Pocket to farm up to 9 before throwing the Weather Ball, because then as Wigglytuff tried to throw it good timing, suddenly there was another Weather Ball. Both shields were gone, and then Marowak was just a wrecking ball in the back.
Just a masterclass there from Out of Pocket. I love something that you mentioned as well, saying trusting in the Marowak behind shields, because you look at Motique's team, and it really has play against everything with that protectional advantage. Even against the Altaria, we talked about, has some play there if it's ahead. And even against the Jellicent, Marowak can just straight up win the 2-shield scenario in that matchup, which is pretty crazy because of the sheer pressure of Mudslap plus Bone Club.
It a little bit surprised me to see that ABA to Jellicent that had the Alolan Ninetales in the lead, because if you save switch a Marowak into the Jellicent, Jellicent can throw the Surf, deny the Mud Slap, and then that matchup becomes a little less clear. But it pays off for Pocket. Sometimes you have to take a little bit of a risk with the lines that you bring, and now does Pocket try and go for a punish of a potential Jellicent adjustment from Motiques, or does Motiques just try and stay with what he ran, but just try and play it a little bit cleaner and not give Marowak that 2-shield advantage?
Motiques also had the aggressive play, swapping that Shadow Charge-a-Bug, was maybe just taking a gamble that the Marowak wasn't there and it would be something else, but it was immediately punished by Out of Pocket. So now you have to think twice if you're Motiques about bringing that Charge-a-Bug again. And if you're Out of Pocket, you put in so much work with that Marowak, you have to assume it's going to be coming again for him. Players taking one last moment to lock in their lines.
I would love to see a line choice from Pocket here that is basically as strong as possible into the opposing Jellicent, because if that's what Motiques thinks could have been the key to victory in Game 1, sometimes adjusting and predicting your opponent's adjustment can be the key to success. Just trying to lock in a team that says if there's Jellicent anywhere, it doesn't have anywhere to go, and with Pokemon like Licky Licky and the Galarian Moltres, Pocket has that opportunity.
And here we go. We have a lock-in for game number 2, and it's going to be Shadow Marowak into the Wigglytuff, relatively neutral lead.
But take a look at that Galarian Moltres in the back. It's a Jellicent Marowak backline in the back for Motiques. Pocket farms up, waits the turn. He does not want any catches. He wants to ensure the Bone Club lands on its intended target or pressures an early shield from Motiques.
You called it, Home Slice. The back line ganging up on that Jellicent of Motique. So unless he has a way of maybe preserving this Wigglytuff, I don't know. It seems like the Jellicent really has nowhere to go. Icy Wind does get the Protect Shield back from out of pocket. He's going to be building up extra energy and firing off the Rock Slide, which does a little bit more damage than the Bone Club.
I like the decision to go for the Rock Slide here. In my eyes, going for the Rock Slide kind of shows that Pocket just wants to get whatever damage that he can, and now, if he wants to, he can choose to just let this Marowak go and go for farm. Oh no, he actually puts up the shield. He's prioritizing Switch Advantage, and Switch Advantage, I mean, the Galarian Moltres is good into everything at this point.
And actually coming in with the Marowak doesn't get off that final Bone Club and comes in with the Moltres. And this is maybe the window that Motiques needed to give himself a chance. He does have the Protect Shield, so could get to double Rock Slide here before the Moltres could get to 2 charge attacks. First one incoming, gonna do some big damage to the Moltres.
That decision to play for Switch Advantage for out of pocket appears to be backfiring in this game. As you correctly identified, this energy on the Marowak, it was so key for Pocket in game 1, but now it's Motiques taking a page out of Pocket's book, and if he can neutralize and get as much damage as possible onto the Licky Licky and Moltres, then it could be the opening that he needs for Jellicent to somehow survive this backline.
Now, one key factor here is going to be, can Pocket efficiently get rid of this Marowak without allowing potential body slam catch? He waits the turn, calls the swap, connects the Shadow Ball, and this is going to be much better for out of pocket, where he can help secure this matchup against the Jelly without putting himself at a disadvantage.
You can see the reaction there from Motiques. He was hoping it was a body slam, but it was not. Pocket waited the turn, predicted what was in the back, and that is a fantastic play from Pocket, as this Surf will get the Licky Licky low, but notably will fall short of the damage needed to take the knockout.
The overfarm from Pocket actually, catches onto the Moltres. I don't even know if that was necessary, but go for some style points. And now Pocket, after this catch and the knockout of the Moltres, can simply double up on the Shadow Ball. He's at 100 energy. There is not a charge attack loaded on the Marowak, and he's going to be able to connect not 1, but give me 2 Shadow Balls. Get rid of the Marowak. Out of pocket, staying on top.
What a sequence from out of pocket. The mid-game looked a little unclear with the Marowak energy, but Pocket did not let the catch happen. He gets a catch onto the Moltres, slams the door on any win cons for Motiques, and Pocket in top form in Seattle.
All smiles for out of pocket there, and although it seemed like he made an interesting call fighting for the switch advantage because he didn't know what was in back, and it did open the door for Motiques, he still found a way to utilize the back line in its most effective way to get the win, even going for the catch at the end. I feel like he maybe could have just done the Shadow Ball as well, but that just made it even more dominant in the favor of out of pocket.
I do feel like the catch ended up making it probably a slightly more efficient end to a game, because Motiques in that scenario feels so much pressure to fire off that Surf. Like, I need to take the knockout, and so he can kind of take advantage of the pressure that Motiques feels to get that catch, and then Licky Licky energy was just so good.
The Moltres, we see the instant replay, takes the Rock Slide, and this patience. Patience is a virtue, and out of pocket displayed it there to perfection. He waited, I feel like that was more than one turn. I feel like that was a few turns he was waiting to get that swap and get that read, because that particular play, if Motiques catches a body slam, right, from out of pocket, I think that completely flips that endgame on its head, where you essentially waste an entire charge attack and still need to fire off 2 Shadow Balls to get rid of the Jellicent.
I think that is a very wise point. This endgame, it looked clean from Pocket, but it definitely could have gone wrong, and it shows to how clean Pocket's play was, is that body slam. Not only is it a waste of a lot of energy if it's caught, but it doesn't change the amount of Shadow Balls you need to take the knockout. Even with a body slam plus a Shadow Ball, you just cannot roll out down in time before Jellicent gets to too many moves. So by Pocket's patience being a massive part of that endgame, and then able to take advantage of Motiques. We saw on the replay, Motiques was tapping on that Surf before it was even available, because he felt the pressure. I need to get this move off. He gets the catch, he doubles up, and Pocket, he just makes it look easy.
Pocket did just that, made it look easy against a tremendous player in Motiques, who is a Go Battle League leaderboarder, really talented trainer in himself, but out of pocket just showing off the experience there and getting the job done. Here, looks like we have a couple trainers coming up. MJJU and Sorry, our other trainer here. Two newer trainers on the scene, and we've got some spice picks as well that are going to be taking the stage.
I am very excited to see Raikou. Shadow Raikou is an incredibly fun Pokemon to use. Raikou did receive Aura Sphere, which does give it incredible coverage. Taking a look at the movesets, it looks like it is Thunder Shock, Wild Charge, and Aura Sphere. And taking a look across this team, I only see one resistance to Electric. So if Raikou is ever able to get up energy, then this Raikou could potentially run away with it if it's able to successfully dodge that Marowak.
Yeah, we're gonna get into this action. My apologies on the names. We're gonna go with MJ and Jet here. Okay. MJ and Jet are the names of these two trainers. And excited to see some new faces take the stage and really bring the spice with that Raikou, as you mentioned. Galarian Weezing, a Pokemon that I personally love using. It can be so devastating with that access to Fairy Wind, that same type attack bonus Sludge as well. Can do so much damage and can be a menace. So that Galarian Weezing could really put in some work in this matchup. It finds itself against the Umbreon, for example.
Oh, right. Taking a look at the movesets, it looks like it's Fairy Wind, Sludge, and Overheat. So just with Fairy Wind and Sludge, Furret, Florges, and Umbreon, and with Overheat, I don't think Corviknight would be a big fan of that at all.
And what I guess one negative as well to that moveset is the Jellicent then becomes a counter to the Galarian Weezing with not having access to that super effective Brutal Swing and resisting both of the charge attacks. So Weezing, I feel like it looks really, really good here for MJ. We'll see if she identifies it. If it can avoid the Jellicent, it has play against all the other Pokemon on Jet's team. So he'll have to be worried about that Galarian Weezing.
Jellicent does look very strong into 5 of MJ's 6, because interestingly, this is a regular Kanto Marowak, not the Shadow, which means that as a regular, it doesn't have the damage output needed to win that 2-shield matchup versus that Jellicent. So with that in mind, Jellicent, it's pretty interesting into 5 of the 6, but it's a game of basically avoid the Furret. So even though it's strong into 5 of 6, in some of those games, if you think that, well, the Furret has to be brought, then potentially you could consider benching that Jellicent, even though it looks so strong, and then just trying to build a line that is as strong into Furret as possible.
The Furret may be necessary to deal with that Jellicent, and the moveset on the Shadow Raikou gonna be Thunder Shock as the fast attack, as well as Wild Charge and Aura Sphere. Extremely fast pacing to such devastating charge attacks. I really hope we see that Raikou in action, because it's not often you get to see it on the big stage. But a very fun Pokemon, and something that MJ will have to be weary about. If you allow shields to go down, that Raikou can go to town. So have to have that in the back of your mind.
An interesting moveset choice from Jet is going to be the Florges. Now, this is a moveset that you will actually be very familiar with yourself. Fairy Wind, Chilling Water, Disarming Voice. So opting for a fairy move over Trailblaze. Talk to us about how that moveset can be a benefit in this meta, because that moveset worked out pretty well for you at a tournament not too far back.
I appreciate that, and it is a moveset you typically see Trailblaze as the second attack for that ground coverage Flores, but Disarming Voice, a harder hitting neutral attack, also gives coverage against Altaria, which could otherwise be a bad matchup for the Florges. But here we go. We have a lock-in for game number 1, and oh, we see it immediately, but not where it wants to be. Raikou into the Marowak.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for the Raikou. Immediate safe switch into the Umbreon, but no Galarian Weezing to answer it. Instead, it's the Empoleon. But this matchup right here is where Empoleon, even though it has an incredible typing, its lack of bulk will definitely be exposed, because as this foul play lands, that does do a sizable amount of damage onto that Empoleon.
The foul play, a little bit underwhelming in terms of not potentially being able to two-shot the Empoleon. So this is an intriguing secondary matchup here. And if you are Jet, you must understand you have to fight for the switch advantage, right? Because you do not want that Raikou aligned with the Marowak. And we actually see MJ recognize that as well. She wants switch advantage, so she's going to be shielding up the Empoleon here.
Empoleon gonna look to farm up quite a bit of energy. Oh, tries to go for the charge attack priority tie, but sorry to Jet will very happily take that free Snarl, because that makes Umbreon's already pretty fast pacing even better.
Another foul play firing off was already loaded with energy, so electing just to throw it immediately rather than doing one snarl. First foul play coming through the Empoleon, not quite at the chart attack, so Jet once again firing it off immediately, putting the pressure on the Empoleon and going to let it go, so is successfully able to retake the alignment.
And that switch advantage will be critical. Jet now gets to see the entire line. Jet now knows it's Marowak and Corviknight, so Jet could definitely feel pretty comfortable staying in this matchup, letting the Umbreon get knocked out. The Corviknight doesn't have a lot of offensive pressure into the Umbreon, so Umbreon is probably going to get some very nice value into this Corviknight, as even this Air Cutter, it's not going to be remotely close to knocking out that Umbreon, even though it's already into the red HP.
Not going to knock out the Umbreon, and hopefully for MJ, we see, gets the boost on the Air Cutter. That could be consequential for Jet, as another foul play coming through. MJ now has the potential to farm down this Umbreon, and if you can give yourself an advantage with all this energy, maybe you give yourself some play. But actually gets to a foul play, the bulky Umbreon, before going down.
Even with the boost, the Corviknight not able to take the knockout. The Umbreon held on 1 HP to make a last-second foul play. Corviknight all the energy in the world as in comes Raikou. I don't think Raikou is going to be a big fan of this payback. That gets no shielded. Can it survive?
This is a boosted payback. Almost one-shots the Raikou, and gets it with one Mud Slap as well. But you're met with a Corviknight. Now, this is so interesting. This is not a good matchup for the Marowak, but you have such a big head start on energy. I don't know, it might be able to overcome its counter in the Corviknight.
Corviknight able to absorb that Rock Slide very comfortably, but this energy lead for MJ could just overwhelm the Corviknight. Getting the Raikou sniped down as well means that Raikou can't potentially try and Thundershock down the opposing Corviknight later in the game. Shield comes up. Jet has a lot of energy. Does Jet decide to go for the Air Cutter bait? Yes. This could be a pivotal moment in the match. MJ thinking it through. Shield comes up, and now Jet. Does Jet get the boost?
Massive bait call for Jet, and gets the boost as well. He's already at the payback. It is a non-shadow Marowak, so it may be able to hold on here, but it's gonna do a lot of damage. Puts it quite low, does get to the Rock Slide, but Corviknight should be able to hang on to this.
Can Corviknight get a farm down and exit with energy? That could be a big swing for Jet. Rock Slide lands. Corviknight is very low. There's the switch out into the Corviknight, and Corviknight will not be able to be farmed down. Jet fires off the Air Cutter to preserve as much HP as possible.
Good awareness, firing off the Air Cutter very quickly to avoid the opposing Corviknight getting there, and the sand attack's gonna be too much. Lifting Jet to victory here, even after leading his Raikou into the Marowak.
I loved the play by MJ to get aggressive and snipe down the last little bit of Raikou HP with the Marowak, but that pivotal end game shielding decision, is it the bait, is it the nuke? Shielding the Air Cutter and the Air Cutter boosting was everything Jet needed to fight back from that very tough lead matchup.
That game swung back and forth. The Umbreon safe swap proved to be a problem for MJ as Jet was able to flip the alignment, but then trying to give yourself an advantage when you've lost one. Went for that big farm down against the Umbreon, but Umbreon was just such a nuisance. Got off so many foul plays. What was that? Maybe like 7 foul plays Umbreon unleashed in that game before going down, just making it a little bit too much to overcome the alignment as Jet was able to flip it.
And this beautiful snipe play by MJ, unfortunately still was not enough. Jet recognizing that he had to throw right away to preserve as much Corviknight HP as possible to survive the Mud Slaps and get the farm down. Great endgame win con recognition by Jet, because that endgame, it was not so clear, but it was very precisely managed by Jet, and Jet takes that 1-0 victory.
We could see a potential adjustment from Jet, maybe electing to bring that Galarian Weezing. Has such great play against the Umbreon, and after it did so well for Jet, you'd think he might be electing to bring it again. You talk about also has that overheat coverage for the Corviknight. Could be a very bait-dependent matchup, but when you land that overheat, it's not gonna feel good for that Steel type, as both players getting ready to lock in.
We've got lock-ins. Game number 2, Shadow Raikou returns, but this time finds a target as it's led into an Empoleon Corviknight core.
Oh man, this is not good at all for the Empoleon, and MJ actually electing to stay in for the moment and play this out as there is another Pokemon in the back that doesn't want to see this electric type. Aura Sphere coming through, gets the Protect Shield. You almost have to Protect Shield it, or otherwise you say bye-bye to Empoleon. Hydro Cannon will draw a Protect Shield as well.
The Marowak hits the bench for MJ, and that means Shadow Raikou is looking absolutely terrifying. Raikou will even outpace here. Jet could look to overfarm. There's a catch attempt onto the Weezing, but Weezing does not have a resistance to Wild Charge. No baits here from Jet. MJ thinking through this decision. MJ lets it go. Wild Charge connects. One hit KO. Down goes Weezing.
Down goes Weezing. Maybe was hoping that she caught an Aura Sphere there, but the Wild Charge completely devastates the Weezing. And now this is going to be a lot for MJ to overcome. And Empoleon comes back in, met by the Umbreon, which will just be used to really soak up this energy from the Empoleon.
This is great recognition by Jet, recognizing that once that Weezing is gone, Umbreon is so safe. So once the Weezing got one shot, Jet was immediately reaching for that safe swap, knowing that no matter what is in the back, Umbreon will do fine.
Empoleon firing off these Hydro Cannons, trying to get rid of this Umbreon, but it's not going to go easy. Pesky Umbreon takes another Hydro Cannon and getting off another foul, actually not electing to throw, and then a catch by MJ, trying to make some use out of that Empoleon for later and catching the foul play onto Corviknight.
Corviknight will still take some pretty sizable damage, but Raikou hits the field. Raikou's so fast to get to the Aura Spheres, won't even need a Wild Charge at this point in the game. Air Cutter, however, it's resisted, but will probably threaten a knockout here because the sand attacks have really started to add up.
Air Cutter draws the final protection. I wonder if Jet is trying to double up here. No, actually, just firing off the Wild Charge, and this will be interesting. I wonder if there's any way the Empoleon can actually Metal Sound down after this debuff before another charge attack. It is not going to be able to, it looks like, so firing off the Hydro Cannon instead.
That was a bit of my worry, is if the Wild Charge is thrown, then doesn't set up a farm down. It appears it did not. Shadow Raikou, not the tankiest Pokemon around, but turns out was tanky enough to withstand those Metal Sounds. In comes Corviknight, and this is just checkmate. There is no way for Empoleon to get rid of a fully 8 HP Corviknight.
Corviknight just going to be too bulky here, as you said. Takes the Hydro Cannon, can fire off this Air Cutter on the chart attack priority, and this should be enough to knock out the Empoleon, and it does. So Jet with the 2-0 victory here, showing us his style with the Raikou.
I love to see a Pokemon like Raikou having success, and Raikou has brought both games. Sometimes if you run something and you just get a terrible lead, and you can just say, you know what, I'll run it back. Maybe I'll get a better lead. And it was very clear that MJ expected an adjustment, that the Raikou, after leading into the Marowak, would be benched, but it came back on the lead. It caught that team ABA weak, and Raikou took KO after KO.
You mentioned it earlier with trainers liking to go ABA in a situation where if you swap, you're still at a disadvantage because that Pokemon can fire off an attack right away. And that's what we saw in that last game. You lead weak with the Empoleon, but if you swap something in, you're just going to get outpaced to a charge attack anyway. So that Raikou was so oppressive in the lead, it just proved to be too much for MJ to overcome.
And that Wild Charge landing was devastating. Weezing getting one hit KO'd, and once that Weezing was gone, Umbreon was just too bulky. Raikou taking a second knockout with Wild Charge. It was Wild Charge City in this game.
It was wild, to say the least, and Hydro Cannon had to be thrown there to knock out, but too little too late. Corviknight gets the game-winning Air Cutter, and Jet is going to be moving on. Some nice plays from him, and it's great to see these newer trainers taking the stage and getting some variety in Pokemon as well.
Kind of taking inspiration from spicier anti-meta trainers in the past, coming out to a tournament, running some fun picks of their own, and that Shadow Raikou, I don't know if I can call it fun as much as I can call it deadly after that series, because Raikou, that game too, Raikou was taking KOs left and right. It put so much pressure onto that team.
I think I felt like I got shocked when I saw that Wild Charge land on the Galarian Weezing. That was some devastating damage, essentially one-shotting it from full health. You don't see that often with a neutral attack in our game, but it shows you the pure power and the attack of the Raikou. So big props to Jet there for getting the win. And I'm taking a sneak peek at our next matchup. It looks like we're gonna have Shadow Mimikyu taking on Lil Winery next.
So that should be a pretty exciting matchup coming up. We do still have a bit of time while these players do get on the stage. So we'll be taking a short break here, and when we get back, we are gonna have an incredibly exciting matchup for you. Stay tuned.
Hello, trainers. We're here at the Seattle Regional Championships. I'm Duo Butters, joined by Rosemary Necra. And you just went to the Kalos Go Tour last weekend, played Pokemon Go. And I wanted to do a fun thing called Shiny Maxing, because some of these trainers, they travel long distance, they work so hard like you did at that tour. They should get their opportunity to show off what they earned. So first off, I just want to ask you, how was your experience at the Kalos Go Tour?
Oh my gosh, it was incredible. I had never been to an in-person event outside of one of the good old OG Philadelphia Safari Zones when they were still called that. And so my first time seeing this, wow. First off, the Rose Bowl was so cool. And then second off, just being able to see everybody travel throughout the park and just be there to enjoy Pokemon Go, that was like a really heartwarming experience.
What was your highlight? Was the highlight raiding? Was it egg hatching, shiny hunting?
Oh.
What was your highlight of that weekend?
I kind of just tried to make sure that I did a little bit of everything because there was so much to do. You had all of the new Mega Raids for Victory Bell and Malamar. You also had the Mega Night, which was the first time they did the nighttime portion at one of these events. And so it was like non-stop gameplay from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Speaking of nonstop, I know you went nonstop, especially with egg hatching, because there were some shinies only available from egg hatching. This is where we're gonna do some shiny maxing. Let's actually look at your collection, do a collection inspection, and show off those shinies that you got, and just explain what shinies you hatched last weekend and how was it hatching those Pokemon?
Okay, so there were two new shinies that you could get from eggs, and that was Klefki and Hawlucha. And that was
so
really
nice.
Cool because I think both of them look sick.
Yes.
And given that Klefki has been one of those Pokemon that has also been relatively hard to get.
Regional locked at times. Yeah.
Yes,
Same
exactly.
with Hawlucha as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was so excited
Yes.
to finally have my own opportunity to hatch these
Yeah.
Pokemon. They were only in 10K eggs, so I had the Excellent or the Egg Adventure add-on for the event, which gave me a higher chance to get 10K eggs out of swimming
Right.
stops and gyms. And then there was also a half hatch distance on top of the fact that I was using super incubators. So 10K eggs were hatching in 1.7 kilometers. And I hatched over 340 eggs.
Oh my goodness, I
in 3
actually didn't
days.
know that.
Yeah.
What? Oh my god, you're an athlete.
I was actually
Wow.
running half marathons throughout the
Oh my
place.
goodness. Wow, those are the conditions. And this is the trainer, the athlete. I actually didn't know you hatched that many eggs. That is insane. You did tell me, were you literally running? You were joking now, but were you literally running?
I was literally running. So there was a point in the weekend where I realized that I might be able to collect myself a full Shining Living Dex. So that is every stage evolution in shiny form. So I'm talking
From that event.
From just that event.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
She's
I
not
was
shiny
so
maxing
close.
that hard for the entire living deck. Just that
Oh,
event.
for Kalos. Yeah, no, but I was successful.
Wow.
I was successful bar one.
Wow.
And this is where I started sprinting really hard because we got.
What portion of the event was this? Was this on Sunday?
This was Sunday.
Sunday. Okay.
For the final 2 hours, I realized that the last Pokemon that I was missing was Xerneas. And I ended up doing 35 raids on Sunday. And the hard part was that the park was actually quite big.
Yeah.
So it was a lot to do and see, but that meant that the gyms were really far apart. So I was sprinting from one end of the park to the middle of the park and back and forth. And that alone, I think I was probably sprinting almost nonstop for 2 hours.
Wow.
I'm out of breath. I'm very sweaty. This has to be my last one. It has to be shiny. Otherwise, I think I'm a failure. It's not shiny.
And I was unsuccessful. I did not get the Xerneas. So I had to trade for it.
But that's also something you can do at these events, though. So let's actually see. Can we see the traded one that you got in game? Let's look at it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna show off for already. I have like the whole decks here. I had like 7 Scatterbug coming into the event, and I did trade a lot of them away in order to get other things.
Wow.
I caught all the fur fruit trims.
Oh my goodness. I love the different variations of Furfro.
I mean, Hone Edge was also really cool. That was a new
Yeah, it's a new shiny. Yeah, and also viable in Pokemon Go PvP. Shout out. Yeah.
Yeah, so cool. So that was really fun with the backgrounds. Yeah, it's.
Wait, you actually are shiny max. These are all the shinies.
Have everything. Yeah,
Oh my
everything,
goodness.
every stage. And then the Xerneas I got from one of my friends. I traded away my extra Hone Edge, and I got what we would call Christmas.
With the background,
Yeah.
of course. Oh my goodness, that you can get at sometimes at these specific events.
I was so happy. Yeah, the LA background and everything.
Wow, that is actually insane. I knew that you were flexing. I literally only knew about her 2 shiny regionals of the Klefki and the Hawlucha. I didn't know she was that loaded. This is literal shiny max. I'm not gonna lie, I think this might be one of the best event performances ever by a Pokemon Go trainer. I think at least top 10. For the 10th anniversary of Pokemon Go, top 10 performances at a Go event.
But share yours.
Yes.
Because this is the best part, I think, about going to the events. Like, yeah, I had so much fun. It was so cool to be able to play, especially in the city part of the experience, to also get the increased shiny chances. So we were outside of the event, walking home, and like, oh my gosh, I'm still getting shinies. Like, that was so fun.
Well, all I want to say is next event, I want to challenge you and see who can get more shinies the next event. Maybe
Okay.
challenge you as well at home.
Gosh, yes.
This was so much fun. Thank you so much, Rosemary, for showing your collection. This
Thank
was
you.
shiny maxing, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon Go Seattle Regional Championships. My name is Home Slice Henry, joined by the one and only, where did Rise go? Oh, hello. Hi, Butters.
Where's Rise? Is Rise on stage right now? Is he competing right now? No, he's not. He's going to cast still the rest of this tournament, but happy to be here to cast with you for the first time ever. Home Slice Henry, let's get this hype train rolling. And I already saw a Pokemon that we have up next. You mentioned it to me. We got a Shadow Gyarados matchup. Of course, the winning Pokemon from DHC United at the last North American Regional.
I cannot wait. I feel like we're probably 2 of the casters who appreciate like the anti-meta picks the most. And so it feels like a little bit of a treat for us that right away, game 1, Shadow Gyarados, Shadow Mimikyu. Shadow Mimikyu is an incredible grassroots battler. And I'm so excited to see what Shadow Mimikyu can do with Shadow Gyarados. Because if DHC United's run in Toronto taught us anything, that Pokemon is deadly.
Oh, I'm absolutely an enjoyer of the spice. And that's why I love to see the last matchup with 2Jet running the Shadow Raikou, because I believe that was his first tournament ever. So just starting off, right off the gate, getting spicy with the Shadow Electric, what a way to start off your championship series career. But up next, on stage, like you said, we got Shadow Mimikyu in Little Winery, and I believe we are back to winners round number 3. That last matchup that we saw was a winners round number 1, but we're jumping back to a little bit ahead in these winner side matchups.
And taking a look at the teams, it looks like both trainers are actually running Gourgeist. It feels like since Credilli kind of fell out of top usage, the meta has kind of been having a lack of grass types for a while, but with Gourgeist surging after Rise actually won Merida with it, the influence of Rise on the meta is crazy. And you know what? I think I might know where he went. I think he might have gone to the crowd to watch Gourgeist versus Gourgeist here in this winners round 3 of Group D.
And this Gourgeist is paired with the Wigglytuff. I mentioned this before, but from what the top trainers are fearing the most is that core of Gourgeist and Wigglytuff. It's so hard to break up in this meta. You have some Pokemon that can do it, but you don't have a lot of core meta Pokemon that can do it. And on Little Winery side, what do you even bring to break up that duo? It's really tough.
That duo looks so incredibly strong. An interesting thing to note about how trainers are constructing their teams now, especially the Shadow Mimikyu team, is with the fall of Talonflame and the rise of Gourgeist being the Incinerate user of choice. Back in the day when Talonflame existed, Talonflame would actually probably really like to see Shadow Mimikyu's team with Gourgeist, Wigglytuff, they have the Fortress, even Empoleon. But with Gourgeist as the main incinerator of choice, that Wigglytuff Gourgeist matchup is neutral enough that you can actually get away with stacking up a lot of those Talonflame weaknesses.
And if Giratina guy or Inadequence was here, he would definitely have that Shadow Talonflame. And you know, Shadow Talonflame could be stronger in the meta right now because a lot of trainers are not running Gastrodon. A lot of them are running that Shadow Kanto Marowak. But we got game number 1 between Shadow and Little Winery, and there it is. There's that incinerator user. There's the Gourgeist into the Empoleon.
Now this is a very neutral matchup across the board. Empoleon generally slightly favored. Save switch by Shadow Mimikyu, saving energy on the Gourgeist. Low Winery, not a clear answer available, so gonna stay in and fire off the Hydro Cannon, which I think Shadow would definitely prefer to take the Hydro Cannon here than take that Empoleon energy anywhere else on this team.
And both these trainers are running Empoleon and Gourgeist on the team of 3. Throwing this second Hydro Cannon that's gonna be not very effective, and Shadow Mimikyu can take that no problem. Gonna be able to get a bunch of energy, but the thing for Little Winery, do you now swap into your Azumarill to try to soak all this energy? No, instead just taking the not very effective Hydro Cannons on the Empoleon.
My question is, with the 2 Incinerates that have landed on the Empoleon, is this now double Hydro Cannon range? It's going to be very close, and it looks like it is. Oh, tries for the catch, but the patience of Shadow Mimikyu reading that catch, going to try and bank this energy and pivot out. No, unable to do so. Switch timer not available, forced to fire off energy, but now the switch timer should be up for Shadow Mimikyu.
But the problem is a little bit is now you're almost at Ice Beam, so now swapping in, going to go ahead and land that, going into the Ice Beam, which is going to be super effective into the Gourgeist here. It's not going to be enough to knock it out, but do you use a Protect Shield just to keep this a little healthier? No, actually just lets it go, chunks it, but you're never going to get bubbled down, so you're actually really still safe in this matchup.
I'm a little bit surprised that Shadow Mimikyu chose to bring in the Gourgeist here, considering that the Empoleon lead from Low Winery is very, very weak to the Stun Fist that Mimikyu has in the back. I would have been a little bit surprised to not see the Stun Fist get brought out here, because there's a bit of a worry that if the team is very weak to Stun Fist, the third could be strong to it, and it is, as it's the Gourgeist for Low Winery.
You know, I think Shadow is predicting there's no Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back. I think he's running ABB weak to Shadow Kanto Marowak, and there's the Incinerate down, and as soon as you didn't see that Shadow Kanto Marowak, you know your Stun Fist is safe. You have 2 Pokemon weak to that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but Little Winery doesn't have it. Instead, having to bring in that Stun Fist, but this is just so tough being able to resist all the damage here. It's going to be unleashing Seed Bomb after Seed Bomb.
If you thought you've seen Mud Bomb do not a lot of damage, you haven't seen this matchup yet, as you can fire off easily 2 Mud Bombs, and even 2 Mud Bombs as we watch this damage land will not take the knockout. Gourgeist has a good amount of bulk. It has the resistance here. Mud Bomb lands, and that does nothing, Butters.
It literally almost did nothing. Here comes the swap on charge attack priority. I believe it did register. Little Winery is going to be able to throw the Seed Bomb into the Empoleon. Was that on charge attack priority? We'll never find out, because he doesn't use protection, which might have got knocked out if he used the protection here. Here comes the Stun Fist once again. 2 protections remaining. You don't even need to use them. Oh, actually does.
You get 2 Protect Shields per game. You may as well use them even if the Mud Bomb's not going to knock out here. But Gourgeist just in complete control. Seed Bomb after Seed Bomb. It just feels completely unstoppable. That mid-game decision of Shadow Mimikyu bringing the Gourgeist into that Azumarill instead of the Stun Fist looms large, because once that Gourgeist got too low, all it did was just feed energy to the Gourgeist for Low Winery.
No, that's a fantastic point. Knowing that you might have this backline matchup is just so tough for the Stun Fist. Saving the Protect Shield, gonna get to the next Seed Bomb. There's 1 Protect Shield left for Shadow. Probably gonna use it here to just try to keep playing out this matchup with any hope of trying to win, yes. But Little Winery, of course, still has that Empoleon in the back and is just 1 more Incinerate away from the game-winning Seed Bomb.
The Seed Bomb is reached 1 turn after the Mud Bomb, but Little Winery still has the Protect Shield. Shield comes up. The Gourgeist has a little hat, it looks like, as well, and will be able to secure the knockout here with this Seed Bomb. Game 1 for Little Winery. Both trainers have Gourgeist, but it feels like Little Winery was able to better position the Gourgeist to just completely devastate that endgame.
What a classy Gourgeist and a classy victory for Little Winery as she takes down Shadow in that game number 1. And if we look at the teams, how do you answer that Gourgeist? It was so devastating in that game number 1, and there is not a ton of answers on Shadow's team. Maybe the best answer, is it the Shadow Gyarados?
Shadow Gyarados, especially if it's able to get up a little bit of energy, could be very strong there, but that matchup can be a little bit uncomfortable because the Gyarados is so fragile that even a Seed Bomb, only hitting for neutral damage, will still do quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, and you're able to, of course, resist the Incinerates, but your Aqua Tail is going to be resisted, so you have to get all the way to the Crunch energy, which you do generate energy quite quickly on the Shadow Gyarados. I actually would love that pivot, because when you see that line from Little Winery, having the Empoleon, having the Gourgeist as well, I feel like the Shadow Gyarados could have a lot of play into that team of 3 that Little Winery has shown in. Otherwise, what actually do you even really do? Your team is pretty weak to Gourgeist overall if you're Shadow.
Yeah, opposing Gourgeist, very, very tough here. It kind of makes the Fortress a very difficult Pokemon to bring because otherwise Fortress does look pretty decent, but when you know that Gourgeist is being brought and when you don't really have a particularly hard check to it, it makes life very, very tricky for Shadow Mimikyu. So will Shadow Mimikyu try and bring out that Gyarados as kind of the Hail Mary to try and check this Gourgeist? We'll find out momentarily. We got lock-ins. Game number 2, Lil Winery versus Mimikyu, and it is that Shadow Gyarados leading into that Gourgeist.
That's exactly where you want it. You have it into this classic Gourgeist. You're going to be able to resist that Incinerate damage in. Even at this point, if you get to crunch energy level and throw the Aqua Tail, you could probably get the Protect Shield. Getting the Protect Shield from this crunch, can you also get a debuff here?
That's a pretty big swing of momentum for Lil Winery to correctly shield the nuke move because Gourgeist is now doubled up on Seed Bombs. Incinerate is resisted, but it sure doesn't look it against the Shadow Gyarados. Gyarados has already lost about 30% of its HP. Shadow calls the Seed Bomb bait. That's a very nice play.
Lets it go, and now 2 Protect Shields remaining. You probably want to use the Protect Shield here, but then you're in range of maybe getting knocked out by 2 Incinerates. You can definitely take 1 Incinerate from this range, but you don't want to take 2. Here's the next one. Gonna land the crunch. It's gonna be super effective. Remember, the Gourgeist, it does have the Ghost typing as well. So getting that last protection from Lil Winery. Lil Winery just investing into the Gourgeist, and why not? It's such a strong Pokemon. Then having to send out your Empoleon.
In comes the Empoleon, but Empoleon down energy to the Gourgeist. Gourgeist will make the Shadow Ball, and then Lil Winery will have the ability to pivot out and try and save this Gourgeist, since Gourgeist is so incredibly safe. And there it is, Empoleon getting brought into the mirror. And this time, as opposed to last game, it's Shadow who has taken the 2 Incinerates on the Empoleon to put it into double Hydro range.
Right, and at this point, you are a Hydro Cannon ahead. You're going to throw your first Hydro Cannon. Now they are neutral in terms of energy. Actually, no, because of the extra Metal Sound, Lil Winery is going to be ahead by 1, throwing the next Hydro Cannon, but you're out of range, and you can never get Metal Sounded down, and so you're going to be able to soak both of these, and now the timer is almost up. You do have an opportunity to swap on this next Charge Attack if you would like for Shadow.
And does Shadow decide to save this Empoleon? Hydro Cannon lands. Next will knock out. There's the switch and the catch. What a play by Shadow as he tries to fight back against this Gourgeist.
And this is an undercharge, but at this range against the Shadow Gyarados, it's still going to knock out. Shadow Gyarados goes down, but that's a 3rd Protect Shield. That Shadow Gyarados was so low health. That was a sacrifice shield, saving that Empoleon. And now you have your own Gourgeist. No, actually comes in with the Empoleon swap into the Azumarill. So this Azumarill is going to be able to clean up this Empoleon. But first, here comes the Drill Peck.
If Lil Winery is able to get a full bubble down, that would be massive because Gourgeist, it's not a fan of having to deal with these super effective Ice Beams. Shadow desperately trying to get to his Switch Timer, firing off Drill Peck after Drill Peck. He does not want Azumarill to get this head start.
I think he's pretty much there. He's going to be at his Switch Timer in just 1 second. He has it. Does he swap? Does he try to catch an attack? No, he's actually just going to try to get for 1 more Drill Peck, but actually banks it for the backline and gets an Incinerate through.
The Incinerate sneak is big. Gourgeist desperately trying to outpace Azumarill. Ice Beam is going to connect. Azumarill, it's 2 off. It's getting outpaced. Seed Bomb is reached, and the Azumarill should be low enough. It's going to be close, but I believe Azumarill will get knocked out here by this Seed Bomb.
Here comes the Seed Bomb. Super effective. Knocks out the Azumarill. How much energy is on Empoleon? Not enough. Do you try to transfer this energy? Do you transfer it? No, you just go for the Drill Peck. The Drill Peck is going to be enough, and that's going to be able to knock out. But remember, there is 1 Charge Attack banked on the Empoleon for Shadow Mimikyu. Do you want to use it here or do you want to save it? You need to save it. Can you farm down? No, instead you get farmed down.
As close as it can get, Empoleon, just not enough HP in the tank. Lil Winery, great gameplay there. That's a 2-0 series victory, and you love to see the sportsmanship on stage. Handshaking there, but great gameplay from Lil Winery. I really loved Lil Winery's ability to position her Pokemon in that series, dancing the Gourgeist in and out, pivoting back into that Azumarill, and Azumarill getting that huge energy head start was everything as it forced energy from the Gourgeist and then set up the Empoleon to sweep.
Honestly, the Gourgeist was a force of nature for Lil Winery in that matchup. Just was so brutally strong. Just double protection even against the 1 Pokemon that might have a chance is that Shadow Gyarados. Mimikyu, I think in the only opportunity that he had a shot was when he was over farming on his Empoleon just to bank that Charge Attack. You could have gotten out of that matchup earlier and maybe had some more health on your Empoleon for the end game because, of course, a Metal Sound will do less damage than the Bubble would, so you might have had a chance in the end game, but it's so tough in those scenarios.
And the Shadow Gyarados, it got both Protect Shields, but unfortunately, that's where the lack of bulk on the Shadow Gyarados can be a detriment, as there was even a beautiful catch. Save the Gyarados, got the catch, and even a catch still wasn't enough to overcome this Gourgeist double water strategy.
And that Empoleon Gourgeist core here is just looking really strong, especially in these battles. Gourgeist in general just doesn't seem to have a lot of hard answers if it's not Guzzlord. And Guzzlord in this meta right now is a little vulnerable, even though it's so strong. There's progressively more and more fairy types. We have the Wigglytuff that was 7th in usage. We have the Azumarill that's 6th in usage. And you can't forget the Florges as well, the Pokemon that was paired with the Gourgeist by our co-caster Rise Occasion in Merida.
And we've seen some Disarming Voice Florges so far today, so it definitely feels like Rise's win did have a pretty sizable impact on the meta. Gourgeist usage is skyrocketing. The Florges that we're seeing, because I feel like we used to see a lot of Florges, we're now seeing not as many, but the ones that we are seeing are running Disarming Voice, so that way they do have that neutral same type attack bonus move, and it's a Florges that can actually beat Altaria.
Yeah, it's really interesting tech to have the Chilling Water, but just forget about the Trailblaze and just have that extra fairy type attack, especially now where a lot of trainers are pivoting more to Galarian Moltres as well, right? We're seeing that all over the place. We actually thought that we might see some Shadow Annihilate in this tournament. I at least heard some rumblings, but so far, not really a lot of Shadow Annihilate. Of course, Shadow Annihilate did win a recent regional championships, but let's get on down to the stage because we got Caleb Payne versus Derek as our next matchup.
Caleb, another caster who is taken to the stage to battle. We are very lucky to have so many casters who are unbelievably good battlers as well. Now, anytime I see Caleb on a stage, I was gonna say, I'm expecting Bastion, and there it is. Bastion paired up with Gourgeist. Gourgeist basically ends up being the perfect core pairing for Bastion as it covers it against Stunfisk, Gastrodon, the fighters that you don't want to see. But taking a look across at Derek's team, his opponent, that Malamar looks to be a rare Pokemon that can beat both the Gourgeist and it can beat the Bastiodon.
Has that Malamar, also has an Alolan Ninetales as well. We've seen that Pokemon increase in some usage in other regions, but here in North America, we haven't seen it that much. But against Caleb's team, you definitely don't love to see some of the Pokemon Caleb's team, like the Gourgeist, but actually a little neutral because you have that super effective ice damage into the Gourgeist as well. So I actually don't mind the ice type coverage right now in the meta, especially if people leaning a lot on Guzzlord and also the Gourgeist, but this might be the last chance for Caleb and his Bastiodon here, because Bastiodon, as you might have all heard already, in the next update for the next PvP season that's released very soon, the SmackDown power has decreased, so Bastiodon won't be as strong in the next meta.
This could be the swan song for a Bastiodon. Caleb trying to get it, that trophy that he so wants Bastiodon to get, but I honestly feel that he's at a team comp disadvantage here. The Feraligatr for Sorlo looks very, very strong into this team as well. Sorlo's doubled down on the ice coverage. Not only is there the ice type Alolan Ninetales, but the Feraligatr is running the coverage move of Ice Beam. So that means Derek has a lot of options for that Shadow Altaria. And when it comes down to it, the Shadow Altaria and the Corviknight are probably the two better answers into the Malamar. But even Shadow Altaria, if either one of the Altaria or the Malamar is Shadow, then that matchup in the 2-shield will very heavily favor the Malamar, as Malamar can land a foul play, take advantage of the pacing, and then just Psywave down in the 2s.
It's a fantastic point about the Feraligatr. That's going to be a little bit of a blast from the past. I mean, it is the 30th anniversary this year, and we are going to celebrate 10 years of Pokemon Go history. And a historic Pokemon in Feraligatr does look awesome versus Caleb's team. Like you mentioned, even against a normal type like the Licky, it doesn't really struggle against Licky because you can get double Hydro Cannon into Licky. It has great dimensions into that matchup, and you don't have to worry about the more feared Furret in previous iterations of normal matchups. So I think Feraligatr's coming to the party every single time. It has an invitation that will last forever, and I think that makes it way harder to bring the Bastiodon if you're Caleb as well. So that's a scenario that he's used to, though. He's used to just sitting the Bastiodon's bench pressure, just playing with 5 Pokemon, a situation that he's very comfortable in.
We've got lock-ins. Game number 1, Caleb Peng versus Derek as these battlers prepare down on the stage and Shadow Altaria into its target. What a lead for Caleb as Altaria is Gastrodon's worst nightmare.
And we do see an instant swap into that Alolan Ninetales as a safe swap. And this is not bad, right, Henry? Because you're able to throw this neutral damage and you resist payback. If you get a little bit of energy ahead, this matchup for Alolan Ninetales is fantastic.
Alolan Ninetales actually does so well here. This Corviknight is running Air Cutter and it's running Payback, no Iron Head to speak of, and that means for Derek, this is a very safe no shield. Air Cutter lands, no boost comes through for Caleb, and as Caleb, it would have been very nice to get a boost there because that Air Cutter without any boost just really does not do a lot of damage onto the Ninetales whatsoever.
Yeah, you need to get some extra ramp up on your Sand attack as well, and you didn't get that boost. You're at the next Air Cutter now, but suddenly, can you even get the farm down here before the next Air Cutter is available? Corviknight's a weird Pokemon. It doesn't have a lot of hit points. It just has a lot of defense. So now, is you're going to try to go for the Powder Snow down? You get the attack rates. Can you just get the Powder Snow down? Yes! Derek does ensure it.
Oh, that was such a close one. In comes Licky Licky. Oh, and he banks a bunch of energy, pivots into the Gastrodon.
Oh,
this baits back out the Altaria, but unfortunately, Gastrodon is gonna have a very tough time here.
And you have a Protect Shield disadvantage in this matchup as well, so you're gonna be throwing the Body Slam into this Altaria, one of the better answers in the meta to that Gastrodon. Yes, it is a Shadow type, but it can absorb that no problem. It can also absorb the next Body Slam, so Caleb just patiently trying to overfarm as much as possible.
The Alolan Ninetales will be winning Charge Attack priority over the Altaria when it reaches the field once again. Body Slam connects, getting the Altaria low. Sorlo does have a lot of energy, but as far as Caleb goes, Caleb has the Licky Licky set up in the position that he's going to want it, which is Licky Licky on the field, and it's not going to have to deal with the Malamar or that Gastrodon.
And you get the farm down as well. You can bank all this energy, almost at double attacks here. Caleb trying to pivot, the Licky Licky pivots the Licky Licky, and then Derek actually doesn't throw, and then finally, no, actually Caleb throws the Body Slam. Derek has to use his protection because he doesn't want to waste all that energy.
There is so much energy stored on the Shadow Altaria in the back. Alolan Ninetales farming up, throwing 2 in the move, and that means the rollout does sneak through, and this just gets the Ninetales closer and closer to getting knocked out. Caleb is saving the Protect Shield, calling that it is going to be the Weather Ball bait. A Weather Ball thrown, trying to go for the Charge Type priority tie, but Caleb is not going to fall for it.
I think he's looking at the team sheets here. I think he's predicting what's in the back, and the Pokemon in the back is that for Alligator, which I think Caleb is predicting, and knowing that there's no fast attack pressure as the rollout does knock out. There's no fast attack pressure from the Shadow Claw, so you're in a really advantageous situation. Gonna throw the Shadow Ball, which does do more damage than the Body Slam.
Caleb is able to take advantage of the Gastrodon pivot in the mid-game. Shadow Ball lands into the Shadow Sky Attack. The energy stored on Altaria paying dividends for Caleb Peng. As for Alligator can do many things, but what it's not gonna do is survive that Sky Attack. Down goes for Alligator, and that's a Game 1 win for Caleb Peng.
And the combo attacks to finish it off 1-0 for Caleb. Pretty comfortable in that matchup, just really getting all of the advantage situations that he wanted, getting that Altaria into the Gastrodon, getting some extra attacks with his Licky Licky as well. Pretty comfortable game number 1 from this season trainer. Of course, Caleb Peng is a multiple-time runner-up. He is still aiming for his first regional championship ever. Can he do it here in Seattle?
Well, he has a very tall task ahead of him, and that's going to be defeating Derek in this round 1. Able to get the boost in that mid-game, but it was not enough. But what I loved by Caleb was the decision to save all of this energy, because he knew that if it was that Malamar in the back, the Altaria energy would go very, very far. And unfortunately for Derek, ended up trying to CMP tie that gave a free rollout that prevented that third Weather Ball from being reached, and that just set up Caleb in a prime position to succeed. Caleb making it look easy, but this matchup is far from it.
To Derek's favor, I think he really invested and utilized the Alolan Ninetales, right? And I think that's such a good choice against the team from Caleb. It's so strong into his team overall if you're going to be able to avoid the Bastion matchup or scare it away. So can in this game number 2, can he bring it again and can he adjust it to try to get even better situations for that Alolan Ninetales? Let's see. We got the matchups. It is once again the Gastron into Altaria.
That's not what you're hoping to see as Derek whatsoever. He's going to stay in this matchup, and Caleb has to be very, very happy. He's going to try and pivot out into Feraligatr. Feraligatr going to be answered with the Licky Licky, and with the Feraligatr cleared off the field, this could set up Caleb Peng's Bastiodon in the back.
And can you ever take the alignment here if you're Derek? Because if you can take the alignment, double Hydra Cannon sometimes can be enough after you get enough Shadow Claws through, but it's after multiple Protect Shields have already gone up. Do you fully invest in alignment here? If you do so, you could have your Gastrodon into the Bastion in the back.
It's going to be a tall task for the Feraligatr, specifically because he's made the decision to run the regular Feraligatr, not the Shadow. And the regular Feraligatr, it can get close, so close to taking that knockout, but with the Shadow Claws being double resisted, close is unfortunately not close enough. Hydro Cannon into the Licky Licky. Caleb's starting to feel the pressure as he does put up the shield.
And he has to. He needs the alignment. He's seen the lead Pokemon of Gastrodon. He knows his Bastiodon wants no part of that. He brought the Bastiodon, his signature Pokemon, in the back. Does Derek use all his protections? No, just lets it go. And then suddenly, this is a situation where you're trying to flip the switch. And now this Licky Licky is still pretty healthy.
And Licky Licky doing what it had to do in that matchup, which was preserving that switch advantage, because the Bastiodon in the back would get absolutely destroyed by the Gastrodon, but by preserving that switch advantage, everything's looking good for Caleb in this game. Water Pulse barely misses the knockout. A Body Slam, it's not going to do much to the Gastrodon, but Gastrodon can't really do much into that Shadow Altaria. The Shadow Altaria has so much energy.
Yeah, and you got that Furret in the back, which against Bastion is not going to be amazing, throwing those non-stain type attack bonus, sucker punches, going for the Trailblaze. Here comes the Body Slam. We know this doesn't do too much into the Shadow Altaria. Do we see the pivot into the Furret? 100 energy for Caleb, just banking it all up, finally throwing the Sky Attack. If there's no shields, this is going to knock out, so a Protect Shield from Derek to keep his Gastrodon around.
This preserves the Gastrodon, but unfortunately there's another Sky Attack loaded Gastrodon. Doesn't really get much value out of that Protect Shield. Altaria will take the knockout. There's the Furret in the back, but Furret, it just can't really do much against Bastiodon. Caleb knows it. In comes the Bastiodon rumbling onto the field, and this is going to be game over.
A satisfying moment to bring out your signature Pokemon to clean up a match victory. This Bastiodon just shakes off that Trailblaze. There is a Protect Shield advantage for it as well, so it's going to be able to clean this up, no problem. A pretty dominant 2-0 for Caleb. It hasn't happened yet, but we're on that way, right? You would say the writing's on the wall, right?
The writing does feel like it's on the wall for this one, as Trailblaze after Trailblaze from the Furret just will simply not make a dent into the Bastiodon. This is a boosted Trailblaze at that, and Bastiodon just does not care. Smackdown after smackdown, Furret succumbs to the fast move pressure, and that is going to be Caleb Peng. He knows it's just a Swift, he's not shielding, and he's moving on in Group G.
And this is just winners round number 1. So both these trainers getting their tournament started right now on stage. Caleb takes the victory, but for Derek, he moves on to the loser side. Can he make a loser side run as well, as Caleb comfortably moves on here?
You really felt the pressure that Caleb had on his lines from his Game 1 line of running the ABA Flyers. Because if that Malamar was brought, that's basically his only 2 real answers to that Malamar. But the Malamar stayed on the bench, and I feel like that may have been a bit of a missed opportunity, because that Malamar, it would have been so strong across the board into the lines that were brought, even just that Shadow Altaria as well. Realistically, Malamar didn't have any checks there, but it wasn't brought. He relied heavily on the Gastrodon, and Gastrodon, it's very feast or famine. If it's on that Altaria, it's going to be a very tough uphill to climb.
Especially in those situations where you have multiple flexible picks. You have the Feraligatr that's super flexible. You even have the Alolan Ninetales that is fairly flexible besides the Bastiodon. If you did pair it with that Malamar as well, then you have 2 Pokemon that can protect that Alolan Ninetales. That trio of the Alolan Ninetales, Feraligatr, and Malamar could have been quite strong in that matchup, but maybe we'll see that further in the tournament for Derek. But congratulations to Caleb once again. Early start, you know, there are seedings in the tournament too, so sometimes a lot of people, you enter your tournament and you're facing some of these top trainers as well. It's a tough start at times, but you're never out of it. We've seen some of the best trainers in the world. I mean, how many series did Pato Man win in a row? 14 in a row. You're never out of it if you're on the loser side of the bracket.
That was an unbelievable run from Pato, man. One thing I want to highlight about Caleb's gameplay was I felt like his energy management on a Shadow Altaria was very good. Shadow Altaria, I believe it was one of the Pokemon on my caster picks. If it wasn't, then it probably should have been. Because I really like Shadow Altaria's ability to actually do damage in neutral scenarios where it feels like the regular Altaria a lot of the times falls short. Like the regular Altaria into Stunfisk, you throw Flamethrower after Flamethrower, and it feels like Stunfisk just doesn't care.
Yeah.
But the Shadow, that Flamethrower suddenly feels very, very real.
Yeah, I feel like the only downside I've seen so far that's tangible is just against the Shadow Sizzler. The Shadow Altaria doesn't really like that matchup as well because you can't hang on to get as many charge stacks as the normal one. But I have to agree with you. I've seen some trainers use this tech, and especially in a more fluid battle, to be able to have fast attack pressure. Because remember, now Dragon Breath generates more energy, but it doesn't do as much damage. And because of that, it kind of takes away most of the playstyle dragons of the past, right? You used to be able to farm down with your Dragon Breath, but regular Altaria can't really do that. So I would love to see more Shadow Altaria in the meta as well.
And it sounds like that we have an interview lined up here with Soph and Caleb. So we'll get to hear more from Caleb about that 2-0 victory on stage and about that pick of running Shadow Altaria.
I'm here with Caleb for a very special interview after he just won Winners Round 1. Caleb, congratulations on your win. I'd love to hear how you felt about game number 1 when the A9 came in and you didn't have a great answer.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously if I had Bastion there, it would have been nice, but I think for the most part, my team is not as alignment as you would expect, despite the fact that there's a Bastion on the team. So I figured if I had shield advantage, my Altaria could put in a lot of work. The Licky was fairly safe as well. So I felt comfortable knowing that I could give up switch advantage and still find a win.
Nice. And speaking of Bastion, I know this is one of your signature Pokemon, and you know the casters were saying this might be Bastion's last dance. So I'd love to hear a little bit about me with Bastion throughout the years, what drew you to this Pokemon and what it means to you.
Yeah, I mean, people said it was his last dance like a year plus ago when they nerfed it the first time, so it might be back in a few more years, but competitively, I don't think he'll be great after this tournament, so going to give it one last run. All my grand finals appearance, I did have a Bastion on my team using it, or sometimes not using it, so I figured I'll send it on a farewell tour here.
Well, that seems like a good stat to keep up here. And, you know, we usually see you as a caster at these tournaments, but you've also been pretty successful as a competitor. So I'd love to hear a little bit about the process that you went through to come up with the team.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Inadequence and his server and all his TOs for hosting the practice tournaments. I initially was apprehensive about practicing in it because everyone we're practicing for this one, so I'd be practicing against potential future opponents, but there's really no better place to practice. And so I originally had a Marowak instead of the Altaria in that slot, and I just really struggled. Dialab Churn completely steamrolled me with the Glaring Moltres and everything, so I decided to bring in the Altaria, and I've been loving it ever since. It's been really, really good. Has a lot of great neutral matchups, and it's hard to bring fairies into a double steel comp and all these other things, so I've been loving it, yeah, and just it's been great practicing with it, and we'll see how far we could go with it this weekend.
Yeah, I think the Altaria looked really good for you in your last matchup, other than, of course, the Alolan Ninetales. Talk to me a little bit about the decision to use Shadow Altaria versus regular Altaria.
Yeah, the biggest selling point was it has much better matchups against Empoleon, against Jellicent, which are two weaker points to the rest of my team. A lot of people think Empoleon's really safe in my team, so they almost always bring it, but I don't really mind that matchup at all with the Shadow Altaria. And Marowak, kind of weird, you know, it's a Mud Slapper, but kind of a fraud when it gets hit by like one Hydro Cannon and gets taken out, so it just gives me a lot more flexibility onto my team, and it was literally the one missing piece that I needed to make it work.
Awesome. Well, thanks for sharing your insights about your team and your Pokemon, and I'd love to hear, you know, you mentioned Inadequence's server, of course. Is there anyone else you want to thank or shout out?
Yeah, definitely. I didn't really do any other practice with that, but shout out to all my supporters and fans, patrons, teammates that have always supported my journey throughout, and my family as well, who's been supportive of my weird career choices. And of course, shout out to the commentators for a great show and production. Of course, the judges who help make everything run as smoothly as possible. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and hope to see you soon. And for now, back to the casters.
Awesome. Great interview, Soph. And last dance for the Bastion on here. And I like how he was kind of trash talking the biggest counter for Bastion. He was like, Shadow Kanto Marowak is a fraud. Don't ever bring it. I mean, I think he's just trying to put that out in the air so people don't bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak against his team. But well done. This was round number 1 for Caleb. But can he make one of those historic runs, which I believe he usually only competes on the West Coast? I was going to say that he often does better on the West Coast, but I think he actually usually only competes on the West Coast.
And he's had some pretty strong performances. I remember, I believe it was my first ever cast in this booth. It was Portland 24, I think, where he ended up getting a second place with Bastiodon. So he's had success with this Pokemon, and now he is trying to give it what he believes is a fitting send-off to a Pokemon that has been a big part of his competitive Pokemon Go journey. And so far, off to a good start with a quick 2-0 victory.
And you know the weird part, it's actually been a big part of the North American regional circuit this season as well. We don't talk about it anymore because some time has passed, but how about the first two regional champions in North America had the Bastiodon on their team? So, I mean, Bastiodon is been strong in the past, but it's currently kind of strong. And next season, of course, will be included in this 2026 season, all leading the world. So it might fall off a bit, but maybe it has one more moment of glory. And speaking of some Pokemon that might have moments of glory, I was looking at some of the teams that have been submitted, some Pokemon that look interesting that we haven't seen as much recently. One thing that caught my eye, some of top trainers are running Shadow Malamar.
Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna pick your brain a bit. You're one of the best out there. What are some reasons to bring Shadow Malamar in this format?
I really like Shadow Malamar as a very effective Pokemon that, looks like we have battlers on stage playing rock, paper, scissors right now. Oh, Flying Pizza taking the victory. Sadly, that does not go on his score, but you love to see the battlers having fun on stage. But Shadow Malamar, it is a Pokemon that, even as we take a look across a lot of these teams, so many teams rely on Licky and Jellicent to be somewhat neutral presences, and Malamar does such a good job into both of those. So I would love to see some Malamar action on the big stage as the day progresses, but for now it looks like our next matchup will be Flying Pizza versus Man of the Hour.
Man of the Hour, losing the rock, paper, scissor to start us off, but maybe he's just getting the losses out of the way. Now he's going to get perfect alignment in the next couple of battles, but also another Feraligatr. I believe that is a Shadow Feraligatr from Man of the Hour, where we saw the weakness of that normal Feraligatr, not quite double Hydro Canning the Licky, and that's what I was thinking. I'm so used to seeing the Shadow Feraligatr double Hydro Canning the Licky. The Shadow Feraligatr can do it, so that Licky is a worse safe swap into the team, and once again, there's not a lot of reasons to sit Feraligatr, right?
Feraligatr just looks like it, especially if it gets a little bit of energy, it can be a very almost nuisance for Flying Pizza to remove from the field of play, because even if you send in something like a Galarian Moltres that is a Shadow Claw resist, suddenly it's the bait game of Ice Beam versus Hydro Cannon, and I feel like every time I'm going to go Battle League Butters, and I'm the Moltres. If I shield, it's a Hydro Cannon. If I no shield, I'm getting destroyed by an Ice Beam.
Yeah. And the problem is, like, the pacing is also faster with the Shadow Claw, so you really put the pressure even on the counter swap. So a safe swap Shadow Feraligatr here, you can still put the pressure on the Moltres, you can still put the pressure on the Licky, and then even if you come to soak all the energy on the Jellicent, which, yes, you resist all the charge attacks, you resist the Hydro Cannon, you resist the Ice Beam, but the Shadow Claws add up over time. I think Shadow Feraligatr is going to be a consistent factor for Man of the Hour here, which means probably it's going to feel like some old betas where we're going to see a lot of Galarian Moltres from Flying Pizza as well.
One very important moveset, bit of moveset information here on the side of Flying Pizza is the Florges. It's not running Trailblaze, it's Chilling Water Disarming Voice, which will give it a significantly better Guzzlord matchup. It gives it a charge attack that can actually throw against Gourgeist. So even though Gourgeist is still generally favored there, it at the very least is not completely walled. So I feel like Disarming Voice is actually a pretty big benefit for Flying Pizza in this matchup, and that's presumably matchups like these are why Disarming Voice is on the team, because Disarming Voice kind of gives you a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card against the Gourgeist, because otherwise you can throw as many Chilling Waters as you want. Right. Gourgeist is just not going to care.
Right, no, it's a great point, and it's a little bit of tech that we've seen in the past, but as the meta progresses, it gets even stronger, it feels like. So you might even see a lot more of the Chilling boiling water and fairy type from the Florges in this meta. We see so many of the trainers bringing the fairy type in this meta because it's riddled with the dark types as well. We have the Galarian Moltres on the side of Flying Pizza, and then we have the Guzzlord as well. One Pokemon that I want to talk a little bit about the meta of the hour is the Stunfisk. Stunfisk is a Pokemon that is kind of hard to hard counter without either a Mud Slapper or a Gourgeist. There is one Mud Slapper on the side of Flying Pizza, but otherwise you might bring that Stunfisk a lot as well if you're man of the hour.
Stunfisk has a lot of targets. Licky is a neutral-ish matchup, but generally favors Stunfisk as long as shields are in play. There's Jellicent, there's Empoleon, there's the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah.
So I think that's a very smart call out. It definitely has a lot of targets here. Even the Florges matchup, if you can get Stunfisk up a little bit of energy, somehow doesn't feel nearly as bad as it probably should. So I think Stunfisk is a pretty solid shout there. And Stunfisk, much like Bastiodon, has a really good pairing with that Gourgeist because Stunfisk can protect the Gourgeist from the matchup that it does not want to see, which is that Licky and the Galarian Moltres.
Exactly right. I think the Gourgeist, Stunfisk, and Feraligatr trio just looks so good for man of the hour. He did lose the rock, paper, scissors, but in terms of team composition, I feel like he has a lot of optionality, and that's exactly where you want to be in this scenario. And we did jump back again to winners round number 3. So these trainers have progressed in this tournament so far. So they're inching closer and closer to that winners finals. And I feel like that trio is going to be really tough for Flying Pizza to deal with. I mean, unless you just bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and then you can hope to hard counter the Stunfisk, or maybe if you catch the Feraligatr in a neutral situation and you double shield through it, like in the lead matchup.
I feel like with these Stunfisk teams, it almost in a weird way feels difficult to bring the Marowak because if you're running Stunfisk, just when building your line of 6, you have to be very, very particular with ensuring that you have multiple Pokemon that have that Mud Slap resistance. So even though it feels so enticing to bring the Marowaks, sometimes it can feel like a very large risk, especially when you have Pokemon like the Gourgeist, like the Corviknight, where Marowak, it doesn't feel nearly as strong as it typically would because it is at that typing disadvantage.
Yeah, and the meta is riddled with water types, and more over time. I think a popular line that I've seen so much in Go Battle League, Open Go Battle League, is the line from It's Accent, I believe, that Altaria in the lead in the double water types. It feels like the water types are still having their moment. There is that Shadow Feraligatr from Man of the Hour as well, which counters that Shadow Kanto Marowak unless you find it in neutral scenarios and you have Protect Shields remaining. So difficult decision for Flying Pizza to be able to handle this team, a team that a lot of people aren't really preparing for Shadow Feraligatr in this type of moment.
I'll be honest, Shadow Feraligatr was not really on my radar of a Pokemon to watch for either. So it is very cool to see Feraligatrs making some appearances here on stage, and it definitely has its targets. Even if it gets answered by something like an Empoleon that does actually wall it, the Feraligatr does have a really nice ability to hit back hard. The Shadow Claws hit for neutral damage. It looks like our battlers are locking in for game number 1.
And brings the Corviknight into the Galarian Moltres. That is a great matchup for the Moltres and the Feraligatr and Gourgeist in the back. So basically bringing 2 of those Pokemon, but not bringing the Stunfisk. Maybe that was a great call because there is that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back.
And this was a bit of a risky line here from Man of the Hour. Basically, Maya's running triple weak to the Galarian Moltres with the Gourgeist and the Feraligatr in the back. No Air Cutter boost as well, even though Galarian Moltres' charge stacks are resisted. What it does have is a double resistance to Sand Attack and an ability to absorb Air Cutter after Air Cutter without feeling the need to put up the Protect Shield.
I absolutely love this matchup as the Moltres. And there you do get the boost there, but now you have the opportunity. Yep, there he reaches for it. The Brave Bird. If you can land the Brave Bird here, it is going to be resisted, but does it go through 2 Protect Shields? Does he shield? No, it does land. There's only a little bit of health remaining. The Air Cutter is going to be coming off. You have to use a Protect Shield, though. Oh, no, lets it go.
Fully sacrificing the Galarian Moltres, and that's a big swing for Man of the Hour, because Man of the Hour has neutralized the Pokemon that would, in theory, give Gourgeist the most trouble. In comes Licky, however, and Licky is very strong into both the Feraligatr and the Gourgeist, so now for Man of the Hour, a very important decision to make. Do you go Feraligatr? Do you go Gourgeist? The timer counts down, 2, 1, 0. It's Gourgeist getting brought in.
I almost thought he's like, I'm going to let the game decide here, but no, actually does bring in that Gourgeist, and like you mentioned, you are threatened by these super effective Shadow Balls. We saw earlier in the tournament a trainer letting it through. Once again, letting it through, thinking it's a bait, but it's super effective. Lands into the Gourgeist.
and letting a rollout through as well. Flying Pizza very happy with this turn of events. Seed Bomb connects, but Licky Licky is very bulky. Licky Licky can now look to throw 3 rollouts, and the move gonna go for the body slam. It's double resisted, but the Gourgeist has lost so much HP. Even a double resisted body slam may be enough to secure the knockout here.
And he's going all in. He's going all in with the Shadow for Alligator, but there's still 2 Protect Shields remaining for Flying Pizza, so you have to get through this Licky Licky, which you can't farm down, and then you have to deal with a 2-shield Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back, where you're getting fast attack pressure as well. Here comes the Kanto Marowak.
Marowak hits the field immediately under pressure from the Hydro Cannon. This is Flying Pizza's best source of fast move pressure. The Licky Licky has been preserved. The one thing for Alligator cannot shield against is these Mud Slaps, and for Alligator is already well into the yellow HP.
Yeah, that's the huge problem, because even if you get the triple Hydro Cannon, you're just taking so much Mud Slap damage, you're pretty much in range of the body slam from the Licky Licky. So throwing this Bone Club, getting the last Protect Shield of the battle, it was just too tall of a task for the Shadow for Alligator to have to take out this entire back line. He's still trying, but it's tough here.
And for Alligator, it's guaranteed to take at least 2 more Mud Slaps, win Charge Attack priority. But the unfortunate thing is for Alligator is fully energy dry, and this means Licky Licky is guaranteed to outpace, make the body slam, and win the game, even if it has no residual energy, but it does. It's 1 off the body slam, well-executed endgame from Flying Pizza, and that is going to be a Game 1 win.
And we saw that opening matchup where he just let the Moltres go. We were kind of scratching our heads like, I don't know, you didn't necessarily need to play it that way to just soft lose the lead, but it worked out beautifully because that Licky Licky in the back landing the Shadow Ball that was so crucial in that matchup. It's such a tough 50-50. That has to be one of the toughest 50-50s, right? It's either super effective Shadow Ball or it's double resisted body slam. What challenges that? Maybe the Galarian Stun Fist 50-50 with Rock Slide and Earthquake?
Yes, from back in the day.
Yeah, maybe that can rival this 50-50 right here.
That was a tough one back in the day, and I honestly feel like that's a very good comparison, because if you get the bait called, it's so immediately catastrophic because you do no damage, but if you're able to land the nuke, you land such a critical, devastating amount of damage that I feel like that's a very apt comparison. And for Flying Pizza, that Marowak, so much fast move pressure, getting the shields, forcing the energy, and then letting Licky Licky, such a neutral presence in this meta. I know it wasn't super high users in day number 1, but I'm confident it'll be way higher in day number 2, as Licky Licky feels like it almost always leads to positive results.
Its neutrality is just so valuable in this situation and in these types of tournaments. So I think was it 4th in usage here? It has been climbing a bit. It had a breakout. I mean, obviously when the change of Shadow Ball was 5 energy less, somehow just 5 less energy, Licky Licky is just taken off, but that has helped a lot of Pokemon, and just small changes over time give a lot of Pokemon opportunity, and suddenly we're living in a Licky Licky world. And maybe, dude, are you calling, is it gonna be top 3 usage in day number 2? Are you calling it right here?
That would not surprise me. Honestly, I feel like top 3, I might not be respecting Licky Licky enough. This has a very good chance to be a top 2, if not the number 1 most used Pokemon in day number 2. Licky Licky, it just, if you put it on your team, you're basically guaranteed to never be out of a battle. Even if you're against a Mud Slapper or a Stunfist.
That's great.
You are just never out of a battle with Licky Licky on your team. It looks like we've got lock-ins here for game number 2. We've got the Battle of Shadows, Shadow Scizor into the Shadow Marowak for Flying Pizza.
I like this better for the Shadow Kanto Marowak than the Shadow Scizor. It is clunky for the Shadow Scizor here, but you can outpace the first attack. Throwing on Chiming here, just trying to throw after 7 to make sure to not let any extra damage through. Now do you pivot? I think a pivot is a great move from Man of the Hour. Do we see the pivot? No, actually just staying in the Shadow Scizor.
And that is really nice identification by Flying Pizza. If a Shadow Scizor is attack weighted, then sometimes the 2 Mud Slaps here can knock out. But Flying Pizza realized the Mud Slap would not knock out, and that's why Flying Pizza threw the Bone Club, to ensure that even though he's gonna have to go down 1 shield for switch, at the very least, he was able to get a shield back before giving up his second.
Great point out of the crucial tech in this matchup as Scizor goes down, and now the farm down is a little clunky. You're gonna have to go for the full sand attack down, but in the meantime, you're gonna have to take at least 1 Rock Slide and maybe a Bone Club as well. I don't think you ever get to the double Rock Slide, but it's gonna be really close.
Sand attacks do not do much. Marowak connects with the Rock Slide. Corviknight losing about half of its health bar. I believe the Bone Club at the very least can be reached. This is single resisted, but it will still add up onto the Corviknight. Man of the Hour thinking about putting up the shield, decides to not put up the shield. but this Marowak, it got a shield. It basically KO'd 1 3/4 Pokemon just by itself, and now in comes Galarian Moltres to neutralize this energy.
And you have a Protect Shield advantage, and you resist all of the charge attacks from that Galarian Moltres. So if you can power through this Licky Licky matchup, it's not over for Man of the Hour. Gonna be able to throw off that Mud Bomb. How many Mud Bombs do you need to take down a Licky Licky? It's gonna be at least 3 of them.
Licky Licky just absorbs hit after hit. The energy advantage for the Stunfisk will be critical here for Man of the Hour. Licky Licky does typically win the Zero Protect Shield scenario, but with a shield and energy advantage, Stunfisk is just going to try and get this Licky Licky as low as possible. But the name of the game right now for Flying Pizza is just trying to get the Stunfisk into a range where potentially the Galarian Moltres energy, even though resisted, could secure the KO.
And Flying Pizza just sending it with all the Shadow Balls, going for the extra damage, knowing that he's going to get knocked out soon, actually going for the double Shadow Ball in this matchup. Do you use your last Protect Shield on the battle? You don't really need it for Moltres, and yes, uses that Protect Shield. The timer is back up. You try to swap on a Mud Bomb. It's really hard to do that as a 3-turn fast attack. He tried it. It didn't pay off, though.
Oh, he tries to switch in, but he can't get to the energy needed to secure the KO. He had a lot of sucker punches, but not enough. Stunfisk back-to-back discharges are loaded. He reaches for the Brave Bird. He cannot get there. And just like that, Moltres is gone in a blink of an eye.
And the knockout on that Moltres means that the Lick Licky is back in the battle. Can maybe get to a Shadow Ball in time. No, is actually cut off from the Mud Bomb. The Mud Bomb, oh, actually, no. The Shadow Ball does connect first. This will be enough to knock out the Stunfisk here. How much energy is on the Corviknight? Corviknight's loaded, right?
Corviknight has so much energy. In it comes, going for the payback. A nice decision to not throw the energy at the Moltres with the Corviknight, saving it for later in case a combination play was needed. But no combination play needed here. Stunfisk puts in the work. The switch into the Moltres, trying to get enough energy to get to the Brave Bird. It just couldn't get there, and we're going to a game number 3.
What a beautiful moment to knock out that Pokemon with payback in game number 2 after your lost game number 1. That was a literal payback to win that battle number 2 for Man of the Hour. Able to use that Protect Shield advantage from the Stunfisk. He kind of went all in game number 1 on that for Alligator. Game number 2, he adjusts, he goes into the Stunfisk because Stunfisk is equally super strong against Flying Pizza's team if you can avoid that Marowak, which he did avoid by baiting it out in the lead matchup.
And Shadow Scizor getting both Protect Shields. The Corviknight absorbing all of that energy just to trust in the Stunfisk. And Stunfisk absolutely delivered back-to-back discharges, knocking out the Moltres, forcing the energy from the Licky Licky. And that let Corviknight, farming down a Marowak, leaving with a payback loaded, get the equalizer.
It's a tough situation because you know that you probably have to bring Shadow Kanto Marowak to every battle here. So you're pretty much just trying to find a good to great matchup with that Shadow Kanto Marowak with your Flying Pizza. But that was such a great point out against that Shadow Scizor in that lead matchup because it was bulky enough to take that Mudslap damage to be able to get that double Protect Shield. That just changed everything. So instead of maybe being kind of ABA weak with that Stunfisk in the back and Shadow Scizor in the front, you were able to get an advantage out of that lead matchup and then guarantee Stunfisk is awesome in your back line.
That line worked out brilliantly for Man of the Hour. A soft ABA where even if you see the matchup, you can generate some kind of advantage. And those I find to be the ABAs that frequently work the best. Even if you see what you don't want to see, still able to generate an advantage and convert that advantage into Stunfisk, just absolutely rolling through that endgame.
All right, we got a decisive battle number 3. This is winners round number 3. Group C, we're locked in. Who's gonna take it? Man of the Hour or Flying Pizza? We got the floor just into the Shadow Scizor.
Oh no, disaster for Flying Pizza. He looks at his team sheet for help, but he's not gonna find any there. In comes the Marowak. Man of the Hour answers with the Corviknight. And Man of the Hour, great lead, and sees the Marowak not on the Stunfisk. This is looking good.
This is fantastic to keep that alignment, bringing in the Corviknight, letting this go. And now, since you've taken actually so much damage, yes, he goes for the air cutter. I actually think he was one away from payback though, wasn't he?
That's good counting from Flying Pizza, recognizing this was not enough for the payback. No shielding as the air cutter comes through. Will we see the air cutter boost?
It's the boost.
Oh, the boost comes through, and that is very unfortunate for Flying Pizza. Flying Pizza desperately needs to get switch advantage. He needs to not have the floor disc on this Shadow Scizor, but a boosted Corviknight is going to be a very difficult Pokemon to remove from the field.
Maybe Flying Pizza using all his luck on the rock, paper, scissors needed it against that air cutter. The Bone Club does get Protect Shielded though, because both these trainers desperately want the alignment, but the problem is because of this boost, even if you Protect Shield this, Man of the Hour will be able to power through this matchup with Sand Attack. So Flying Pizza is forced to let the Marowak go, and another boost on the Corviknight.
This Corviknight is simply unstoppable. This is a +2 air cutter. Normally, Galarian Moltres does not mind an air cutter, but at +2, this will actually do quite a bit of damage. Wow. Moltres losing 40% of its health. Moltres gets a farm down just to meet Unova Stunfisk.
Man of the Hour put the best situation possible, having the Stunfisk for the Galarian Moltres, having the Shadow Scizor for the Florges, gonna try to chill out this Bug Steel type, but it's not gonna be enough as the Protect Shield advantage is still in Man of the Hour's favor.
It appears Flying Pizza constructed this line saying, you know what, surely Man of the Hour changes the team. And if the team has changed, then it won't be perfectly hard counter, but unfortunately Man of the Hour ran back that successful strategy, and this team from Flying Pizza, it was a gamble that did not pay off as Shadow Scizor lands the Trailblaze. Scizor makes it now to a Night Slash, and Flying Pizza knows there's no way to beat that Stunfisk in the back.
And Man of the Hour is able to reverse sweep here and take this winner's round number 3 and advance on the back of the perfect alignment. He lost the rock, paper, scissors, but he won the battles.
What I love to hear is even sitting here from the desk, we could hear the crowd pop off with cheers as Man of the Hour won that series. Clearly has some very nice crowd support here in Seattle, and he's having a pretty terrific run so far, taking that win, and I believe it was winner's round 3.
Yeah, and speaking of last dance, could be the last dance for Shadow Scizor as well. Shadow Scizor has probably been the best Shadow in the game for a little while now, but remember, in the Memories in Motion update that is coming out very soon, there's 2 things that changed for Shadow Scizor. Number 1, bullet punch damage has been reduced, so you're not going to be able to just chunk through a Florges like you just saw right there. And then number 2, even more crucial thing, Night Slash. Now, when you boost, it's no longer 2-stage attack boost, it will be a 1-stage attack boost, so situations won't flip so dramatically as we've seen in Championship Series.
And Flying Pizza really could have used Bullet Punch hitting less hard for less damage in that game, because the Florges is so close to a second Chilling Water, but could not quite get there, getting farmed down, and then it was just Shadow Scizor doing what it does best in this current meta, which is just overwhelm teams with offensive pressure.
Oh, that was awesome. I've really enjoyed the tournament so far. We've seen a lot of trainers master different Pokemon in the meta, but I want to see some trainers master some legendary Pokemon.
The one banished. The one that watches. A legendary Pokemon that exists in the shadows, feared for its presence yet coveted by trainers worldwide. Giratina has left a lasting mark on the world of Pokemon Go. In its altered form, Giratina thrives as a supportive force, anchoring teams and wearing down opponents with patient strength. But in its origin form, Giratina's true nature awakens. Freed from the chains of exile, it becomes a serpentine dragon unbound by gravity. Its attacks grow fierce, transforming it from a sturdy defender into a devastating closer capable of ending battles with overwhelming power.
Hey, Gira! Oh! It does it! Inadequate pulls up an impossible endgame there against Beelzebub.
It's no wonder that such a wickedly versatile Pokemon has claimed its place on championship-winning teams. Yet, having a legendary Pokemon is not the same as mastering it. It takes knowledge to unlock the full potential of these giants. Allow me to show you. Legendary Pokemon are notoriously difficult to obtain, but their power makes the effort worthwhile. They shine the most in the Master League, where their CP can reach staggering heights. But some can also be kept below 1500 CP, making them viable for the Great League. Trainers often trade with friends to secure legendary Pokemon that ideally sit as close to 1500 CP as possible, without exceeding that Great League threshold. Examples of legendary Pokemon that are very good in the Great League are Cresselia, Giratina, Registeel, Zapdos, and Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres was a key member of world champion Beelzebub's team. It has some of the best fast and charge attacks in the game. Once Mandibuzz ruled the skies, but now Galarian Moltres has taken the throne. With its dark and flying type, it is one of the best counters to popular ground and ghost type Pokemon. Giratina comes in two forms. Origin, offering more offensive pressure, and Altered, providing greater bulk. Recently, trainers were able to rescue Shadow Giratina Altered from Giovanni, and it has proven to be successful in the competition immediately. Its typing gives it 8 defensive resistances, making it one of the top choices as your ghost type Pokemon to bring to the battlefield. Next to strength and versatility, some legendary Pokemon focus on coverage and bulk. Cresselia has been a staple in competitive battles for years, thanks to its flexible choice of attacks. With Grass Knot, it threatens water and ground type Pokemon. With Moonblast, it handles dragon and dark type Pokemon. And with Future Sight, it delivers strong neutral damage. It has won multiple championships for a reason. Legendary Pokemon demonstrate that many favorites can find a place in competitive battles. With their strength, versatility, and coverage, they can be tailored to fill the role your team needs the most.
Whether it is in friendly matches or the Pokemon Go Battle League, mastering these Pokemon can give trainers a decisive edge.
Try for yourself by catching or trading one of these legendary Pokemon and adding them to your roster. Best of luck, trainers!
Welcome back to the 2026 Seattle Regional Championships. It's been an incredible day of action so far, and it is bound to continue. Alongside Sophia May, Chris Reisner joining you once again. And Soph, we have a battle coming up next between two terrific Canadian trainers that have made their trek over here to Seattle.
That's right. This is actually the first time that we've had a regional championships in Seattle in 10 years. But like you said, we've got two trainers crossing the border from Canada to come to this exciting new location for them. We've actually got Final Boss AJ and 610 Hero. I believe Final Boss AJ and 610 Hero were both in Toronto just a couple of weeks ago, and they've made their trek here to Seattle.
Final Boss AJ coming off 17th place in Toronto, matching her best performance to date. So she's in good form, and she's going to be fishing for that top cut. Trying to get to day 2 is such an accomplishment for so many trainers, and that's what's on her mind. For 610 Hero, we've seen him have great success back in the day, early on in the championship series, and here he is yet again, rocking a pretty meta team, but I would say there's a few picks that stand out on the side of Final Boss AJ.
That's right. AJ actually calls herself the Queen of Ice, so no surprise to see her bringing an ice type in that Shadow Walrein. Actually, we typically see Celia a little bit more often than Walrein now, that middle evolution, but she's also got some other interesting picks, such as the Kanto Ninetales.
The Shadow Walrein as well. I remember Pato Man last season bringing out that Shadow Walrein to great success, and Final Boss AJ bringing that as the ice type, as you mentioned, the self-proclaimed Queen of Ice. And it is a Pokemon, if you're not careful, can really wreak havoc. So much pressure spamming to those Ice Skull Spears, and the Powder Snow damage can add up quickly.
Exactly, and just this season, I believe the damage on Powder Snow actually got increased. And looking at 610 Hero's team, he really only has one Pokemon that resists Powder Snow, and it is, of course, that Empoleon. But, you know, if AJ can pull a shield advantage, pull an energy advantage, I think the Walrein could do a lot of damage.
And it looks like AJ is opting for Energy Ball as the second attack on that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, a Pokemon that has so many different charge attack options, whether you go for the Scorching Sands, for example, or the Overheat, but opting for that Energy Ball for some coverage against something like a Kanto Marowak if she finds herself in that position. So both trainers looking to get things going here. And one other thing, Soph, is the Ninetales acts as a hard punish to a Corviknight, which is otherwise usually a pretty safe Pokemon.
Oh, that's a good point, although you do have to watch out for those super effective sand attacks.
Those sand attacks can be can add up over time. And here we go. We've got a lock in for game number 1. It's going to be Ninetales against the Licky Licky. I would think favorable for the Licky Licky just because of that super effective rollout damage.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward position for AJ though, because she doesn't have a great answer for Licky Licky in the back, so she's probably looking to just stay in here with the Ninetales, maybe soft lose this matchup.
First Weather Ball unleashed, an efficient attack, and Ninetales on that Ember fast attack generates energy so quickly. So already at the double Weather Ball as 6'10" hero looking to farm up more energy, throw on proper timing. Weather Ball connects, leaves Licky Licky quite low.
Yeah, and 6'10" is actually going straight for the Shadow Ball, going to be harder hitting than the Body Slam there. I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out, but AJ is going to let it go.
Shadow Ball connects, leaving Ninetales deep in the red, and another Body Slam unleashed. 6'10" hero vying for that switch advantage, and AJ is going to give it to him. So Licky Licky able to comfortably take the zero shield scenario against the Ninetales.
Yeah, but this is a great situation for AJ to get this nice counter snow down. We see the Walrein now up energy, and like we were saying, 6'10" doesn't have a hard answer to this Walrein. He did not bring the Empoleon to this matchup, and now this Walrein able to do some damage.
Icicle Spear coming through. This is gonna put the Florges into the yellow health, as we see it's not opting for the Trailblaze moveset. A particular scenario here where Trailblaze might be nice to have, but going for the Disarming Voice, this will still hit for some heavy neutral damage.
Yeah, you do see it land. AJ actually going to let it go, despite, Walrein being a very valuable Pokemon for her, farming up a little bit more energy before throwing this Icicle Spear. And 6'10", now looking at his back Pokemon, thinking the chances of Corviknight being able to sweep the rest of this game.
Icicle Spear knocks out the Florges, and now you got the 2-on-1. And before the Corviknight can reach the Air Cutter, it's another Icicle Spear, and this extra charge attack is going to pay dividends, making things a little bit better for the Jellicent in back, peeling off that Protect Shield, and now comes in the Jellicent not wanting to surrender that farm down.
Yeah, this game could come down to maybe some bait calls. You see 6'10" going straight for the payback here, maybe hoping AJ is going to try and call an Air Cutter, but she puts up the shield, and I think this shield right here is going to put her very far ahead in this matchup.
It seemed like AJ was almost expecting to shield an Air Cutter base. She was surprised when she actually was correctly shielding the payback, but that is huge. And now going for the Shadow Ball here, going to deal some heavy damage into the Corviknight, putting it well within Surf range, so now AJ can afford to go straight Surf.
Yeah, definitely straight Surf, and even these hexes are starting to add up, so she might not even need it. 6'10" not baiting, again, going straight for the payback. AJ, of course, shielding it up. Doesn't want to lose this matchup, and like you said, just going to go straight Surf here, able to reach one right now.
And because of the correct shield calls, this Corviknight just doesn't quite have the energy it needs. There is no remaining Pokemon on 6'10" Hero's side, so AJ does not have to worry about a catch, can just go directly for the Surf. That's going to knock out the Corviknight, and AJ looking to take game number 1 here.
Yeah, taking game number 1 with such a spicy team. Great plays there. We really saw the Shadow Walrein come in clutch in the mid-game, despite a pretty awkward lead situation.
You saw the threat of the Walrein, getting a few Powder Snow's head start, able to keep dishing out those Icicle Spears, and just keeping AJ in the driver's seat. It seemed like she was the aggressor throughout the battle, and getting to that one extra charge attack in the end was enough for Jellicent to overcome the Corviknight.
Exactly, like you said, peeling off that first Protect Shield against the Corviknight. 6'10" hadn't even seen the last Pokemon yet, so he didn't know what he might have to save shields for. And then, of course, being able to shield 2 paybacks in the end game really kind of sealed the deal for AJ.
And the Walrein, so just looks incredibly menacing for 6'10" Hero's team. I mean, you really like the matchup against the Marowak, the Moltres. The Corviknight just is a little bit slow to the threatening payback, so I would think Walrein likes that matchup as well. It's really only afraid of the Empoleon, which is going to heavily resist that Ice-type damage, and of course, the Licky Licky with the super effective rollout damage. But even that matchup probably isn't that bad for Walrein.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked AJ's game plan there. She was soft to Licky Licky all around, but like you said, Licky Licky is also the main threat to Walrein, so once it gets low enough, Walrein can start to farm down as we saw. So definitely expecting 6'10" to make some adjustments, maybe try to bring those Pokemon that have the best matchups against Walrein, maybe Licky Licky and the Empoleon, and then maybe a Kanto Marowak answer.
Maybe the Empoleon, like you said, and and you only are worried of the Jellicent and the Marowak on AJ's side, but if it becomes too predictable, right, maybe expecting the impulse, and you could try to gang up on it, and it could backfire for 610 Hero. But here we go. We've got a lock-in for game number 2. AJ took the first, and it's going to be a great lead for 610 Hero, catching the Marowak with his Moltres.
Yeah, AJ maybe was expecting to see the Empoleon or Licky Licky in the lead. Quick swap into Wall Rain, met by the Licky Licky. You see these super effective rollouts coming through, but this isn't that bad of a matchup, although we did just see a rollout come through.
With the slight head start, well, as you said, that rollout might make up for that head start, but Wall Rain, you see that Icicle Spear damage already at 50% health is the Licky Licky, and 610 Hero opting for the Shadow Ball, and AJ is going to correctly shield. Now, this energy head start is going to make things extremely uncomfortable for 610 Hero to try and retain the switch advantage.
Yeah, energy head start and shielding up the more expensive energy charge attack. That's going to be nice for AJ. I'm still not sure if it's going to be enough for her to potentially flip this matchup as we see 610 put up the shield, try to invest in switch advantage here.
Going for this Shadow Ball immediately. AJ, facing another decision, does not shield the Shadow Ball. Is there any way the Wall Rain can hang on and get to another Ice Blizzard? I don't think so. I think these rollouts are going to be enough. And oh, actually pivots into the Corviknight, giving up switch because it doesn't matter where the Marowak is. He's got an answer either way.
That's right. And actually, I like that play because AJ potentially would have been looking for a Mud Slap down, potentially get to a Rock Slide versus the Moltres. But 610's going to say, hey, I don't care if you know my whole team. I have 2 answers for the Marowak, so it doesn't matter. Air Cutter landing on the Marowak doesn't do a ton of damage, but starting to chip away and put it below 50%.
Marowak's going to do what it can here and unleash these Rock Slides. And here, 610 here, I really like this play because Corviknight as well can take these Rock Slides better than the Moltres, but we'll see how this plays out in the back. AJ just settling for the Bone Club here, wanted to get off this chip damage before allowing Corviknight to get to their charge attack.
Yeah, but this is pretty awkward because, like you said, we're going to have to see how the back matchup plays out, but AJ does have Cradilly, which 610 hasn't seen yet, and Cradilly has a pretty decent matchup into Moltres once you land the Rock Tomb.
The difficult part for AJ is going to be getting the bar. Oh, we actually see the immediate pivot, and this is going to be really interesting. If you're 610 Hero, you're slightly ahead, actually opting for the Brave Bird here. So this is a huge decision for Final Boss AJ. Do you put up the Protect Shield? She does. That's a huge call. And now a Rock Tomb is going to devastate this Moltres if it lands.
Yeah, I mean, you might even want to consider undercharging here because 610, oh no, he does put up the shield, but now the Moltres is going to take so much damage. I think you might still be able to, oh no, you're going to get outpaced with the Rock Tomb, right?
You get outpaced because the Brave Bird doesn't give you enough residual energy to get on that 6 cycle to the fly. So Cradilly gets off the Rock Tomb here, but there is still a lot of energy on the Corviknight. So 610 Hero might be okay here, reaching for that payback. He knows that the catch is there. Oh, doesn't fall for it. Extreme patience, and now is looking primed to try and even up this series.
Payback gonna land on the Cradilly. I was getting really nervous there about the catch, but like you said, so much patience from 610. Cradilly able to hang on, but again, so much energy. Now has an Air Cutter to finish things off.
Yeah, had the payback and the Air Cutter to back it up. Knocks out the Cradilly, and 610 Hero evens up this series 1 game apiece. What incredible patience there, Soph, to avoid that catch from occurring in the end game.
Yeah, I mean, after you've played 2 games also in a series, you start to notice player tendencies. And, you know, at 610, we've seen time and time again going for these heavier hitting charge attacks. We saw the Brave Bird just now, I think 2 Shadow Balls versus a Wall Rain. And then, of course, game 1, all of those paybacks against the Jellicent.
I saw you stressed out just watching because you get in these positions where the fast attacks, he was getting so low on that Corviknight, it was almost getting into range where the acids were going to farm it down. But he committed. And sometimes you have to maybe make that commitment. You have to say, I'm just going to call. You're going to try the catch eventually. And that's what 610 Hero did. Never reach for the charge attack until eventually that Marowak swapped in and was able to successfully get the farm down.
Yeah, you see a little bit of relief here when he gets that sand attack. And of course, paying off for him there, tons of energy on the Corviknight, you know, maybe over 100, but sometimes that's all you need.
Sometimes that's all you need. 610 Hero evens up the series here, so we go to a decisive game 3 after the Ninetales put in some nice work, or at least kind of neutralized the lead in game 1. AJ decided to drop it in game number 2, and 610 Hero
varying it up. I actually went with the double flyer line, so basically had that Marowak pinned. And that was another play in the mid game, right? Had the Marowak pinned, so just gave up switch, saying, it doesn't matter where it is for me. I'm not going to give you any sort of farm down. I'm just going to switch out as soon as possible.
Yeah, I liked that play a lot. I mean, I think it did get dicey with Cradilli versus Moltres, but at that point, he was far enough ahead with, you know, the mid-game matchup, preserving a lot of health and energy on all of his Pokemon, that it was actually okay that his Moltres ended up fainting to the Cradilli.
Absolutely, and a little bit of a head start as well on the Corviknight. Players looking to make any sort of adjustments for game number 3 here. And when you play a team like Final Boss AJ, so you have some of these unique picks that maybe you're not used to seeing, whether it's the Shadow Walrein, the Shadow Ninetales. It kind of tests these trainers on the fly to be creative, to come up with a way to counteract these certain Pokemon. So it speaks to 610 Hero trying to make those adjustments, find a way to win this, you know, on the fly against some Pokemon maybe you haven't seen as much in practice.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, I assume that 610 is familiar enough with at least the movesets that he probably knows the counts, you know, how much time it takes to get to these charge attacks, but probably not as familiar with the bulk of these Pokemon. Maybe doesn't know some of the charge attack priorities as well, but like you said, making great adjustments this series, and despite maybe not knowing the matchups as well, able to pull out a win in game 2 there.
The Galarian Moltres on 610 Hero's side does pose some issues for Final Boss AJ's team. The aggressive Sucker Punch pressure against something like the Ninetales, as well as really favorable matchups against the Jellicent and the Marowak. So it really has play against every single Pokemon other than that Walrein would be pretty tough to see. So Moltres maybe one of the keys here for 610 Hero, but that's where the mind games come in. Do you bring it? Do you bench it? Both players getting ready to lock in for game number 3.
All right, well, we'll have to see if the Moltres comes in game number 3 as we get ulted. And we do see a Moltres, but it's actually on AJ's side as it faces off against 610's Empoleon.
Neutral matchup here, and despite resisting the flying type damage from the Moltres, Empoleon does not want to eat a Brave Bird. Even a fly does some considerable damage. So 610 Hero going to be firing off the Hydro Cannon here, and if you're AJ, usually you're going to elect to take the first one to maybe set up yourself to go for that Brave Bird and wait as long as possible before debuffing yourself.
Yeah, and you know, the great thing for AJ here is she sees the Empoleon in the lead, so she knows that her Walrein in the back might have some play, so she might not be quite as worried about having to preserve the Moltres.
610 here on the opposite side, puts on the protection. Oh, and we see a catch onto the Walrein and a little bit of swagger, a little face there from AJ. Catches the Hydro Cannon, but this is the awkward thing. You can't really farm this down if you're Walrein, but that doesn't matter. 610 Hero actually swaps into the Licky Licky.
Yeah, pretty awkward on both sides there. I mean, it's great that she got that catch, but Walrein, as kind of her MVP Pokemon, now it's starting to get quite low just from the rollouts and the charge attack that she took.
And besides catching the resisted charge attack, probably the more effective thing there is you keep that Moltres around that can reach a fly for later, and that energy is going to be extremely valuable. Licky Licky firing off another Body Slam, actually picks up a Protect Shield from AJ, and just going for the back-to-back here, not giving AJ a chance to get to that Icicle Spear.
Yeah, Body Slam coming through. AJ is actually going to let it go. Is there any way that the Walrein hangs on? It does, actually, so it is able to get off this Icicle Spear.
Icicle Spear should be just enough to knock out the Licky Licky here. 610 Hero letting it go down. And AJ looking to pivot immediately, doesn't want to surrender the farm down. In comes a Florges, and although this can favor the Florges with the Chilling Water, it's not the most comfortable matchup in the world, so Marowak's going to try its best to fight back here.
Yeah, Marowak can definitely hang on to one Chilling Water. 610's not going to be able to fast attack down with either of these Pokemon, so really going to need to land more charge attacks. Bone Club coming through here, it is debuffed, but it would do quite a bit of damage. Now 610 maybe considering how much energy is left on that Moltres, and do I need to save my shields?
Still one Protect Shield on the side of AJ. Going for that good timing, doesn't want to throw early, letting an extra Fairy Wind. Puts up the Protect Shield. All 3 Pokemon getting quite low for AJ, but she has so much energy on this Marowak.
Yeah, tons of energy. Bone Club coming through here. She doesn't want to take another Chilling Water, and now, actually, I'm not sure if this is enough to knock out, but 610, he's only got the Empoleon in the back, which definitely doesn't want to take any energy from Marowak.
How do you deal with this if you're 610? He actually banks the attack on the floor, just swaps into the Empoleon, gets the farm down. Oh, but not before a fly is reached, and this is going to knock out the Empoleon.
Yeah, it is going to knock out the Empoleon. Florges is going to come back in. I mean, I think what it needs to do is maybe try to farm down, but I don't think it has the health.
It doesn't have the health. It's forced to fire off the Chilling Water. This is going to knock out the Moltres, but
Final boss AJ is still healthier on the Marowak. One mud slap knocks out, and AJ is going to take down 610 Hero.
AJ looking very happy about that. She is going to advance to the winners semifinals. You told us at the beginning of the match that her best finish so far was actually a top 17, top 24 finish, I believe, in Toronto. And so she's well on her way to, I think, meeting or soon surpassing that.
Congrats to AJ, a great performance there. And it shows you in our game, right, when you have a matchup in the back, the super effective chilling water from a Pokemon like Florida's onto Marowak doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be favorable because of the variety in attacks, in strengths and weaknesses of these Pokemon, and Marowak showing how oppressive it can be. But maybe one of the highlights, Soph, was that catch earlier, saving the Moltres for later for Final Boss AJ.
Yeah, that catch actually made me pretty nervous because I was thinking that, you know, if you're 6'10", you can do a couple metal sounds, maybe save energy and switch out. Because like you said, Walrein can't really farm it down, but maybe luckily for AJ, that didn't happen, and she was able to get a ton of utility out of the Walrein, not only absorbing that Hydro Cannon, but also taking out the Licky Licky.
Perhaps even just committing to staying in and throwing a Drill Peck, forcing Walrein to expend energy to get rid of the Impulse. Could have been another option for 610 Hero, but it's easier said than done for us watching. When you're on stage, you're also thinking about, I don't want to desync the switch clock. I don't want to give my opponent a chance to keep dancing around, and I want to maintain the switch advantage. So a great matchup there between two high-level players, and Final Boss AJ taking down her fellow Canadian in 610 Hero.
Exactly. She came from the frigid areas of Canada to come to slightly less frigid Seattle here, and she's having a great run. I think she actually made a pretty last-minute decision to come here, and it's paying off so far.
And we saw some spice picks from Final Boss AJ, whether it was the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, Shadow Walrein. Coming up next, we've got two more trainers taking the stage. It's going to be Lala taking on Swifty in the next matchup. Two trainers I'm not as familiar with, Soph, but we saw some amazing battles earlier with trainers that maybe were more under the radar, and hopefully we see the same coming up next.
Yeah, I was really excited to see that match with the Shadow Raikou. I think I saw that Wild Charge basically one-shotting a Galarian Weezing. So, I mean, I'm curious to see if either of these newer trainers has some spicy Pokemon. I actually think that both of these teams coming up from Lala and Swifty are pretty meta, but I do see a pick in that Shadow Talonflame, which we were saying earlier could be a core breaker for some of these more meta teams.
Yes, Shadow Talonflame, one of those Pokemon, if you're not careful and not anticipating where it's going to be, it can really run over a team, especially in the lead scenario, right? You start ramping up with that Flame Charge and you start to get shields down. Suddenly, if you don't have a Pokemon that can tank that energy, the game can get ugly really quick. So Shadow Talonflame, a Pokemon we're going to be seeing coming up next, and I feel like we haven't seen it much in the past few months, maybe since a player like Inadequence over in Europe was able to utilize it earlier in the season.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if it'll make a resurgence, but speaking of fire-type Pokemon that can run over teams if you're not careful, we did just see AJ with her Kanto Ninetales, and let's hear from AJ and Butters.
Thank you so much. I'm with Final Boss AJ. Congratulations. Like she said before, she is dangerous on stream. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, the last time I said that, I went and lost the next two in Toronto, so I'm glad I came with another chance and actually did what I just did on stream, because that was nervy as all get out. So I'm glad I came on the right side of it.
Well, what you did was awesome. With some spice picks. Talk a little bit about the spice. You had the Shadow Kanto Ninetales and the Shadow Walrein.
I looked at those like as anti-meta picks a while ago. I thought fire was being very disrespected, and ice is always disrespected as much as I try and make it so that people respect ice. So I keyed in on those two, and like, I'm not gonna win if I bring a meta team. I gotta surprise people. I gotta play with their matchups. They don't know Ninetales. They don't know Walrein. They don't. I got to use that to my advantage, and thankfully I was able to do enough against 610's Licky Licky with my Walrein and like set up Moltres for the final shot, and I'm on cloud 9 right now, man.
Well, speaking of those advantages, that catch at the end, talk a little bit about that.
Like I said, I was hunting for that Empoleon. I thought after the first two games it didn't show, like, he's got to bring it game 3. So I had the Walrein in the back. It's the only thing I can catch on. But I'm like, I'm going to try and get this Hydro Cannon on it and try and set up. And like, I left right before the fly, and it turned out to be the perfect timing to get rid of that Empoleon. at the end, and that was the deciding factor. I'm glad it worked. It'll look bad if it didn't, but hey, I'm here, and you know, all respect to 610, another great Canadian battler. It was a showdown, and I'm glad to be here.
Well done. Before we go, you have some of my favorite sound bites. Is there anything you want to say to the rest of the competitors before we get back to the action?
I know this, if anyone in the community knows, I am a frequent appearant. I frequently appear on the Dunebug 97 stream, and I'm facing him next. So, I don't have the history or rivalry that he does with Rise, but maybe I've learned some things that I can use and try and just edge my way a little further along in this competition, like one weather ball at a time, right?
Well, congratulations once again, and good luck against Dunebug in the next matchup. But first, let's get back to the action.
Well, I appreciate the shout out, AJ. I have played Dunebug once or twice or 12 times, but she is a frequent appearer on the Dunebug stream, like she said, and always a great interview is Final Boss AJ. So best of luck against Dunebug next up. But after that, so we're on to the next one. And we got Lala taking on Swifty in our next matchup here.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a ton from these trainers in the championship series so far, at least on stream. I did just take a quick look at their histories. I believe Swifty has only competed once in his entire career, and it was 2022 Vancouver. And fun fact about that, actually 610 Hero, I believe, was 3rd place there. So, you know, maybe a couple more Canadians trickling over the border here into Seattle. So we'll have to see what Swifty brings to the table here.
Some nice play Pokemon Championship Series history there with Softop. And here we go, Swifty getting ready to lock in. You talk about the Shadow Talonflame, also the Alolan Ninetales we're seeing make a few more appearances this weekend. And Lala, I believe a player in the Southern California area making the trip up here to Seattle, oftentimes comes to spectate tournaments, now deciding to get in on the action, competing, and will try to take down Swifty here, of course, running a pretty standard team, but with that Jellicent, which has raised in popularity lately, as well as Cradilly and Wigglytuff.
Yeah, also the Ninetales there on Swifty's side, actually. But I like what AJ said, one weather ball at a time. Let's see if Swifty is able to get some weather balls off in this matchup. But first, he's got to deal with this Kanto Marowak with his Empoleon.
Kanto Marowak where it wants to be against the Empoleon, and actually electing to stay in, trying to get a shield advantage here, because if you look at Swifty's line, he's double weak to this Marowak, so
yeah, he's got the Unova Stunfisk in the back, so it's really tough for him. He does preserve a little bit of that Empoleon to switch into the Ninetales, and Lala actually banks all of her energy, doesn't go for a Bone Club or Rock Slide before counter-swapping into Wigglytuff.
Yeah, electing to swap in the Wigglytuff here. I think the Jellicent normally is maybe the better counter to the Alolan Ninetales, but coming with the Wigglytuff and getting debuffed by that chilling water, now another Weather Ball is queued up against the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, I wonder if Lala was thinking that she wanted the Wigglytuff to potentially avoid the Empoleon, and that's why she brought it in here. But Weather Ball is going to land, put the Wigglytuff pretty low, but it is able to fire back with a Swift.
Swift's going to grab that Protect Shield, and Ninetales is going to be necessary for Swifty to really deal with that Marowak, because that is going to pose a major problem. But a big farm down, and maybe this is an opening for Swifty. Actually throws the Weather Ball immediately, anticipating the Bone Club, and wins the Chart Attack priority.
Yeah, I think I did see Lala press that Bone Club. Yeah, it is Charge Attack priority. Bone Club gonna come through, and at this point, Swifty actually gonna let the Bone Club go. I'm not sure if you hang on here, but it's gonna be pretty hard to finish off this Marowak with your Empoleon and Unova Stunfisk.
Marowak gets rid of the, and this is just painful for Stunfisk. We actually the swap in, however, and this could be an opening for Swifty. It was looking like an insurmountable position, but now you are in a matchup where maybe you can overfarm, position your Stunfisk in a way where you could try to land a Mud Bomb on that Marowak, but the tough thing is even a Mud Bomb probably isn't enough.
The Marowak is getting quite low, though, so we'll have to see how Swifty is able to manage the energy on this Unova Stunfisk. He is, well, now he's not up a shield anymore, but he does have a discharge ready to go, able to land on the Jellicent. Might need a couple more Thunder Shocks to take it out, but yeah, like we were saying, needs some energy to deal with that Marowak. Oh, actually, the Marowak is definitely going to be able to hang on to a Mud Bomb.
Surf coming through, going to land on the Unova Stunfisk, and looking for that Thunder Shock down. Lala's switch timer is up, so maybe looking to get out. Oh, actually surrenders more farm to the Stunfisk, but this Marowak does have a Bone Club loaded, gonna win the Charge Attack priority, and this is gonna come down to whether this Empoleon can reach a Hydro Cannon or not, so.
Yeah, it does have some energy banked. I think it can also hang on to at least one more Mud Slap, so, oh, but I don't know if it can hang on to 2 Mud Slaps, and it barely faints with the Hydro Cannon as Lala takes game number 1.
2 Mud Slaps, all it took to take down that Empoleon in the end game. And Lala caught a very nice lead with that Shadow Kanto Marowak, where it was really tough for Swifty to deal with. Maybe some plays opened up some win conditions there, but it just wasn't quite enough to overcome it in the end. The Marowak proving too strong.
Yeah, let's take a closer look at Lala's team. We saw the Shadow Marowak, of course, featured in the last game. The Wigglytuff, you know, it wasn't on the field for too long, but it did do its job. It got Alolan Ninetales quite low. And then, of course, the Jellicent there. A great answer to the Alolan Ninetales, to the Empoleon. And it's actually got a lot of play against Swifty's team, so I would definitely expect to see Lala continue to bring the Jellicent.
And although we didn't see it in game number 1, as we take a look at Swifty getting that huge farm down that really benefited him, but just wasn't quite enough, Lala actually did not elect to bring the Shadow Empoleon in the first game, and interesting call going for the Shadow Empoleon on her team, a Pokemon that is even more frail than its non-Shadow counterpart, obviously, but it can really put on some big pressure against the Pokemon like Jellicent as well, which is maybe more comfortable against the regular Empoleon. The shadow damage from that Drill Peck can make that matchup a little bit more awkward as the Jellicent.
Yeah, that's a great call out. I think, you know, when you think about a matchup like Jellicent versus Empoleon, as the Jellicent, you really just want to land a Shadow Ball, whether it's versus the Shadow or the regular Empoleon. But, you know, the Shadow Empoleon on its side, it's going to shield anyway, so you might as well just be doing more damage with your Drill Pecks.
After Lala takes game 1, we head to game number 2. We've got to lock it, and the Shadow Talonflame makes an appearance against the Credilli. And so tell me about this matchup. Oh!
Wait, I don't think it's Incinerate.
It's not Incinerate. We're actually seeing a Peck variant of the Talonflame here. So that is an interesting call. I mean, Incinerate is such a strong fast attack, so it seems hard to give it up, but I guess Peck does give you options against things like dragons and makes other matchups more neutral.
Yeah, Peck is also just going to give you a lot more flexibility to play around with your timing in terms of how you throw your charge attacks, how you switch around. I think the energy generation is actually quite similar, but you see Swifty here already able to reach a fly. I don't think this would be enough to knock out the Cradilly, but it would put it quite low, so Lala does decide to put up a shield.
And because of this Peck pacing, actually electing to give up switch, and this Empoleon met by the Jellicent, and even down a Protect Shield, this Jellicent is going to be very difficult for this Empoleon to deal with.
Yeah, it will be difficult. I'm curious if Swifty is, you know, somehow able to maybe land a couple Drill Pecks and then pivot out to save the Empoleon for later, because this isn't a great matchup. So actually going to let the Shadow Ball go, though.
Shadow Ball going to connect. Empoleon should be able to get to at least one more charge attack here as it gets to the Drill Peck. And Lala may be forced to throw some energy at this Empoleon because it is 5 Metal Sounds away, so gonna need 4 hexes to try and knock out this Empoleon, which Empoleon would be able to survive and, actually allows Swifty to get to the Drill Peck.
Yeah, that's great for Empoleon, and you were saying this is such a great matchup for Jellicent, but we see Empoleon able to prevail here. Now Lala has a decision to make. Do you come in and farm down with the Marowak? Yes, you do, and just 1 Mud Slap is enough to get rid of the Empoleon.
And with shields down, this situation looks awfully scary for Lala. Doesn't want to take a Surf onto this Marowak. Bone Club coming through, trying to fight back. But right now, this shield advantage and energy from Swifty is looking very threatening.
Yeah, tons of energy on this Jellicent, continuing to build up. Lala actually able to get off this Grass Knot, though, before Swifty has the chance to fire Charge Attack. So that's going to be pretty nice for her, able to pull this last Protect Shield.
That looks like a potential CMP, Charge Attack Priority swap on that. Wow, what a nice play there. Surf is not going to be quite enough to knock out the Credilli. And oh my gosh, Credilli looking to get to another charge attack, gets to the charge attack, but it's actually caught the Grass Knot onto the Talonflame.
What a fantastic catch by Swifty. Probably going to be able to get a Peck down here. And then I think so much energy on the Jellicent still. So I think what you want to do here is, I mean, obviously it'd be nice if you could knock out, but really you just need to get this into single Surf range.
Fly is going to be awfully close to knocking out itself from the Shadow Talonflame and puts it extremely low. Marowak not going to survive the next Peck, and that is going to allow Swifty to even up the series. What a back and forth game, so.
Yeah, Swifties staying alive here in Group E off the back of that Talonflame. I mean, I really liked the Jellicent gameplay on both sides as well. We saw it kind of rising in the day one usage compared to past tournaments, and we're starting to see why, right? We saw the bulk, we saw it, you know, able to take all of those drill pecks from Empoleon, and of course a lot of useful resistances in terms of the typing too.
Opting for that peck on the Shadow Talonflame, I think that was something caught us both off guard there because you're just so used to seeing Incinerate on the Talonflame. I have seen some people opt for Peck Altaria in the past to give it a little bit more versatility, maybe when there was more Azumarill, Annihilate around, but opting for Peck on the Talonflame is a bold choice, and at least in that game, I mean, it still proved to be very strong.
Yeah, I think Incinerate is, you know, one of those things that gives Shadow Talonflame the edge is being able to two-shield through Empoleon, which is, of course, one of the top Pokemon in the meta. Peck doesn't really allow you to do that, but, you know, potentially down the line, if Swifty continues to advance in this tournament, that's going to give him a lot of play in some of those matchups where, you know, Incinerate being as slow as it is kind of limits your options.
Right, Incinerate, although it's so strong in terms of the stats behind the attack, it is a little bit difficult to operate sometimes because of that 5-turn duration. It gives your opponents opportunities to switch, to catch, and maybe not a favorite to operate with. So that 2-turn Peck attack just gives you a little bit more wiggle room. You can be more comfortable utilizing it, and perhaps that's one of the main reasons Swifty elected to go for Peck on his Talonflame.
And speaking of wiggle room, we did see Lala bring that Wigglytuff in the first game. I don't know if did we see Wigglytuff in the second game? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But I'm curious to see if she decides to bring it back maybe as a potential counter to Swifty's Jellicent.
It does have a lot of play, has a few targets on the side of Swifty. And here we go, decisive game 3, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be Marowak leading against the Jellicent here.
Yeah, this is a pretty uncomfortable matchup, I was going to say, but actually now Lala bringing in the Jellicent, and let's see if Swifty's able to capitalize. Fires off the Shadow Ball right away. That's going to deny a Hex, and also probably force a shield right away.
And I like this decision from Swifty. Sometimes you see traders, oh, and the Shadow Ball is actually going to connect. Lala trying to call the bait, but unsuccessfully, and only going to get to 1 charge attack here. So Swifty can comfortably just put up a Protect Shield saying, I know you can only get to 1 Shadow Ball, and is going to commit to the full Hex down.
Oh, and this Jellicent for Swifty has already put in so much work. It's already taken out an entire Pokemon, still has some energy as well. And you know, now the clocks are misaligned, but I think Lala's is coming up now, so they'll both be up after the surf is over.
You know, sometimes you see players try to save a Pokemon for later, but if you're Swifty here, you've already seen the Marowak. I think you're comfortable just staying in here, doing what you can, putting in some damage against the Wigglytuff and trying to align your Ninetales with that Marowak in the back.
Yeah, I think some trainers might have been tempted to try to save the Jellicent, maybe switch out into the Unova Stunfisk, but great awareness by Swifty that Lala's clock was up, and then she would have been able to switch into the Marowak. So Swifty, we were saying maybe he's just going to sack the Jellicent, but it's actually still putting in quite a bit of work against the Wigglytuff.
Another Surf coming through, and Lala actually opting to throw the Swift, which is kind of painful because Wiggly doesn't get to its attacks that quickly, but it's throwing the Swift here to not take that Surf damage from the Jellicent. In comes Stunfisk, and this is going to lure out the Marowak, but it's immediately met by the Alolan Ninetales.
And Swifty had all the answers, so many answers for this Marowak, both the Jellicent and the lead, and of course the Ninetales in the back that we're seeing now, and I think just 1 Weather Ball is going to be enough to take out the Marowak if it lands.
Marowak getting close to this double Bone Club. Some Chart Attack priority may be coming up here as we see a Protect Shield from the Alolan Ninetales. But I think either way, Ninetales might be able to hang on to a Bone Club, and this Weather Ball is certainly going to be enough to knock out the Marowak, putting Swifty in a commanding position.
Yeah, Lala recognizing that she needed a Rock Slide to connect, not just the Bone Club. Went for the Mud Slap, but wasn't able to get off the Charge Attack. And Swifty's Alolan Ninetales still in the field, forcing Lala to throw a Swift, but Swifty still has the Unovan Stunfisk in the back.
Swift knocks out the Alolan Ninetales, and Stunfisk against Wigglytuff. This is a pretty close matchup when they're both on full health, and this Wigglytuff is at around 30% health. Swifty opting for the discharge here, and it's still enough to knock out the Wigglytuff, lifting Swifty to victory in winners round 1.
A lot of Swifts thrown by Lala's Wigglytuff, but they weren't enough to take out Swifty, bouncing back from that 0-1 deficit to advance to winners round 2.
Yeah, Swifty overcoming the Swift user itself. It's like take a taste of your own medicine, I guess. And Swifty moving on here. Some nice plays. And I want to commend in that game because sometimes a trainer may see a particular line and you say, oh, this looks like it's just really favorable for Swifty. But he had to make a few small decisions there to give himself a good position. The first one being when the Jellicent swapped in, some trainers might be lured into you swap, I swap, right? But he recognized I'm a turn ahead. I can simply just stay in this matchup where I'm in an advantageous position and even landed the Shadow Ball, which at that point was just in a commanding spot for the rest of the game.
Exactly. It's not just about creating openings, maybe waiting for your opponent to give you one, but also about being able to take advantage of them. And I think Swifty really maximized the advantage. You see there, the Hex down, you come out with energy, and yes, you had to expend a shield, but you already got rid of one of your opponent's 3 Pokemon. And I think that just kind of created this insurmountable advantage for Swifty for the rest of that game.
We saw some games earlier, for example, Nighttime Clash are pulling off 3 catches in order to win a game, and were some really complex strategies. Sometimes, just keep it simple. Just stayed in with the Jellicent, and the Jellicent not only took out the opposing Jellicent, but took out a shield and half the health on the Wigglytuff. Really just keeping alignment for Swifty, allowing himself to never at any point feel like he was at a disadvantage.
Yeah, a lot of great decisions from Swifty in the games, between the games, and like you said, maintaining the mindset, not only when an unexpected swap occurred, but also coming back from the deficit. So let's hear from Swifty himself.
Thank you so much, Soph and Rise. Homeslice Henry here on the floor with Swifty, fresh off a dramatic victory on stage. Now, I really like seeing trainers succeed when they're able to run something kind of outside of the norm. They have something creative, and it ends up paying off in a big way. So talk me through the Talonflame. You brought Peck on Talonflame there. And Peck, Incinerate's usually the typical move there. So talk me through the decision to bring Peck on Talon.
Yeah, just trying to mix it up, maybe, try to cover other Talonflames. Like Talonflame's a popular pick. Okay. So other Talonflames run Incinerate, Peck might be a good choice against them.
And you did, if I'm not mistaken, end up doing pretty well with that Talonflame, but in that decisive game number 3, it really felt like it was the Jellicent show. Jellicent landing that Shadow Ball in the opposing Jellicent, getting so much damage on the Wigglytuff. It really seemed like Jellicent was an MVP there for you.
Yeah, it seemed Jellicent worked out pretty well. I wasn't really expecting to let that Shadow Ball go through, but using Jellicent a lot of Ultra League as well, but translated well to Great League today.
And one final question for you here. If you have any thanks or shout outs, I know that for a lot of trainers getting to these tournaments, they get to collaborate with their friends, they work on team building, practices, stuff like that. So do you have anyone you want to shout out or thank?
Yeah, I've been with a faction for about 2 seasons here, the Dark Knight. So would like to thank everybody out there. G-Meister, shout out to you for recruiting me to that team.
I love what a sense of community this game has, and this game continues to build. Our game is such a collaborative effort with trainers working with each other to test teams, test matchups, test movesets, and it's incredible to see. So again, massive congratulations to you, Swifty, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Henry. So great to hear from Swifty. I love hearing about trainers who are, brought into the community, brought into the competitive scene. And we've heard from a lot of trainers who say, their first experience with competitive Pokemon Go PvP is actually in the grassroots scene. And it's really fun to see how trainers kind of progress from there to playing these real-life, in-person play Pokemon tournaments.
Really happy for this trainer to get the win on stream. He also gave a shout out to G-Meister, who I know personally, a really kind individual who was nice enough to give me a lift to a regional once, picking me up from the airport. But G-Meister, shout out to him as well. And Swifty, what a performance there with the creativity, bringing the Peck Shadow Talonflame, something I did not expect to see this weekend, and getting the victory.
Yeah, I was really interested to see, after we got the Peck buff this season, the increase to, I believe, damage, maybe energy as well. Such a powerful fast attack now. But, Pokemon like Altaria, Pokemon like Talonflame, they were not opting to use Peck. They were still using Dragon Breath and Incinerate. So great to see Swifty kind of taking advantage of that.
Absolutely. Once again, congrats to Swifty, and good luck to Lala on the loser side of the bracket. But coming up next, we've got Shark Boy taking on Lou, our opposing trainer here. Shark Boy are cool, and he's all smiles, a very young trainer. I remember he played against Dunebug on stream last season in Portland and put up a really great fight against Dunebug, who is obviously a household name. So Sharkboy maybe an underdog, but a young trainer that has a lot of skills looking to advance and try to put on a show in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Sharkboy can do. Actually, fun fact, after he played Dune, I ended up playing him on the tables. So I know that this trainer is full of light, energy, and skill, facing off against ELOO, I believe is the pronunciation here. And I believe this is actually a streamer who's been around the community for a long time from like the 5 years ago period of time, but went through an in-game name change. So is now LOO instead of Elodie Colo.
LOO, got it. And yeah, shout out to Sharkboy. That's a tough bracket. So you've played Dunebug, you fall down to loser, then you got to go against Softoph, former #1 Go Battle League leaderboarder, and you're out of the tournament. So Sharkboy had a tough pairing maybe last season in Portland, now is back here in Hungary in Seattle, taking on LOO.
That's right, and this is kind of a fun matchup to look at in terms of the Pokemon. You see Sharkboy's team, it looks a lot like something we might have seen in Toronto just a couple of weeks ago. And then you look at LOO's team, and you see Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales, Pokemon like Jellicent, that I would have called anti-meta maybe a couple of weeks ago, but now they're kind of the new meta that we're seeing emerge in the last couple of weeks of Precious Paths.
We see him opting for the Florges, and once again opting for the Disarming Voice moveset instead of the Trailblaze. An attack that gives you some heavier hitting neutral play, and you know, obviously you have things like the Altaria where that Disarming Voice can really come in handy, but even in matchups such as the Furret, for example, Disarming Voice can comfortably two-shot a Furret versus having to boost yourself up with a Trailblaze, for example. So Sharkboy with the unique moveset there of Disarming Voice and Chilling Water.
Yeah, I like the Disarming Voice tech. I believe a trainer named Rise to Occasion actually piloted that in his Merida win, but you know, we see a lot of players actually opting for that moveset here in Seattle as well. And like you said, not only going to be better for the super effective damage against Altaria, but also for some of those neutral matchups.
Inspiring the youth, what can I say? And we're seeing more Disarming Voice. It's becoming more common. I think it makes sense. And Itzaxon was actually the person that gave me the idea behind it in this meta. So Sharkboy, we'll see if he's able to utilize it in this matchup against LOO. Of course, the Shadow Scizor is going to be problematic if it ever finds itself aligned with the Florges. And honestly, so the Scizor has a lot of play against this team. I know Empoleon, of course, and Corviknight are Pokemon that are somewhat counters to it. But if you have an energy lead and you dance around, Scizor can even make those matchups uncomfortable as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've seen Scizor in the lead versus Empoleon. It usually pulls both shields. So let's see if LOO decides to bring the Scizor. Doesn't in this first game, instead brings Furret, met by the Guzzlord.
Guzzlord, a very solid matchup here against the Furret, resisting that Sucker Punch damage and no Brick Break on the Furret as well. So makes this matchup pretty comfortable for this Dark Dragon type.
Yeah, gonna absorb this first Swift with no problem. Maybe Sharkboy gonna gauge the damage here. Probably not even need to shield the next one as well. And has a ton of energy. Gonna throw this first Brutal Swing.
First Brutal Swing incoming, and Furret is going to take this quite easily. This matchup becomes interesting in whether these trainers decide to throw immediately, but I like Sharkboy electing not to because he understands I can take this Swift no problem. There's no need for me to rush this, and I can stick to my good timing here against the Furret.
Yeah, but a quick swap by LOO, and nice reaction by Sharkboy not to just panic and throw the Brutal Swing, able to get off this super effective Sludge Bomb.
Sharkboy, so as he lands the Sludge Bomb, if you saw his demeanor there, it almost looked like he was faking, like he was upset about the catch. He's like, oh no, I can't believe this happened. But surprise, I got the super effective Sludge Bomb for you. And now he's able to punish this Alolan Ninetales even further with the Empoleon.
Yeah, great positioning here for Sharkboy. Able to get a big farm down. I believe came out with 7 Metal Sounds of energy. So that's going to pay dividends for him down the line. LOO now has a decision to make. And I think bringing in Altaria is the right one because you are going to be able to absorb this debuffed energy quite well.
Shadow Altaria going to have to take this debuffed energy as the Drill Peck connects. That Furret quite low in the back. This looks like a very favorable spot to be in for Sharkboy. Has so much energy now on this Empoleon, and LOO trying to just find a way to wiggle his way out of this.
That's right, no Wigglytuff, but trying to wiggle his way out nonetheless. Able to get the farm down there on the Guzzlord, which is quite nice, but maybe all Sharkboy was looking for was just to clear the debuff on the Empoleon.
And you have to assume you come back in with the Empoleon here. Does have some residual energy and already firing off the drill peck. Maybe LOO would have liked to throw that attack first just to kind of put the pressure on Shark Boy, force him to make the decision first. But the drill peck draws the protect shield from the Altaria on this chart attack party, and Shark Boy is just going to let this go at this point.
Yeah, he's pulled both shields from LOO at this point, so even though he only has the Kanto Marowak in the back, maybe thinking that he can finish things off with a Rock Slide, although the Altaria does still have quite a bit of energy, so this could get dicey.
Yeah, I think the Altaria will easily reach double Sky Attack here before the Rock Slide, which may force both Protect Shields from Shark Boy, so suddenly this game is not over as Marowak puts up the first Protect Shield. LOL just gonna go for another Sky Attack here. Now the Marowak has the Rock Slide, but you still have to worry about that Furret lurking in the back.
Yeah, you have to wonder how much energy is on the Furret. Is it going to be able to reach a Trailblazer, maybe even double Swift? But actually, the Furret's now just used as a sack swap.
And great awareness here from Shark Boy, going for the undercharge on the Rock Slide. He needs to come out with a little bit of extra energy. Oh, but maybe it was too much. We'll see. The Furret was pretty dry, and Furret does get to a parting Swift here. This is not going to be enough, I don't think, to knock out the Marowak. So can the Marowak reach the Rock Slide against the Altaria?
Oh, it has basically just won. Oh, it already has the Rock Slide. It wasn't even close, Rise. Perfect undercharge, perfect farm down by Shark Boy to take game number 1.
Incredible awareness on the undercharge of the catch. Shark Boy saying, okay, you're playing to your win con, I'm playing to mine. Comes out with the Rock Slide ready for Altaria and gets the win.
Yeah, maybe a little bit nervous there. Maybe was thinking that he undercharged a little bit too much, but it worked out in the end for him. Able to take game number 1 off of a interesting lead matchup and a pretty advantageous counter swap, but still a game that got pretty dicey and down to the wire.
I'm telling you, I'm pretty confident Shark Boy tried to employ the, oh my gosh, I can't believe you caught my resisted attack when he went for the Sludge Bomb on the Ninetales. It kind of reminds me of back in the day where trainers would almost fake how they were swiping their bubbles to try and confuse trainers on the bait or not the bait, and that was pretty funny to see. What a nice game 1 performance there from Shark Boy.
You know, the funny thing is, I think it would have been better if he looked very confident about throwing the Sludge Bomb, because then he might have pulled a shield from LOO. But LOO not falling for any of these tricks, staying locked in on the game.
That's a good point, actually, when you have the Empoleon anyway for the Ninetales. But I love to see it from Shark, and he's gearing up for game number 2 here. We saw some pretty solid alignment, especially once the Empoleon was lined up against the Ninetales, of course. And LOO tried his best. I mean, made some nice plays to get himself back in the game. It just wasn't quite enough as these players lock in for game number 2.
All right, we'll have to see what adjustments they make. We already see changes in the lead, changes in the steel types here as Shark Boy adjusts to Corviknight and LOO brings the Shadow Scizor.
A positive lead for the Corviknight here as it's able to resist the bullet punch damage. You only need 2 air cutters to knock out here, so sometimes trainers will elect to build up to the payback to maybe get that protect shield, but just go straight air cutter in this matchup as LOO opting for the Night Slash.
Yeah, Scizor does like to throw first, just in case it's going to be forced to shield later. Actually, nice catch here by LOO, bringing in the Shadow Altaria to take this air cutter.
Air cutter not going to do too much to Altaria, not the hardest hitting of attacks. But what this does do for Shark Boy is comfortably puts this Altaria into double drill peck range. So a little bit of chip damage can help secure this secondary matchup for him a little bit more comfortably.
That's right, Drill Peck gonna land, and like you said, gonna put the Altaria pretty low, definitely in range of another Drill Peck. LOO continuing to farm up, actually goes for the Sky Attack bait here. Let's see if Shark Boy falls for it.
Shark Boy considering whether he wants to protect shield, decides to let it go. Calling the resisted Sky Attacker, maybe feeling like he didn't need to necessarily shield a Flamethrower either, but gets to this Drill Peck. Impeccable counting, throwing right before the Sky Attack as he looks to knock out the Altaria.
Yeah, perfect timing. Altaria gonna go down with just the perfect amount of energy to have almost reached a Sky Attack. But now LOO happy to bring in the Jellicent here. It's going to be able to resist the metal sounds and absorb the Drill Pecks quite nicely.
Drill Peck coming through, and you have to wonder if you're Shark Boy, do you consider pivoting out here? You don't want to surrender a ton of farm to this Jellicent. That could be a little bit concerning, but no, just gonna elect to stay in here. Gets off another Drill Peck worth of chip damage, wants to keep the alignment. He has that licky, right, lurking in the back. he wants to keep that against this Jellicent, and even gets a Protect Shield in the process.
Yeah, on LOO side, right, hasn't seen the Licky quite yet, doesn't know if he needs to save shields for potential Shadow Balls down the line, so just gonna shield it up to be safe. Already at 100 energy though, but actually throws a Shadow Ball into Licky.
Peekaboo, I see you, LOO. Catches the Shadow Ball onto his normal type, double resisted damage, and LOO gonna opt to throw the Surf while he's here. Shark Boy pulling out all the stops here, some fancy plays from this young trainer.
The acting in the first game, the Peekaboo in game number 2, this is such a treat to watch. LOO still chipping away with the Scizor, but there's 2 shields up on Shark Boy's side still.
Now Licky putting up the Protect Shield, has a lot of energy here, and ooh, interesting, opting not just to throw immediately, but also going for the Body Slam Bane. Is a big decision and gets the Protect Shield as well. Switch timer coming up shortly for Shark, and he's gonna switch as soon as possible, firing off the Air Cutter, and it's a Chart Attack priority.
Yeah, that's pretty nice for LOO, able to get off this Night Slash at kind of the last second right before the Scizor goes down to the Air Cutter. And now for LOO, it's just gonna come down to the Jellicent. Maybe if you can get a Hex down here, you might still have a chance.
The Air Cutter going to connect, barely not knocking out the Scizor. Jellicent comes in. The problem is, can you Hex this down? Maybe you can before a payback, so settling for the Air Cutter, and this is not gonna be enough, but it will put Jellicent very low.
Yeah, let's see how much energy this Jellicent is able to come out with after this farm down. Oh, but Shark Boy already almost had a Charge Attack Surf coming through, and I think with that rollout, Shark Boy is gonna have the energy for a Shadow Ball.
And the Surf is going to grab the Protect Shield, but as you said, Shadow Ball is loaded after one rollout. This is going to do enough, obviously, to knock out the Jellicent, and Shark Boy, in style, gets a comfortable 2-0 victory against LOO.
And I'm sure Shark Boy is feeling happy about that. And he said he was comfortable, but actually that bullet punch at the end when it registered, it looked like quite a close game there. But Shark Boy definitely feeling good about that set and about his start here in Seattle.
You see the breath, the inhale, the exhale from Shark Boy there. I know it meant a lot to him to get on stream because he was feeling like in his match against Dunebug in his last tournament, he had the alignment, he could have won, but just got outplayed by Dunebug. And he was itching to get back on stream and show what he's made of, and he certainly did it there. So congrats to Shark Boy.
Yeah, congrats to Shark Boy. You know, he wanted the second chance, and he made the most of it. He's already got the win on stream, and you know, let's see how far he can go in this tournament. But he's already got a lot to be proud of.
The patience, the Peekaboo play and style. You know, so I don't know if the Peekaboo was necessary. I think maybe keeping the alignment was another option as well, but eliminating that Shadow Ball and all that energy that was farmed up was really nice. It was a play I personally didn't even see coming, so really creative from Shark Boy in his way of getting this victory.
Yeah, really creative. I mean, there are a lot of ways to play a matchup. If you had, you know, a couple players playing the same matchup over and over, you would probably see different results. And so, you know, Shark Boy, you know, maybe with his young, energetic mind, able to identify new win conditions that older players like yourself might have missed.
And yeah, not that old stuff, okay. But Shark Boy, you know, he's not old enough to drive, but he was certainly in the driver's seat for that entire battle, just showing what he's made of, some creative plays, and he is going to be poised to be moving on. So keep your eyes on Shark Boy as a player to watch out for. That's maybe under the radar, but he showed right there. He's got the skills to play with the best of them.
Yeah, he's definitely got the skills to play with the best of them in tournaments, and I know that he's got a great network supporting him kind of between tournaments as well. A lot of great trainers, you know, like out of pocket that he's able to kind of share ideas with. And so, yeah, like you said, definitely a trainer to watch and up-and-coming trainer to watch at tournaments in the future as well.
To talk more about those skills, we're going to send it over to an interview with Shark Boy and Home Slice Henry.
Thank you so much, Home Slice Henry here on the floor with Shark Boy Arcool, fresh off his first streamed win. Massive congratulations. I gotta talk about that game number 2. He had the loaded Jellicent, you bring in the Corviknight, you switch in the Licky and catch the Shadow Ball. Talk me through what you were feeling in that moment.
I was just like, he has to Shadow Ball the Corviknight because it's out of health range where Surf 1 KO, so I could just Peekaboo catch and get ahead, and yeah.
And that proved to be such a difference maker in that match, because that Jellicent, I mean, it had energy for days, and then suddenly it was double resisted. It did nothing onto that Licky. So my next question for you, Shark, what's going to be, talk to me a little bit about your team and the process by which you came to be using this specific team.
I was trying to come into this without having any RPS Pokemon where I can play flexible, and if I lose, I know the player who won is just the better player.
I think that's a very commendable attitude, just trying to set yourself up to be in the best possible position to win. And I know that anytime a battler is up on this stage, they have friends, they have family, they have people who have helped them along the way. Any particular shout outs you want to give here?
I will like to shout out Jackaloco for help with team building, everyone else who helped me scrim, and also Niantic for a great tournaments that he hosts.
Again, massive congratulations to Shark here, your first on-stream win. And next up, we'll be hearing from someone special, and that's going to be the 2022 Pokemon Go World Champion, Dancing Rob.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion, as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset!
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Dancing Rob never fails to inspire. Homeside Center here on the desk with Soph Toph, and we've had some pretty unbelievable battles so far today.
We have, but we have even more unbelievable battles to come. You know, we just heard about Dancing Rob's incredible losers run at the first ever World Championships. And I'll tell you who else has had some pretty amazing losers runs, and that is Elite. He is a 3-time regional champion, and I think 2 of those have come off of a very long losers run where he entered day 1 on the loser side. And we're gonna see him in just a second.
And across the stage from Elite, one of his great friends and an unbelievable competitor in their own right is Out of Pocket. Now, Out of Pocket, also not a stranger to losers runs, as I believe it was his Milwaukee Regional Championship where he ended up falling in day 1 and then just never lost again.
That's right. These 2 trainers, like you mentioned, great friends, great teammates. I actually don't know when the last time they've played in Play Pokemon together is, but I know that they've played a ton of grassroots tournaments together. They've seen each other play. They've probably scrimmed each other. They've probably made teams together countless times. So really excited to see how this matchup plays out.
And some interesting choices from Elite right off the bat. Elite opting for Lapras as the water of choice, and a Pokemon that we talked about, a little bit of a swan song this weekend, but I don't think we've seen on stage up till now, the Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, the Shadow Annihilate is a really interesting Pokemon. It seems like a really great core breaker for a lot of teams. And taking a look at Pocket's team in particular, obviously going to have great play into Licky Licky, into Empoleon, and then I would say neutral matchups across the board on the rest of the team.
And I have to correct myself, not a swan song. It's getting better next season. I'm so used to Pokemon getting nerfed because we have quite a lot of Pokemon like the Shadow Marowak, the Shadow Scizor. No, Annihilape's getting access to the buffed low kick. So Annihilape's just going to compete in a very different way next season. But Annihilape does definitely have quite a few targets into Pocket's team, as outside of that Jellicent, the Alolan Ninetales for Pocket is going to be on Powder Snow, and that means that the Annihilate can ramp up and fully farm through that in the 2-shield.
Yeah, the Alolan Ninetales, although obviously it has to watch out for Lapras, outside of that, it looks pretty safe into Elite's team. You have super effective damage for the Stunfisk, for the Altaria, and then a pretty neutral play into the Corviknight and Wigglytuff.
I do really like the look of the Jellicent for Out of Pocket, because Jellicent somehow is not even the worst if you lead it into Wigglytuff, which sounds crazy because Wigglytuff is normally where Ghost-type Pokemon just can't really do anything, but Jellicent's bulk and its ability to resist the charge attacks from the Wigglytuff mean that, in my eyes, it is a very safe option for Pocket should he choose to bring it.
Definitely a lot of options for both of these trainers, so, you know, we might start out by seeing them kind of bring their more flexible picks, and then as the series develops, they're going to start having to make some calls as you see them saying good luck to each other with a knowing look in their eyes.
We've got lock-ins. Game number 1, Out of Pocket versus Elite, and that's what Pocket was hoping to see. Alolan Ninetales leading into the Stunfisk.
Elite's gonna quickly reach for the Lapras. Pretty hard answer, but not a super hard response on Pocket's side as he brings in the Licky Licky.
This matchup just shows the power of Psywave from Lapras. Lapras, even though it's taking super effective damage from rollout, Lapras can flip this matchup, and landing a harder hitting Ice Beam is a good start for Elite.
Yeah, with the Psywaves, he might be able to go for Sparkling Aria plus Ice Beam as the recipe to take out the Licky Licky. And Pocket, on the other hand, also going to be going for the heavier hitting and also more efficient Shadow Ball to hit the Lapras.
Shadow Ball lands Lapras with a pacing advantage in this matchup due to its energy head start, able to make the Sparkling Aria. No shield comes out from Pocket. He's hoping Licky Licky can hold on here.
Yeah, I think Licky Licky can hold on, but the question is it going to be able to knock out with this Shadow Ball? I feel like Lapras might barely be able to hang on here and win Elite switch advantage. Oh, but he actually shields.
Elite puts up the shield. He's not leaving it up to chance. Aggressive pivot from Pocket. He's sending in the Marowak because he knows there is nowhere for that Stunfisk to go. Sparkling Aria is reached. Shield comes up from Pocket, and this Marowak energy is about to go everywhere.
Yeah, the ground rock coverage is so impressive. Elite brings in the Wigglytuff. I mean, he kind of has to, but now, like you said, the Stunfisk doesn't have anywhere to go, so it's really going to be up to the Wigglytuff to try and power through this game.
Wigglytuff knows this. Marowak is doubled up, so Elite's going to have to no shield one, but that's a lot of HP lost. Marowak farming up. He's going to fire off the Bone Club before the Icy Wind is available, and this Marowak pressure, every time Pocket's on stream, he's been utilizing this Marowak to terrifying results.
Yeah, Marowak, such a top pick for so long here, and you can see why. Such impressive fast attack. Oh, damage, but actually Elite waiting a turn, but still the Swift gets caught on Licky Licky.
Oh, what a play by Pocket, absorbing that damage. He saved that Licky Licky and now puts it to devastating effect. In comes Alolan Ninetales into the Wigglytuff, and Stunfisk is cornered. There's just nowhere for it to go.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for Pocket. Even if he hadn't made that catch, I think he would have been in a great position. Elite has to bring in the Unova Stunfisk, as that's pretty much the only Pokemon he has left, but you know, he is down shields, and this Alolan Ninetales has tons of energy.
Down shields, down energy. Ninetales already rapidly approaching the back-to-back Weather Balls here. The Mud Bomb is thrown. This will not knock out the Ninetales, but Pocket knows this is his only remaining healthy Pokemon, so he will use the Final Protect Shield here.
That's right, Alolan Ninetales farming up a little bit more energy. Maybe Pocket is cognizant of the Pokemon that Elite has in the back. So even once he knocks out this Unova Stunfisk, he wants to make sure he has enough gas in the tank to finish up this game.
Weather Ball is going to be the end of Unova Stunfisk. Elite is so low on all his remaining Pokemon. Pocket only one Powder Snow away from another Weather Ball. In comes the Lapras. Lapras double resists Weather Ball, but it's just too low on health.
Yeah, double resisted Weather Ball coming through. I'm pretty sure this is going to knock out the Lapras. Elite still got a tiny bit of the Wigglytuff in the back, but no energy, as Pocket is going to be able to reach a final Weather Ball to take game number 1.
I really liked the line decision from Pocket in this game, as he intentionally ran very, very strong to the Stunfisk, led into the Stunfisk, and from there, Elite just really didn't have any way out.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough composition for Elite because he does have the Lapras as the answer to Alolan Ninetales, but that's really his only hard answer, and unfortunately for him, it wasn't able to find the Alolan Ninetales that game.
That Alolan Ninetales, if it can dodge that Lapras, you identified right away upon seeing the teams. It looks so scary. An interesting choice from Pocket. Pocket is not running that Calm Day move of the Chilling Water, instead opting for Dazzling Gleam. Dazzling Gleam does mean that his Alolan Ninetales is not walled by Jellicent. Still not a good matchup, but at the very least, it would have an ability to damage that Jellicent.
That's a great call out, and in this case, it's not the Jellicent that we see, but the Lapras, but still in that matchup, the Dazzling Gleam provides great coverage. So, you know, there could be a scenario down the line where Pocket does need to land a Dazzling Gleam from the Alolan Ninetales on a Lapras, where Chilling Water wouldn't have gotten the job done.
And that catch getting a smile out of Elite as he waited the turn, Pocket waited the turn, and that just set up that Ninetales Weather Ball after Weather Ball, taking back-to-back knockouts. And then even a third knockout as Wigglytuff came in and was unable to charm down.
Yeah, we heard the interview with AJ earlier today where she said she's going to try to advance one Weather Ball at a time. And I'll tell you what, Pocket is looking to do the same here. He's one game away from advancing all the way to day 2 off the back of this Alolan Ninetales.
And Pocket has honestly looked in absolute top form so far. He's a regional champion, he's an international champion, and he is absolutely playing like it so far. Now the pressure is on Elite. Elite is a multiple-time regional champion. Elite is never to be counted out, even when down a game. But Elite needs the punch back here. Pocket got the win in game 1. If Elite wants to stay on the winners out of the bracket, it all starts with a game 2 win.
All right, well, let's see if he's able to pick up the Lapras versus Ninetales lead. No, he actually gets Lapras versus Kanto Marowak here in game 2.
Now, this matchup generally does favor the Lapras, as Lapras does have the pacing advantage. Pocket going to be staying in this matchup for now, reaching for a Rock Slide, but before he can get there, Lapras fires off the Sparkling Aria, and that damage is not something Marowak wants to land.
Yeah, this is typically a matchup where you see Marowak put up both shields depending on how long it wants to stay in, but it can also still get awkward for the Lapras, has to watch out for the Rock Slide, and you see a lot of Marowak users actually baiting with Bone Club, but Elite calls it.
Oh, what a nice call by Elite. That Bone Club does not do much. That forces Pocket into firing off another Bone Club. And Elite still has quite a bit of HP remaining on this Lapras. So Elite, after getting that big bait call right, is going to look to try and press this advantage and use Lapras to get Marowak off the field.
Yeah, preserving some health. Still has a lot of energy here. Impeccable timing, as you would expect from a 3-time regional champion. As the Sparkling Aria gets shielded, Pocket maybe thinking he's at a charge attack and he can force a shield or switch from Elite, but actually it just gives it up trying to catch on Jellison and met by Elite's Corviknight.
Great patience from Elite. He got caught on last game. He decided never again. Shields are down for Pocket. Payback is guaranteed to land, and Pocket is shaking his head. He does not like how game 2 has gone.
This is going to do a ton of damage. I think Jellison's still going to be able to hang on to get off a couple of charge attacks, but definitely not a great situation. Like you said, down shields from Pocket, that's going to allow this Corviknight to do heavy, heavy damage.
If there's a saving grace for Pocket, it's that he still has quite a bit of HP remaining on that Marowak. Pocket goes for the Shadow Ball into the Surf. Elite now has to decide, is it worth investing in this Corviknight? Elite, timer hits 0. He does not shield. Corviknight hangs on, will make an air cutter, but he decides not to throw it because he's looking to get farm on Stunfisk.
Yeah, great heads-up play, but Pocket quickly anticipating the Stunfisk coming in, bringing in the Marowak, forcing a shield from Elite, and now Elite, I think he might have some energy on the Lapras. Yeah, he's forced to bring it in right here to throw this Arya, but he's not happy about it because he knows this tiny piece of health on Lapras is also going to be farmed for Pocket.
Pocket will now get to go for farm on his final Pokemon, which is Licky Licky. Licky Licky takes 6 side waves for its trouble, but gets a 2 rollout head start. This is a very close matchup in the Zero Protect Shield scenario. Licky Licky up quite a bit of energy, but down a little bit of HP. This is going to be a very close endgame.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly close. Pocket might have a catch opportunity, but let's see if he can just stay in with that energy advantage that he had. I believe the recipe here is 2 Shadow Balls and then evaluate how much health is on the Unova Stunfisk to see if you need a 3rd Shadow Ball or a Body Slam.
Mud Bomb after Mud Bomb. Stunfisk's pacing is relentless. Another Mud Bomb reached. Pocket more than happy to absorb this Mud Bomb, but the thing to watch will be Licky Licky's health bar. When this Mud Bomb lands, will it be enough to 2-hit KO? It will not, but with the Thunder Shocks, it's going to be very, very close.
Oh my goodness, and Elite is just 1 Thunder Shock away from the next Mud Bomb. I don't believe Pocket is at another charge attack quite yet. We'll have to see when this Shadow Ball lands, what these players decide to do. Elite is just going to throw this charge attack and hope that it knocks out, but he's shaking his head. He doesn't think it's enough.
He thinks Licky Licky just has enough bulk. It's going to come down to the wire. Mud Bomb lands. Licky Licky falls. In comes the Jellison. It cannot make the Surf, and Elite gets game number 2.
And that was a picture-perfect KO. I don't think either of those players knew whether that Mud Bomb was going to knock out, but Elite able to stay alive here in winners finals for Group A.
That was the response needed from Elite. It's very tough to reverse sweep a series when you're down a game to Pocket, but he gets the equalizer. That Stunfisk doing just enough damage. If that Licky Licky had 1 HP more, I think it might have survived. That's about as close to an exact health knockout as you're ever going to see.
Exactly, and in matchups between top players like this, you expect to see games that are coming down to 1 HP or just 1 turn. And I love how the end of this lead matchup played out. We saw both players using their shields, and then both players also switching out, maybe anticipating that the other person was going to switch out as well.
I love the aggressive play by Pocket to utilize the Bone Club to force that final Protect Shield, to force energy from the Lapras to try and set up the Licky Licky, but Licky Licky fell to the Mud Bomb, and Elite, I think he might have been as surprised as we were that he did actually take the knockout. He's staying alive on winner's side, and I always love when we get a battle of 2 absolute titans to see a decisive game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players over the years have given us so many great series to watch, and this one is already no different. I mean, I think Elite versus Wadaj in Baltimore, one of my favorite series of all time, and you know, to see these top trainers playing against each other, anticipating each other's plays, anticipating what the other person brings, maybe exchanging a few words as well, is always such a treat to watch.
And not only that, but just how much fun it seems like these players are having. These are 2 friends, 2 titans of our game, and it seems like they're having the time of their lives as they battle it out. The stakes are high, the stress must be higher, but in between matches, they're still able to share a laugh.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, 2 titans of the scene. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of these players on day 2 tomorrow, regardless of what happens in this game number 3.
Battlers taking last-second moments. They know how big this game number 3 is. If you win, you are on to day 2. If you lose, you still have to play more. One battler has locked in, the other making last-second adjustments. We've got double lock-ins. They wish each other good game. Game number 3, Pocket versus Elite.
Oh, and a fantastic lead for Out of Pocket as he catches the Annihilate with his Jellison. We'll have to see if Elite decides to switch out right away. He does bring in the Corviknight. He has the Unova Stunfisk in the back.
Out of Pocket does have a pretty strong answer to the Corviknight available with the Alolan Ninetales, but it looks that like Elite is running an ABB line. Pocket going for a bait. Oh, it gets called by Elite, but if this Alolan Ninetales gets baited out, and it does, that could set the stage for the Unova Stunfisk in the back for Elite.
Yeah, this is all going according to plan for Elite, but we'll have to see if the plan is actually successful, as now, with the Alolan Ninetales coming in, Elite is forced to just throw these very inefficient air cutters.
And not getting the boost is very, very bad for Elite, because these air cutters just do such little damage. The Alolan Ninetales can really look to overfarm 0 for 2 on boost. That is not what Elite was hoping to see. For Pocket, Pocket can look to absorb as much damage as possible and try and exit with back-to-back Weather Balls, because a Weather Ball will still do very respectable damage onto that Shadow Annihilate.
I think that's exactly what Pocket is looking for. You see he's almost over actually back-to-back Weather Ball here. I don't expect to see Elite shield the Corviknight knowing how much energy Pocket has, but like you said, Pocket's going to come out of this with a charge attack, and that's going to be, you know, a tiny advantage that he needs in order to face this Unovan Stunfisk in the back down the line.
This is going to be really tough because the Annihilate can't do much into the Jellicent, but the Empoleon doesn't really have anywhere to go. He sends in the Stunfisk. He no shields, and this could be the opening that Pocket needs. This is critical damage onto that Stunfisk. Weather Ball is going to land. Stunfisk gets an energy head start, but loses almost half its health bar in the process.
Yeah, we were thinking that the Unovan Stunfisk maybe was going to have a chance to sweep this game all of a sudden, already in the yellow here, but it does resist these metal sounds from Empoleon, so going to be able to get to quite a couple of charge attacks.
Elite farms up to the back-to-back Mud Bombs, but Empoleon wins charge attack priority. Empoleon is outside of Mud Bomb range, but the Stunfisk would get knocked out by the Hydro Cannon. Pocket knows that he's going to be no-shielding. Elite could potentially try and go for a snipe on the Annihilate if he can get it into one counter range. That is not one counter range yet. He's going to continue to farm up here. He switches, he tries, he gets the snipe down. Pocket shaking his head. He did not like how that turn of events.
That's right, Empoleon went down with an entire Hydro Cannon, and now this is awkward for Elite, but that might have been the opening that he needed. Rage Fist coming through, pulls the first shields from Pocket, and now Pocket gonna have to try to 1v2 with the Jellicent here.
He's gonna need very pristine energy management with the Jellicent. Jellicent farming up just shy of 100 energy at the back-to-back surfs. There's so much energy loaded on that Stunfisk. Pocket is gonna need the double surf that he has here, and even a third surf to win this game. Back in comes Elite. Elite has a lot of energy, but Discharge will not be enough to take the knockout onto the Jellicent.
Oh my goodness, I think both of these Pokemon are at back-to-back, but like you said, it's all about the health. Discharge is shielded. Elite's got another, but I think that the Jellicent is still outside of discharge range. Elite goes for the Thundershock.
Elite knows he needs all the Thundershock damage that he can get, but he's shaking his head. He's realizing he does not have enough damage to take it. Pocket with a sigh of relief saying GG's. That Weather Ball landing on the Stunfisk, a critical moment in this match. Pocket gets the knockout, and he's on to day number 2.
Incredible series between two friends, two champions, as Pocket emerges victorious. Like you said, gonna advance to day 2 on the winner side. Elite, on the other hand, still has, I believe, one match to play before he can advance to day number 2, but for now, he's gonna congratulate his friend gracefully.
Alolan Ninetales, maybe not the Pokemon people were expecting to see, or if they were expecting it, they're expecting Chilling Water Alolan Ninetales. We've seen a few Dazzling Gleam Alolan Ninetales have some pretty nice results. It feels like a lot of teams maybe have 1 or 2, if they're lucky, pretty hard checks to it. And then there's just a lot of neutral to super effective play for that Alolan Ninetales, and Pocket really rode that to victory.
Yeah, I think this pattern of teams that we're seeing is really something like you have an Empoleon, or like you said, a really, really hard check to Alolan Ninetales, and then probably 2 or 3 things weak to ice, and then 2 neutral things. Pocket really took advantage of that. Elite actually didn't have an Empoleon on his own team. He had the Lapras, and that's a matchup that, you know, is good for the Lapras, not good enough to deter Pocket from bringing the Alolan Ninetales.
I do want to highlight that wonderful snipe play by Elite, able to completely remove an entire Hydro Cannon off that Empoleon, but unfortunately for Elite, he needed Stunfisk to knock out something with a Discharge. Discharge, not the greatest move around, and that unfortunately did end up costing him there. But for Pocket, pretty familiar territory. Day 2 on the winner's side. Pocket is in absolute peak form here so far in Seattle.
That's right, and Elite, on the other hand, is going to drop to the loser side, but, you know, like you said, had great plays throughout the series. Making that snipe, I mean, it didn't work out, but that was really kind of his only chance at that point. He was in a really difficult position, so kind of giving himself as many opportunities as he could. And, you know, like I was saying earlier, Elite has made many losers runs successfully, whether they're to the gold medal or not. And so I'm not going to be surprised to see Elite still going far in this tournament.
And we just saw in the Latin American International Championships, Pato Man ended up falling to losers early and then had a magnificent run that ended up with him defending his title as the European International Championship. And that's one thing that I do really like about the double elimination system. It's just because you're down, it does not mean you're out of the running.
Exactly, and Elite and Pocket, like you said, both of them have made fantastic losers runs in the past, and I think last season, if I'm remembering correctly, we had more people winning from the losers side of the bracket compared to the winners side, which is statistically very unlikely, but it just kind of goes to show you that when you have trainers who are, in these elite tiers like Pocket, like Elite himself, they can do a lot of damage on the loser side because they have to lose to 2 people, and it's kind of hard to find 2 people to beat some of these trainers.
Yeah, I believe last season there was Elam not once but twice, if I'm not mistaken, Pocket, Elite. There was a lot of trainers who were just kind of able to build that momentum from the losers bracket. Because I feel like momentum can be a very underrated aspect of our game. As if you're just playing battler after battler, you keep emerging as the victor. That's got to be such a big confidence booster, and then just make you trust your instincts, play better, and we absolutely saw that with Pato at EUIC.
That's a great point. I mean, if you look at the way that our bracket is structured, the way that we order the matches, there comes a point where I think someone who drops from the winner's side is waiting like hours to then play someone who's presumably been playing back-to-back matches for several hours. So very different perspectives there. Of course, one person you could argue has the advantage because they're not tired, but on the other hand, they might not be warmed up.
And it looks like we get to hear from the man himself out of Pocket. We'll get to hear an interview, and we got Rise live on the floor to ask Pocket about that thrilling series.
Thanks so much, Home Slice. I am here with Out of Pocket, yet another top cut for this trainer. That was a crazy series against Elite. Just take me through your thoughts on that matchup and on that series.
So Elite and I are very close friends, and I honestly feel like the matchup was pretty good for me. But the first time we scrimmed, like 2 or 3 days ago, I actually lost really badly. And I had to ask for more. I was like, dude, there's no way I'm losing this matchup. And after like 5 or 6 games, I was starting to get the hang of it, and I really started to get a feel for what he was using. Wigglytuff and Stunfisk together are a very good core, and he's always going to have something like his maybe Corv, Lapras, or Annihilate to try and neutralize my Alolan Ninetales, or Empoleon, which are the 2 things I have to really break that core. And because of that, I felt like I knew I had a kind of a clue on what he was going to decide to use, and it helped me make my lines. I was relying on Marowak and Alolan Ninetales really hard, but obviously, being Elite's a really good player. He knew how to adjust, and I felt like I had to pull out all the stops in terms of really diving into the matchup to pick the right Pokemon.
Backstage, we thought that in game number 2 that the Mud Bomb wouldn't quite KO. Did you think that maybe there was a chance your Licky Licky would hang on there?
I was like 100% confident I was going to survive. I was like, there's no way I'm going to get knocked out here. But I think it must have been like an exact knockout, because I think that most Stunfisk I play against, I generally will live that. And I felt like I had honestly set up the situation really well. But thanks to Elite's really well recognition of my catch attempts on the Jellicent, it really put a wrench in my plans. So I I think I made like a decent play to try and come back, but it just didn't work out. So I was, even though I lost, I felt like it was a very good game, and we were both still in it.
In game 3, I noticed your demeanor. It seemed like you thought you were in a difficult position game 3, but were able to overcome it. Take me through that a little bit, just kind of your mindset, and maybe that game, but also just in games in general, when you feel like it's a tough position, but you're able to overcome it.
I always am. Sometimes I am registering in my mind, oh man, I think I brought in the wrong Pokemon here. I think generally I should be bringing in Empoleon into Corviknight there, because Alolan Ninetales, as we've seen, covers Wigglytuff as well as Stunfisk, which are the 2 things that Jellicent kind of struggles against. So I felt like I went in Alolan Ninetales and I kind of made a mistake, but I knew that even though I made a mistake, I still have play, and I'm just going to do whatever I can to win the game from there.
All right, thanks so much for your insights, Pocket. Casters, back to you.
Thanks so much, Rise. Really great to hear the breakdown and insights from Pocket. As we've said many, many times, a titan of the Pokemon Go scene. But we've got 2 more titans on the stage here as we advance to Group B winners finals. We've got Arrow versus Firestar. Both of these trainers actually made it very far at the World Championships last year. And we're not wasting any time, Henry. We're getting locked in for game number 1.
I can't wait. Firestar versus Arrow, game number 1. We've got Guzzlord staring down Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, this is a really interesting, pretty neutral matchup because Moltres, you're doing resisted sucker punches, but you hit so hard with those charge attacks.
Ooh, catch attempt from Arrow. He wanted that Sludge Bomb catch onto the Marowak, does not get it. Firestar is going to be staying on the field to fire off a Brutal Swing to try and soften up this Marowak.
Marowak in this matchup locked in for at least 30 more seconds. Firestar, on the other hand, doesn't have a great answer, but he does have a lot of energy as he unleashes a second Brutal Swing onto Marowak.
An O-Shield from Arrow as he knows Brutal Swing will not be enough to secure the knockout. Firestar just going to stay on the field, has the Brutal Swing, chooses not to throw it. Instead, he's just going to take that free Dragon Tail and maybe attempt to try and farm down.
I think that's exactly what Firestar is going for. He's just been in this lead matchup the whole time. He has a ton of energy on Guzzlord. He did have to expend a shield, but he's already gotten rid of one of Arrow's Pokemon and has a ton of energy.
Ooh, aggressive switch into the Empoleon. Galarian Moltres has energy, going to be full send in the Brave Bird. Brave Bird is resisted, the no-shield from Firestar, but this damage is not going to feel very resisted when it lands.
Yeah, it does a ton of damage, but it does debuff the Moltres. Arrow actually staying in here for a bit, maybe trying to farm up to another charge attack, but Empoleon throws at just the last second. Arrow going to try to preserve the Moltres.
I think Arrow knows that due to his Azumarill slow pacing, it could potentially set up another Pokemon if it gets switch locked. So he's just going to stay on the field with the Galarian Moltres and just try and make life as uncomfortable as possible for Firestar. And this Galarian Moltres, it's debuffed, but it has a Brave Bird loaded. Firestar taking last second moments as he decides to send in Florges to an immediate fly bait from Arrow.
And we saw Arrow debating whether or not he should try to switch out, maybe clear the debuff, but instead he just throws this fly. And great call from Firestar. That could have been a Brave Bird, but actually just takes a fly. And actually this Florges doesn't have Trailblaze.
Disarming Voice, very nice coverage on Florges, but unfortunately is a little bit of a hindrance in this matchup. It will allow the Florges to hit for neutral, but you don't have that super effective damage ramping up Florges' attack.
Oh, and here's where that banked energy is going to come in handy. That might have been a charge attack priority, actually. So nice play from Firestar to get off this super effective Sludge Bomb, and is going to pull Arrow's last shield.
Arrow really trying to invest in the HP of this Azumarill, but Firestar has a Protect Shield remaining as well. He's shielding up the Ice Beam. He does have quite a bit of residual energy. Now it's going to be a race. Guzzlord trying to get to the Sludge Bomb will be able to outpace the Azumarill. Firestar just going to throw it immediately. This will not knock out the Azumarill, but it will get it very low.
Yeah, throwing immediately doesn't want to risk Arrow potentially having an opportunity to catch. As you see, Arrow's clock is now up. He's coming in with the Moltres, trying to get a Sucker Punch down, but Firestar able to reach a last-second Brutal Swing.
Brutal Swing is resisted, but Galarian Moltres has taken so much damage throughout the course of this game. Brutal Swing lands, Moltres falls, Firestar pivots. He's trying to make it, but he can't get there. Azumarill makes the play rough, and this is going to be the end of Florges.
The end of Florges, and Firestar still got a little bit of Guzzlord left, but I think it's just going to faint to a single bubble as Arrow takes game number 1.
That was a well-executed endgame by Arrow. Even with the fly bait being called, Arrow knew that Florges into Azumarill not as strong if they're on Disarming Voice. He was able to leverage that Azumarill very nicely and then take advantage of the switch timer, send in the Moltres. Even though Sucker Punch is resisted, it just got so much quality damage onto that Guzzlord to where Guzzlord did not have the HP remaining to make the Sludge Bomb that it needed.
Yeah, I love how Arrow played around with the Moltres. It got so much damage off and charge attacks off, and I think it saw all 3 of Firestar's Pokemon at various points in the game. Let's take a closer look at Arrow's team. You know, I think for Arrow, this is actually a pretty meta team. We usually see him bringing some strange spice here and there. And for this team, I actually think Charjabug is the spiciest Pokemon. Everything else looks pretty standard.
And Charjabug does have a few targets on this team. There's always the lurking worry of Gourgeist, however. Even though there are 2 dark types for Arrow, Gourgeist is strong into 4 of 6, but Arrow really likes that Galarian Moltres, so I feel like it would be a very bold read to bring Gourgeist after Galarian Moltres was just an absolute nightmare in that game number 1.
Yeah, Moltres definitely walls Gourgeist. You know, Gourgeist typically lauded for its flexibility, its insane coverage, but Moltres is definitely a matchup that it doesn't want to see. And sometimes just seeing one hard answer on the other team is kind of enough to deter you.
Arrow's choice of Double Dark has been a bold one. He hasn't frequently brought them together, but it has usually been very strong. And we've got lock-ins for game number 2, Firestar versus Arrow. Guzzlord leading into the Shadow Marowak.
And this is a matchup that we saw a little bit into last game in the mid game, but now we're seeing it in the lead here as both trainers are just farming up energy. Arrow firing off the first charge attack with the Bone Club.
Firestar going to be no shielding this Bone Club. It's going to do a lot of damage to the Guzzlord, but Guzzlord can hold on. Guzzlord now very, very low. Going to farm up to the back-to-back Brutal Swings.
That's right. Arrow is going to let the first Brutal Swing go. He knows that there's a second one potentially coming right away. Let's see if Firestar decides to throw it right away. He does. Arrow going for the Mud Slap. Let's see if he decides to go for the farm down. Looks like he's shielding and going to try to Mud Slap down.
Now, Arrow will get to exit this matchup with quite a lot of energy. Firestar does have the Gourgeist that will be able to absorb that energy. I wouldn't be surprised to see a no shield on the Gourgeist, just because Firestar has to imagine that there's the Galarian Moltres lurking in the back.
Yeah, and let's see if Arrow just decides to let this Marowak go and go for switch advantage. It does look like he's going to stay in here. Marowak, I think, is going to be able to reach a Bone Club, but not a Rock Slide. Arrow recognizes that, throws this Bone Club, and now Firestar has a ton of energy on the Gourgeist, and Arrow's going to try to absorb it all on the Moltres.
I think Firestar is actually in a very interesting position here because he saves that Shadow Ball for later. In comes Florges into the Galarian Moltres, but there's a very slight timer desync here, and that could be something that allows Firestar to potentially try and snipe the Azumarill with that energy later and actually get value out of it.
That's a great call. We'll have to look at the timer on that Gourgeist you see on Firestar's screen. Is there going to be a window for him to come out of this and just chuck a Seed Bomb into Azumarill?
Another Disarming Voice comes out from the Florges, and man, Azumarill just seems unbeatable with how well it tanks these Disarming Voices. Disarming Voice lands, even a third Disarming Voice will barely miss that knockout.
Yeah, Azumarill going for Ice Beam here. It is getting a little bit low here, probably in range of another charge attack. Disarming Voice plus a couple fast attacks or just a Seed Bomb as Firestar continues to farm up energy. His clock is actually up at this point, but maybe doesn't want to make the combo play while Arrow still has a shield up.
Arrow is no shielding. He's hoping Azumarill can hold on here. Disarming Voice lands. He's going to switch, anticipating a combo play, but it doesn't come through. Instead, a bait. A Chilling Water bait from Firestar gets the shield from Arrow. Arrow shaking his head, but Firestar not going for the combination play. It forced Arrow to overpredict, and this could be the opening that Firestar needs.
Oh, that was actually a charge attack priority tie, and like you said, this is looking pretty good for Firestar. He got the shields there. He still has a ton of energy on Gourgeist, so maybe just trying to reach this last Disarming Voice here to take out the Moltres.
And Moltres cannot get there. Disarming Voice is reached. Disarming Voice wasn't doing much to Azumarill, but you bet it's doing a lot to the Moltres. Disarming Voice lands, Moltres falls, Azumarill has a charge attack, but there's 2 Pokemon to KO, and Firestar there fights back against Arrow, and he gets the Game 2 win.
Yeah, very convincing win by Firestar there to even up the series. We kept talking about all this energy that he had stored on the Gourgeist, and he didn't even need it. Really just able to leverage the Florges in the back in order to take game number 2.
Very well played game by Firestar. I liked the recognition that there was going to be the Galarian Moltres back there, so he did not protect the Gourgeist. Instead, he just banged to the energy, and that bang to energy is what forced Arrow to try and predict that combination play by switching to the Moltres. But that gave Firestar the opportunity to just stay on the field, predict the over-prediction, and then his Florges was in a very good spot.
Yeah, taking a look back at game number 2, we see that lead matchup where Arrow seems like he's in a great position coming out of it, right? Has a lot of energy and a decent amount of health on Marowak, but as we saw, you know, Azumarill just not doing damage quickly enough to the Florges, and things quickly get out of control from there.
That Florges Disarming Voice, just devastating damage, and I really liked the decision to go for the Chilling Water as well. It reduced the amount of damage Sucker Punch did, and is part of what let that Florges stay on the field for so long in that endgame.
That's right, we saw Fleur just, you know, peeling shields from Azumarill, getting it very, very low, and then, of course, able to take out the Moltres. So, yeah, I really like how Firestar kind of positioned himself, prioritizing his Pokemon with those shields, making team reads. So, kind of a lot of invisible labor that goes into the decisions that we see being made on the field.
And now 1 battler has locked in, 2 battlers have locked in. We're ready for this decisive game number 3 with a spot in day 2 on the line.
That's right, Florges versus Azumarill, a matchup we saw late in the last game and here in the lead. Pretty slow matchup for Azumarill, but Florges, as we've been saying, doesn't have Trailblaze, so it's going to be a pretty neutral matchup.
Arrow nodding his head. This is a matchup that he was hunting for, and he's very happy to see it here. But Firestar, what a play. Saves the Floridas energy, able to catch an Ice Beam onto Empoleon where it's double resisted.
And this is fantastic for Firestar. There's no chargeback, there's no Marowak on Arrow's side. So he's basically switching into Empoleon unpunished and has tons of energy on the floor. Just Hydro Cannon coming through, Arrow's gonna let it go.
A bold play by Firestar, and it paid off. The no shield comes out from Arrow. Hydro Cannon, it's gonna hurt, but it will not set up that Moltres to be farmed down. Moltres will go for the fly, just looking to secure the knockout onto Empoleon, and Firestar is more than happy with what the Empoleon's done so far. He's gonna no shield.
Yeah, and Empoleon barely goes down there, and Firestar now has so much energy on the floor just but wants to get even more on all of his Pokemon. Showing his third here, it's the Guzzlord as Arrow fires off a charge attack, and Firestar, you know, he has so much health, so much energy on both of these Pokemon, gonna invest one shield.
But that Shadow Scizor in the back for Arrow could be a big problem for Floridas. Floridas has all the energy in the world. In comes Azumarill. Azumarill does not have a lot of energy, and this sets up that Shadow Scizor for Arrow.
Oh my goodness, I was getting nervous that Arrow was going to try to catch a Sludge Bomb there. Guzzlord getting dangerously close to 100 energy, but Firestar didn't let it happen. Bringing in the Florges here, kind of a combination play, but Azumarill definitely going to be able to absorb this. And now you have to wonder, is this an opening for Arrow to bring in the Scizor, start farming up energy? No hesitation as he reaches for the swap.
Scizor hits the field to be immediately debuffed by Chilling Water. This will do a lot of damage, but will not take the knockout. The no shield from Arrow looks like a second Chilling Water will be able to secure a KO. Does Arrow go for the charge attack priority tie? No, he does not. And that is not what Arrow was hoping to see, as Arrow is now going to be forced to put up a shield, and his Scizor is 2 stages debuffed.
Yeah, Arrow going for the farm down here, and he's going to need a miracle, perhaps in the form of a Night Slash boost here, in order to have a chance in this game. Just going for a Trailblaze here, guaranteeing the attack raise, but Firestar knowing that he might want to save shields for an Azumarill, which is going to do super effective damage with its charge attack, while these Trailblazes and Night Slash are going to be resisted.
That Trailblaze did not do a lot. Firestar at the back-to-back. Arrow puts up the Protect Shield. This is going to be a very close game. There's still a Bullet Punch left to land. Do we see a charge attack priority tie? No, we do not. Arrow, he doesn't throw. Firestar, a sigh of relief as Brutal Swing will take the KO. Azumarill has energy, but with the Protect Shield intact, this is Firestar's game to win.
Yeah, he's just, I think, one Dragon Tail away from the Brutal Swing. Azumarill is very, very low, and I think Firestar is going to be able to take it as Ice Beam comes through, but it is shielded, and Firestar just going to throw this Brutal Swing. It is resisted, but Azumarill probably going to get knocked out here.
It's going to be close. Firing off that Brutal Swing at the Azumarill. Azumarill falls. There's the fist pump from Firestar. He's on to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
And that is great to see. We've seen Firestar get far at so many of these tournaments, top 8 at the World Championships, but somehow I feel like he always advances to day 2 for regionals on the loser's side. So this is going to be a really great opportunity for him to go really far, as he's got more opportunities on day 2 this time.
And I believe that this was actually a rematch of a group finals game between Arrow and Firestar all the way back at the start of the 25 season. If I'm not mistaken, it was in Baltimore. They played in the winners finals, a dramatic game that came down to a charge attack priority tie, I believe between a Pangoro and a Typhlosion. So, a bit of revenge here for Firestar as Arrow won that previous match, but Firestar gets the equalizer, and what a series that was.
Yeah, that was a fantastic series. Of course, taking us all the way to game number 3 here. And game number 3 started out with Firestar making that amazing catch, and I think it is risky when you want to hard swap your Empoleon like that, but Arrow didn't punish him. He didn't have the Karen to a Marowak. He didn't have the Charge Bug, and I think that really set the tone for the rest of the game.
That catch was massive for Firestar, and then Firestar getting both Chilling Waters, getting the double debuff applied, and then Arrow, he just lost count on that Guzzlord. Guzzlord gets to so many Brutal Swings so quickly. Guzzlord able to make one final Brutal Swing into the Azumarill, and I really felt like Guzzlord threw like 6 charge attacks throughout the course of that game. The Brutal Swings were flying.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where having a unique typing kind of helps you out, because you resist so many fast attacks, right? You resist Bubble from Azumarill, you resist Sucker Punch from Moltres, and I think that's kind of what allowed the Guzzlord to feel like it was getting off so many charge attacks.
And we've seen some trainers try out Dragon Claw on Guzzlord, specifically because it does offer better neutrals. But I think why Sludge Bomb just continues to be preferred is because, in a very weird way, when the Fairy type presence is not a Wigglytuff, when it's an Azumarill or a Florges, there's not a lot of fast fast move pressure there, then Guzzlord ends up being a very neutral pick. If you see into a Bud Slapper, it's fine. Into Corviknight, it's fine. Scizor, it's fine. Azumarill, somehow, as a Dark Dragon, it's fine. And I really like seeing trainers kind of opt more towards neutral play and neutral movesets, because it can really allow you to try and reposition even in unfavorable spots to try and set yourself up well. And in that game, Firestar getting that Ice Beam catch onto Empoleon, wasting that Azumarill energy was critical in flipping that game.
Yeah, fantastic play from Firestar, really recognizing that, it's not just about the primary typings of these Pokemon, but also the way in which you position them.
Just magnificent series from both of them. They're two incredible trainers. And if I know anything about Arrow, his run is not over by any means. He'll be moving to the group losers finals, where he'll still have an opportunity to make day 2. And he's been honestly so good with that Guzzlord and Galarian Moltres duo that I'm very much hoping that we do get to see more of Arrow in day number 2.
Well, speaking of Arrow, he recently had a tweet go pretty viral. It was that engagement tweet that we saw earlier in the stream. So let's take a quick look at some tweets and posts that you guys have been making at home to kind of talk about how you're enjoying this tournament so far.
Oh, I love this first one from Melgood711. Yo, add Speedy as cheap too. Throw Swift. And we have Speedy just staring down the audience, staring into the viewer's soul as he takes that 2-0 victory.
Yeah, that was 1 or 2 HP and a dream for Speedy as Chief. And this is one of those things I love about Speedy. He's not afraid to stare straight into the camera, whether it's as a caster or on his own stream. Let's take a look at this tweet from Chris Brown. A day after Pokemon Day, we've kicked off the Seattle Regional. Over 3,000 players across TCG, VGC, and Go. What an incredible community. You see a packed convention center here in Seattle.
Wow, over 3,000 trainers is unbelievable. It's awesome to see the competitive Pokemon games continue to grow as the years progress. And I know just for Go itself, this is a pretty massive regional for us. So it's very exciting to see trainers come out, trainers improve, and just the consistent level of high play that we're seeing again and again and again.
Well, a ton of trainers here in Seattle. We've got trainers coming from all over the world, Latin America, Europe, and of course Canada, as Final Boss AJ is representing that country here. I believe she was actually able to take down her friend Dunebug off stream, and now facing off against C2U in Group C's Winners Finals.
Now, C2U is running some Pokemon that we haven't really seen a whole lot of on stream so far, including the Shadow Steelix and Togekiss. Now, Togekiss, back in the day, it would be running Charm, but now it's running Peck, Aurisphere, and Psyshock. This is a hyper-efficient, incredibly strong moveset that allows Togekiss great coverage, great pacing, and because Aurisphere and Psyshock are such strong moves, even without same type attack bonus, it makes Togekiss a very real threat.
Yeah, Togekiss is a really interesting core breaker for a lot of these core meta picks, thinking about Pokemon like the Kanto Marowak, Pokemon like Altaria, but C2U does have to watch out for the Shadow Walrein on Final Boss AJ's team, kind of like the matchup that we saw AJ playing earlier, where Walrein was incredibly safe into everything except the Empoleon. So let's see how C2U is able to deal with that Walrein.
I feel like ice damage in general has been kind of a surprise success story so far of Seattle. We've seen a lot of Alolan Ninetales, now we're seeing Walrein. If you have ice damage on your team, there's a lot of Pokemon weak to it, and the trainers who kind of took the risk of bringing an ice-type Pokemon have seen some pretty good results so far.
That's a great point. I think bringing an ice-type is really paying off for trainers like AJ, like Pocket, like you said, who are able to target these teams that have Kanto Marowak plus a Flyer plus maybe some other Flexmon that people have brought. But let's take a look at game number 1 here. Marowak versus Steelix, a fantastic lead for Final Boss AJ.
That's not what C2U was hoping to see. Aggressive pivot into the Togekiss. That's going to be answered with Cradilly. Acid damage will add up, but super effective Aurisphere hits incredibly hard onto Cradilly. AJ thinking about putting up the shield. No shields in, and this is going to hurt.
Oh, it does hurt, but Cradilly is pretty bulky, able to hang on there and get off this Rock Tomb. C2U probably thinking that he needs Switch advantage for sure. Gonna start investing into this Togekiss to try and flip Switch.
C2U's final Pokemon is the Guzzlord, so it isn't necessarily even a particularly hard check to that Marowak. Togekiss looks like will not get the farm down here. Instead, gonna have to go for the Charge Tech priority tie. A Grimace there from C2U. C2U wanted that farm down, but because of that Rock Tomb debuff, Cradilly held on just long enough to force this Charge Attack priority tie.
Yeah, Rock Tomb coming through, and C2U wanted the farm down. He's still going to go for it, although it is going to cost him his second Protect Shield as he shields this Rock Tomb and gets 1 more peck, 2 more pecks to take down the Cradilly.
Now this is a little bit of an awkward spot because the Togekiss is very heavily debuffed. In comes the Wall Rain. Wall Rain does not even have to respect this. Even though it's a super effective move, it is double debuffed. Aura Sphere lands, Wall Rain tanks that very comfortably and gets that farm down.
Yeah, and CTU is left shieldless. He is able to align Steelix onto Wall Rain and Guzzlord onto Marowak as we see now, but being down shields, it's not comfortable, and I think Marowak for AJ is probably going to be able to knock out this Guzzlord.
Marowak is up energy, it's up a shield. C2U has to let the damage land. He has no protect shields remaining. He's gonna try and get the double up on Brutal Swing, but that's gonna be a charge stack priority time, but no! AJ has other ideas. AJ could go for shielding one, tanking one, farming down, and exiting with the Bone Club loaded to inflict maximum damage onto that Steelix.
Yeah, C2U able to get off his second Brutal Swing here, but he's not going to be able to get off another. Like you said, AJ is going to be able to get off this farm down and then land super effective Bone Clubs against the Steelix.
And this is not where Steelix wants to be. There's the nod from C2U. C2U knows he's in trouble. In comes the Steelix. Thunderfang double resisted. There is no way out for Steelix. This damage is guaranteed to land. And 2 Bone Clubs is going to mean game over and a game 1 win for final boss AJ.
The spice is paying off for final boss AJ here in Seattle as she takes the first game against C2U. She's now just 1 game away from advancing to day 2, and that would actually be her best finish ever. You see, she's nervous, she's sighing, but she knows that this game could lead her to her best finish yet.
And winning game 1 has to be a big confidence booster. Being on stage time and time again, and being on stage and winning as well. Now, we haven't really seen the Chilling Water Alolan Ninetales, but this is a Community Day Energy Ball Shadow Kanto Ninetales. So we do get to see a Community Day Ninetales. It's just not the one I was expecting.
That's right, we did see her bring it, I believe, in 1 game in her earlier series on stream. Not sure if she's gonna bring it versus C2U. It doesn't really do much versus Pokemon like Guzzlord and Jellicent, for example, but it could have play versus the Empoleon, maybe versus the Togekiss as well. And, you know, we saw C2U safe swapping that Togekiss. It put in a lot of work, but just barely not able to take the Cradily. And I think pretty disappointing for C2U in terms of having to use both shields on the Togekiss.
C2U built a line that had 1 very effective check to the Marowak, but had more of a neutral matchup in the back, so flipping switch advantage at the expense of going down a shield ended up backfiring because Marowak, it is just so strong neutrally, and up a shield, it was really able to punish that team comp.
Tough matchup for C2U. Has to deal with the Wall Rain, has to think about the Marowak covering the Wall Rain as well. Let's see what he's cooked up for game number 2. Another fantastic lead for AJ as she gets Marowak lined up against Empoleon.
Another safe switch into Togekiss. Marowak gonna stay in for a while before sending in the Wall Rain, but this much of an energy head start, Togekiss can definitely make life uncomfortable here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Togekiss is able to reach 3 Aura Spheres in this matchup before it gets Powder Snow down. And the difference here from game 2 to game 1 is actually not, this Togekiss is not debuffed, so the Wall Rain does have to put up shields against the Aura Sphere.
Aura Sphere would be deadly, but these Powder Snows have been doing so much damage to the Togekiss. Togekiss is not known for its bulk. It's going to be very, very close if Togekiss can get a 3rd Aura Sphere, or will it succumb to that Powder Snow damage.
But AJ is recognizing that she might need every Powder Snow she can get to take out this Togekiss. It doesn't look like she's reaching for charge attacks. Oh, but Togekiss able to get to an Aura Sphere at the last second, and I think C2U is going to be able to flip swap.
That energy head start staying in to throw the Mud Slaps backfires in a big way. Aura Sphere lands, down goes Wall Rain, and with switch and shield advantage, the C2U should be in a very strong spot as Jellicent hits the field.
Yeah, the odds have suddenly flipped in C2U's favor. Bone Club coming through, but Jellicent doesn't really have to fear it. C2 lets it go, and he's probably just going to continue to farm up with this Jellicent. Now, it is awkward for him because he doesn't have a great answer for AJ's Jellicent. So, you know, he's really going to have to leverage this shield advantage. But actually, AJ just switches it in, maybe trying to catch a Surf. But C2, patient, able to get off the Shadow Ball.
Great patience from the C2U. This Shadow Ball is going to hurt. That Shadow Ball connects, heavy damage onto the Jellicent, and now C2U realizes there is just nowhere this Empoleon can go. So the best use of the Empoleon is basically just to absorb energy from this Jellicent.
Yeah, we did see him bank a Surf as well, so I think all he needs to do with this Empoleon is just get this Jellicent off the field, maybe force a little bit of energy from the Marowak, and we do see Jellicent throwing off a charge attack here right before it goes down, but CT is going to come out with a Hydro Cannon, and that's going to be enough to take out AJ's Marowak and the game.
C2U, after that game number 1, made sure he had water damage everywhere. Hydro Cannon banked, Surf banked. He was not letting Marowak do that twice. Hydro Cannon takes the knockout. C2U gets the equalizer. And we're going to be going to a game number 3.
C2U staying alive in the series. Togekiss face-off, you know, maybe didn't work out for him in game number 1, but it worked out for him in game number 2 as AJ actually had to counter swap with Wall Rain rather than Cradilly.
And that Wall Rain, I feel like if it didn't have such an energy deficit, it could have been able to farm down, but the decision to stay in and throw all those mud slaps with Marowak really ended up backfiring because without those debuffs, Togekiss had just enough HP. It was not by much that it survived, but it barely held on to make the third Aura Sphere, which completely flipped the game on its head.
That's actually a great point because this Aura Sphere is really what flips the game. And like you said, I think AJ stayed in for 2 mud slaps in the lead, which kind of put her 3 pecks behind. And, you know, if she's doing Powder Snow damage instead of mud slap, I think she actually would have been able to Powder Snow down the Togekiss. So, you know, we might potentially see a situation where AJ says, hey, you know what, that line was good, but I just made a small mistake, and I'm just going to run those Pokemon back.
Now, as C2U, do you triple down on the steal leads and say there's no way the Marowak's led 3 games in a row? These are the mind games that these players have to consider. Like, is AJ just going to run Marowak for a 3rd time? Is C2U going to run a Steel-type lead for the 3rd time? These trainers are going to have to solve it and solve it fast because there is a spot in Top Cut on winner's side on the line. And getting to Top Cut on winner's side is such a big advantage because you still have a loss to give.
Exactly. You know, if you think about the probability of winning from the winner's side versus the loser's side, you know, on paper, all else being equal, it is so much better to be on the winner's side. You know, fun fact about C2U is he's actually made some pretty crazy losers runs at Worlds, at LAIC, I believe, last year, where I think he dropped like round 1 at Worlds and then won 7 matches straight or something to get top 16. So, you know, I think, you know, when you're on the loser's side, it's definitely tough, but not impossible.
To get that win streak at Worlds as well is so impressive because that's where the absolute best of the best are competing. So C2U has absolutely proved that he has what it takes, but he's got a tall task ahead of him. That Togekiss, kind of a more anti-meta pick, has really been strong and was a key contributor to that Game 2 win. Will we see Togekiss a 3rd time? Will AJ lead Marowak for a 3rd time? These are the decisions these trainers have to make.
That's right. I'm definitely still expecting Marowak Wall Rain Core from AJ, but we'll have to see what the 3rd Pokemon is. She actually brings Moltres, and it catches a fantastic lead as it finds C2U's Jellicent.
C2U cannot catch a break with the leads. The safe switch, switching out of this matchup, sending in the Togekiss, but again, there was a pretty substantial head start for the Togekiss, but will it be enough of a head start?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think the Togekiss got 2 pecks this time instead of 3 in the last game. We'll have to see if that makes a difference here in terms of whether C2 is able to reach another Aura Sphere. I actually don't think he's going to be able to make it this time, and I think AJ is going to go for the full Powder Snow down.
AJ not throwing any charge attacks this time, just trusting in trying to get as much Powder Snow damage as humanly possible. So for the C2U, getting 2 shield head start here is really, really nice. And just sending in the Jellicent, and Jellicent will probably look to just absorb some damage.
Yeah, this is a risky bait by AJ. Oh, but she actually pulls the shield from C2U at the last second as he looks a little displeased by that. And now AJ is just going to full send the Earthquake here. Shadow Earthquake going to do a ton of damage on this Jellicent.
Oh, that is a rough turn of events for the C2U. Shielding the bait, having the new connect, just going to fire off the Shadow Ball and get rid of the Wall Rain. It's going to be Guzzlord versus the world in the end game, but with only a 1 shield advantage instead of 2.
Guzzlord versus the world. He does still have a bit of Jellicent left, but it is completely dry on energy as now the Moltres comes in. It doesn't have any shields up though, so potentially if C2U is able to land a Sludge Bomb, I mean, ideally for him it would be while the Moltres is debuffed, but AJ sees that coming. She's just going to go for the fly and not worry about dropping that defense yet.
Ooh, will we see a catch? We do see the catch! The Sludge Bomb onto the Marowak, and that could be the dagger. That does absolutely nothing to the Marowak. There's the reaction from AJ. AJ realizes this game is very likely over.
Yeah, I think that catch might have sealed the deal for AJ. She's anticipating the brutal swing coming through. She's feeling good. CT still has some energy. Oh no, he doesn't have any energy left on this Jellison. He has a shield, but I don't think that it's going to be enough for him. He kind of concedes the game here as he lets the Bone Club through.
Bone Club lands, Marowak farms down, and final boss AJ makes day 2 here in Seattle.
A nice celebration for AJ. As she advances to day 2 on the winner's side, you can see how much it means to her. She's actually never been in the top 16 before, and now here she is finding herself already in the top 12 as we see a hug between the two competitors.
You love to see the sportsmanship on stage there, exchanging some last-second words. AJ cannot believe it, but Walrein has paid off. Walrein being brought game after game, and Walrein provided massive value in that series.
And what a fantastic game and match and tournament for AJ to perform in. It's such a big tournament. She's bringing spicy Pokemon like the Walrein, like the Ninetales. I mean, Cradilly at this point we could consider spice as well, right? And she's saying, you know, I need these weird matchups to give myself an advantage against the top players, but she's also just been playing really, really well throughout the day, and it's really exciting to see her make her very first day too.
I really liked the adjustment in that game number 3 of recognizing that by throwing a charge stack and having a bit of a slow swap in that game number 2, it opened the door for that Togekiss to make the third Aura Sphere, but switching faster and then just not throwing, farming all the way down, and then that Icicle Spear bait getting the shield, you could basically feel C2U's hopes exiting, and then the dagger, the Sludge Bomb catch onto the Marowak.
That's right. It was really well played by AJ overall. She got the quicker swap. She got the bait with Walrein versus Jellicent. And then, of course, like you said, the catch at the end to kind of seal it for her as she celebrates advancing to day 2 there.
Big congratulations to AJ. Another Ice type paying dividends. Alolan Ninetales, Walrein. I mean, what Ice type is next? Is someone going to be using a Piloswine or something? But so far, it seems like Ice damage is a pretty consistent indicator of success so far today.
That's right. Well, we've got a couple of trainers already advancing to day 2. We're still kind of filling out our top cut, but before we get to some more matches, let's take a look back at LAIC to see some more championship moments.
LAIC 2026 in Sao Paulo was groundbreaking for Pokémon Go PvP. For the first time in history, the players competed in the Great League Limited format. New top picks emerged like Oranguru and Gyarados. Old Titans rose back up in Dugong and Medicham. On Championship Sunday, 3 trainers from different regions found themselves competing for the crown. Marto Galde from LATAM wanting to defend his title. Nighttime Clasher with his first Championship Sunday appearance. And Patoman going into his 4th consecutive Championship Sunday. Nighttime Clasher started the day off by sweeping Marto Galde 3-0 by showcasing his perfect mechanical play and anticipation. In the losers finals, Marto fought back versus Patoman. The Spaniard brought a unique combination of Togekiss and Dusk Noir to break up the opposing team composition. With the advantage of team building and the fire in his heart, Patoman knocked out the reigning champ and advanced to the grand finals. There, Nighttime Clasher led the first set 2-0, showing how strong Oranguru is versus Dusk Noir. Patoman then came back with a reverse sweep from the most impossible situations, proving his skills and mental game. In the bracket reset, Nighttime Clasher led 2-1 again and went in with a risky team composition for match point, completely ignoring Patoman's ace Dusk Noir. After a breathtaking showdown, Nighttime Clasher found a way to maneuver around it, defeated Patoman, and became the first ever out-of-region Latin America international champion.
The Dragon Breath does not connect. It was not enough for the KO. Nighttime Clasher rising as your Latin America international champion.
To witness future incredible plays live, make sure to go to Pokemon.com/compete.
It's Axon says, I'm back here in Portland.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I am from Logan, Utah. I first got into competitive Pokemon back when there was the whole pandemic, and thankfully, I saw that Play Pokemon was adding Pokemon Go to the circuit, And I thought, you know, I might as well go somewhere. I've been locked indoors so long, might as well give something a try. And because of that, I was able to put myself out there, go to the Indianapolis Regional Championship. It was the first ever one in North America for Pokemon Go. And then I ended up going to NAIC that same year because of how much fun it was the first time, and I ended up winning the North American International Championship in 2022. Earlier in this season, when I was kind of in the low, when I just went off to EUIC and went 1 and 2, traveling all the way across the seas just to come up really short, that was definitely a low for me in this season. But I had really good friends around me, people like Dunebug, my family as well, that were able to just convince me to keep on going. And fortunately, finally, at the very end, at the last second of this season here, I was able to win the final regional. I think that all the prep that I put into this regional and making sure that, you know, I didn't take anything for granted. Every single match, you play it one at a time. Ever since I won the World Championship, I've wanted to win something else, and I finally was able to do it.
Its Axon is inevitable. Your champion returns to the stage here in Portland and wins it all.
The team that I ended up bringing here, I think, was one of the better meta calls I've had recently. I brought Tinkaton, a new addition to the game, one of the best core breakers out there. Diggersby as well, just such a bulky monster. Lapras, it's hard to go wrong with that thing. Shadow Jumpluff as well has been proven time and time again to be one of the best Pokemon in the game. I think that the biggest pick that I brought, though, was Blastoise. This pick is something that not a lot of people saw coming. There were some matchups that I played, people didn't have a single answer for it. It was a Pokemon that really just stuck out to me when I was doing some playtesting. And because of its ability to tank charge moves a little bit better than other Pokemon in the meta, and it's so spammy, it has great rock-type coverage and normal-type coverage, it just felt like it was the right pick, and it definitely was.
Its Axon does it again, and he does it in style, in fashion, with his shiny best buddy, Blastoise.
When I won Worlds in 2023, it was something that wasn't even on my radar. It was always a dream of mine, always a goal, but being able to actually do it was just the dream come true. If I could ever win another World Championship, I don't even know what that would feel like. At this point, it's uncharted territory for Pokemon Go to have a 2-time world champion of any kind, so being able to trailblaze new ground, I think that would be breathtaking.
One of the very best to ever do it, Its Axon. Always good to hear from him. And he is still yet to play today here at the Seattle Regional Championships, where we welcome you back. Alongside 2-0 Butters, Chris Reisner joining you guys, and we are gearing up for some more action on the way.
Well, you know, Its Axon said there's never been back-to-back champions or 2 world champions in Pokemon Go, but we've never seen it before at an international stage either until Patamon did a back-to-back European International Championship. So it's possible. Maybe it will be Its Axon in August in the Chase Center in San Francisco, being a 2-time Pokemon Go World Champion. But today, it's all about the Seattle Regional Championships and a trainer up next that I think might be one of the best trainers to never claim a regional title.
Absolutely, and we are talking about Ashton Ash right here. He is a player that has come so close a few times. He's the runner-up to out-of-pocket at NAIC. Right. He has been so close a number of times. I remember at Atlanta last season, he was playing against Elam, and he actually was talking to Its Axon, who we just saw from, asking for advice. I've been in this position before, and I want to, you know, get that title, and just came up a little bit short. So he is such a consistent player. I think it's not a matter of when, not a matter of if, but when he finds that title.
Well, the thing is, at some point, he was one of the few trainers that was back-to-back, I believe, top 5 at an international championship in a row, and that was a rare feat at that time. So you would think if he can get back-to-back top 5 at an IC, he might be able to pull it off in a regional championship. This could be his moment, because I believe we are in the winners finals. So it's going to be Ashton Ash versus the Tarian. Whoever wins this matchup secures day number 2. And just a little bit more about Ashton Ash. He was 3rd place in Merida recently. He got 9th place at the Latin American International Championships, 7th place Las Vegas this season, 4th place in Pittsburgh as well. So he has just been on the edge the entire 2026 season.
Extreme consistency, and you have to imagine for him, it feels like that barrier he's just trying to break through. And here we go. Against a worthy opponent in the Torian, we have a lock-in. Ashton Ash
taking on the Torian in winners finals, and it's going to be Moltres Mirror to start things out.
And they might look a lot different, but this is a mirror matchup. On one side, we got the shiny Moltres with the 1499 CP. That is an awesome Moltres from the Torian. It looks like both of the trainers did press fly. This is charge attack priority, meaning the Torian wins charge attack priority.
Sometimes you wait a little bit to not reveal the charge attack priority, but maybe both trainers were confident that they would win it. However, it's Ash and Ash with the Moltres that's taking this charge attack, or excuse me, actually, the Torian took it, and now we see both players building up more energy.
Well, look at the back line. It's very similar as well. It's Licky Licky. Here comes the Licky Licky from Ash and Ash, and it's a Licky Licky in the back for the Torian, and it's double steal in the back. We got Empoleon and Corviknight, and here comes, I didn't actually see it. Was that a fly or is that the Brave Bird?
Let's see. He is going for the big Brave Bird, and it connects. That is massive damage, and what this allows you to do now is come in with your own bulky Licky Licky and absorb this energy where it's not nearly as valuable.
And can you possibly full rollout down? I know rollout doesn't do that much energy, but after you take probably the triple body slam, I think you can just roll out down and get loaded on energy.
What an efficient play from the Torian, landing the most powerful attack he could have on that Licky Licky, and now soaking up all this energy on his own, and he is going to come out of here with nearly 100 energy on his own Licky Licky. He's almost got triple body slams ready to fire.
He sponged the energy, and then he expanded to have 100 energy himself, or nearly there. Here comes the Moltres. Yes, was at 100 energy, but actually the Moltres banked it, so you have to give up this Protect Shield. There's no way you sacrifice 100 energy. So the Torian gives up his last Protect Shield of the battle, but it was charge attack priority, meaning that you have to give up this body slam here. Ash and Ash is going to endure it on his Moltres.
Great awareness from Ash and Ash. Understanding that the Torian had 100 energy banked. He wasn't going to bother doing another rollout, so throws immediately, but there's still a lot of energy here. Shadow Ball incoming onto the Empoleon.
And the problem for Empoleon here is it's vulnerable to fast attack pressure in the back from the Corviknight. And yes, you did let that through. There's one Protect Shield remaining, but this forces you to Protect Shield air cutters. You would much rather have used it on the Shadow Ball.
This is where fast attack pressure starts to become a problem because you've let your health dwindle so much. Hydro Cannon incoming onto the Corviknight. 2 Hydro Cannons will be awfully close to knocking out, but you're just going straight air cutter, as you said, and Ash and Ash, he's forced to take this resisted attack.
But remember, the Moltres double resist the sand attack from the Corviknight, and you still get to the Hydro Cannon. So this is not terrible for Ash and Ash. It's going to be landing into the Torian. There's no Protect Shields remaining. Is this going to be able to knock out the Corviknight?
And he can swap. I think he can swap.
Yeah.
He can pivot. Oh, but doesn't. Ow, maybe. Okay, doesn't swap. The air cutter is now fired off, and this is just an impossible looking situation because you Protect Shield here, but I believe that Licky Licky still has energy. Let's see what is Torian going to do. Actually going to come in with his own Moltres, which has more energy and is going to win the chart attack race. Game 1 going to the Torian.
He needed that Protect Shield in the in-game, and instead the Torian takes it in this mirror, just how we started. The shiny one reigns supreme, and the Torian wins that game number 1. But that was tough. You called out that moment where there's an opportunity to maybe swap, and we call snipe energy, where there's a Pokemon with very low health. You make a quick swap, and one fast attack will be enough to take out the opposing Pokemon, and maybe having the opportunity to waste that air cutter on that Corviknight.
It was awfully close. I'm not sure it would have been feasible if maybe that Corviknight already would have reached the air cutter on the swap. It was really close,
right.
So perhaps it wouldn't have made a difference. But we take a look at the replay, and to me, this was the biggest moment of the game. Landing the Brave Bird, and then having the ability to come with your own Licky Licky to soak up all the energy. This is a Pokemon, you know, it can be difficult to get rid of. It's so bulky, but letting that Brave Bird just made it so efficient for Torian to get rid of it.
And not only taking the Brave Bird, but then, or actually landing the Brave Bird, but then full rollout down. So you're at 100 energy, you're able to unleash that energy and crucially get that Empoleon low enough for the Corviknight to be able to take care of it in the back line. So a pretty dominant performance from the Torian here. Both trainers had very similar ideas, right? They brought the Galarian Moltres, they brought a Steel type, and they brought Licky Licky. They have actually pretty similar teams of 6 overall here.
That's a great point. Extremely similar lines were brought. You see a Moltres, Licky Licky, Moltres, Licky Licky, and for some reason, maybe based on chart attack priority, it forced Ash and Ash out. It gave a huge advantage in that 2 Pokemon mirror for the Torian, and that's how you see utilizing these Pokemon to their best ability can make all the difference.
It's hard to make that fairy type adjustment possibly because both of the trainers showed Steel types, but I believe Corviknight isn't as strong against the opposing fairy types as the Empoleon would be. So do we see a fairy type swap out from Ash and Ash? No, it's double flyer once again. It's the Moltres and the Corviknight.
And although you resist a chart attack from the Moltres, it's not a great matchup because the sand attacks are heavily resisted. And here we go. We see the Licky swap and the Empoleon counter response. Now, Ash and Ash, I saw a quick shake of the head. I think he didn't like the head start that he gave to this Licky, knowing that it'll make it a little bit more uncomfortable for him to retain switch advantage.
Because if you give too much of a rollout advantage, you are vulnerable to double Shadow Ball, right? As an Empoleon in this matchup. And yes, you can knock out with your double Hydro Cannon yourself, but in that zero Protect Shield situation, you are vulnerable. So that's probably why you saw the early Protect Shield from Ash and Ash just trying to protect this Empoleon, and we have same exact lines of threes as we had in the game number 1.
Exactly as you pointed out, the Licky reaching double Shadow Ball prior to the double Hydro Cannon. So that was why Ash and Ash elected to shield the first, knowing that it's unlikely you're gonna bait a body slam in this matchup, and the Torian is just going to elect to take this shield advantage and try to work from there.
And the Empoleon has enough health that it's a little awkward for the sand attacks to be coming through. So instead, gonna try to Sucker Punch down, using the Protect Shield to try to get an energy advantage here. Do you pivot now that your Empoleon is vulnerable? Your timer's up, there's the pivot.
Understanding that the Licky is quite safe here, as well as the Moltres. Surrendering that Sucker Punch down, that flying energy would go so far against the remainder of the team. So Ash and Ash not gonna allow that to happen. Pivots into Licky. First chart attack coming through, and it's gonna be shielded by Ash and Ash.
And he's shaking his head because it was Fly instead of Braver, swapping onto the Shadow Ball, but this is actually where you want to put the Shadow Ball into the Corviknight. So what a call from Ash and Ash, right?
Great patience. I think he waited for a split second and actually saw it. So great patience, but it was so fast of a reaction, it almost looked like that. And now Licky going to keep building up energy, but not before the payback is unleashed here. Now, Licky can hold on here, but it should put it into the red health.
Yeah, it's going to put it very low. You are at a lot of energy, but you are also at your switch timer, so swapping into the Moltres, and now you have an opportunity to bank up a ton of energy. Torian is switch locked. You just keep taking these air cutters while banking up all this energy, and the Torian can't do anything yet.
And although Corviknight's a strong, flexible Pokemon, this is where it starts to be a little bit painful because you have to rely on these inefficient air cutters that just don't do that much damage. So much energy now on the Moltres of Ash and Ash, and he's just gonna go straight for the fly here. Does Torian ever show? He calls it. He survives the fly.
He calls the bait, and you're not in. You can't get Sucker Punch down then, so it's back-to-back fly. There's a Protect Shield remaining. Do you go for the Protect Shield here? But oh yes, you actually do, because you're so close to the energy yourself. There's no timer yet. Ash and Ash can't swap, so the Torian takes advantage and lands his own fly.
Fly is unleashed. This may be enough to knock out Ash and Ash's Galarian Moltres. Moltres goes down. Now, how much energy was left on these? Oh, a lot of energy on the Licky.
He banks the body slam and enough to have the Shadow Ball as well. He's gonna have enough energy to throw the Shadow Ball. How much health does the Corviknight have? Gonna swap? No, doesn't swap, but has the Shadow Ball anyway. The Shadow Ball is gonna land. It's gonna be enough damage.
Ash and Ash banking the energy he needed. Body slam, Shadow Ball, combination play, and that is gonna knock out the Corviknight. Ash and Ash not going down that easy. We are tied up 1 game apiece.
Whichever trainer gets their Licky to 100 energy wins. That's the pattern that we've seen so far in game number 1 and game number 2. Whoever is able to take advantage of that roll out energy was able to win the battle.
Utilizing that Licky to great effect. And you pointed out in the mid-battle, I think the pivotal moment of this game was pivoting the Licky and not surrendering that Sucker Punch down against Torian's Moltres. Had Ash and Ash played that a little bit more conservatively, it may have been to his detriment. So quickly swapped the Licky, made some of the right shield calls, and he is able to even up the series.
And that's probably why both these trainers are relying on this team of 3, right? It's very flexible. If you know this is going to be the team of 3 every single time, you're not that scared to pivot into anything, really, right?
Absolutely. And you have to wonder if you're Torian about the Corviknight, because on paper, it's a Pokemon that looks very safe against Ash and Ash's team. There isn't really a hard check to it. However, what's it really doing for you? You know, what's it going to hard punish? Maybe the Marowak, I guess, maybe the Wigglytuff, but even the Wigglytuff with the Icy Wind cover, it's actually a closer matchup than you'd think. So if you're Torian, do you play it safe and keep bringing this Corviknight, or do you maybe try to go with some of your more pulverizing picks?
Yeah, and you have 2 steel types as well. I understand wanting to pair it with the Moltres and Licky core because maybe you feel vulnerable to a steel type like the Wigglytuff, but you maybe can even just swap to the same line of 3 and bring the Empoleon yourself, because in this situation, even Corviknight versus the Moltres, it's not amazing. And then if you're matching up against the Empoleon, it's good, but it's not amazing either. It's not really finding a target, and maybe that's the reason that Ash was able to tie up this series.
We are almost ready. We got one trainer who is locked in, and there goes the other. Decisive game 3. Both these trainers vying for a spot in day 2, and here we go. It's gonna be the Empoleon into the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
A huge lead for the Torian. No swap here. Looks like Ash is just gonna get to a Hydro Cannon, try to get a Protect Shield, and actually just gonna throw on good timing instead of throwing when the Hydro Cannon was available.
Protect Shield comes up immediately. This is a bold decision right out of the gate by Ash, staying in and not electing to pivot immediately. He swaps into the Moltres, and oh my goodness, a Bone Club A, and it is successful. Ash feels like he can't afford to take that damage, and we see the Protect Shield pull.
And now you can get to another Rock Slide before the charge attack is available for Ash. So Ash suddenly is probably going to have to give up both Protect Shields in this situation. Yes, you can endure this, but this might be your most useful Protect Shield of the battle. He lets it go.
Lets it go, doesn't want to go down both Protect Shields, and lures out the Licky now. This is looking difficult for Ash. I don't know, is he going to be able to reach 2 charge attacks before going down? Looks like 2 rollouts will knock out, so it comes down to whether he's 2 sucker punches away from the fly, and he is.
He barely gets there, and this was looking ominous. This was looking like another opportunity for Licky to full farm down, but instead barely hanging on to get to the double fly, and it's almost enough to knock out the Licky, but not quite. Where do you soak this energy? Do you come in with the Empoleon and soak it up? Do you peekaboo? Do you peekaboo the Shadow Ball?
You could go for the peekaboo. We'll see what he decides to do. He goes for it.
Peekaboo!
But that Torian waited too long.
Well, I've never seen that. It was the peekaboo fast attack down. The new meta.
He was too patient. It was an extended peekaboo. And Wigglytuff now has a huge decision here for Ash. Lets it go. Lets the Bone Club go. And this is huge, because now you still have a Protect Shield, and you get off the Icy Wind as well. I don't think Moltres can ever sucker punch down the Wigglytuff. Suddenly, Ash looks like to be in a commanding position.
And especially as soon as you enter the battlefield, you're getting debuffed from that Icy Wind. Had to give up the Protect Shield. These sucker punches are doing nothing, and suddenly you're at another charge attack, actually reaching to try to get to the Icy Wind, even though Swift at this point is probably going to be enough using the last Protect Shield of the battle. What a call with the backline from Ash.
And I think Ash recognizes it. He can just go for the Swift. He doesn't need to farm down, because that Marowak is so low. The charm damage should at least keep pacing with the Mud Slap damage. Swift knocks out the Moltres. Wigglytuff, 2 charms, you're out, and Ash moving on to day number 2.
What a performance from Ash. The Tarian is looking up here. They look like they're saying something. I don't know what's going to happen here. Maybe he's going to talk about that peekaboo situation, but it looked like the Tarian was pausing. Expecting a peekaboo, but maybe he wasn't expecting it from a fast attack pressure Pokemon like Wigglytuff, and that damage was enough to knock out.
It did look like that. It looked like Torian was waiting, anticipating the swap, and it just was a little bit maybe too slow to react, but asking potentially for a review, so they may take a look at it, as that was a tremendous game number 3 either way. And Ash, after he went down the Protect Shield early on, took the Rock Slide on the Moltres, it seemed like he had his back against the wall, but the end game alignment with the Wigglytuff against the Moltres ended up going in his favor.
And of course, that moment where you're able to charm down all that energy as well. Imagine if the Tarian was able to get that off. They're talking through it right now. We will let you know as soon as we know, but I have a hunch it might have been on that peekaboo moment, but it's a risky scenario, especially at such low health, because sometimes when you're not giving input on your side, you don't see the input on the other side as well, and then you don't know what is happening on the other side of the screen. That is the risk inherently that comes in with pausing at the moment in the game. Pausing can be really strong to make sure that you wait a turn, but it does have its downsides, and maybe in that moment with that Wigglytuff, he was able to take advantage of that downside.
Correct, and it'd be interesting to see whether a body slam or a charge attack was ever cued during that moment when the Wigglytuff swapped in against the low Licky Licky. Because if Torian was to get off a body slam in that situation, I mean, we saw how low the Wigglytuff was in the end. That could have been a difference maker. However, it did seem, at least watching it in real time, like a charge attack was never pressed from his side.
Yeah, it did seem like that. And it also did seem like one charm was enough to knock out the Licky Licky as well. So actually, official confirmation, it was on that moment that we were speaking about, on that peekaboo attempt. And if you're a new viewer here, first off, welcome in. Second off, we call peekaboo is when you have one Pokemon that enters the battlefield and then immediately swapping into another Pokemon because you think the opposing trainer is going to throw a charge attack. So you throw out one Pokemon and then they're like, okay, I want to Shadow Ball that Pokemon. Suddenly you bring in the Wigglytuff, which has a normal type, and then you absorb that not very effective instead. That's what we call a peekaboo, and that's what Ash and Ash tried to perform in that moment.
Right, and we actually saw a successful peekaboo early from Sharkboy, and here's the moment that's under review. We see the quick swap, and yeah, if we look at Torian's side, I don't think there's much there, at least from my perspective. It simply looks like the quick swap and the charm registers before he clicks on the charge attack. So,
well, if we can see it one more time, I have to agree with you. Of course, it all comes down to our amazing judging staff. Whatever we say doesn't matter. It's these awesome judges that have so much experience and so much talent to take care of these exact situations. But when we see it, you do see the Wigglytuff appear, right?
Yeah,
on Torian's
is there
side.
Any sort of delay as we see Empoleon come in? When does he tap the Wiggly? And it's pretty instantaneous, right? You see that swap animation with the typing. So it wasn't like the visuals never updated, right? It wasn't like it was frozen there.
Right.
It seemed pretty fast in that situation. It was almost an instantaneous come in with the Empoleon, swap the Wiggly. So I don't think there was any, at least from my perspective, from what I'm seeing, that there was anything that malfunctioned there.
Yeah, and to build off that also, when you see the thumb of the Tarian, it actually looked like it was more towards almost doing a rollout than it was doing a charge attack, right? And if you press the rollout in that situation, you're gonna get rollout damage and knock out the Wigglytuff, but I'm not sure if that's enough to be game decisive to get one more rollout worth of damage.
Right, and you have to think, even if
it's behind in the turn cycle too, right?
Even if you do one rollout and it's an instantaneous swap, one charm would then take precedent over getting a rollout plus a body slam as well in that scenario.
It would register first, right? Because you are pausing as well. So it's a tough scenario, and that's why in the moment it happened so fast, and that's the reason we're looking back at it. But an awesome play, though. I mean, from both trainers. If you talk about the technique from both the trainers, one, using a technique that we call peekaboo, where you bring in one Pokemon and then show another. And to even elevate that, he used a peekaboo with fast attack pressure that can actually charm down the Pokemon. And then on the other side, the Tarian actually taking, knowing that peekaboo might happen, going for a pause to make sure he doesn't throw energy against the wrong Pokemon. But pausing with that low of health is so risky.
Right, and I don't see the tapping on the Torian side, whether he reached for a Shadow Ball or not. So it's quick. And obviously, when you're playing live in the moment, sometimes these things happen so fast, it can be difficult to remember. So maybe from his perspective, he felt like it was a delayed animation that caused this, but it did seem to function properly there on the instant replay. So they're going to be looking this over, coming up with a review. And, you know, in hindsight, if you're Torian, like, he had so much energy, right? Maybe even if you just blind body slam, even if it is the low Empoleon, you still get off another body slam against another Pokemon.
Right, yeah, because you had the double banked at that point, and you were so low health. You don't even really want to take a fast attack. So maybe he was worried that as soon as he throws one attack, a fast attack would come through and knock him out. But it's such a tough situation. But I mean, it's really hard. And especially in these moments, sometimes those little moments, nuances with Pokemon, little health and energy management in these tight quarters of Pokemon Go PvP can be the reason you win or lose the battle. And some of the best trainers on the planet are the ones that can master these tight windows where you actually don't even know what the best, proper, most efficient play is, right? You just have to guess at that point. I mean, you make an educated guess, but you are guessing.
And I think sometimes that's exactly it. That's what separates the really good players from the great, from the best of the best, is these unique situations where it doesn't come down to just straight up matchup versus matchup. It's these complex situations where you have energy here, energy there, some Pokemon with low health, some with more health, and you have to be creative in finding these win conditions and these end games. And right there, it was a difficult decision, a difficult predicament to be in where you're so low. You want to get the proper energy off, you want to throw the correct move, but you run that risk of letting the Pokemon go down because you're so low.
Yeah, but like you mentioned, it's not straightforward, and that can separate the trainers where they can think multiple steps ahead or make a new calculation of how to win the game. I mean, a trainer like we've seen so much recently, like Pokémon, just be able to execute. And you know what? One trainer that always impressed me at this is Prime Wadage. I always thought Prime Wadage was a really good problem solver when a game kind of got off the tracks. In my opinion, he was one of the best at it.
Absolutely. Wadage went on such a tear a few seasons ago, winning Hartford, NAIC back-to-back, and one of those players that, like you said, was creative in their problem solving. I feel like SJ is another player that oftentimes he doesn't like to play strict matchups out, you know, fully. He likes to always be switching, saving energy, trying to create an advantage where there seems like there isn't any. So here we go. We're just going to take one more look. I was wondering if it looked like he did tap the Shadow Ball last time I saw this.
I feel like his thumb is on the left.
And I see a tap there on the Shadow Ball. So it is possible with that one tap that occurred on the Shadow Ball. It's really hard to tell, but you also have to ask the question, with the remaining health on the Wigglytuff, would a Shadow Ball have done enough damage to even matter in the end?
And if I remember correctly, Wigglytuff wasn't the last Pokemon for Ash and Ash either. If I remember correctly, I thought there was a low health Empoleon that peekabooed the swap anyway. So that Empoleon, even if the Shadow Ball was enough to knock out the Wigglytuff and the Kanto Marowak Mudslap down, you would still have to have enough health to be able to get a Bone Club off onto that Empoleon.
Right, and I guess the argument would be, would a Shadow Ball have done enough damage? Because the Wigglytuff was quite low, so yeah, it would have had to do enough damage where the Marowak, I guess, would have survived while taking one less charm.
Well, I would say, I think in that moment, the charm that knocked out the Kanto Marowak put the Wigglytuff in range of like one Bone Club, one Mudslap. If that Wigglytuff took one more Mudslap, I think it would have gone down. So then a Shadow Ball does probably more damage than one Mudslap, you would have to think, even though it's so resisted. But it's so hard because even if you get that knockout, you still have the Empoleon in the back. So not only is there a lot of calculations going on with the trainers, it's a lot of calculations for the judging staff as well to figure out what to do in this scenario. It looks like we maybe have word soon. Both of these trainers are deciding to get up, and that might just mean the match did hold up.
And it looks like we do have a winner here. Match will stand in favor of Ashton Ash. Congrats to him. Moving on to day 2 on the winner's side. And like you said, Butters, he has been so consistent. Credit to Torian for putting up a great series there. And Ashton Ash will be the one moving forward onto the winner's side.
Honestly, he has had an awesome 2026 season. He has been so close so often to winning it all, and it's such an advantage to come in on the winner's side. I know you have a lot of experience. I know you sometimes don't want to talk about your experience, but when you come in on the winner's side, as a competitor that's competed so many times, how much of an advantage do you feel like that gives you compared to coming in on the loser's side?
I think it's unquestionably an advantage compared to the loser's side because it's just a shorter path, right? It's a shorter path, a shorter road to the finals, where you may only have to win 2-3 matches to get yourself to the grand finals versus if you're on the loser's side, you have to win something like 8 consecutive matches. And, you know, not everybody is Pato Man that wins 16 consecutive matches en route to a EUIC championship. But being on that winner's side, it just gives you a shorter road to the finals, makes it a little bit more feasible than starting on the loser side.
Absolutely, and then you get to drop down ahead of a lot of the losers as well. So say you do win a matchup earlier on in day number 2, then you drop down and then wait for more losers to keep going at it. So Ashton Ash comes in on that winner's side of the bracket. We have another trainer that wins day number 2, but I believe now we're going to Group G. I think this is literally round number 2 for these trainers. We saw Caleb round number 1. I think this is round number 2.
They've been waiting for a while. And Butters, I was taking a peek at this matchup, and we may be in store for a diabolical situation.
It's Will D. It's Will D.
It's Will D.
I love Will D. He is so fun to watch. Okay, we've had some conversations about this because also, by the way, this might be a last moment of opportunity for this strategy. As we know, in the next season, some of these Pokemon are getting a little weaker. Specifically, Mudslap is getting weaker, so the Toedscruel is, and Bastion is getting weaker with the Smackdown as well. So, last opportunity, right?
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the exact same team of 6 with the same exact movesets that Will D ran in Toronto in his last regional. So he is just straight up running it back. He made day 2, ended up losing to Elam later on in day 2 in a closely contested battle. And I know he was upset. He was talking to me about that. Felt like he had Elam and just kind of misplayed that game 3. But he's back now. He's got a really tough opponent ahead of him in Caleb. But what I was referring to earlier, Butters, is there's a chance we could have a Bastion Mir match.
Oh, yeah. Get your popcorn ready. That's a fun one. It is possible, but maybe actually not unlikely because there is only one Mudslapper on the team of Will D. So it's actually very possible that you do bring in the Bastion in this scenario, right?
Right. There's only one legitimate counter in the Toedscruel. The Fortress is, however, on Volt Switch, so it has access to Earthquake, which makes it a better answer to the Bastion as opposed to if it was running Bug Bite.
And this is a Pokemon that actually we've seen will Safe Swap a lot, is that Fortress to try to get the alignment or get Protect Shields, but it's much harder to pull that off against a Gourgeist team. Caleb does have the Gourgeist, so that old strategy that was working in Toronto might not be as viable here. And one thing I want to mention also about that Elam matchup, Elam is he's a very chill guy, and he doesn't show his emotions that much. That maybe is the most stressed I've ever seen him on stage before facing this team. This team is incredibly hard to deal with.
It's a difficult team and it's stressful to face because you have such polarizing Pokemon where normally there's not really anything safe you can bring. However, if you look at Caleb's team, I would say one Pokemon that is relatively safe is the Gourgeist. The only answer really to the Gourgeist is the Furret. However, the Furret is running Swift and Brick Break.
Wow.
So there's no charge attack pressure from the Furret onto the Gourgeist. It's obviously still a favorable matchup for Furret, but it's not the worst situation to be in if you're Gourgeist. I think that is the safest Pokemon in this matchup for Caleb.
So maybe it's some sort of Gourgeist Bastion core for Caleb, because also I think Gourgeist in general does pair well with the Bastion. So can we get that duo from Caleb in these games? But it's stressful because if you lose alignment, you could just lose the battle, and then you have to decide also how many Protect Shields am I giving up in that Safe Swap situation. So it's a high stress moment. This might not be for the winners finals to make day 2, but it still feels high stakes.
The Gourgeist does look a little bit problematic for Will D. I mean, it resists everything. The Mud Slaps, the Seed Bomb, the Wrap on the Toedscruel.
Yeah.
It is a hard punish to that Fortress, especially on Volt Switch, and double super effective Incinerate. So the Gourgeist is quite threatening. However, Will D with Brick Break on the Furret, that's actually going to make it a pretty solid answer to the Bastion.
Right, great call out there. Able to have that extra pressure to maybe break up that core of the Bastion and Gourgeist. So maybe we will see some Furret, and then on Caleb's side, then what do we see to try to counter that Furret? And Furret actually is looking really safe against Caleb's team, especially even against, there's the Corviknight, right? You even have the neutral Brick Break to throw into the Corviknight. So suddenly, in my head, it's switching a little bit that now we might actually see a lot of Furret from Will D.
True, yeah, now that you point that out, Furret, you can freely swap against Caleb's team.
Yeah.
The Furret, it looks very safe, so that's going to be something Caleb will have to account for here. And one other point of note on Caleb's team is the Shadow Altaria. Now, Altaria is really good against the Toedscruel, but there are quite a few checks on Will D's team. So, I mean, you got the Azumarill, you got the Bastion, you got the Buitzum. It's kind of daring Caleb to bring that Altaria with all these hard checks.
What I'm most fascinated about is now that the Fortress maybe might not be the safe swap of choice. If you double shield Brick Break Furret, can you just double shield through most of these Pokemon? Like, imagine if you have a Toedscruel Bastion duo, and then if you lose lead, you swap in the Furret and you 2 shield. There might be a good chance you get alignment.
That might be a strategy we'll see Will D employ, because I know he's a trainer that tries to win switch advantage at all costs. If you watch some of his run through Toronto, that was basically the strategy, is he would try to fight for switch advantage at all costs, sometimes going down 2 shields, but if you get something like a Bastion and a Toad Scroll in the right spot, going down 2 shields may not even matter.
And sometimes his better battles was when he actually lost lead and came in with the Say Swap Fortress and then was able to get the alignment with the Fortress. We do think that won't be as possible in this matchup, but we got a Bastion near. Bastion has been a signature Pokemon, surprisingly, in the 2026 season. No one really called that happening, but of course, Steinar bringing it, the 2nd regional champion as well, and I believe it even top 3'd in the 3rd regional in North America.
Right, exactly. Meteor Fallion taking it to the championship in Milwaukee, and then Rockhaven brought it to a top 3 in Las Vegas. Bastion has perhaps seen more play in the championship series this season than ever before. And Caleb, of course, a trainer known for running the Bastion, one of his signature picks, Will D as well. He's been running back this team tournament after tournament, and he's coming off his best finish in Toronto. Here we go. We finally have a lock-in, and it's going to be Corviknight into that Furret.
Okay, so we have Furret maybe as your tool for alignment. In the back, you have the Bastion and Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is going to be able to dominate that Jellicent matchup, but we do have that Gourgeist in the back that looks pretty safe versus the backline of Will D if he can avoid this Furret.
The Brick Break connects instantly, increasing the damage that this Sucker Punch will be doing to the Corviknight, and Caleb going immediately for the hard-hitting payback. Will D considering the shield, and he puts up the Protect Shield, preserving a lot of health on this Furret.
And Say Swapping into the Jellicent, met by the Wigglytuff here. This might be brutal for Caleb. He's not showing any emotion, any reaction, maybe expecting this might have happened, but Double Surf isn't gonna be enough to threaten. But if you don't throw energy, if you're Will D, do you get to the Triple Surf that might knock out?
I'm actually surprised Will D elected to swap so quickly. He had the Furret, he could have got some energy while doing some Sucker Punch damage against the Jelly, but elected to go Wiggly. I think maybe he doesn't want to desync the switch timer too much is what he's going for, and throws this Icy Wind to debuff the Jellicent, but Jellicent may still get 2 surfs before going down.
Does Double Surf still knock out? That would actually be brutal if Will D had to give up a Protect Shield against this Double Surf. Let's peek at it. It will knock out, so he'll actually have to give up his last Protect Shield of the battle, and Swapping, trying to catch a charge tag, and effectively does so.
We'll get off this Icy Wind against the Corviknight here, and this will make the Corviknight do even less damage, of course. And we see the swap back into the Furret, and Furret has relatively decent bulk to it, so not really forced to Protect Shield here. Even if it was a payback, Furret could hang on, and Will D maybe going for a big farm down.
But we got that wall in the back for all this energy. We have the Gourgeist that's gonna be able, it actually gets to the Air Cutter. That's brutal. You don't want to use a Protect Shield here, but just with 1 health remaining, able to get this lasting chip damage, maybe putting this Furret in range of a couple Incinerates. That's actually huge for Caleb, and now you double resist all of the charge attacks from Furret if you are the Gourgeist.
This could be an opening that Caleb needs to keep himself in this game. However, this Furret's capped out on energy, and Will D might be able to get out and save it for later, opting for the Swift. Caleb going to no shield, and Furret going to bank 2 Swifts and swap into the Bastion.
And did he register that Incinerate damage onto the Bastion? I like that. Getting some Sucker Punch damage off and then hitting the Incinerate into the Bastion. Also, Caleb bringing 2 Pokemon that can hard resist all the energy from that Furret. 2 of those Ghost-type Pokemon. You have a 2 protection advantage, but you're getting really low with the Gourgeist.
I think this bulk might just be too much for Gourgeist to handle here. Stone Edge coming through. Caleb building up more energy, have to assume going for the Shadow Ball, but now you're starting to get to a point where that energy on Furret, although it's resisted, those 2 Swifts might be enough for both of these Ghost types.
And the timer is coming back up soon. Does Will D try to go for a combo attack after he goes for the Stone Edge? He has 1 Protect Shield remaining. He was able to call that Seed Bomb. This is the next Seed Bomb. He calls it again, knowing it won't be a Shadow Ball.
I think Will D is feel like he can just save the Protect Shield for his remaining 2 normal types against the Ghosts and be fine. We see the Swift fired off. Caleb, it's like, where do you use your final Protect Shield? You've got such little health on these Pokemon. He's going to let the Gourgeist go down, and the Jellicent is so low, not going to bother firing off the Charge Attack. There was still a Protect Shield. Will D takes game 1.
What a change of pace for Will D. In my opinion, he played the Bastion like how Caleb usually plays the Bastion. Caleb usually uses the Bastion as a Pokemon to soak up all of the energy and just be consistent and flexible. Will D didn't care as much about the alignment. He just bounced around the battlefield.
And I think it went a little bit overlooked because we think of Caleb as the Bastiodon master, the Bastiodon connoisseur. But Will D, if you look at the Bastiodon against Caleb's team, he's giving him a taste of his own medicine. The Bastiodon is pretty much free against Caleb's team. There is not a ground type on Caleb's team, so really your best answers are the Jellicent, which because of the bulk of Bastiodon, you can survive multiple surfs, and then the Corviknight, of course, has super effective sand attacks, but you are still threatened by the flamethrower of Bastiodon.
And how the tides have turned where Caleb is most threatened by a Bastiodon in a tournament. He has Bastiodon himself, but I do like how he brought the double ghosts to try to be able to bounce around and soak all of the energy from Furret in the late game, but the Furret just hung on with a little health, and the Ghost just got too low because of the Bastiodon bulk. I think you might have to switch it up a little bit in this game number 2, but Will D really showing different strategy, more depth to what he usually does with just trying to get the alignment with the save swap and then trying to punish you. He was a little more fluid in that game number 1.
Thinking about it, Butters, think about the Bastiodon Furret core of Will D. It covers everything on Caleb's team. The Furret with positive matchups against the Ghosts, against Licky. Brick Break is a positive matchup against the Bastiodon as well. And then the Bastiodon is a hard check to the Altaria. So really the only thing that kind of breaks them is the Corviknight. So Caleb's forced to bring it, and here it is against the Bastiodon.
And he's going to be able to match up in this scenario. And this is a clunky matchup. These are 2 Steel-type Pokemon, but one is doing double super effective with the fast attack with these sand attacks. And then the other one can reach the super effective flamethrower, but looks like Caleb just wants to stay in this battle, and he brought his own Bastiodon for the back line.
There it is, lurking in the back, and I think Caleb senses how valuable his Corviknight is, so actually shields the flamethrower and safe swaps the Gourgeist, maybe trying to lure out the Furret here to not have to deal with it later. But right now, Will D just content staying in, gonna reach another flamethrower here, understanding that he's not in Shadow Ball range on the Bastiodon, and this is gonna connect.
It's super effective into the Gourgeist. I think you're absolutely right. He was trying to lure out that Furret so you could have the Bastiodon in the back, because Furret with the Brick Bait would be a good Bastiodon counter. Instead, having to throw the Seed Bomb, you're gonna need 2 charge attacks at this range, or 3 charge attacks to get that knockout. Here comes that Furret, and now the double Seed Bomb is available, and actually you hang on so you can get it off.
And I think Caleb was opting for the Seed Bomb against the Bastiodon because he thought it was an obvious catch onto the normal types in the back. Oh, but Caleb actually gets off double Seed Bomb here because he was able to withstand that previous Sucker Punch onto the Furret.
And way more damage to go for the Seed Bomb, Seed Bomb, Seed Bomb. Gourgeist can just get to so much energy so quickly with that Incinerate that it recently got to be able to use. Here comes the Air Cutter. You're almost in range of knockout. You have to use the Protect Shield.
And Will D senses that he's in trouble. And Caleb, a small thing that he did there is he came in instantly with the Corviknight while Will D is still switch locked. He wants to get rid of this Furret. He does not want Will D to pivot out with it.
He really doesn't want to match it up against the Bastiodon. And now that it's energy dry, it is not a threat to the Bastiodon any longer. So you probably will see the Bastiodon unleashed by Caleb here. Do we see it? No, actually just staying in with the Corviknight. But there's the Bastiodon. He said, you beat me in game number 1 with it. I'm the Bastiodon master. I'm bringing it to game number 2.
Caleb positioning his Bastiodon perfectly against the Wigglytuff here. Wigglytuff is going to fire off the Icy Wind. So this game is not over yet. But right now, Caleb has the wall face as the wall against the Wigglytuff.
And it's just going to be impossible to get through this bulk. Yes, there is a little bit of health remaining on the back line of the Bastiodon for Will D, so it maybe could get to a charge attack. There still is 1 protection remaining, but still, the Corviknight is really healthy from Caleb. He has a stranglehold on this matchup right now.
Another Icy Wind coming through. Gonna leave this Bastiodon double debuff, but still very healthy. And you have to assume Will D will look to pivot out. Goes into his own Bastiodon, but this Corviknight is still very healthy. And going for the payback here would be enough to knock out the Bastiodon from this range.
And is it gonna go through? Will D knows what's happening right now. There is probably no point, so letting it go down. The Bastiodon with the best buddy ribbon does get knocked out. Just a couple more sand attacks will do it, and we got a tied series.
It seems like Caleb is at a bit of a team comp disadvantage in this matchup, but he called the line perfectly, positioned his Bastiodon exactly where it needed to be, and that's gonna lift him to be the victor here in game number 2 as we head to a decisive game 3.
This is so tough. We've seen the adjustment. We've seen that Caleb is going to bring his Bastion on himself, but it is so hard to bring that Toadscruel to try to counter Caleb's Bastion because Caleb is showing 2 answers to it. He's showing the Corviknight, and he's also showing the Gourgeist. So it'd be incredibly risky to try to, in this scenario, to try to bring that Toadscruel into the matchup, right?
And we talked about it. Those are probably Caleb's best 2 Pokemon, the Gourgeist and the Corviknight. So
exactly.
It feels almost impossible for Wildy to bring the Toadscruel. And for that reason, if you're Caleb, maybe you have to keep bringing the Bastion. Maybe you have to just risk. There's no way he's going to bring the Toadscruel against me. You have to bring the Bastion in that case.
And in that point, the Bastion is a free pivot. If you know you can scare off the Toadscruel, you can just pivot in, soak as much damage as you want. Suddenly, Bastion becomes the flexible Pokemon in this matchup, something you rarely say about Bastion.
What kind of upside-down worlds are we living in here in Seattle, where Bastion has become the safe swap? But Caleb,
it really is. It's like the safest Pokemon on both these trainers' team.
It is, with a Toadscruel not coming, granted, the safest Pokemon on both teams. And Caleb and Wildy thinking things over.
Also avoiding the Furret. That's crucial. You really need to avoid the Furret with your Bastion.
Keep in mind, but there's one Pokemon we haven't seen yet, I don't believe, is the Azumarill on Wildy's side. And this Azumarill is running Hydro Pump. So if Wildy suspects that the Bastion is coming once again, the Hydro Pump Azumarill could be a Pokemon to counteract the Bastion from Caleb.
And it's even better against the other Steel type in Corviknight as well. The Azumarill swap up here might be a great move from Wildy. I did mention that Caleb could just free swap Bastion. It's not the case though, because that Furret is coming every single battle, and you don't want to switch lock into the Furret. So you kind of want to see the Furret. That's why we saw game number 2. He tried to bait it out, and there it is. There's actually the adjustment. There's the Azumarill into the Corviknight. Same line for Caleb swapping into the Gourgeist.
Gourgeist swaps in against the Azumarill, and Caleb, I like this decision, going instantly for the Seed Bomb because of the swap in. This is actually ideal timing to land this onto the Azumarill, and if you look at Caleb's other Pokemon, I mean, this is some of the best damage he's going to be able to get against the Azumarill.
Yeah, it ends up after the double Incinerate, it's turn 11 before that turn 12, so it's perfect timing, which is hard to do with a 5-turn fast attack, and the Azumarill is just staying into this battle, and you're not trying to give up the Furret, I believe, because Wildy wants to keep that Furret for the Bastion in the back.
And both trainers actually firing on Chart Attack priority here. Caleb throwing on Chart. That was really risky by Wildy to not potentially let an entire Incinerate. But the Ice Beam coming through, Caleb gonna elect to let this one go. You have to be careful here if you're Caleb, because you don't want to put yourself in a position where the Sucker Punches get you, but he should be comfortably able to reach the Seed Bomb here.
I think this is exactly what Caleb wanted, though. He wanted to see this Furret, and especially now that this Furret is switch locked, he's gonna match it up against the Corviknight and avoid that matchup. There it is. Here comes the Corviknight, and then suddenly you are at a Protect Shield disadvantage, but you can just start spamming Air Cutters and get this Furret lower and lower, or pick up Protect Shields.
Once again, Brick Break thrown instantly in this matchup to increase your Sucker Punch damage as soon as possible. Caleb gonna build up to that payback. This is a big decision. There's still 2 Protect Shields, so gonna go for the Air Cutter bait because 2 Air Cutters would be enough anyway, so it just feels like a safer play, and he does pull the Protect Shield.
And imagine if he can get through this matchup and have that Furret in the back line for the Bastion. I believe that's what Wildy wants to do. That's why he had the double Protect Shields. I think he's fully investing into this Furret. I actually expect him to Protect Shield again, and can he Sucker Punch through? That means the defense is dropped by double, swapping the Azumarill. Oh. Here's the double Air Cutter, bait the later, swap off Bastion.
Incredible patience there from Caleb. Let's see if his counting is on point, and he knows this isn't enough for the Hydro Bomb. His counting is on point, and he banked 2 Air Cutters as well to try and use for later against the Furret.
He has almost 100 energy there, but can he get it off? Can he get off the double attack? Because he's low enough to get knocked out by 1 Sucker Punch here. There is the Bastion in the back as well. A Smackdown might knock it out. Here comes the last Protect Shield of the battle. This is going to drop the defense of the Bastion.
However, if Wildy can reach another Brick Break here before going down, that's going to be really bad for Caleb. So he's forced to throw the Stone Edge here. And now this is such an awkward position for Wildy. He puts in the last Protect Shield. The switch clock is up.
Combo move, swap!
Calls the combo!
Wow, he calls the combo. The double resist the Air Cutter. Wildy swapping for the tickle of the Flying type damage. And now the Smackdown goes through. You don't even get to the payback.
doesn't get to the payback. That is devastating for Caleb. What a call from Will D. He understood the play from Caleb. That's what Caleb had to do. But now you simply have a Bastiodon against a healthier Bastiodon. I don't know if there's any way out of here for Caleb.
I don't think there is. What a cruel fate for Caleb here in this Bastiodon mirror to be behind on health. Of course, you do have the Gore guys to maybe try to swap and catch an attack, but I don't think it will be enough because even so, Will D might be able to get to a brick break.
Caleb with his back against the wall here, and Bastiodon just gonna keep on smacking. Now we talked about—
You wanted this mirror, now we got it.
Yeah, we talked about seeing this mirror, but with one Bastiodon having so much more health, I believe the Gourgeist as well doesn't have an attack, so it would just get fast attack down in the end. Seems like Will D is in firm control here in game 3.
And both of these trainers over farming, knowing that a swap can happen at any moment, pausing for Caleb, making sure he sees a smackdown come through, landing the flamethrower, but the flamethrower just does so little. How many more flamethrowers would you need?
Bastiodon is inevitable as it keeps on smacking down and going to throw this trying to attack by Caleb. Does pull off the catch.
Got him.
He's pulling the tricks out of the bag, but you see a little bit of a scoff there, understanding that even with this nice catch, it's not going to be quite enough to overcome the bat. Oh, we're actually going to timeout.
Oh no, this is a rare occurrence. There's only 5 seconds left in the battle. This is gonna be not very effective. This means technically this will go to a timeout in this Bastiodon mirror, and Will D is able to win it.
In a timeout, the trainer with more Pokemon wins. If they're tied with the same amount of Pokemon, it's the trainer with more health. Will D had both, more Pokemon, more health, so he wins the timeout game, and he is gonna be moving on. Congratulations to Will D beating Caleb at his own game, Butters.
More Pokemon, more health, more wins with Bastiodon against what some have called the Bastiodon Master. Of course, he's never won a regional with it that we've seen with other trainers, but he is one of the original trainers to take advantage of the bulk of the Bastiodon. But this is very early on still for these two trainers. It's later in the day here in Seattle, but that was only round number 2. Will D advances, Caleb drops down to the loser side.
And I have to say, that was a difficult matchup on paper for Caleb, because that brick break Furret, Butters, most people opt for the Trailblaze for that ground coverage to ramp up your attack, but that brick break instead of the Trailblaze proved to be a nightmare for Caleb's team. It helped it against the Bastiodon, the Licky Licky, the Corviknight. Against his particular team, brick break seemed to be way more effective.
Well, then also, he didn't have a Bastiodon counter either. So
Right.
he had the double situation where his team was so weak to brick break Furret, and then he wasn't respecting Bastiodon in the meta, not bringing a single counter to it. So he was vulnerable to Bastiodon, he was vulnerable to Furret. That was coming in every single battle, and the key adjustment of the Azumarill to be stronger against the double steal in game number 3, it was enough for Will D.
Vulnerable to his own not-so-secret weapon that time. And Butters, Will D is quickly becoming something of a giant slayer because, you know, Caleb, very highly renowned player in the community. He's also coming off a Toronto tournament where he took down players like LNDS Hard Jeff. He took down Lyle Jeffs on day 1. He is quickly becoming a player that is someone that, when you see his name on the bracket, you do not want to see.
It's terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying. Not only because now we've seen more depth from his strategy as well. In previous iterations, sometimes you just saw him hard going for the alignment. And if you lose alignment, he safe swaps Fortress, tries to get the alignment back. That already is difficult to deal with. But now, these little tech wrinkles that he has, like Hydro Pump Azumarill, he has the Brick Break Furret, so he just has more optionality. And honestly, he played a much different game of matchup of 3 games than I've seen him play before. He played it differently strategically.
And sometimes it gives you that option when you run polarizing Pokemon, but you also have some safe picks along with it. You have the optionality if you want to play for Switch or play more flexible. And once again, props to Will D for a great win there over Caleb. But here we go. We're on to losers finals. 2 trainers that we've seen already today, Arrow and Mormon Matt, fighting for a spot in day number 2.
And Mormon that went down again to Nighttime Clasher, who he lost the cup to in that day number 1, and has the same team, I believe, from that cup matchup against Arrow, who completely threw out his team and tried something different. And you know, for an Arrow team, would you say this is one of the least spicy Arrow teams that you've seen? There is a Charger Bug, but otherwise pretty meta.
Absolutely. This is one of the most normal teams we've ever seen Arrow run. Normally he's running some off-the-wall stuff, but all these Pokemon are at least meta or maybe secondary meta type Pokemon, and the Charger Bug perhaps being the one more unique pick on his team.
And Charger Bug looks okay in this matchup. Of course, there is the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but you crucially have that X-Scissor coverage to be better against the Dragon type of that Guzzlord. There's 2 waters from Mormamet, but there's 3 Pokemon vulnerable to electric damage. Plus, against the Shadow Dusknoir, that is a Pokemon that really does well in even shield situations, but if it ever gets low, you can start Volt switching down that Shadow Dusknoir. So you actually might see this Charge Bug, which has been popping up in other tournaments in other regions across the globe.
I took a secondary glance at Arrow's movesets here just to see, you know, I know sometimes he opts for some crazy movesets, but it looks all pretty standard here. No crunch on the Charger Bug this go around. Standard X-Scissor and Discharge as we look to lock things in. And looking at this team from Mormamet, again, pretty standard. The Shadow Dusknoir, however, stands out as a Pokemon that we saw maybe early on in the season, but haven't seen as much lately with the increase of things like Furret, Licky Licky, Wigglytuff, a lot of normal types in the meta. So Mormamet opting to bring back that Dusknoir, which does have a couple of hard checks on Arrow's team.
I mean, Double Dark is really hard to bring it against Double Dark in this situation, but it looks like we got to lock in. And to remind you, if you don't see it at the top of your screen, this is the losers finals. So one of these trainers will secure day number 2, and one of them will be eliminated. There is the Double Dark lineup from Arrow. Has the Guzzlord in the front, the Moltres in the back.
This is a very neutral matchup between these 2 Pokemon. It can actually go either way depending on the stats of these Pokemon, and Guzzlord opting to take the Drill Peck here first. You can always know you're gonna take it. Oh, and a nice catch to start things out for Mormamet.
That is a well done catch to secure the not very effective damage into the Guzzlord, and nothing really to hard punish it. You have the Azumarill on your team, but you don't have it in your line of 3 here. So actually just gonna stay in with Guzzlord, and this is great for Mormamet, actually forcing the resistant damage and a Sludge Bomb that is not the best either.
Takes the Sludge Bomb, and Arrow doesn't have much fast attack pressure for this Guzzlord, so he actually just elects to stay in, do as much Dragon Tail damage as possible to put it in a more manageable Sucker Punch down range for his Moltres.
And he might have made a miscalculation. I think he was really expecting something weak to Charger Bug in the back, but there's the Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back. This is terrible. He brought in this Moltres to soak this energy, but your backline matchup is going to be Charger Bug versus Marowak.
Right, this looks really tough for Arrow, and suddenly, if you're Mormamet, you simply come in with the Empoleon to soak this. So Arrow senses that, swaps the Charger Bug, but it's met by the Marowak, and this looks disastrous for Arrow, but he hasn't changed expression at all. Maybe he feels like he still has some play here.
And this is really smart to let this go, because there's a scenario where if you double shield the X-Scissors, you could get combo played Brave Bird. So you need to let one of these X-Scissors go and just rely on the fact that you resist that Volt Switch damage. You can't let both of your Protect Shields go in this situation if you're Mormamet.
Mormamet just going straight Bone Club, understanding that it still does a nice chunk of damage, as well as the Mud Slaps adding up over time. So another X-Scissor fired off here from Arrow. This is going to grab the first Protect Shield from Mormamet.
And Arrow was able to throw in good timing, which is harder as the 4-turn fast attack. He was able to throw on 8, and now Mormamet's a situation where he's throwing 1 3-turn fast attack before the 4 turns of Arrow is up, and using that last Protect Shield combo play into the Empoleon, has the Hydro Cannon bank, no Protect Shields remaining for Arrow.
And although it seems odd, right, swapping an Empoleon into a Charge Bug, understanding he can reach the Hydro Cannon first. It's in Hydro Cannon range. Arrow has the attack, but there's still Protect Shield, so not gonna bother firing it off. Game 1 goes to Mormamet.
In a dominant fashion for Mormamet there. He was ahead the entire battle, and Arrow was just kind of stuck ever since the Say Swap Guzzlord. Who knew Say Swap Guzzlord could just present so many issues for Arrow's Double Dark Charger Bug team, but he's very vulnerable to it because there's no real fast attack pressure besides his own Dragon Tail. That's why he was staying in to use Dragon Tails, to use Sludge Bombs, but the Charger Bug in the back is going to be resisted, and so is the Sucker Punch from Moltres.
Right, it was a line that, other than his own Guzzlord, there was really no fast attack pressure for the opposing Guzzlord. So once his own Guzzlord was out of the picture, it was just so annoying to deal with that opposing Guzzlord, and this catch for Mormamet was great because, you know what, but if you look at Arrow's team, there really isn't a hard check to the Guzzlord. The most obvious one would be the Azumarill, but when Guzzlord is ahead on energy, the Sludge Bomb does almost 50%, and it can actually be a really uncomfortable matchup for the Azumarill.
Yeah, the Azumarill, some trainers say Azumarill, the counter swap Guzzlord isn't enough. It's actually not that easy to deal with, especially if there's Protect Shields up. The Guzzlord up energy can put a lot of pressure on that Fairy type, and we're locked into game number 2. Arrow, his tournament dreams on the line, picks up a great lead with the Shadow Scizor to Azumarill.
This is very favorable for the Scizor, and we see the Say Swap Guzzlord. The thing is, we see the same backline from Arrow once again, but maybe he thought about this and, oh, actually, doing a bunch of Bullet Punch damage, swapping the Moltres, and I think the thought process here is both of your other Pokemon are great against the Azumarill, so you don't even necessarily need switch advantage here. I think he's just sacrificing the Moltres.
And especially now that you have a loaded Shadow Scizor in the back, you can maybe 2-shield it and just try to rip through whatever Mormon Matt has in the back. He has 2 water types, but he does have the Empoleon that is stronger, and that holds on to get the fly. That is huge for Arrow, able to endure to get that fly, to pick up a Protect Shield from Mormon Matt.
Mormon Matt fires off, or uses the Protect Shield rather, but there is so much energy on this Scizor, and I think this is almost enough to knock out. It's either this or 1 Bullet Punch extra on the Trailblaze. Mormon Matt now faces the position. He takes the Trailblaze, it puts him low, and he aggressively swaps in the Empoleon.
And now Arrow is just going to stay in this battle, even though he does have an answer in the back with the Charge Bug. Maybe he's going to throw this boosted Trailblaze, try to pick up Protect Shield. Does Mormon Matt give up the Protect Shield? No, lets it go. Does he swap Charge Bug here to finish off this Empoleon? No, he's actually just going to double down. He's going to try to fast attack through. These are double resisted, Rise.
Showing the power of Scizor here, going to Bullet Punch down the double resisted damage against the Empoleon. It doesn't look double resisted after those boosts, and now in comes the Azumarill. Arrow in a commanding position, just going to make sure he gets off this Trailblaze, but he still has a good matchup in the back with the Charge Bug lined up for the Azumarill.
And still, look how much Bullet Punch damage he's going to get off here. He's triple boosted, though, instead. Just comes into the Charge Bug. He has a Protect Shield advantage, and he has Discharge, so this is his matchup to win. Remember, Mormon Matt does have the Guzzlord in the back, can swap to absorb a charge attack, but Azumarill is just going to struggle to try to get through this Charger Bug.
And with a 3-turn fast attack in the bubble, the catch becomes very difficult.
Oh!
Does make the catch, actually, as Arrow throws after 1, so that could open up some play, but I think the problem here is Charger Bug gets to its charge attacks quite quickly, so it should be able to still get to double discharge before Azumarill ever gets to 2 charge attacks.
And Arrow's laughing that one off, saying, oh, maybe I shouldn't have just thrown on such predictable timing, but it doesn't matter in the end. Looks like Arrow now is going to dominantly win this game number 2 with 1 more Volt Switch. It's tied up here at the losers finals.
Good to see the trainers having a laugh there. Like, nice catch, didn't really matter, but I applaud it as Arrow evens up the series 1 game apiece. And it seemed like, you know, in that first game, it was a scenario that perhaps Arrow didn't consider, was the safe swap Guzzlord and not having that fast attack pressure in the back. This time, it seemed like he had a plan for it, because the Guzzlord came in and he stayed in for a long time with the Scizor before then swapping out. It seemed like he thought about, in this scenario, I know what to do.
It was the key adjustment that enabled him to win the battle, because if he had that Guzzlord in the front, or maybe even something else, he wants to keep that backline for whatever reason it is. He thinks the backline of that Charge Bug and Galarian Moltres is incredibly strong for him. So what is his optionality? Okay, I'll bring the Scizor. And Scizor actually looks okay, fairly safe against everything. Against maybe the Empoleon, it will struggle with a little bit, but it's not terrible in this matchup either. So I love that adjustment. He could go back to the double dark here, but I like that Shadow Scizor.
I guess the Charger Bug and the Moltres do cover the team of Mormon Matt quite well. The Moltres really only afraid of Azumarill for the most part, and Charger Bug has a great matchup there. Charger Bug mostly afraid of the Marowak, which Moltres is your best counter. So, as you pointed out, it seems like Arrow feels like that core is his key to victory. And we'll see if he runs it again here in our decisive game number 3. It's going to be the Marowak mirror.
But the problem is that core does struggle with Guzzlord, and we do see the Guzzlord in the back for both of these trainers and a Galarian Moltres. We got double dark versus the Azumarill backline of Mormon Matt.
And Butters, Arrow essentially went triple weak to this Azumarill that Mormon Matt has brought in back. Now, all 3 of these Pokemon do have play against the Azumarill. They can fight back for sure, but this is an extremely weak to Azumarill line. So it'll be interesting to see how is Arrow going to deal with that Azumarill once it's revealed.
In classic Arrow style, some trainers run ABA weak to Pokemon. He triple A's it up. He's triple weak to the Azumarill. He is throwing this Bone Club. It does land, but the barely hanging on and throwing the opposing Bone Club as well. Now does Arrow hold on as well?
I think Arrow senses if there is an Azumarill, there's no way he can afford to use a Protect Shield there. And we're going to see the Guzzlord mirror now. It's been a straight-up mirror match so far. The problem is it's not a mirror in back, and it's not a matchup that Arrow's going to want to see.
And they both instantly pivoted, so both of these Guzzlords are on exact energy right now, and actually getting a Sludge Bomb Protect Shield. That might be huge for Arrow. If Arrow has any opportunity to win this battle, he needs to save his Protect Shield and try to win with that Moltres against the Azumarill in the back.
That's the only play. And after the Sludge Bomb has landed, Mormon Matt made us opt for the Brutal Swing here, and we see Arrow opt to do the same. Gonna get some chip damage here. This is gonna be valuable for Arrow. And you know what? Keeping that shield advantage for the Moltres, I think there's a chance. Moltres now.
Wait, Mormon Matt maybe tried to call something. He threw the Brutal Swing into nothing, into a ghost.
Wasting the Brutal Swing energy there is gonna be pretty tough for Mormon Matt. And now all of a sudden, Moltres up in Protect Shield may have what it takes to try and defeat the Azumarill, but we saw the Sludge Bomb banked.
He did bank it, but at this moment, now suddenly actually gonna Brave Bird, gonna try to go for double Brave Bird into this matchup for Azumarill. But remember, Arrow also has a swap into his Alolan Kanto Marowak, or sorry, the Kanto Marowak, and now, does he try to go for it? No, the Ice Beam is gonna be coming through.
Doesn't get the catch here, and this is so awkward if you're Arrow, because you know there's a charge attack loaded on the Guzzlord on Mormon Matt's side, so do you try to double up? Oh, no, he just goes immediately for the Brave Bird, but now you're in Sludge Bomb range. I think you have to go for a catch.
Yeah, he has to swap on the Sludge Bomb. How does he do it? Or he can actually swap out and endure the Sludge Bomb. He has to swap out. There's no way you don't swap out. He's actually not even clicking on it. And no, he didn't even click on it. He didn't swap out. Arrow is confused. The Sludge Bomb is coming through. Mormon Matt's going to be able to land it.
Sludge Bomb connects. It's going to knock out, and I think the Dragon Tail is going to be enough for the Simul KO. Mormon Matt still in a Pokemon in back, so he hangs on, and he is going to day number 2.
Wow, Mormon Matt able to take down Arrow, and I'm just shocked. How do you not swap there? The problem is, yes, you're trying to catch, so you're trying to trick your opponent, but you also need to clear your debuff. He had already Brave Birded twice. That means his defense is as low as possible. 4 stages down. You need to get out of there and clear that debuff.
I think Arrow maybe miscounted and thought it was only a Brutal Swing loaded on the Guzzlord. I think that's what he was thinking in that situation, why he didn't need to swap. But swapping, I think, was the only play, even if it wasn't enough where maybe Mormon Matt hangs on and calls the swap to the Sludge Bomb. It's the only play to clear that debuff, like you said, to give yourself a chance.
And the thing is, could you actually take the Sludge Bomb? I think you could. At the range that the Moltres is at, you can take a Sludge Bomb, can't you?
It's close for sure, but I think you're right. I think if you clear the debuff, you can take the Sludge Bomb, and then maybe another Dragon Tail or two. It would have been close for sure, but would have probably been the preferred play. And I think maybe in a game with so many swaps, right, where you're farming up energy, just wasn't quite sure, because we saw the Sludge Bomb, Brutal Swing, Sludge Bomb combination. That could be a sequence of chart attacks, right, where you're not sure on the count, because it seemed like it was 5, then 3, then 4. So maybe just a miscount there is what occurred.
Well, it's so tough, and we know that Arrow has that hectic playstyle, right? Running a team triple weak to the Azumarill, and then maybe try to get a little too risky in that in-game, but that is why he's one of the most fun trainers to watch. And one of my other trainers that are super fun to watch on the entire championship series circuit is our most recent world champion, Beelzeboy. Wow! Beelzeboy is playing out of his mind here. He is on point.
My name is Ved Bam. I go by Beelzeboy and I'm from India.
He is holding his community on his back, his friends, his dreams, and he can do it right now.
My favorite Pokemon starter is Sprigatito, because that was my first actual starter in Scarlet and Violet. Like most people, I started playing the game in 2016 when it first came out. When COVID hit, I found out about the battling feature that Pokemon Go had added, and I just hopped onto the game, and I've been playing since. My friend persuaded me to come to Japan. I hadn't qualified for the World Championships, but I really like the game. He told me to, come along. That was my first international trip. The atmosphere at Worlds was crazy. Saxon won that time. I thought, I would like to compete at Worlds someday. And I also met Aaron Cybertron Zeng, who's really cool. My friend persuading me to come to Japan and meeting Cybertron. Those two are the things that got me into competitive Pokemon. There are so many great players. I mean, Dancing Rob is definitely one person that, he's the trailblazer. He's the first world champion. Like most things, it takes a while to learn, and it's not always smooth sailing. It's very important to take a step back sometimes and take a deep breath and think things over. It's best to just drink lots of water and, pause. This is my second in-person tournament. The first one I got 4th place.
He is following up his last year's world performance with the exact same dominance.
I really like Moltres. I caught it on my daily adventure in sense. One day walking back home, I definitely had to build a team around it. I have Annihilate for opposing fighters. I have Lapras, which is the best neutral pick in the game. I was sure that this is a good team and that I have practiced well enough with it that I can play around most opposing teams. The MVP of my team was definitely Lapras. One of my toughest opponents was India's Harjev. His Annihilate was really good versus my team because I didn't have a ghost type other than my own Annihilate, and he's a great opponent. This was my first finals on stream.
Beelzebub Boy has now reset the bracket.
I feel like when you're actually battling, you don't really pay a lot of attention to what is happening around you. You just focus on the battles. Most of it was the same, but lots of smoke, lots of light, and lots of people cheering.
This next game is gonna determine your Pokemon Go World Champion.
Right at the end, when I hit the Ice Beam on the Corsola,
He goes on the Ice Beam!
I knew it was done.
Absolute cinema!
The number one challenge that I set for myself this season was to make as little misplays as possible.
And how'd that go?
Well, I did make a few misplays, but I guess it balances out because I won.
He is your 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion!
My most memorable moment on the stage was definitely, walking up to the podium with the crowd cheering and then, lifting this trophy. This is the one event where I get to meet a lot of my friends. The community is really warm and wholesome and very welcoming. Thank you for all your kindness, and I'm very grateful for everything that community has helped me with.
I hope they still have the Pikachu plushie.
Yeah, time to go in.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Look who's here!
Welcome back to day one of the Seattle Pokemon Go Regional Championships. So many great matchups that we've seen played out so far today. We've already sent a couple of trainers ahead into day number 2, and we've still got a couple more matches before the end of the day to see who will join them.
We're going to have some more losers finals here, and this is the point of the season where a lot is on the line. We've turned a corner. We've already had 2 international championships. We're now in the home stretch, 1 international championship left, multiple regionals in different regions, but this is the winning time. This is when you want to try to secure your world's invitation only by winning first place or by getting top 75 in championship points. So all of these trainers are not only fighting to win it all in Seattle, but as you see these trainers on stage, they're trying to rack up as many championship points as possible to secure their world's invite.
That's right. Well, our match coming up has 2 trainers who are no strangers to day 2, to World Championships, to even winning a couple regional championships themselves. We're going to have Elite versus Dapper Discs. And, you know, you said it's the time of the season to win championships to try and earn your invite. And it was actually around this time last calendar year when Elite won that San Antonio Regional Championship.
Yeah, Prime Elite is one of the best trainers in the planet. Really. There was that portion, too, where he won 2 West Coast tournaments in short fashion. And now he's had a little bit of a harder 2026 season. I think there was a mishap with his registration in Pittsburgh, I believe. And then in Las Vegas, he actually got 65th, which is, for his standards, lower. And now we do see him on the loser side, only losing to Out of Pocket earlier on in the day, one of his friends. And now he has the chance to bounce back after losing some after winning some games at the table. Now he has a chance to advance to day number 2, but to do that, he has to take out Dapper.
That's right, and Dapper has never won a regional championship like Elite has, but he has many, many top cuts under his belt. I think around this time last year, he was in Vancouver, where he made it all the way to the top 8. And let's take a quick look at their teams before we jump into their battle.
And there's a Lapras on the side of Elite. Of course, we saw Rise to Occasion and Merida bring that Lapras as well. And the Shadow Annihilate, which we've seen win a recent regional. This Pokemon is quite strong in the meta. A Pokemon that I thought we were going to see more of, and I heard a lot of rumors that I was going to see it, but only Elite, I feel like, has made it this far with it.
Yeah, only Elite was brave enough to bring it. I really like the Lapras, though. I just checked the moveset on Dapper's Florges. It actually isn't running Trailblaze, so I think the Lapras is going to see quite a bit of play as we get set up for game number 1.
It's incredibly safe versus the entire team, and here we are with a great lead from Elite. The Stunfisk in the Corviknight into swap into the Florges, met by the Lapras. You pointed it out. There is no super effective Trailblaze, instead having to go for the Disarming Voice.
And that was a really quick swap from Elite. He must know this matchup. Maybe he's very confident that his Lapras can take 2 Disarming Voices. And yes, as you see that first one land, you see that Lapras is going to be able to take 2 very comfortably.
Elite is a trainer that often is prepared for matchups, and I feel like he knows exactly what he wanted to do in this scenario. He's going to try to get the double Sparkling Aria because he can take 2 charge attacks from that Florges, but the Florges can't take that much damage. It doesn't have the best stat product in the world, actually just mostly relying on its typing and its charge attacks.
That's a great point. A lot of the times you see Florges being a very annoying Pokemon to deal with because it's debuffing or it's doing super effective damage or it's resisting you. But this is a great example of a matchup where Florges just gets outbulked by a Pokemon like Lapras, and you see how dominant that matchup is for Lapras, where it's able to come out with an entire Ice Beam.
Patience from Elite to see the Lapras throw the Ice Beam, which does slightly more damage than Sparkling Aria would do. Here comes the pivot into the Stunfisk, met by the Wigglytuff here, and this Wigglytuff has 2 Protect Shields remaining, and probably not going to use them against these Mud Bombs, though.
Yeah, this is a fairly close matchup, but because Elite has such a dominant matchup in the back, even if he actually loses Wigglytuff versus Stunfisk head-on, all he has to do is really chip this Stunfisk down to the point where his remaining Pokemon can deal with it. Icy Wind going to come through here. It is going to drop the attack of Unova Stunfisk, but it does go shielded in terms of the damage.
And it would have been super effective, so you have to use your Protect Shield there, and now both these trainers are probably trying to get back to their timer, or at least Dapper is. Dapper's trying to get back to that timer into that Corviknight, but it's going to be met with the Stunfisk, so it's just terrible situation as he's landing the Mud Bomb, probably going to try to swap into the Corviknight as soon as it comes up. No, actually staying in. There is that Corviknight, and here's the Stunfisk from Elite.
Yeah, just a couple of seconds of desynced switch timers there, which Dapper is trying desperately to take advantage of, but it might be a little bit too much to overcome here as you see Elite throwing the, Dapper throwing the first charge attack here, and it's just a resisted air cutter. Elite probably not going to take any chances there. He does put up the shield.
Yeah, you could take a payback, but then it gets a little bit dicey because of the sand attack that is super effective. So not wanting to take that charge attack, And then here comes the super effective discharge into the Corviknight. Is not going to be, actually, no, does knock out the Corviknight there. Here comes the Stunfisk with a decent amount of health left, but just with an overwhelming challenge to take out the opposing Stunfisk and a Wigglytuff in the back.
Yeah, huge health advantage for Elite here. I mean, the good news for Dapper is that he is out of Mud Bomb range, but he has so little health. I think just 2 charms probably would be enough to take it out.
And this Mud Bomb is going to be super effective. It's almost impossible to be able to Thunder Shock down an opposing Stunfisk, so you're going to have to commit charge attacks to it. Here comes the Stunfisk Mud Bomb. No Protect Shields from Dapper, knowing this one is a wrap, and there's 3 Pokemon remaining for Elite.
Dominant game number 1 for Elite there as he takes the lead in the series. He's now just 1 game away from advancing to day 2 on the loser's side of the bracket and taking out Dapper Discs.
A gentleman's victory, having 3 Pokemon and 1 shield left for Elite there. And that's where it's so hard, especially against some of the top trainers. As soon as you lose the alignment, you lose the swap, they just give you no room to breathe. You're just behind the entire battle.
Yeah, we see so many games come down to, you know, just 1 HP, 1 turn, and, you know, when you're up against a player like Elite, like you said, if you start the game with such a big disadvantage in terms of team composition, it's really hard to come back from. You have to kind of wait for your opponent to slip up, which, you know, might not happen.
And how do you deal with that Lapras if you are Dapper? Because I realize why he probably brought out that Stunfisk this matchup, thinking that is a great answer for that Lapras. Also bringing the Corviknight, right? And weirdly enough, the Empoleon in the 0 Protect Shield situations, they can still lose to the Lapras as well. So Lapras is a Pokemon we actually see rarely nowadays, but it still has a lot of promise in this meta, in this matchup in particular. I think it's very strong.
Yeah, it has a ton of neutral play. I mean, we saw how dominant that matchup was against Florges last match, and it doesn't even have a type advantage there. It's really just relying on the bulk, the efficiency of its attacks. And, you know, so for Dapper, I'm really expecting to see maybe bringing out the Empoleon, maybe the Furret, or something that just has a little bit more pressure against Lapras.
And the thing about bringing the Empoleon in too is also it's able to soak the energy, which I would really like in this matchup, because I feel like if you're going to be Elite, you might need to get a little more creative and try to mismatch the switch timer, or try to mismatch some matchups to try to get some advantage against Elite here. Because if you play it out neutrally against a top trainer with maybe a team composition advantage, it's going to be really hard, and your tournament is on the line here. The winner will go on to day number 2. The loser is eliminated. There is that Lapras into the Shadow Altaria.
Yeah, and here's the adjustment from Dapper. We didn't see the Shadow Altaria in game number 1. This is an interesting matchup because obviously you have to watch out for the Ice Beam, but it is going to take quite a while to get to. But we see Elite quickly swapping into Stunfisk to absorb the Sky Attack.
And it's not very effective into the Stunfisk as well. What a great swap, but you are leaving the Stunfisk vulnerable, but there's no clear answer in the back because you have the Empoleon and your own Stunfisk, so instead, just staying in with this Altaria.
Yeah, staying in with the Altaria, and now that I'm looking a little bit closer at Dapper's line of 6, I can see why Elite made that hard swap. There's really no answer, not only on this team of 3, but also on the team of 6, as Elite quickly firing off another discharge and, you know, really kind of resynchronizing those switch clocks.
This team composition is really hard for Dapper, and he's holding on to the Shadow Altaria. Can he get to that Flamethrower? Yes, and he won't be able to get to another charge attack probably before he gets Thunder Shock down, but actually lands the Flamethrower. This will do a good amount of damage, not enough to knock out, but can you Dragon Breath down before you get Thunder Shock down? No, the Thunder Shock lands.
Oh, and this is looking fantastic for Elite. He has switch advantage, which he doesn't necessarily need, but he's actually able to get up a parting Mud Bomb onto the opposing Unova Stunfisk.
The problem is these Thunder Shocks are literally doing 1 damage, so it's really hard to farm down the opposing Stunfisk. Maybe a Metal Sound would have done more.
That's right. Well, Elite has some decisions to make. He has a ton of energy on Lapras. This is, you know, decent for Dapper that Elite's not bringing in the Lapras now, because you can absorb the energy with your own Empoleon later. But I do feel like Dapper is kind of on the back foot here in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the back foot in terms of team composition, Elite just feels so safe. And even though this backline matchup, you might think that Empoleon is favored because you're able to resist literally everything from the Lapras, it's actually a very close matchup. And we do see that Protect Shield advantage from Elite, able to land that Flamethrower into the Stunfisk. Stunfisk with the discharge. There's 2 protections remaining, just gonna save them for the Lapras in the back, I think.
That's right. Discharge coming through onto this Altaria, and let's see what Elite decides to do here. He hasn't seen the Empoleon quite yet, so maybe is thinking that he should save the energy. Gonna throw out another flamethrower here, but I think he's gonna need, you know, quite a few more fast attacks to finally finish off his Stunfisk.
Yeah, it's not enough, and you're gonna see the swap into the Empoleon, and here comes the Lapras. Lapras did almost have a Sparkling Aria versus a worth of energy, so now it's ahead on energy. There's only one Protect Shield remaining. Even though this is not very effective, it's just gonna weigh on this Empoleon.
That's right. First Sparkling Aria lands, and you see it's resisted, but the Empoleon is already below half health with the combination of those Psy Waves. Second Sparkling Aria coming through, and Dapper quickly running out of health on all of his Pokemon.
And one more Sparkling Aria. Empoleon is now in the red, has double Drill Peck. You don't even need the Protect Shield, the first one, so he just lets it go. It's gonna be a neutral attack into this bulk of the Lapras. The timer is not quite up yet. Here comes the next one, and no shields from Elite. He's hanging on to both of them.
Yeah, Elite is feeling very confident. You know, he had the 3-ball flex last game. Maybe he wants a 2-shield flex this game. Although, actually, no, he was just remembering that Dapper has a ton of energy on this Unova Stunfisk, 2 discharges, but I think both of these players know that it's not going to be enough to knock out the Altaria.
At first, I thought he was going to try to carry 2 Protect Shields in the day number 2, but he needed these Protect Shields for the Stunfisk. So that was actually smart from Dapper to try to have all those charge attacks for the end game, and now the Dragon Breath damage is going to be able to knock out the Stunfisk, and it looks like either a little bit more Dragon Breath damage is going to be able to take out this Empoleon.
All right, well, a clean 2-0 victory for Elite, knocking out Dapper Discs, who, by the way, to get to this point, had an incredible losers run. I think dropped very early in this tournament, has won 4 or 5 matches, but not able to overcome the 3-time regional champion in Elite, the losers run champion, we might call him, as he advances to day number 2.
And it does get eliminated, but all these trainers that we're seeing on the losers finals, they are in the point where they're at the point where they're receiving championship points. So they're in the bubble of receiving points. And a lot of trainers, if they're not trying to win it all, you do hear them say, oh, I'm so happy with my performance because at least I got points. At least they're racking up points to get that World's Invitation. So even though he didn't make it day number 2, he racked up some points.
Exactly. I mean, we used to have a system where it was top 2 or nothing, right? And now, you know, you come to these tournaments, even if you're not making it to top 8, top 16, you're still making progress towards your World's qualification or towards travel awards if you're up there in the standings. And so it's really great that these trainers, you know, have, you know, something to look back on as like solid progress.
Yeah, it's their journey, right? Everyone has a different journey to the World Championship. Someone might do it just by winning it all in a regional or an international championship, but most of them, the majority of those trainers will be trying to rack up these championship points, and then once you get to the World Championship, anything can happen. So well done once again to Elite to advance. He only dropped down to the loser side by losing to Out of Pocket. Maybe we'll see a rematch in day number 2.
Yeah, you mentioned that Prime Elite is one of the best trainers in the world, and I 100% agree with you. I'm excited to see what he can show us tomorrow on the losers side of the bracket. But speaking of losers side of the bracket, we're going to jump right into Group C losers finals. This is Dunebug versus C2U. Also, 2 trainers who have made incredible losers runs in the past.
Right. I mean, the C2U was the losers round champion. I believe, was it at the
Worlds 2024?
Worlds 2024. I believe he won 7 or 8 rounds in a row, and at that point before Patamon just blew that out of the water. That was like one of the best losers runs. And then, of course, Dunebug, who's dropped down to losers very early in a tournament to win the entire regional, I believe, as well. So 2 trainers very familiar on this loser side, and I believe 2 trainers that got knocked down by final boss AJ as well.
Yeah, you're completely right. I believe Dunebug played Final Boss AJ just the round before C2U. And then, of course, we saw C2 drop to Final Boss AJ in the losers finals. So, you know, they're both here playing it out on the loser side of the bracket while, you know, AJ is sitting pretty on the winner side of the day.
Absolutely. And congratulations to her. I believe that's her first day, too. So that is awesome. Well done. And Dunebug, I'm actually going to take a peek at what he has on his team, and there it is. There's the Pokemon that I've actually been expecting to see all tournament long. It's the Shadow Malamar, a Pokemon that I thought some top trainers would bring, but I haven't seen it yet. Dunebug is running that Shadow Malamar.
And it has a ton of play into C2U's team. Obviously, you want to watch out for the Togekiss. you don't do very much with your Sideways versus Guzzlord, but you can do super effective damage to a lot of these Pokemon. You have Superpower for Guzzlord, Steelix, and Empoleon, and you have Foul Play for Jellicent. So I'm really excited to see if Dunebug brings it to this match.
And one Pokemon I want to take a peek at is that Shadow Steelix to see what its charge attacks are. And surprisingly, it's not Crunch, it's not Heavy Slam, it's not Earthquake, it's Breaking Swipe. Maybe some Guzzlord tech, right?
Exactly, I think that is what it is. He was thinking that if he goes Thunder Fang, Psychic Fangs, Crunch, which is kind of the standard moveset, you're completely walled off by Guzzlord. So I think you're exactly right pointing out that Breaking Swipe is specifically for that matchup.
And unfortunately, he's not facing a Guzzlord, but he is facing an Altaria, which Breaking Swipe would be super effective against. But it will struggle a lot with that Stunfisk. Otherwise, I actually think that Steelix looks pretty strong against Dunebug's team. There's not a lot of hard counters except for the super effective damage from that superpower from that Shadow Malamar. And to go back to the Shadow Malamar, I have to agree with you. There are a lot of awesome matchups because even in situations where you are getting your fast attack resisted, you can throw that fighting type damage as super effective. Looks like these trainers are locked in. It is the losers finals once again. Who will advance to day number 2? Corviknight into Togekiss.
Oh, and this Togekiss is becoming a signature pick for CTU in these matches we've seen on stream. We saw him bring it so much against AJ. Not successful there, but let's see what he can do against Dune. This is a great start for him as he's double resisting those sand attacks.
It's really clunky though because you can't usually knock out with double Aura Sphere. So you have to get to the triple one. So you're kind of vulnerable to boosts as well. If you get a boost on the first or second air cutter, the third air cutter does have a chance of knocking out, I believe, but missed the first boost, so that is a good sign for the CTU.
All right, let's see how much damage this Aura Sphere does. It does take the Corviknight into the yellow, so potentially landing a second Aura Sphere plus a bunch of fast attacks could be enough to threaten the Corviknight. Dunebug is going to fire off a second air cutter. Let's see if he gets the boost.
Can he get the boost here? Maybe he actually doesn't even need it for the third one. It's going to be really close because, as you mentioned, these sand attacks do almost nothing. Here is the Aura Sphere. It's not going to be enough to knock out, so Dunebug does let it go, but I don't know if this air cutter is going to be enough to knock out either. You're in the red now. You might be pecked down. This is going to be against a red held Togekiss. Can it knock out? It's going to be so close.
I think it is going to knock out C2, maybe not caring so much about switch advantage because look at this Guzzlord versus Dunebug's team. We didn't even talk about this in the team previews. We were talking about, you know, the Steelix, the Togekiss, but look at how safe the Guzzlord is, and he gets the full farm down.
That is nice because you saved that full Brutal Swing met by the Unova Stunfisk here. Going to be able to throw that Brutal Swing. Now we got the back line. I believe we have the Shadow Malamar on the right-hand side for Dunebug, and it's going to be, what, the Marowak in the back for the CTU.
Yeah, this is looking nice for CTU. He actually brings in the Shadow Marowak, getting a couple super effective Mud Slaps in before Dunebug has time to react and bring in his own Malamar.
And usually you can outpace slightly, but do you have to do some hijinks of throwing some superpowers to do so? You are behind on energy. The Bone Club is going to get protection here. It's going to be hard to get back to your timer. You're going to be able to get these foul plays really quickly. Going to be able to use this foul play, most likely get the Protect Shield from the CTU.
Oh, I think you might barely hang on to the foul play. Let's see, C2 lets it go. He does hang on. He's going to be able to get off this Bone Club, and I think he's really just going to try to close out this game with the Guzzlord.
And how much energy does the Guzzlord have? Is it energy dry? Because if you come in with the Guzzlord energy dry, Malamar can get out of this matchup as well. You're going to be able to farm down. You can throw one superpower, but how much energy is on the Guzzlord? No, the Guzzlord has an attack, but did it register? Was that charge attack priority?
I think I saw a Dragon Tail go through, but we'll have to see what happens after the superpower lands. It does look like C2 went for the Dragon Tail instead of the Brutal Swing. Dunebug now switching into the Unovan Stunfisk and firing off a Mud Bomb.
Well, it is brutal for Dunebug because there's so much health on this Guzzlord. You need triple Mud Bomb to make enough of a dent, and you are going to be hit with a double Brutal Swing really soon. A double Brutal Swing is probably going to be just about enough to knock out your Stunfisk.
It's looking pretty good for C2U. He can just calmly do one and throw for Brutal Swings for the rest of the game, and I think he's got this one because, like you said, the Unovan Stunfisk is going to faint to 2 Brutal Swings.
And there is the first one. The second one is going to land, not even throwing the Dragon Tail, just trying to get its target here. Going to be able to knock out, and I believe you're 2 Dragon Tails away from your next Brutal Swing as well. How much energy does Malamar have? It doesn't matter, though, because there's still 1 Protect Shield remaining, and now you're at the Brutal Swing to knock out Dunebug.
Oh, and CTU has a great, clean first game to take a lead in this series against Dunebug as he knocks out the Shadow Malamar on Dune's side.
And that Guzzlord, you mentioned it, it's so strong against Dunebug's team, and the fact that you were able to get that Dragon Tail down after soft losing the matchup Togekiss and the Corviknight, that was the little advantage that Dunebug just couldn't recover from.
And I think if you're CTU, you almost don't care about switch advantage. In that game, we saw, like you said, he was able to get the farm down, but I think even if he were to lose switch, he could just safe swap Guzzlord, and I'm not sure if Dune has a response to that.
It's really hard. I mean, you do have the double steel types that you can throw out there to try to do something, but it's not anything that will create an advantage. There is no fairy type, which is very rare. We saw fairy type being number 6 and 7 in usage here at the Seattle Regional Championships, but Doonbug, one of those few trainers that didn't bring a fairy, and we've seen so many of them, right? We've seen the Florges, we have seen the Wigglytuff, we have seen Togekiss, and we've seen Azumarill, but there's nothing on Doonbug's sign that hard answers that Guzzlord.
Yeah, Doonbug's definitely going to need to get creative to figure out a way to deal with the Guzzlord. I'd be surprised, though, if this is the first Guzzlord he's faced all day, because I feel like the usage was quite high. So I'm sure he has a strategy worked out, because this is a pretty kind of glaring, not weakness, but it's something he's very soft to.
Well, and especially since he's running Jellicent. You would think if you're running Jellicent that gets hard walled by Guzzlord, you would want some threats to scare off the Guzzlord, but Doonbug's like, no, bring on all the Guzzlords, and he's gonna have to find a way to deal with it in this game number 2, or he will be eliminated here in Seattle. Of course, winning a regional championship this season, Doonbug, one of the best trainers ever. Corviknight into Jellicent. We have our leads in game number 2.
All right, CTU's got the Jellicent, Doonbug's got the Corviknight. Looks like they're both going to stay in here for just a little while to feel out the other player's strategy.
And going for the Shadow Ball here, now that Shadow Ball is 5 less energy, it's nicer to get to the Shadow Ball after 4 hexes instead of the 5 like we had in previous iterations. Taking that Shadow Ball, does he try to bait? No, swap, try to catch a payback and counter swap into the Altaria.
And I actually don't know how this matchup goes. I think it's advantageous for Guzzlord versus regular Altaria, but I'm not sure if that Shadow status makes any difference here. Dune feels good, though. He's going to let this Brutal Swing go, feeling like he's not going to get Dragon Tails down afterwards, and is able to just Sky Tap.
It seems like in the 0 Protect Shield situation, this is not going to be enough to knock it. Oh, actually throwing up the Protect Shield, it wouldn't have been enough, and you would have got to the double Brutal Swing to pick up that matchup. So this actually looks pretty good for the Guzzlord so far, and actually it's just going to overfarm. Can even Dragon Tail down? That's devastating for Doonbug.
Yeah, and I think investing that Protect Shields, you know, as CTU, you know how safe your Guzzlord is into the entire team, so you're happy to invest in the Guzzlord, and like you said, tons of energy here that's going to get unleashed onto this Unova Stunfisk.
And the Brutal Swing is going to land once again. I mean, we saw this a lot in game number 1. This Pokemon is just target dummy for all of these Brutal Swings. It's just tough for this Stunfisk, and it's tough to even farm down to try to get any advantage. You're gonna have to throw a charge attack because you can't Thundershock down.
Yeah, I wonder if Dune's plan is to maybe absorb the energy and then try to take out the Guzzlord with Corviknight, but no, he just decides to take it out with the Unovan Stunfisk here. CTU is finally gonna let this Guzzlord go down, but it's done more than its fair share of work.
And Guzzlord able to bring this Stunfisk to lower than half health. There is 2 Protect Shields on the side of Doonbug, but you need to keep this Stunfisk around to try to threaten that Togekiss in the back, because Corviknight is not going to do enough. You need to power through this matchup and be able to hold on with enough health, so you have to Protect Shield.
Yeah, Stunfisk definitely going to be the key to success for Doonbug here. Like you said, have to put up the Protect Shield. I don't think Dune has seen the Togekiss, but he might have a feeling that the Togekiss is lurking in the back. He does have the Discharge here. Now CTU has to decide whether he wants to preserve his Jellicent or put it all on the Togekiss.
Oh, and actually does preserve the Jellicent here, and maybe that is a signal to Doonbug that there's something weak to Stunfisk in the back, so double Protect Shielding, and now if you don't pivot, you could probably get the farm down, so you're probably going to see a pivot into that Togekiss. There's that pivot, but you're ahead on energy. You're at least going to be able to get a Discharge off, and now you can maybe even try to swap and catch an attack on your Corviknight.
I feel like Dune had some energy on his Corviknight. Let's see if he decides to swap here. He does decide to swap, but I think this is still out of Air Cutter range. Togekiss has actually just reached an Aura Sphere, though, so curious to see if we're going to see a charge attack priority on the next attack.
And Doonbug does have the double Air Cutter. Will we see the charge attack priority? No, actually went for the Sand attack instead. The Aura Sphere is going to be able to land into the Corviknight, but we saw earlier, this isn't quite enough. Actually, an undercharge on that Aura Sphere. Going to maybe try to hex down later or try to get some energy with the Togekiss, but that is too tough because the Air Cutter is available and almost double air cutter is available for Doombug.
Heads up play for CTU, realizing his only win condition would have been to farm down, but he's not going to be able to get it. Like you said, Corviknight already at another charge attack, and it's going to be able to knock out the Jellicent as Doombug evens up the series.
We got a tied series here, 1-1. Doombug versus the CTU. Two trainers extremely comfortable on that loser's side of the bracket, and a great adjustment there from Doombug, even though, once again, Guzzlord was just a problem in that game number 2. I don't think he handled that Guzzlord situation perfectly, but somehow he did come out on top.
It was looking really tough for him, but I think what helped him out is that CTU was kind of soft to the Unova Stunfisk. So once the Guzzlord went down, right, Unova Stunfisk has super effective damage versus both the Togekiss and the Jellicent.
All right, decisive game number 3, and Stunfisk was the Pokemon of choice to do enough work against that ABA line from the CTU, but Guzzlord, the Pokemon putting in all the work, there's no real answer, so you just have to do better on the margins of the other Pokemon, right? Because you know you're probably losing the Guzzlord portion of the game, so how can you win the other portions of the game, you know?
And I think that worked out really well for Doombug there, right? You said he kind of soft lost the Guzzlord portions of the game, but the Unova Stunfisk, right, able to get an advantage in the remainder of the game. As for CTU, I think he's realizing, hey, I've got an advantage with this Guzzlord, but I can't just, you know, kind of throw it away by being ABA weak to something else. So I expect him to see, to maybe bring something like the Kanto Marowak in order to counter the Unova Stunfisk, which was such a problem last game.
Yeah, the problem is Doombug did show Altaria in that game number 2, so it might be a little risky if you can't align the Shadow Kanto Marowak into the right Pokemon, so it gets difficult here. Both these trainers with their tournament on the line. The other one does advance into day number 2. What are they gonna lock into this decisive game number 3? We almost have it.
Oh, I'm getting nervous. I see one trainer locked in, and that is Doombug. CTU still pondering his last couple adjustments. He's about to click use this party, and here we go. It's game number 3.
Do I put Guzzlord in the front, the middle, or the back? We're gonna find out. Here we have our leads. It's the Shadow Kanto Marowak versus the Stunfisk. What a lead for the CTU. Doombug swaps out instantly into the Corviknight. There's a Shadow Steelix in the back.
Oh my goodness, the Steelix finally rears his head and it gets the matchup that it wanted. Doombug, though, a little bit ahead on energy, is going to be able to get to this payback before CTU has a chance to reach its own charge attack.
And the charge attacks, remember, are a little different from the CTU. You don't have that crunch that a lot of the Steelix usually has, which would be neutral damage in the Corviknight. You have Breaking Swipe and Psychic Fangs, so deciding to use the Psychic Fangs to do some more damage with that Thunder Fang, but suddenly this looks a little clunky because you're going to get outpaced to the payback. The payback is ready on charge attack priority.
That's right, and Doombug does win the charge attack priority. CTU actually gonna let it go. He had a fantastic lead, but he's thinking, you know what, I've got my Guzzlord, it's very trusty, and I know it's good against Doon's entire team.
There's still 4 Protect Shields left in the battle, and going for a risky Mud Slap down there, well, not too risky, but it will give him that advantage against this Altaria that he desperately needs. He needs that energy advantage. This is a super effective Rock Slide. Does Doombug call it? Yes.
He does put up the shield, and now CTU switches right away into his trusty Guzzlord. That's been the centerpiece of this whole match of 3 for him. Doombug gonna farm up quite a bit of energy on Altaria before coming into Stunfisk to, again, like you said, just absorb all of these brutal swings.
This poor Stunfisk, how many brutal swings has it taken in this series so far? It's gonna take 2 more shortly. Here comes the first one. There's another ready, but gonna try to throw another Dragon Tail first and cut off by the Mud Bomb from Doombug.
That's right, Mud Bomb coming through, gonna land on CTU's Guzzlord, and Guzzlord is gonna just continue chipping away slowly with these brutal swings. There is a little bit of misalignment with the switch timers, so let's see if CTU tries to reach for the switch clock shortly after this brutal swing.
It's a great point because you want to get an energy advantage with the Marowak, so I think you want to get out, but because this charge attack is going through, that means that the timer is going to come back for Doombug as well, plus you get a Protect Shield, so it's going to be even Protect Shield situations of the Kanto Marowak and the Altaria in the back, so instead CTU is just staying in, trying to knock out the Stunfisk, and Doombug is just going to be Altaria versus the world.
Yeah, and C2 does pick up the knockout with this brutal swing, but now this Altari comes in, has tons of energy here, has over a Skytech and already a Flamethrower, and this Guzzlord is getting quite low. I don't think it's going to be able to reach another charge attack, and now it's awkward for C2 because you have to reach 2 rock slides, but your Mud Slaps are doing absolutely nothing.
And how much pressure can this Shadow Sky Attack do? Can you knock out with the Sky Attack and Dragon Breath pressure before the double charge attack? The first Protect Shield goes up for the C2. You probably bait here. You probably go for the Bone Club, the lower energy attack, but no, instead, the Sky Attack is going to be coming through with no Protect Shields remaining. Is this enough?
I think it is enough, but now it's going to come down to these fast attacks. Can C2's Guzzlord hang on through these Dragon Breaths or not? Dunebug is tapping those Dragon Breaths, and he gets the knockout.
And he was able to overcome Guzzlord in that decisive game number 3. Dunebug can't believe it. He advances into day number 2. Unfortunately, the C2 has been eliminated, but once again in championship point range for both of these trainers.
Such a great series. We saw that go to a decisive game number 3 and such a close game at the end. You know, Dunebug, I feel like I've seen him so many times in these terrible matchups where he's got, you know, Corviknight into the electric type or whatever it is, and he's somehow able to find a way out.
He did, barely. If he got Dragon Tail down there, that might have been tough, but able to hold up enough with that Shadow Altari to take out the Marowak and the Guzzlord. And he advances where he's going to see a lot more Guzzlord in day number 2.
Yeah, he's definitely going to go home tonight and try to refine his Guzzlord strategy, because while he did escape this time, you know, there's going to be a lot more Guzzlord from a lot of talented trainers tomorrow. But, you know, as you mentioned, Dunebug has made incredible losers runs in the past, and I think before Padaman actually held the record for most match wins in a tournament. So let's see what he can pull off tomorrow.
I think so. The 6-time regional champion is a tough opponent and was too much for the CTU. Guzzlord is such a threat, but able to use that Shadow Altaria to great effect, and the Stun Fist able to soak up all those brutal swings to somehow pull this off. It was very close in the end, but Dunebug does hang on to advance.
And this is one of those places where Guzzlord, even though it has such a unique typing, able to resist so many attacks, as you see Dunebug celebrate there, it is also still a little bit clunky, right? A matchup against an electric type Unovan Stunfisk. You would think it's very dominant, but it's actually not, and you know, Dunebug really able to utilize that to his advantage.
And I've seen Dunebug do this in the past, where there's a hard meta Pokemon that you would call soft to. The thing is, yes, he gets hard beat with his Jellicent into the Guzzlord, but otherwise, he maybe soft loses some matchups or they're neutral matchups. It's not like Guzzlord is just dominant versus his entire team. He knows he's gonna face it. He knows he might soft lose some matchups, but it's still workable. It's a workable strategy. I think he's done it in the past. He's been vulnerable to certain Pokemon, and it was a choice to be vulnerable to Guzzlord, knowing that most trainers are bringing it in. Interestingly enough, a lot of trainers are safe swapping Guzzlord in a fairy meta.
That's right. I mean, it wasn't a fairy matchup for CTU there, but we did still see him using his safe Guzzlord to great effect. But let's actually go to Group E. We haven't seen too many matches from this group yet, and we've actually got a trainer visiting us all the way from South America. I see LNDS Corlash, top 4 at the World Championships last year.
From Brazil, one of our trainers to watch here in the tournament, an international trainer of force. Like you mentioned, 4th place at the World Championships. A lot of top cuts in his history as well. And we've actually bounced back to the winners finals. We're no longer on the loser side of the bracket. So both of these trainers are here in the winners finals and have not lost yet.
That's right. They've both had incredible runs. And you know what? There's actually another wall rain. I thought that final boss AJ was maybe going to be the only one, but I did hear a rumor that someone else had one. It looks like it was Absol Train Best having a fantastic run here in Seattle with it looks like a regular wall rain, no Shadow.
Ice has looked really strong. We saw it with Out of Pocket, with the Alolan Ninetales as well. We saw it with final boss AJ, and now we see the non-Shadow wall rain, a blast for the past, as a time where we're celebrating the history of Pokemon in the 30th anniversary. I want to celebrate wall rain a little bit because the wall rain meta was one of the most fun metas in Pokemon Go Championship Series history. So good on you, Absol, for bringing it back.
That's right. And Absol, I don't think we've seen a ton of on the Championship Series, but is an incredibly successful trainer in the Go Battle League. If you've been up there on page 1 or page 2 of the leaderboards, you have absolutely run into this trainer before.
Yeah, you might have sat along queue and got beaten by Absol Train Best. He is one of the best there, and can he take out Corlash, which of course they're on this winner's side, and LDS Corlash is running a pretty meta team, running the core of Gourgeist in a fairy type, has the Empoleon, has the Licky Licky, the Galarian Moltres, and the Shadow Kanto Marowak. I really want to focus in on that wall rain. How much play does it have? It's going to be a little bit vulnerable to Empoleon and Licky Licky, but otherwise it does look okay versus the rest of Corlash's team.
I think it looks absolutely fantastic. Like you said, it has to watch out for Empoleon, has to watch out for Licky Licky, but being that non-Shadow variant, it's going to be a little bit more bulky, and of course we know that the Earthquake is going to threaten to knock out the Empoleon.
Yeah, that is crucial. You have to actually give up Protect Shields, even though you're double resisting the Fast Attack and double resisting the Icicle Spear. You would have to Protect Shield on an Earthquake, so maybe we will see a lot of Wall Rain in this matchup as these trainers do get locked in. This is a Gourgeist Mirror, once again, a Pokemon that was spicy not too long ago when Rise to the Occasion won the Merida Regional Championships, and now it's a staple in the meta. It's crazy how fast some things can change.
I actually remember a lot of trainers being really excited about Gourgeist and its potential at the beginning of Precious Path season, but like you said, Rai is really the first one to kind of take a chance on it and actually pilot it in competitive play, because I remember Beelzeboy actually was really excited about Gourgeist in GBL, but yeah, I don't think anyone really brought it until Rise did.
And no, in early on in the season, I was excited about it too. I'm like, let's put this on trending up. It's a new Pokemon with a new attack, but it just didn't see any action for so long. But the fact that there's so many water types in the meta, of course, there are still those Mud Slappers in the meta right now. It's so strong against that, and it still is able to live in a Guzzlord world, because if you pair it with some fairy types, which actually Absol doesn't have a single fairy type, but instead has an ice type to try to protect that Gourgeist instead.
That's right. Guzzlord is on Absol's team, so of course Corlash is going to have to watch out for that if he decides to bring his own Gourgeist. But I feel like we're always so starved for grass types and grass type damage that it kind of makes sense that a Pokemon like Guzzlord could have risen to the top of the meta.
All right, we're almost locked in. This is winners finals once again. Throughout the duration of the rest of the tournament, it's going to be a ton of either winners finals or losers finals. So that means that day number 2 is going to be on the line for these trainers. And I know some trainers are still battling it out on the loser side of the bracket. There was a bit of a stagger here in Seattle, so there's still a lot of trainers able to make it into coveted day number 2. Let's get locked into this battle. It's going to be Corlash versus Absol.
That's right, Guzzlord on the field for Absol, and it's met by the Fairy type in Corlash's Azumarill. Let's see if he decides to stay in, but no, he decides to pivot right away into Corviknight.
Instant pivot. Sometimes you see trainers try to bank up some energy and then swap out because you do resist the bubble, but instead just trying to instantly go into Corviknight, try to get some sort of energy advantage, soak up this Ice Beam, and in the back, we do see the Empoleon and the Licky Licky, so there's no clear answer to hard counter this Corviknight.
Yeah, Corlash having to stay in here and throws that first Ice Beam. Absol trained best is going to throw an Air Cutter here, and that's going to start to desync these switch timers by about 20-30 seconds almost.
And no boost on that Air Cutter there, so now you're just chipping away into this Azumarill. It's kind of brutal when you're just sand attacking and Air Cuttering with no attack raised. Can he get it here? And no, he doesn't get it once again.
And Corlash now deciding to switch into Licky Licky. I think he's gotten this Corviknight pretty much into Shadow Ball range, but now Absol's clock is already up, and so Corlash is going to have to revert to throwing Body Slams instead.
Well, this game's going to be fun because the timers are really misaligned, and these trainers are able to hold on to energy like Absol just did with that Corviknight. Banking all that energy, now swapping into the Guzzlord, but as soon as Corlash throws a bunch of these Body Slams and takes one Brutal Swing, he also can swap out of this battle, so it's gonna get funky.
Yeah, exactly. Brutal Swing coming through, and I think that was a charge attack priority. So after Corlash throws his next Body Slam, I think the clocks are just gonna be a couple of seconds from being up for Corlash.
Yeah, it's gonna be really close, probably just 2 or 3 seconds, or maybe even 1 second left. How much time is left on the clock? Just 2 seconds left, can't swap in time, and now has to sit there and take this Brutal Swing, which is actually not great because you would rather maybe take that on a different Pokemon. So now the timer is back realigned for both of these trainers.
Exactly. Both of the trainers have the opportunity to swap out now, but they're not going to. Absol is just going to let this Guzzlord go down and take this Body Slam. But like you said, remember that he has a ton of energy still on the Corviknight.
And you don't necessarily want to throw it into this low health Licky Licky. So I like the decision to come in with the Stunfisk, just soak this energy, resist the rollout, and get an energy advantage for the backline. The backline is double water. So you would love an energy advantage with your Nova Stunfisk. Here comes the Azumarill, going to be able to try to throw an Ice Beam, try to swap on it. Absol didn't get it. He's shaking his head.
Yeah, maybe not happy that he's having to waste his energy on the Azumarill. Maybe would have rather thrown a discharge that is super effective instead of, I guess it's going to be 2 air cutters after he's gotten that attack boost.
Well, this is tough now because of the boost. This is not going to be enough to knock out, but it's going to bring this Azumarill really low. And it does take that air cutter, but it's going to have to throw the energy of this Ice Beam here. This is probably going to be enough to knock out the Corviknight, but you're going to give a farm down to the Stunfisk because I think you're still switch locked.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be really nice for the Stunfisk, but actually does a couple more sand attacks before going down. But now how many Thunder Shocks do you get here? Maybe 2, 3 before it goes down. And now Absol Train Best has a ton of energy that's going to go everywhere on this Empoleon.
And you still have a sacrificial swap in that Licky, and you can do that throughout the rest of the battle. You use your Protect Shield here on the discharge, using the first Protect Shield of the entire battle in this in-game.
That's right, we have 3 shields still up here in this game. Corlash going for the sack swap, but Absol Train Best so patient, just gets the full Thunder Shock down, and this is looking fantastic for Absol in game number 1.
That is the worst case scenario. You miss the swap and you just give a full farm down, not even threatened with a charge attack. So now the discharge is going to land super effective into the Empoleon. You need to get the triple Hydro Cannon. I don't think you can get there in time.
Yeah, these Thunder Shocks are really adding up. I think Mud Bomb might actually do a little bit more damage, but Absol Train Best should still be okay here. He's already got 2 discharges, and Empoleon's only got 1 shield. So doing the math, Corlash lets it go.
He knows his fate, so he lets Empoleon go down. He's going to try to regroup for the next battle, and Absol is able to take that game number 1. Stunfisk was definitely a problem for the backline of Corlash.
Definitely a problem for the backline of Corlash because he didn't bring the Gourgeist or the Kanto Marowak, which are really his hard answers. And his 4 Pokemon outside of that are pretty weak to Stunfisk, but let's take a quick look at Absol Train Best's options. We saw the Stunfisk, we saw the Guzzlord, we saw the Corviknight. We haven't seen that Walrein that we were talking about.
Yeah, but that Walrein giving crucial Brinch pressure because the 2 Pokemon that can counter the Stunfisk are both weak to ice. You have the Gourgeist and that Shadow Kanto Marowak that doesn't necessarily want to see that Walrein, so even though it didn't make appearance in game number 1, maybe it helped the team composition for Absol to make sure that Stunfisk had great targets in the backline.
That is such a great call out, Butters. I mean, there's a lot that goes into, picking these teams and strategizing what to do that goes beyond what we just see on the screen because, even though a Walrein didn't appear on the screen, it might have been in Corlash's head.
Oh, definitely those tusks were looming in the back of Corlash's head. And do we see maybe the adjustment to the Gourgeist? Because yes, you are vulnerable to the ice type damage, but at least you have super effective Seed Bomb to dish out, and the Incinerate will be neutral as well. Of course, you still have to worry about that Guzzlord. That is one of the risks of having Gourgeist in this meta. If you land it against the Guzzlord, it is not great.
But outside of the Guzzlord, like you said, the Gourgeist looks pretty good. It has, super effective damage in some form, I think, against 4 out of 6 of Absol's team. But I think it was a really nice play from Absol to bring Guzzlord into game number 1 to kind of scare off the Gourgeist.
And we might see some more Licky. We've seen in the past some of the top trainers really lean on the flexibility of that Licky to be able to try to manipulate the matchups to win the battle. It is a great tool in this meta to just win neutrally. So we might see some Licky. I'd love to see some Gourgeist, but if Corlash wants to see day number 2, he's going to have to reverse sweep Absol in this matchup.
That's right. Winners finals. Winner, of course, goes on to day number 2 already in the top 12, whereas the loser still has to play a losers finals match, and then they're only in the top 16. So a lot on the line here in this next game.
And Absol Train Best, like you mentioned, is more familiar with the Go Battle League, right? But it just shows you how much those skills translate, right? Even though you may not have as much experience in Championship Series, if you are a well-seasoned Go Battle League player, come on out here the Championship Series. You could do well too. You might just be in that winners finals. You're matched up the Corviknight into the Azumarill.
The matchup that we've seen a couple times this series already. Corviknight, of course, not really doing a ton of damage with just sand attacks and air cutters, but Absol Train Best doesn't feel like he has a better option, trying to get a catch on Empoleon, but doesn't get it, and now met by Corlash's Marowak.
And he also shakes his head knowing that this was probably going to happen. I believe he was ABB weak to it and was trying to bait it out so Stunfisk would have great targets in the back. He effectively does bait out that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but the backline matchup is going to be Licky, who is also strong against the Stunfisk. So this was a great read from Corlash.
great read from Corlash, and this is definitely part of Absol's plan, like you said, running that ABB line, but we'll have to see if the plan pays off here as he is able to pull the second Protect Shield from Marowak and is going to try to finish it off with his Corviknight before the Marowak can see his Stunfisk.
You know, that's not too bad. You're able to get both Protect Shields down. That's well done from the Empoleon here. You are loaded on energy and now actually going for the bait, going for the Air Cutter, maybe thinking, wait, there's no Protect Shields. You could just go for the payback, but instead going for the Air Cutter.
I think payback might not be enough, and Absol is thinking that 2 Air Cutters might be a little bit safer. Oh, but now he's actually... So Corlash brings in the Azumarill, and Absol meets it with a Stunfisk, but the Azumarill had tons of energy, and now Stunfisk is going to have to absorb it.
Yeah, that's tough because not only do you land that Ice Beam, you're at the double. So now you have to give up your Protect Shield here because you want to probably keep the Stunfisk around here. You are planning for Stunfisk to be strong in the back, but so far it has had a tough time taking that double, 2 super effective Ice Beams here, and suddenly the clock is ticking. You're getting closer and closer to be able to swap in maybe to your Licky Licky if you're Corlash.
Yeah, it's looking good for Corlash. He just has such a great health advantage when you look at his remaining Pokemon. And Absol Train Best, yes, you do still have some energy and health on the Corviknight, but Corlash still has a full health Licky Licky.
Yeah, that is going to be tough to deal with the little health of the Stunfisk, and the Corviknight is going to have to do the bulk of the work, swapping out into the Marowak. And does he register it first? No, Absol has to take this Rock Slide, and he didn't get off his Air Cutter, but also Air Cutter is not enough.
Yeah, I don't think it is enough anyway, so he's going to get a couple of Sand Attacks regardless as we see this Air Cutter land. Maybe if he can get a boost here, that's going to help him in this next matchup. Oh, he wants even more Sand Attacks. He goes for a little bit of an undercharge, and actually that's a great heads-up play.
And now he has a situation where he can maybe even land 2 charge attacks. He can land an Air Cutter and maybe a payback before a Body Slam is going to be able to knock out here, going for the Air Cutter, trying to get a boost here, and maybe even trying to get to that payback. It's not over for Absol.
Definitely not over. Tons of energy here. Let's see if he can get a boost, and let's see how far away he is from the payback. Oh, he's barely not at it, but Corlash does allow him to throw this payback into the Licky Licky.
And now is your win condition for Corlash getting the double Body Slam. Is Body Slam enough for the Stunfisk? I don't think so. I think you need to land either 2 Body Slams or somehow knock out with a Shadow Ball. Here comes the swap, and here comes the Shadow Ball. Is this enough to knock out the Stunfisk? It's going to be incredibly close.
I think it might barely be enough. I feel like we saw this matchup play out earlier. Oh, it's not enough, but the Stunfisk doesn't have any energy.
But then now he swaps to the Azumarill, and now you're giving up energy. No, actually, you have the Ice Beam banked, and Corlash is able to tie up this series.
So many Pokemon at 1 HP or just a couple of HP, but so much energy that Corlash had banked throughout the game. Really nice energy management there to come back from the 0-1 deficit.
What a fantastic in-game there, and great plays from Corlash with that Licky Licky. You've seen the top trainers do it before. You try to rely on the bulk and the pacing of that Licky Licky and the flexibility, especially in the in-game. It is tough to deal with, able to soak up all those charge attacks and threaten the knockout and even knocking out that Stunfisk. Well done by Corlash to tie up the series.
Such great utilization of these flexible picks. I also really liked how he preserved the Marowak after it did its job, right? It took down the Empoleon, but then we saw how impactful that energy was still later as he landed a Rock Slide against Corviknight.
Exactly, because if you gave up those 2 Protect Shields to maintain the health on that Marowak, if you then just let it go down to the next Pokemon, it wouldn't be worth it in the end. You gave up so much, so you had to protect it, just like you did in that opening matchup. And also, he was able to bank up all that energy on Azumarill to really threaten the Stunfisk almost instantly when it entered the battlefield.
Yeah, it felt like Corlash just always had energy on all of his Pokemon whenever he needed it. We saw a couple awkward situations where it felt like Absol's plan was maybe going to work out, but then we see Corlash with all this energy on Azumarill.
And Corviknight was a mainstay in that battle. How many times did we see it in the arena? But it always felt like it was so close to doing something. It always felt like the Air Cutter was just out of knockout range, and like, do I throw the payback here? Do I throw the Air Cutter? It was just a little bit awkward for the Corviknight in that game number 2.
And I think that's kind of been the story of Corviknight. Obviously now it's got some exclusive moves, right? It's got Air Cutter, it's got Iron Head, but I feel like whenever it's on the field, it feels like Air Cutter is just not quite enough damage and payback is just a little bit too expensive. Like you said, we saw Air Cutter barely not knocking at the Marowak, not doing a ton of damage against Azumarill, but you also don't want to throw payback.
And I think it's a Pokemon that thrives more in the in-game more than it does in the beginning and mid-game, unless it has a dominant matchup. So it's really hard to get that advantage if you're just throwing Air Cutter after Air Cutter. So do we see that Corviknight into this decisive game number 3? Corlash did rely on that Licky Licky. Can we see a Wall Rain? Can we see a Gore, guys? These traders are almost locked in.
They're almost locked in, but they've been playing a bunch of games throughout the day. I'm sure they know which Pokemon pair best with the rest of their Pokemon. And now, at a decisive Game 3 in a series like this, it's not just about what Pokemon look best on paper, but also about what your opponent's been bringing. Do you have to make a hard call?
Yeah, and we saw in that game number 2 that that Absol was trying to bait out the Marowak and effectively did so. Is he going to try to do that once again with the Stunfisk? Stunfisk has probably been the MVP Pokemon for Absol. We're locked in to the decisive game number 3. Azumarill into Corviknight once again, swap into Empoleon, trying to do the same exact thing, baiting out the Marowak, but there's no Marowak.
Yeah, same game plan as game number 2 maybe, but this is much better for Absol. Like you said, no Marowak, and this is actually terrible for Corlash. You never want to be in a position where your Azumarill has to throw energy versus Empoleon.
And I agree it could be terrible, but as soon as you soak this energy, now this Empoleon is in Shadow Ball range. So you could bring in the Licky Licky to try to counter it and knock out with the Shadow Ball, but instead, actually just staying in with the Azumarill, knowing that maybe Gourgeist is going to have a lot of play in the back with 2 shields, and Corlash is not wrong.
Actually, that's a great point. Gourgeist is going to look very good against the endgame, so let's see if Absol is able to maybe preserve the energy. He's got to realize how useful this Empoleon is, so he puts up the shield on the second play rough. I definitely expect to see a big overfarm here before he throws a final Drill Peck, but actually, now he sees the Licky Licky, and maybe he can farm up some energy and then swap into Corviknight.
Licky Licky is unleashed here, and it's just going to be the Soak Pokemon just going to try to take this energy and then maybe try to manipulate the switch timer. Body Slam isn't quite going to be enough, but it's going to get really close. It is not very effective. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. Gonna let it go probably. If you're Corlash, you know you're probably gonna try to double shield the Gourgeist. No, actually does protect shield this Licky Licky.
Yeah, he hasn't seen the back line yet.
Oh!
And Absol actually makes a catch, but it's the Shadow Ball, which is neutral.
Yeah, the Shadow Ball could have landed into the Empoleon, but it's great that it landed into the Corviknight, and the timer isn't quite up yet, so you're just going to try to reach for that next Shadow Ball. You're out of Air Cutter range, so this is not terrible. Once you land the Shadow Ball, you can get back to your switch timer.
And I think for Absol here, you really need the energy on this Corviknight as much as possible. He hasn't seen the Gourgeist yet, but here it comes, and he's going to see how much these Incinerates do. It actually looks like he's going to survive another Incinerate, so potentially going to be able to get off a second Air Cutter.
You can't risk taking a payback here, so you have to use your last Protect Shield, and you won't be able to get to a payback after that. Yes, you can get to an Air Cutter, but this is not a strong charge attack. It's going to be super effective, but Gourgeist is still going to be way too healthy for the Stunfisk, I believe.
Corviknight does go down. Let's see how much health is on this Empoleon. Can it reach a Drill Peck? Absol absolutely needs this Drill Peck to be able to take out the Gourgeist. Seed Bomb's gonna come through. Let's see if Corlash can get out of this matchup before the Drill Peck comes through. No, his clock is not up.
He's trapped in there, and now he's gonna have to take this Drill Peck, which is super effective, and this is terrible for Corlash. He wanted to have this for the Stunfisk in the back, and it knocks out, and now suddenly the Stunfisk is full health against the low health Azumarill and Licky Licky.
Oh my goodness, and no energy on this Azumarill. It's looking very good for Absol and his Stunfisk.
Oh!
A nice catch by Corlash of this discharge, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough to flip the game.
Well, he was able to catch the discharge and get a full rollout through, but the problem is you're just going to get farmed down because you can soak all this energy if you're Absol, and all you need to do is get one discharge for that Azumarill in the back.
Shadow Ball coming through, but the writing is on the wall for Corlash. Like you said, just maybe 2 or 1 more Thunder Shocks to take out this Licky Licky, and so much energy that's going to be more than enough to knock out Corlash's Azumarill and advance Absol to day number 2.
He has relied on this Stunfisk, and for good reason. It is able to knock out the Azumarill, and he advances to day number 2. Corlash, I thought he had a great, wow, you hear a roar of the crowd there for Absol here in Seattle.
Lots of support for Absol. Like I said, maybe not a mainstay on the Play Pokemon scene, but he is so ingrained in that grassroots community, in those GBL communities, and I'm sure they're all very happy to see him make his first top cut.
The crowd was popping off, felt like an international championship out there. Well done to Absol. Corlash is not eliminated yet. He drops down to the loser side of the bracket. I thought he had some chances there with the Gourgeist in the back, but unfortunately, he just got trapped into double flying type attacks, and the Gourgeist went down.
Yeah, the Corviknight actually came in pretty clutch for Absol. You know, we were a little bit nervous seeing it matched up against Azumarill game after game, but the energy really came through, and I think this is one of those situations where You know, Gourgeist, as great as it is, it does still have a little bit of a weird typing that makes it vulnerable to a lot of these attacks.
Right, and at that point of the battle, also Corlash didn't know the backline. We can see the backline here, that the backline was so weak to Gourgeist, but earlier on, Corlash used a Protect Shield on that Licky. If he knew the backline was going to be the Stun Fist and the Corviknight, I think he would have probably used both the Protect Shields for that Gourgeist, and he would have had a chance to be on the winner side of the bracket in day number 2. But wow, that was a great series, so.
It was a great series, and you know, Corlash, while he is going to drop to the loser side, has had tons of great series in his career, including at the most recent World Championships. Let's take a look back.
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Credilli, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday in the arena for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kenta Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets in the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradilli outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator! It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Competitor! It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion!
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
The toughest opponent would probably have to be Patoman, because he was my world opponent like for the finals, and he already knocked me out to the losers finals, so probably him, yeah. My favorite Pokemon is Mew, and I don't know why. I just really like Mew. The most underrated Pokemon I think right now is Melmetal, which learns Thunder Shock, Double Iron Bash and Superpower. It's sort of like a cross between Scizor and Stunfisk. It does really well, yeah. So whenever I play Pokemon Go PvP battle, one of my goals is to just have fun. But another goal is to make perfect plays regardless of what the opponent plays. If I were to create a Pokemon, it would definitely have to be a Steel type. And I like Ghosts as well. I really like bulky Pokemon, so it would have to be bulky. But unlike Aegislash, it would have to be very spammy. Maybe if I really have to get crazy, maybe, I don't know, Hydro Cannon, Double Iron Bash and Shadow Claw. And a Steel and Ghost type. I have a lot of hobbies, I guess. Like I enjoy reading books. I like to play basketball. The one event that I won would have to be my favorite one in Anaheim, California in 2025. Every Pokemon event is such a fun experience. You get to meet so many new friends and you get to try out the local food. Yeah, it's all very fun. One of my all-time favorite dishes has got to be a South Indian dish called masala dosa, which is sort of like a thin rice crepe, and you eat it with spiced potatoes, and there's a bunch of chutneys and dips that you can have it with. Yeah, that would have to be my favorite. I mean, I feel like Charizard is the more popular one, and currently in Pokemon Go PvP, Blastoise is the one that's, you know, doing better. So I'll probably have to go with Blastoise right now, yeah.
It's always fun learning more about these trainers. Beelzeboy may be a world champion, but he's just a regular guy like you and me. And we are fortunate to have so many great players and personalities in this community. Coming up next, we're moving on to the losers finals of Group D. Two trainers we've seen earlier today already. It's going to be Zimikid taking on the Torian.
Now this should be a pretty high octane matchup. Both of these trainers have played earlier on stream and both played pretty well on stream, and there are still a few spots left in Top Cut. Those spots are starting to dwindle because we've had a lot of trainers punch their ticket to day 2, but a few spots still remain and there's a lot of trainers still in the hunt.
And you could argue these losers finals, there's more at stake, right, than the winners finals. It's win or go home. Winner, you're knocked out of the tournament, and it's a big difference, right, between getting to day 2, having that night to prepare, feeling good. I made day 2, I'm in Top Cut, versus your tournament coming to an end. So more on the line, and obviously Zimikid and Torian are going to be vying to try and make that day 2 appearance.
Taking a look at these teams, Togekiss is an instant standout on Zimikid's team. Corviknight, Moltres, Licky, Marowak, Empoleon. Rise, I'm looking everywhere. Where is the Togekiss counter?
I don't see one. I mean, the Empoleon is probably the closest thing, but the Togekiss often will win the chart attack priority against the Empoleon. And also, if you swap in the Togekiss, right, you are ahead that energy. You can outpace the Empoleon to each Hydro Cannon. So I'm going to be honest, that Empoleon looks like a nightmare if you're the Torian. I wonder if you strategize and make sure you lead in a position where if it's a safe swap Togekiss, you don't feel like you're leaving yourself behind.
I think that would be a very smart read, because if you end up behind energy to this Togekiss, it could run away with the game. Even your rollout user takes huge damage from Aura Sphere, and it's not like Licky can debuff it or anything like that. Like, these are always going to be full power Aura Spheres, and they can frequently put it into potential pack down range in the 2s. So this could get very, very tricky for the Torian. Corviknight potentially, if it's maybe able to get a boost, at the very least can absorb some Aura Spheres, but it's still not a good matchup whatsoever.
Also, the Florges opting for Chilling Water Trailblaze, the moveset we used to see more standard on the Florges, and not having access to that Disarming Voice, which hits for a bit harder neutral damage. Disarming Voice actually does more neutral damage than a boosted Trailblaze on Florges, so maybe not having that could backfire against the Togekiss. But here we go, we've got a lock in losers finals of Group D. It's going to be Empoleon taking on the Guzzlord.
Any lead for Zimikid where he sees that Empoleon not on the Togekiss, Zimmy has to be feeling pretty good. Guzzlord at a pacing advantage here, going to strike first with a Brutal Swing, and the Torian is going to immediately no shield.
And what you don't like to see if you're the Torian is the Guzzlord not lined up against your Florges, because that's the best position for it to be in. So now opting to throw the Drill Peck here. This is a really neutral matchup. Either Pokemon can take this depending on the scenario, and going to opt to throw this second Drill Peck before the next Brutal Swing.
Now this Drill Peck should barely miss the knockout, so if Zimmy wants to let this go, Zimmy does have the ability to do so, and Zimmy knows it. Great call, Drill Peck lands, Guzzlord survives. There's a catch onto Licky. The Torian potentially hoping that this Licky can lure out the Togekiss, and with an energy head start, it might be a bit more manageable.
Getting that slight head start and also keeping some health on the Empoleon later, which may be annoying for Zimmy to deal with. If you get on the Togekiss, right, you can't peck down comfortably. So is now in this safe swap situation, Licky met by its own Licky counterpart and gonna take this body slam damage.
I really like how the Torian has played it. As you correctly identified, that fast move pressure on that Empoleon could be key. Metal Sound, it's not known for a lot of fast move pressure neutrally, but against a super effective target, and Togekiss isn't really known for its bulk either. Zimmy Kid winning that charge type priority tie, but the Torian has enough health where Body Slam will not threaten a KO.
And you have to wonder if Torian is going to try and save this energy. He does throw out the charge attack priority here, so first Body Slam is firing off. He has another Body Slam, so you have the option to maybe switch out of here or just stay in and try and get rid. But he's going to save that Body Slam, swaps into the Florges, and Zimmy Kid does a few rollouts, then swaps in the Togekiss. But what is awkward here is now you get yourself debuffed while you don't have much energy at all.
This energy head start for the Florges could prove to be the one thing that could actually slow the roll of the Togekiss. This Togekiss is actually on Dazzling Gleam, which means that the pacing is not nearly as good as it would be if it was on Psyshock. Zimmy Kid trying to get a little bit of his pacing back, going for an Aura Sphere bait. The Torian, oh, last second shield, almost called the bait, but decided at the last second to put up that Protect Shield.
Right, Aura Sphere is all you really need for most of the Pokemon on Torian's side, but having that Dazzling Gleam moveset makes this a little bit more awkward for Zimmy Kid. Another Chilling Water going to double debuff the Togekiss. It does build up to the Gleam, and this time it's going for it.
The Torian thinking through his options. This is very heavily debuffed. Puts up the shield anyway, gets the call right as it is that Dazzling Gleam. And now Togekiss is very far behind. Could we see a catch back onto the Guzzlord? Yes! Oh, what a play! The prediction by Zimmy. The Torian's just shaking his head. What a play!
Catches at the last possible opportunity. And now we do see that Torian still has a Chilling Water loaded, but there is a lot of energy on Zimmy Kid's Licky Licky. He has a Protect Shield as well. This is a complex situation. Fires a shot. Oh, and it's caught onto his own Licky Licky.
The Torian gets the catch back. Sensational plays here. Shadow Ball takes the knockout, but that is a lot of energy down the drain for Zimmy Kid.
Shadow Ball, what a catch there, keeping Torian in this game. Going to do one Fairy Wind and throw the Trailblaze. I think this should be enough to knock out Licky Licky from here, so it draws the final Protect Shield from Zimmy Kid, but he is approaching a charge attack of his own, gets the Body Slam, the Overfarm, and fires it. This should knock out the Florges.
If Florges gets knocked out, then it's Empoleon versus the world for the Torian. Empoleon did preserve health. In comes the Togekiss. It survives and gets there. Aura Sphere is reached. Good games are exchanged. What a game from Zimmy Kid.
That was a back and forth affair. The evaluation bar but in that game was, I think it was dipping both sides as we saw catches from both trainers. But in the end, Zimmy Kid in that Togekiss that you identified as perhaps his strongest Pokemon in this matchup was the difference and lands that Aura Sphere to knock out in the end.
Rise, I've got to say, if there was an evaluation bar for this match, I think it would look like seismic activity with how quickly he was jumping back and forth, catch after catch, blow for blow. What a game one. Zimmy Kid trying to punch his ticket to day number 2.
Zimmy Kid with some impressive plays. The Torian tried to pull out all the stops with that Shadow Ball catch in the end, but it wasn't quite enough. And you saw the awareness, right? The awareness of the Togekiss in back. Tried to, save the Protect Shields for the end. The Florges got the head start, but in the end, it was just too much pressure. And that perfect catch from Zimmy Kid on a 1 HP Guzzlord where one Fairy Wind would have knocked it out. And, if you're Torian, maybe you got to think you built up so much energy to the point where you were almost forced to throw, and then it made the catch more realistic for Zimmy Kid.
Zimmy Kid was able to predict that Overfarm Beast. The Torian did not want to go for charge attack priority there. So the moment that he sees, okay, he's farmed up 3 and he's starting that 4th Fairy Wind, it almost a little bit telegraphs what the Torian's going to do. And Zimmy Kid, with that accurate perception there, able to predict when it would be thrown, get the catch. And even with Torian catching a Shadow Ball back, 52 energy or 50 energy down the drain there, 4 rollouts gone, it still wasn't enough.
And here we go. We have a lock-in game number 2. Torian trying to stay alive, gets a lead that he's going to like. It's going to be Florges into Stunfisk. Immediate pivot into the Togekiss.
Togekiss up energy can be very difficult to deal with, but because it's down a turn, Florges able to deny the Peck Sneak and apply an immediate Chilling Water debuff. This is very big for the Torian.
Swaps into the Licky Licky, and this will be interesting. After the debuff, does double Aura Sphere still knock out? I would have to think it might still knock out even after the Chilling Water debuff. We're gonna get a gauge of how much this first Aura Sphere does to the Licky Licky. Wow. It does just about half of the remaining health.
That is an incredibly efficient attack. Debuffed, no same type attack bonus. Rise, Aura Sphere just does not care.
Aura Sphere is so effective on this spammy Togekiss that gets to it very quickly and only 5 pecks every single time. Body Slam firing off. Zimmy Kid may consider investing a Protect Shield to get to another, but no, he's actually just going to let this go down and going to take his Protect Shield advantage.
I do like this from Zimmy, because Zimmy will have the ability to absorb a ton of energy on the Stun Fisk, maybe look to try and farm up to the back-to-back before taking the knockout with the Mud Bomb, and then trusting that Shadow Scizor with a shield advantage can sweep the end game, and considering that final Pokemon is Empoleon, Scizor up energy and up a shield is looking very scary.
And I like this decision here from Zimmy Kid to not throw the Mud Bomb, understanding it might not knock out anyway, so he's gonna be fine, taking another Body Slam, saves the energy actually, and aggressively pivots the Scizor, and this head start from Scizor is gonna not make this Empoleon comfortable whatsoever.
And it is charge attack priority, Trailblaze to that Hydro Cannon. Getting to the Trailblaze on charge attack priority is such a devastating energy head start. The Trailblaze lands, Scizor gets its guaranteed boost, but now Zimmy Kid will always be able to charge attack priority tie the Empoleon, spamming out Night Slashes when the Hydro Cannon is reached, and this is looking very difficult for the Torian.
We saw a situation earlier today where Out of Pocket landed a Trailblaze in this situation and just completely farmed down. Zimmy Kid gonna opt to throw the Night Slash, saying, I'm gonna force you to use that final Protect Shield if you want to get off this Hydro Cannon, and that's exactly what Torian's gonna do. He's gonna use the Protect Shield to get one in return from Zimmy Kid.
And once the Togekiss ended up switching in earlier in the game, Florges threw its energy. So Florges doesn't really have any energy here. In comes the Licky Licky, it gets the Body Slam. This is a lot of damage, but Shadow Scizor does have quite a bit of HP remaining.
And is Scizor going to be able to withstand this with enough health to reach the Trailblaze against the Florges? I mean, these bullet punches alone are going to do so much damage. This seems like Torian has his back against the wall. He's kind of pinned into a corner. How do you get rid of this Scizor?
Zimmy has the clock up as well. In comes Empoleon, trying for a farm down that it's simply not going to get. There's the fist bump from Zimmy Kid. He knows this is checkmate for the Torian.
The Scizor unleashing the Trailblaze. It's already been boosted. Huge damage. Gets another bullet punch. Does get farmed down, but the Stunfisk has a Mud Bomb stored, and that is going to knock out the Florges. Zimmy Kid, you're moving on to day 2.
You love to hear the emotion, the crowd roar as Zimmy Kid punches his ticket to day number 2. Beautifully played games by Zimmy Kid. What a series, and what a competitor.
Identifying how effective that Togekiss was as a save switch. We saw an unfavorable lead, right, for Zimmy Kid. He led the Stunfisk into the Florges. That matchup can get pretty bad if you play it out, because Florges has the opportunity to ramp up with Trailblaze and then knockout. You come out boosted. So Zimmy Kid, with the save swap, took the Chilling Water, but you saw the power of the Togekiss, even debuffed, still got an advantage from that Licky Licky, and from the rest of the way, Zimmy Kid utilized the oppressive nature of the Shadow Scizor.
In my eyes, Zimmy Kid basically perfectly leveraged every aspect of that game. From understanding that he did not have to invest the Protect Shield into the Togekiss, just wanted to gain an advantage and then set up the farm on the Stunfisk. Stunfisk ends up absorbing all of that Licky Licky energy, and then Shadow Scizor, energy head start, cap tying, Trailblaze to the Hydro Cannon, Night Slash connecting, Body Slam landing, but it just wasn't enough as Shadow Scizor just completely took over the end game.
Sometimes we use these terms to gauge different Pokemon, right? Lead, safe switch, closer, and I think Zimmy Kid in that game executed Pokemon to those roles perfectly, where he lost the lead. He utilized his safe switch to gain an advantage, and then he saved both of his Protect Shields for the closer, the Scizor. Really a textbook example of having a strategy, and even though you lost the lead, having it play out in order to get the victory.
Incredibly well executed game there, and I really love to see the emotion from Zimmy Kid. I feel like that's been a bit of a common theme so far today. Is a lot of trainers where you can tell how much this day 2, this top cut means to them, and seeing that emotion, hearing the crowd roar, even from back here, we heard that crowd go crazy for Zimmy Kid. Clearly a lot of support in the audience, and it's awesome to see him succeed in front of his loved ones.
It's always great to see that emotion from Zimmy Kid, and you know, he's a trainer that's been around a long time, great guy. I've met him at some events, and well, it's great to see him move on to day 2. And as we gear up for our next match, we're going to take a look at finding a Pokemon event near you. Use this QR code to scan, find some events. You know, I think this community in Seattle has been amazing, and there's a lot of players from this Pacific Northwest region that I know play against each other, scrim against one another. So make sure to check out your locals, find a Pokemon event near you.
And now, Rise, you mentioned earlier on broadcast that you unfortunately had already booked your hotel for NAIC. But for those watching who have not, beat the crowd, reserve your hotel for NAIC now. It's going to be an amazing event later this year in New Orleans. And we got a fancy little QR code right there on screen for you to make it nice and easy.
I want to see all of you there. I mean, we saw 512 competitors at EUIC, and there's always kind of that North American Europe rivalry. We need to at least match that for NAIC. We need to match that 512 mark that we saw over in London just a short while ago. So looking forward to NAIC, of course, every single season.
And so far, the Internationals limited metas have been incredibly fun to watch. So I'm very, very excited to see what comes with the North American International Championship.
It's been a great year, and this is the first year in which we've had these limited metas at the International Championship. So assuming, you know, that may happen again, we don't really know, but NAIC certainly is one event to look forward to. But for now, trainers getting ready to take the stage. I'm taking a sneak peek, and oh man, we have two big names coming up next. One trainer coming here all the way from Europe in Stone Collection, taking on a really talented trainer from California in Heidanis.
And that's Stone Collection. Oh my goodness. I was so shocked when I was wandering through the crowd earlier and I ran into Stone Collection. I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't Europe. But he made the flight out here. He's such an unbelievably good battler. Now, Stone Collection, way back in the day, I believe it was the 2022 Last Chance qualifiers, ended up winning it with a Samurott. And that was really my introduction to Stone Collection and what a magnificent battler he is. And here he is now, no Samurott, but he does have a water type on his team in the Azumarill.
That's a great shout. I remember him safe swapping the Samurott to throw out Registeel back in the day, and just the sheer spamminess of the Fury Cutter and Hydrokin allowed him to flip that matchup. So Stone Collection has been a long time name in the grassroots circuit, long time name now in the Play Pokemon Championship Series, and is one of the leaders in the world for championship points this season. He's been extremely consistent. So he is now made the trek over to Seattle across the pond and is in the winners finals here against Heidanis.
And Heidanis has a double water strategy. Azumarill Lapras has that ever-present Gourgeist that a certain co-caster of mine may have put on the map by winning an event with it. And Guzzlord, the Corviknight, and the Stunfisk as well. So a very well-rounded team. We've seen a pretty common theme in my eyes of Gourgeist plus water being a pretty consistent strategy and a pretty consistent successful strategy so far today.
And having that presence of the Gourgeist on Heidanis will make Stone Collection at least think twice about utilizing the Stunfisk, because it's such a hard counter to that Stunfisk. But if you look at everything else on Heidanis' team, Stunfisk has some really solid play. So that Gourgeist maybe does a good job of scaring it off, where otherwise is pretty annoying for all of his remaining Pokemon other than the Guzzlord, which has a positive neutral-ish matchup against it.
I think if you're Heidanis here, you can very safely assume that Stone will almost always bring the Guzzlord, so you have to structure your lines with that in mind. But the battlers are not wasting any time. We've got lock-ins winners finals of Group F, and it's Guzzlord versus Guzzlord.
You called it out, and looking at both lines, Guzzlord might be the safest Pokemon on each team. So both trainers deciding to use it as one of their leads in this first one, and Stone Collection going to opt to throw the Sludge Bomb immediately.
This does not take the knockout, but will do quite a lot of damage. Heidanis will decide to put up the shield. Heidanis does have a potential catch opportunity in the back if he so desires with the Corviknight, as Corviknight would have that resistance to Sludge Bomb.
Sludge Bomb coming through, drawing the Protect Shield. Both trainers playing this matchup the same so far. It'll be interesting if they value the switch advantage, and Heidanis goes for the catch attempt there, but unsuccessful. And this allows Stone Collection to now align the Altaria in a very positive matchup against the Corviknight.
Great patience from Stone Collection, not letting the catch happen, and the Corviknight getting switch locked. This allows Altaria to avoid that Azumarill, which was lurking in the back. That is massive for Stone Collection.
You would think a Flying Dragon against the Steel wouldn't be too good, right? But heavily resisting the sand attacks, the super effective access to Flamethrower makes this matchup in Altaria's favor. But we did see the Corviknight got a bit of a head start, so going to get to double payback here to at least put the Altaria quite low.
Altaria going to be no shielding as Payback is going to land. That puts Altaria deep into the red HP. There's the pivot into the Guzzlord, but he doesn't get the snipe. The reaction time from Stone Collection. He gets the Sky Attack, and Sky Attack will force a Protect Shield out of the Guzzlord.
Gets the Protect Shield, and oh, the combo play, but does lose the Chart Attack priority here, so able to catch this Sludge Bomb and actually draws the Protect Shield.
He puts up the shield because he had a bunch of energy on that Guzzlord. So he puts up the shield. He wanted to take the knockout. He wants the Guzzlord out of the way.
Guzzlord going to knock out the opposing Guzzlord, and all that remains is an Azumarill for Haydonis and a low health Corviknight. He feels like it can get to an air cutter though, and he's right, but that is gonna force the Brutal Swing from Stone Collection. High awareness to throw that Brutal Swing in that situation.
Very well played by Stone. Brutal Swing will take the knockout. All that's left is the Azumarill, and that means Stone Collection gets the land of Sludge Bomb, and this Sludge Bomb will damage this Azumarill to the point where it simply cannot win that mirror endgame.
And this is a scenario where you see how Guzzlord can be so strong with that high HP stat. It was so low, right? But the Sand Attack's doing so little. The bubbles resisted. It had a sliver of health, but it hung on for so long to put in so much work. And now, like you said, you basically have an Azumarill mirror, but one has already taken a Sludge Bomb. I mean, I feel like this has to go right for Stone Collection here.
You can see the moment that Azumarill was revealed, Haydonis looked at the camera. Good games have been exchanged as they know that playing out the rest of this game at this point is a mere formality. Stone Collection able to honestly better leverage that Guzzlord. It was a mirror lead, didn't let Haydonis get the catch, saved the energy, and that energy was critical. Brutal Swing knocking out the Corviknight, and that Sludge Bomb, which would just absolutely seal this game number one.
This play rough will deliver the final blow for game number one. A few mirror matches, but the difference maker was the Altaria against the Corviknight in the mid game, allowing Stone Collection to secure an advantage and take game number one in the end.
Very well played by Stone, and a consistent theme has been battlers with patience being consistently rewarded on stream, not letting those catches happen, whether it's waiting the turn, whether it's anticipating, okay, this would be where my opponent wants to try and make a catch, and over farming, even if it would have meant that a Sludge Bomb would have connected on the Guzzlord. He just overfarmed, saying this is where he would go for the catch if he tries to, and he did. So very, very well played.
And the decision to throw immediately, right, for Stone Collection in the lead, maybe lured Haydonis into going for that catch when he had it immediately for the second Sludge Bomb. So nice patience there, just being a little bit unpredictable, Stone Collection, in terms of when he was throwing his charge attacks, and that allowed him to keep himself in control. We'll see if these players make any adjustments for game number two.
But man, that, for being a pretty close to a mirrored team, where it was the same leads and the same closers, it did end up feeling pretty dominant for Stone Collection, even though it really could have gone either way. But that was just a couple of very correct decisions by Stone Collection, getting those predictions right, calling that catch attempt, just really set himself up for success.
And it seemed like he went with one of his safest possible lines, maybe with the exception of the Altaria, since Altaria is a little bit scared of Azumarill and Lapras, but went with two of his more neutral, safe Pokemon in the lead in the back, and was able to secure alignment where he was able to utilize that more risky Pokemon in a place where it best suited him.
One battler has already locked in, the other making some last-second adjustments. There is a spot in day two on the line. If Stone wins this game, his day is over. But Haydonis wants to have something to say about that, but it's going to have to start with winning this game two and moving to a decisive game three.
Especially when you're willing to make that long trip, right? Over from Europe, over from Germany. A day two would make that trip feel worth it. And here we go. It's going to be a lock-in game number two. We have the Caesar from Stone Collection into the Stunfisk of Haydonis.
Immediate pivot out by Stone Collection, sending in the Guzzlord, not wanting to stay in that matchup. Haydonis goes for a mirror because Haydonis has run a line that is very strong into that Shadow Scizor. Even if switch advantage is lost, the Shadow Scizor will not be finding favorable alignment in this game.
Right, that's a good call out, because this may be difficult for Haydonis to retain switch advantage, and he's actually going for a bait here on the Brutal Swing. This is an interesting call. Stone Collection is actually going to protect him. This kind of makes up for that head start that Stone Collection had. Goes up to the Sludge Bomb and, ooh, gets to another Sludge Bomb. And Stone Collection willing to double shield to
preserve switch and hang on to all this energy.
Double shielding is a bit of a risk because by double shielding, there is now a Shadow Scizor that does not have any Protect shields remaining. And that is not typically a strong spot to be as a Shadow Scizor.
Not typically a recipe for success. Normally, Scizor we've seen operates at its best when it's behind Protect shields or at an advantage. Mud Bomb coming through. Guzzlord should be able to hang on. You have all this energy. I wonder if we ever see a pivot, but I mean, you can't really pivot. You don't want to pivot either of these back Pokemon into the Stunfisk, and some nice, a nice call there that he would live 2 Thunder Shocks to throw off this next Brittle Swing. I think might have back-to-back.
Does he risk switching into the Corviknight and try to snipe with 1 Sand Attack? No, he does not, and that means another Brutal Swing. Stone getting so much value out of this Guzzlord. Does Haydonis shield the Stunfisk? No, it's 2 shield Corviknight and a little bit of Stunfisk as in comes Altaria.
And this chip damage will be helpful for Haydonis. Gets a discharge off to put it where it's well within double payback range now. But the awkward thing here is that Corviknight, it's going to take a while for it to get to the payback. And do you put yourself in a position where shields go down and I don't know. I mean, Corviknight seems really tough for Stone Collection to deal with here, but you still have 2 entire Pokemon, and he starts out with baiting the Sky Attack. Understand, this is probably the most likely situation where Haydonis would use his Protect Shield.
Oh, what a catch by Stone Collection, and he catches an Air Cutter bait at that. What a play. He's trying to preserve the Altaria, and that's a great way to do it.
Gets the Air Cutter catch onto the Scizor, but now if you're Haydonis, what do? He's actually allowing another Night Slash and understanding that the Flamethrower is what you want to shield, so electing to take this in exchange for farming up more energy. Now the Scizor is also approaching Air Cutter range, so Haydonis farming up maximum energy, looking to take this out, and will need to get to 2 moves against the Altaria.
Air Cutter lands, Shadow Scizor gets knocked out, no boost comes through for Haydonis. He is so low, he could really benefit from an Air Cutter boost here, because Air Cutter plus payback, it's going to be close, but with a boost, I'm pretty confident it would secure the KO.
Air Cutter connects, and it's on a charge attack priority, no boost though, so I think there's a chance Altaria can hang on to a payback. It'll be close, but the Altaria just doesn't have that much energy, right? So this seems to be in Haydonis' favor.
And even if the payback misses the knockout, there's still the ability to hit it with a Thunder Shock or 2 from this Stunfisk. Payback launched into the Altaria. Can Stone ever get a farm down here? Payback lands, Altaria hangs on. There's the snipe. Thunder Shock takes the KO, and Haydonis gets that desperately needed equalizer.
A pretty simple play, but nice recognition by Haydonis to swap in that Stunfisk at the end. Just not opening yourself to any potential lose conditions of the Altaria getting the farm down, and he evens up this series 1 game apiece. Able to really adjust his strategy and employ the Stunfisk that time where it was valuable, and honestly the Guzzlord swap in as well, getting both Protect shields. I mean, maybe Stone Collection will rethink about how he played that scenario, because as you pointed out, when you leave no Protect shields for your Shadow Scizor, it's hard for it to operate.
Shadow Scizor got that catch of the Air Cutter, but what impressed me the most is even with Corviknight refusing to boost Air Cutter after Air Cutter, still not boosting, Haydonis was still able to get that win.
Yes, and just really neutralized the Scizor, stayed composed as well, even after the Air Cutter catch. I think some players maybe would have looked to throw a payback there to get rid of it before a Night Slash, but Haydonis said, you know, I'm calm, I'm just going to take this Night Slash, I'm going to overfarm max energy, get to 2 moves against Altaria. He had it figured out, and he's going to try and figure things out for game number 3.
One battler has locked in pretty instantaneously, the other making last-second adjustments. There's a spot in day number 2 on the line. The stakes could not be higher.
You see some trainers over the course of the day that like to lock in almost immediately. Some take their time a little bit more. I mean, I think it comes down to how confident you are in these lines. And here we go, game number 3. And ooh, we see the Guzzlord into the Azumarill.
Now somehow, despite this being a Dark Dragon into a Water Fairy type, this matchup feels decently neutral. Like somehow, I feel like you would almost rather be the Guzzlord, where Guzzlord really gets to control the pace of this matchup, land damage, and potentially try and catch out of this matchup as well if he doesn't want to burn a Protect Shield.
Sludge Bomb connects, immediately doing a lot of damage to Azumarill, and Haydonis waiting a turn, trying to avoid any potential catch here. Always going to respect this as Stone Collection as a double super effective play-rough would one-shot the Guzzlord.
Now, the next Sludge Bomb will not take the knockout onto Azumarill, but it will get it very, very low. Stone Collection going to be playing 2 charge attack priority. Haydonis knows this will not take the knockout, so Haydonis will no shield, but Stone Collection now has to decide, is he 2-shielding that Guzzlord for a second straight game?
We may see the same strategy employed with the double shield, and I wonder if you ever swap here if you're Haydonis, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to swap again into his own Guzzlord, now met by the Altaria, but with a 2-shield advantage. This looks really difficult for Stone Collection.
One thing to watch for in this matchup is the amount of Dragon Breath damage that Altaria is doing. If Guzzlord has a high defense stat, then it can actually take 1 less damage for Dragon Breath, making this matchup a lot more convincing for the Guzzlord.
Sky Attack incoming as the Altaria tries to get rid of this Guzzlord. Now, Stone Collection still has an extremely healthy Guzzlord in back, which, of course, could be a game changer. That Azumarill doesn't have energy, or doesn't have much energy, I should say, as another Brutal Swing is being applied. I don't think it's quite enough to knock out, though.
I think it can barely hang on here. Altaria barely able to survive, gets the Sky Attack. The Altaria refusing to get knocked out, and now decision time for Haydonis.
A huge parting Sky Attack unleashed there from Stone Collection as the Guzzlord awaits what is going to come in. It's not quite in Mud Bomb range, so it comes with his own Guzzlord, and Haydonis gets off the Sludge Bomb. You have to wonder, with that Sky Attack that got off earlier, maybe had he opted for a Sludge Bomb instead of Brutal Swing, could have avoided taking that attack.
And now that's a lot of HP lost. Going to be firing off Brutal Swing. It's resisted, but Haydonis has basically no health remaining on the Guzzlord, so they should be enough to secure the knockout. But this Guzzlord is very, very low, as in comes Stunfisk.
And this is where that HP we talked about comes into play. It doesn't have much health, but it is so difficult to Thunder Shock down this Guzzlord. I think Haydonis is going to be forced to fire off a Mud Bomb, but we actually see the pivot now into his own Unova Stunfisk, and it might have done enough chip damage where it starts to approach double Mud Bomb range.
That would be the goal for Stone Collection, because in the Unova Stunfisk mirror, 2 Mud Bombs missed the knockout. We can see from the damage that lands on Stone Collection Stunfisk, but now we have to watch the health bar on Haydonis. Is this going to be a 2-hit knockout? Mud Bomb lands. That's very, very close. May need a few extra Thunder Shocks, but this is going to come right down to the wire.
It looks like almost the perfect amount where double Mud Bomb could knock out indeed, but there's still that Azumarill that's available as a catch, and that might be Haydonis' only hope, but the patience of Stone Collection, stone cold is Stone Collection, has doubled up on the Mud Bomb, and I think that might be enough to send him onto day 2.
What patience by Stone Collection. What plays. Back in comes the Stunfisk. And Haydonis knows he just does not have the health remaining. Stone Collection, calm, cool, and collected. Mud Bomb lands. Stunfisk survives. Triple resisted Thunder Shock down. Stone Collection's on to day 2 on the winner's side.
Calm, cool, and collection indeed. For this trainer, the incredible patience. It almost looked to me like he committed in that situation. Like, I know you're gonna catch eventually. It was almost like he wasn't even thinking about throwing his charge attack until he saw the Azumarill swap in. He was saying, okay, I know you're gonna catch eventually, and he just needed to double up there and secure the victory.
And sometimes that can be the play. Your opponent cannot catch your move if you never throw it. And committing to that ended up paying off in a pretty big way, as Stunfisk gets the double up against the Azumarill, exits with that energy loaded. And I really felt like this series showcased, in a surprising turn of events, with Wigglytuff gone, I feel like we really haven't seen a lot of Wigglytuff, how flexible Guzzlord is in this meta.
Absolutely. When Azumarill is, I'll say this, when Azumarill is the best answer to Guzzlord, there's not an answer to Guzzlord. Because that Pokemon we saw, as you exquisitely put out in the lead, it really dictates that matchup. It puts on the pressure. And I think, maybe a newer player would lead Guzzlord into Azumarill and switch out because they think of it as a bad matchup. But a more experienced, a sound and strong player like Stone Collection just dictates that matchup. And although you went down 2 Protect Shields, you were so healthy that Guzzlord was able to put on a clinic in the back as well.
I loved the adjustment between Game 2 and Game 3, because sometimes if you lose a game, there can be a bit of panic of thinking about where it went wrong. And it was clear that Stone didn't think that double shielding the Guzzlord was the problem. It was double shielding the Guzzlord with a Glassy Sizzler. So Stone ended up making the adjustment of, I'm just going to double shield the Guzzlord, but I'm going to have bulk on the team. And with bulk on the team, that strategy ended up working a lot better.
That's a great point, especially with a Pokemon like the Stunfisk in the back that
typically operates best in zero shield scenarios where it can utilize that bulk, spam off the mud bombs, try to get yourself in a favorable position, and was able to just manage his energy really well to a point where that brutal swing plus double mud bomb was essentially enough to get him the victory. So an awesome performance there. Congrats to Stone Collection. And hey, Don is still not out of it yet. He'll be in the losers finals trying to make day 2. But coming up next, you see them on the screen already. We got Sceptile Ice, or Sep, taking on Gerald.
Now, taking a quick sneak peek at the teams, we've got some interesting mons here. We have Walrein on one side, we have a Grumpig on the other side. So we definitely have trainers thinking outside the box, and it's paying off because they are in the group final.
And yeah, taking a look at Sceptile's team, we'll see it on the screen in a moment, but the Grumpig, a pick I saw Inadequates utilize in his last regional, and he was raving about how effective he thinks it can be. But if you look at Sceptile's team, I mean, the Grumpig really has play into everything. There's a few Pokemon you probably would rather not see, maybe the Gourgeist, maybe the Guzzlord, but that dynamic punch is very threatening to the Guzzlord, especially with that super effective damage. The Walrein as well doesn't really want to see the Grumpig, so it's a Pokemon we haven't seen much of, but does seem to have some solid play into Sceptile's team.
A rare Wigglytuff on the side of Gerald. We've seen so many Azumarill, we've seen quite a few Florges, a wide variety of movesets, but a rare Wigglytuff. I think Wigglytuff, if it's paired with Grumpig, makes sense because Grumpig has that ghost weakness, so Wigglytuff can help not only cover against the Pokemon that you want a fairy to cover against, but it also covers against the ghost types of the world because of that fairy normal typing.
Now, and looking again at this match, what stands out to me is the Wigglytuff has play against 5 of the 6 Pokemon of Sceptile. However, the one Pokemon it doesn't have great play against is the Empoleon. And the Empoleon for Sceptile has great play against almost everything on Gerald's team. The only thing you really want to avoid at all costs is the Stunfisk, but even that matchup, right, if you're ahead on energy, maybe you can get some sort of advantage with that super effective Hydro Cannon. So I think Empoleon could be the potential key to victory here for Sceptile.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a pretty heavy dose of Empoleon from both trainers if they do decide to go that direction, because even Empoleon into Grumpig, Empoleon outpaces, and I believe in the 2 Protect Shield scenario, can end up landing a Hydro Cannon and Metal sounding down, so Grumpig doesn't even land a charge attack. So that matchup, despite the super effective dynamic punch coverage, is not as strong as it might seem if shields are in play.
I actually got a chance to talk to Sceptile for a moment watching in the crowd before we rotated in with our co-casters, and he was saying he was trying to keep this Walrein a secret going into this tournament. Well, now it's on the screen, it's on the stage, so the secret has been revealed, and we'll see if the secret is the sauce for Sceptile in this matchup against Gerald.
Another Ice type having success really seems to be a big story. We've seen Walreins, we've seen a lot of Alolan Ninetales, and there are quite a few Pokemon that are weak to this Walrein on Gerald's team. Looks like we do have double lock-ins for this game number 1 of Group G Winners Finals.
Sceptile taking on Gerald, and here we go. It's to the Pokemon we were talking about, Walrein into the Grumpig, and an immediate pivot into the Corviknight for Sceptile.
Grumpig staying on the field. It will have a pacing advantage, but gonna save the energy and instead send in the Altaria. Now Sceptile really trying to set up the Gourgeist, but all that energy on the Grumpig, that is a really big head start for Gerald.
And if you take a look at Gerald's back line as he takes the payback, is he has the Empoleon and the Grumpig, so he might even be content not keeping switch advantage here, knowing that the Empoleon also has a solid matchup against the Walrein. So immediately, this looks like Sceptile is at a disadvantage as he is going for another chart attack, actually going for the Air Cutter bait, trying to pull a shield, but he doesn't recognize that. I don't think Gerald even cares about switch.
A payback would not have taken the knockout here, so I don't mind any decision to go for the Air Cutter. Barely cannot make another payback there as the Dragon Breath pressure is incredible from the Altaria. We'll be able to get the Altaria low, but that Grumpig energy head start is going to be such a big problem for Sceptile Ice.
That is actually a crazy advantage as Gerald just pivots, but this energy head start, Henry, is not looking good because you're already almost at 2 Shadow Balls, and you know how much damage this is gonna do. Sceptile no choice but to Protect Shield here as he tries to get rid of this Grumpig.
And this is looking very, very tough. Oh, that charge attack priority tie from Gerald. Oh, that is very well played. This is the Shadow Ball. Sceptile Eyes forced the double shield. Which move did he lock in? Was it the Shadow Ball? It was the Seed Bomb, and Gerald just lets it go as Grumpig has done its job.
Grumpig is putting in so much work here. Can it even reach another charge attack before it got down? Yeah, it's gonna take 2 Incinerates, and even throws the parting dynamic punches for some added chip damage.
My goodness, this Grumpig is on a rampage. Dynamic punch is gonna connect on the charge attack priority tie once again, and this Grumpig is just running away with game number 1.
That was such a bold decision there to settle for the dynamic punch on a charge attack priority. Could have potentially costed him with the farm down, and oh, we see the combo, the sky attack coming through onto the Gourgeist here. Gerald in firm control of game number 1.
This was just such a dominant display from Gerald. Gerald even getting the combination play, sniping down the Gourgeist mid-incinerate, and now Empoleon will very comfortably close out this matchup. Sceptile Ice will go for the Icicle Spear bait. I almost thought for a split second there Gerald was going to call it with the amount of calls he's gotten right, but no, he is playing it safe. He is going to be putting up the Protect Shield on that Empoleon.
Yeah, no need to put yourself at risk there with a no shield, and he can simply get to a double drill peck here to knock out the wall rain. And that Grumpig, I think Gerald operated that situation to perfection, where he built up so much energy, and that energy from the Grumpig just goes everywhere, and then was able to still neutralize the Corviknight in the secondary game. Game number 1 goes to Gerald.
I loved the play by Gerald, even with all that Grumpig energy, just realizing that Grumpig up energy does not have an answer on this team. So pivoting back in the Grumpig and knowing that no matter what, he just didn't want to give Walrein that energy head start. And that Grumpig just landed charge attack after charge attack after charge attack.
Also, one crazy thing to note there was the Psywave chip damage from the Grumpig when it stayed in was enough so the Altaria could flamethrower and farm down the Corviknight, which just set things up so perfectly, so efficiently, where Gerald essentially retained switch, where you're back to where you started, but you got almost an entire move on Grumpig banked already, and just put Sceptile in an insurmountable position.
You really can't help but think that that was presumably a matchup that Gerald has tested out, because that level of precision was perfect. Knowing that you could bank all that energy, send in the Altaria, get the farm down, and still not be in danger of getting knocked out. That was brilliantly played, and Sceptile is going to need to fight his way back in game number 2, because that game number 1 was not close.
Correct, was opted for the Walrein instead of the Empoleon in game number 1, and you have to presume that the Grumpig is coming somewhere. So how is Sceptile going to game plan differently this time to try and manage it, get in a position where it's not able to be so effective? Both trainers taking their time, getting ready to lock in here for game number 2.
I wonder how the Walrein Grumpig matchup plays out, because Walrein will have the pacing advantage there, and Powder Snow and Icicle Spear are pretty good moves, but I have to wonder if he stayed in, if things could have gone a little bit differently. But the battlers are already locked in for game number 2. It's going to be Walrein once again, but this time leading into Empoleon.
Not what Sceptile wanted to see. He's going to pivot immediately into Gourgeist, and met by the Wigglytuff. Now, this isn't a hard punish necessarily, but you do have a normal type against the Ghost. You have access, of course, to that super effective Icy Wind, so I would say a matchup that definitely leans into Wigglytuff's favor.
Seed Bomb is going to connect. Wigglytuff will make this Icy Wind on perfect charge attack timing. That works out so well for Gerald. Does Sceptile Eyes want to commit resources to the Gourgeist? If he does, then that Grumpig could be a problem, so he's going to be no shielding. He will survive, he will get the Seed Bomb, and he could even potentially consider going for an undercharge here if he wants to try and get farm on the Walrein, and he will do just that.
You called it. Goes for the undercharge. Gonna maybe set up a Powder Snow down where you start to have that energy lead to make things a little bit more uncomfortable for that Empoleon, and just barely doesn't get to the Swift. A perfect undercharge there, as now you build up to that Earthquake, which is very difficult to no shield. But oh, actually elects to swap. Maybe was trying to catch a Drill Peck onto the Stun Fist, but unsuccessful.
Good patience there by Gerald. Shield comes up from Sceptile Ice. Empoleon gonna stay on the field because it is up quite a bit of energy. Empoleon tries to go for the charge attack priority tie, but Stunfisk is not going to fall for it.
The Empoleon just putting on so much pressure here. Another Hydro Cannon gonna draw both Protect Shields as Sceptile Ice wants to preserve the health here and going for the discharge, maybe anticipating a potential catch onto something, but Shields comes up now from Gerald. He wants to get off another Hydro Cannon.
There is so much energy stored on that wall rain, and that's something that could potentially benefit Sceptile Ice here. This is going to be a charge stack priority die. He went for the discharge, anticipating that it's some kind of flyer in the back, but it's not. It is going to be that Grumpig. Charge stack priority die. No shield comes out from Gerald, as Gerald really wants to try and sweep with the Grumpig.
There is a lot of energy on that wall rain banked, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, as you're definitely approaching Dynamic Punch if you're not in it already, as Icicle Spear comes through. He's got double Icicle Spear back-to-back. I wonder if you consider building up more, maybe threatening the potential Earthquake. But as we see, Gerald actually gets to the Dynamic Punch here. This is going to make all that energy go down the drain for Sceptile. He's got his hands on his face. He's not liking this, as Grumpig is putting on a clinic in game number 2.
This was the Grumpig show without a doubt. Sceptile Ice tried to double up, but Grumpig's pacing so efficient, able to get to those dynamic punches so quickly. And we've got a Grumpig in day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
Don't make the pig angry. Grumpig able to really dominate that matchup, and Gerald showing maybe the experience. I know Gerald is someone that is a beneficiary of such stacked local competition in the Southern California area, where some of these trainers like Dapper Discs, like Caleb Pang, are oftentimes competing against each other and practicing with their locals at these events. And maybe that's where Gerald has been able to utilize this Grump to get some reps with it, because it just seemed like he was so comfortable and he knew matchups with a Pokemon that we're really not used to seeing too much.
And that can be the advantage of going to local tournaments, building a local community, getting to practice with a lot of different opponents, is you kind of get more comfortable with certain matchups. How do I want to play out of this lead? How do I want to react to this kind of save swap? It's definitely a practice makes perfect, or practice can honestly just teach you entirely new ways to play matchups.
And what was really difficult for Sceptile there was not only did he lose the lead both games with his wall rain, but Gerald also had an answer in back to the wall rain. So was ABA strong against the lead of his opponent, meaning he didn't really need to keep switch advantage, and it just made it so Gerald was constantly in the driver's seat throughout that matchup.
And I believe 2 of Sceptile Ice's Factions teammates have already made day 2. He's not out of it yet, though. We could have him also making day 2, but he's now going to be moving to the group losers finals, where he will have another win in best of 3.
A trainer that has been successful at the regional level, has had really impressive finishes at the international level, and he's known for making some great plays. I once said he has ice in his veins. And we're going to leave you guys with some highlights here before we come back of some more amazing. Actually, no, we're going to keep it right here. But we're going to take a look at some match highlights for that we've seen throughout the day from some of these top trainers. And here we go. See, the replay between Sceptile and Gerald, as Stunfisk was trying to operate here, and Grumpig fires off the dynamic punch, knocking out. And like we said, it was really just the Grumpig show in this particular matchup.
Man, what a dominant display. If you had asked me before the day started what Pokemon was going to look absolutely unbeatable in a group finals, I don't think Grumpig would have been my answer, but Grumpig was very, very impressive there. It does have that coverage that has kind of led a lot of trainers to gravitate towards Annihilate, that fighting ghost coverage. Outside of like a Hisuian Zoroark, which doesn't have the stat product to really be relevant, you're always guaranteed to hit for, at bare minimum, neutral in matchups, and that is really, really nice, because if you bank up energy, you know it's always going to have at least neutral damage into whatever your opponent has.
Right, that fighting ghost coverage hits pretty much everything in the meta. There's very few things that can resist both. And I remember talking to Inadequance when he was preparing for his last tournament, just hyping up the Grumpig and how good it can be. I think in a meta where we're seeing an increased amount of dark types like the Guzzlord and the Moltres, sometimes people are weary about bringing a Pokemon like Grumpig, but right there, we saw Gerald proving just how effective it can be.
And with that dynamic punch, getting improved over the past few seasons, with Shadow Ball now getting buffed as well. This Pokemon's pacing is extremely fast, to the point where I believe it even just wins the Altaria Zero Protect Shield matchup by just, it gets the Shadow Ball that quickly now. So it definitely has some impressive matchups, but what I've liked about so many Pokemon that we've seen is just, it really seems like neutral play is winning in a lot of scenarios. Whether it's Guzzlord being so neutral against the non-Wigglytuff teams. Unfortunately for Sceptile Ice, there was a Wigglytuff there, and that's presumably why we didn't see the Guzzlord as much, because the Guzzlord, pretty safe into an Azumarill team. Into a Wigglytuff team, that is pretty catastrophic.
Absolutely. And as we gear for our next matchup, we're going to take a look at some posts from the community. We want to hear from you, so make sure you guys are following along and tagging us. Up first, Jeremy Jalen. Happy Pokemon Day from Buddy and I. We're all excited to see our friends this weekend. How cute is that?
That is pretty adorable there. Got all of the plushes in the background. Doesn't get much better than that.
Jeremy Jalen, fellow caster as well. Ooh, Claudia, a friend from the Pokemon Go community. She's wishing everyone some Shunda luck. Look at that shiny Victory Bell on the catch, as well as the shiny Dragonite.
I did get the Hundo Dragonite from one of the Mega Dragonite raids at the venue here today. Wasn't shiny, but you know what? We almost got there.
Beautiful shinies there from Claudia. Thanks for sending us that tweet.
And we have B Squared. What better way to spend Pokemon Day than with the Insights Hive at the Seattle Regionals, #PlayPokemon.
Yeah, huge shout out to all our judges out there, all the staff that are helping things run. You know, sometimes I think they're kind of the unsung heroes of this event. It's a long day. They get here really early in the morning, preparing, setting things up. So shout out to all of our judges.
And Dark Whimsicott, good morning, #Pokemon30, #PlayPokemon. Is that a little apple in there? That is adorable.
And a nice view here in the city of Seattle as we start to approach our next matchup. Thank you, Dark Whimsicott. Oh, and Desync, friend of mine, hit level 80 in Pokemon Go during Pokemon Day, no less. Looking forward to Kalos Tour, but more importantly, very excited to watch the Seattle Regional.
Desync.
We are excited to have you watching Desync. Tremendous player, has won multiple events in his career and is known for bringing the spice. What better day to hit level 80 than Pokemon Day?
And we are definitely very close to level 80, both of us. We are very close any day now.
So close.
Definitely not level 72 here.
71, only 9 away, single digits.
You know what, we'll get there momentarily. Looks like we do have our next battlers stepping up on stage here. We got the Group E Losers Finals, LNDS Corlash, an extremely decorated battler, but sitting across the table, Sustenance Eater. I would argue one of the fastest rising trainers in the entire world.
Of course, right? The brother of Nighttime Clash. And when you start your Play Pokemon career, right, practicing against one of the best, practicing against an established player, I mean, it's no surprise that he has really risen the ranks so quickly, coming off a top 8 performance at EUIC in his last tournament. Sustenance Eater, a great team builder, someone that I've played some grassroots formats with, and just really technical with his gameplay. I feel like it's only a matter of time before he's able to eventually capture a championship, but he's going up against a player with multiple championships in Corlash.
He had that real breakout performance at the European International Championships, able to make it to top 8, but the path to day 2 has never been more difficult than it is now with LNDS Corlash sitting across the table. Corlash is a decorated trainer, multiple regionals wins, incredible performance at the World Championships as well. Corlash is just a incredible battler. And let's take a look at these teams, Rise.
Yeah, on the side of Sustenance Eater, we see the one thing that stands out to me is the Shadow Dust Noir, a Pokemon that we saw earlier on in the season, even last season as well, but haven't seen it as much lately. But it is very oppressive in the right position, and against a normal type like Licky, against a Furret, for example, that can be pretty devastating because those sucker punches are adding up. But against Licky, maybe you can maneuver a little bit differently with the rollouts not being super threatening and having access to that super effective dynamic punch.
It really feels like if you're able to get up energy on that Noir, then Noir is able to threaten that Licky in a very different way, just because there is that lack of fast attack pressure. But what Licky does have is pretty neutral play across the board into Sustenance Eater's team. One could argue probably the best matchup would be the Corviknight just because it can survive 2 Shadow Balls, but even there, those Shadow Balls do definitely add up, so Licky could be a key contributor for Corlash as he looks to win this matchup.
The Guzzlord as well. We've talked about how safe it looks like against most teams, and I think the same can be said in this particular matchup against Corlash. Azumarill and Empoleon really only neutral or awkward answers to that Guzzlord, so wouldn't be surprised to see Sustenance Eater bring that every single game, and Corlash will have to identify a strategy of how he's going to deal with that Guzzlord no matter where he sees it.
And Corlash does have that Gourgeist. We've seen Gourgeist left, right, and center on today's stream. Gourgeist does have some targets. There is the Marowak on the team. There's the Corviknight as well. Azumarill matchup honestly feels a little bit more neutral, but then there are some pretty tough matchups, like Gourgeist does not want to have to deal with that Dusknoir whatsoever, or that Guzzlord.
Right, and definitely some answers for it that will maybe prevent Corlash from opting to bring it. And I do like the Shadow Marowak from Corlash. It really has play against everything, maybe barring the Corviknight is a tough matchup for it, but even Azumarill, you have some play in that matchup with the oppressive nature of Mudslap and Bone Club. So we will see if it comes, but for now, we have a lock-in for game number 1. Corlash against Sustenance Eater here in loser finals of Group E, and Empoleon into Corviknight.
Now this matchup on paper should be pretty catastrophic for the Empoleon, but if Empoleon's able to get a shield call or a bait call right, this matchup can suddenly get very, very tricky for the Corviknight. Corviknight, even though Sand Attacks hit for super effective damage, Sand Attack does not do a lot. The resisted metal sounds are pretty much keeping pace, and the Hydro Cannon hits for massive damage.
Right, and that Hydro Cannon almost perfectly 2-shot KOs the Corviknight with the metal sound damage, and we're seeing a big decision here right off the gate, and Sustenance Eater gets the air cutter bait onto Corlash's Empoleon.
That is a big swing for Sustenance Eater. That helps Corviknight's pacing issues quite a bit to get the air cutter shielded. And now Hydro Cannon shielded right back, and Sustenance Eater can look to threaten devastating damage with the payback catch attempt. Unsuccessful, 100 energy banked, and in comes Empoleon. But this is not really a clean answer to a Galarian Moltres.
Right, incredible patience from Sustenance Eater, but when he saw the swap, it was like he was deliberating, because I know how quick he is to react, and it was almost like he wasn't sure which Pokemon he wanted to swap in to the Moltres. Opts to go for the Empoleon, and Corlash going the fly here. Sustenance Eater decides to no-show. This is a big call because I think Empoleon can hang on and get to another Hydro Cannon.
Sustenance Eater chose to save the Guzzlord, and it looks like that decision could end up benefiting him quite a bit. Oh, Sustenance Eater gonna overfarm, let the Moltres get knocked out here, or knock out the Empoleon, because he's gonna try for farm on that Guzzlord.
Exactly, and I think Sustenance Eater didn't want to throw the Hydro Cannon earlier because he didn't want to surrender farm from his opponent, but now Corlash not going to give him that full farm down. He's going to swap into Empoleon, unleashing the Drill Peck.
He needs this Empoleon to get damage onto the Guzzlord because it's the Gourgeist in the back, and Gourgeist can't really do much into the Guzzlord. There has been some damage taken on the Guzzlord. Brutal Swing lands. Can Empoleon hang on here? Can it start out the Dragon Tails? No, it falls, and Guzzlord exits with the Brutal Swing banked.
Guzzlord, lots of energy, and this just looks catastrophic for the Gourgeist here. Throwing on proper timing, 3 Dragon Tails, and then the Brutal Swing firing off. Guzzlord is really going to be a monster here against this Gourgeist.
And there's still all that Corviknight energy as well. Sustenance Eater still has 100 energy on the Corviknight in the back. Corlash knows there's just too much super effective damage. He's just going to let the Gourgeist get KO'd and focus on trying to strike back in game number 2.
Corlash essentially just conceding, opting not to use that last Protect Shield as Sustenance Eater cleanly takes game number 1. That patience on display and the decision, right, to let the Empoleon go, and just the decision in general to come in with the Empoleon against the Moltres was prime in saving the Guzzlord for the Gourgeist in the back.
A very well played game there from Sustenance Eater. Sustenance Eater able to, I loved that mid-game play of not throwing the move with the Empoleon, instead just going for big farm on that Guzzlord. Corlash had to pivot out, but that Guzzlord up energy was such a big problem.
Absolutely, and when you know how safe it is, it makes it difficult for Corlash to bring the Gourgeist, right? If you know Guzzlord is coming, It's hard to bring the Gourgeist, but maybe you feel like you have to take those risks to line it up in a positive matchup against something like a Marowak, a Corviknight to give yourself an advantage. But in the end, the Guzzlord just proved to be too much to handle against that line.
There's such upside for the Gourgeist, but there's such downside as well. And it ended up on the Guzzlord. And without that Wigglytuff presence on the team, Guzzlord is just so incredibly safe here. And that kind of was Corlash's downfall in that game number 1.
If we take a look at Corlash's team, what's really the best mode of getting rid of this Guzzlord? I think it has to be maybe the Shadow Kanto Marowak with that oppressive Mud Slap damage. It can put up a fight and neutralize the Guzzlord. You've also got, of course, we've talked about the Azumarill. Does still have play there, and Licky Licky can neutral. So you got a lot of neutral answers, but there's nothing that really feels comfortable, right? If you swap Guzzlord, there's nothing that is really going to be a hard check to it.
And somehow even Azumarill, Guzzlord feels like it very much controls that matchup just by virtue of, we saw in the Stone game, Stone double shielded his Guzzlord, so he was down 2 shields to 0, but he still had like, what, 80% of a Guzzlord remaining because the bubbles really didn't do a lot, and that Guzzlord proved to be so annoying for his opponent to remove from the field of play. So it could have even been a conscious team building decision from Corlash to say that I know Guzzlord will be brought into me very frequently, and I'm just going to try and build neutrally around it. But unfortunately, the decision to bring the Gourgeist ended up backfiring there because that Guzzlord is just so incredibly safe at all times for Sustenance Eater.
And if you're Corlash, I think one strong pick on his side is that Galarian Moltres that we did see employed. I mean, has great matchups against the Marowak, the Dusknoir, the Corviknight matchup is pretty good as well. But the problem is maybe he doesn't feel comfortable bringing it with something like a Marowak that we talked about as a Guzzlord answer, because then you start to open up situations where that Azumarill could be a little bit too much to handle. So we are going to see if players make any sort of adjustments. It seems like there might be some sort of discussion going on stage, if maybe there's something that Corlash wants a second look taken at. And okay, it looks like we have a bit of updated information, and there's a unique situation going on up there.
Okay, gotcha. So we will update you guys when we do have exact specifics there, but we do have judges involved here to help handle this situation and make sure that everything goes back to how it is intended.
The judges are going to try and figure this out. So we're going to be paused here for just a moment as we continue things and finish things up for the rest of the day. But it's been a great start to the day, a great end here in Seattle, as we've seen so many amazing matchups and one of the biggest regionals to date, and we're starting to approach this top like 220 or so number that we're seeing at these North American Go regionals, where a lot of the previous regionals have been around the same number. So it's great to see Go increasing in numbers at these regional events.
And I believe the Toronto, the event before this, also had huge signups as well. So continuing to see people fall in love with the game and see the game grow is something that just brings me such joy. And the in-event experience at these venues is also incredible for Pokemon Go. They have meta-relevant spawns spawning throughout the entire regional event area. I was walking through the crowd earlier, Rise. I caught a rank 2 Lapras. I have been hunting for an Open Great League Lapras that wasn't terrible IVs for so long, and I got the rank 2 Lapras. I am over the moon.
The one that when we were back there, you saw that was the rank 2?
Yes, it was.
rank 2, that is such a nice pull, and that's why you guys should come out to these regionals here. Not only can you meet so many amazing people, compete, have some fun, but there's also great spawns here just to go around and play the game. I'm not sure there's many better places, honestly, to just play the game and catch Pokemon than at your regionals.
And if you're a bit of a battling fiend like us, then you might go through a lot of TMs. Well, at these events, at the convention center stops, you can get fast and charge TMs from spinning these stops, and it has become an invaluable resource every time I work one of these events, trying to spin as many stops as I can to get those charge TMs, because with a big season update coming up, I know I'm going to be using a lot of TMs and trying out as many of these updated Pokemon as I possibly can.
I've gotten 100 plus TMs or so since we started today. It's great. It's great to be here. You know, it's awesome to cast, to be alongside Home Slice Henry, but to get those charged TMs is just, you know, an added cherry on top for me to use later. And I just want to give our audience a little bit of an update as they're seeing what's unfolding on the screen. So the information that we were given was there was a wrong team sheet that was exchanged at the start of this matchup. So basically, in this scenario, what's happened is it seems Corlash was handed the wrong team sheet, and the game was then played while maybe there was a difference in the teams. So it seems like there's going to be a game penalty issued on the side of Sustenance Eater.
And I'm very happy that we were able to get our judging team in here to quickly address this and get us situated, so that way we'll be able to resume this series once Corlash does have the correct team sheet, and we'll be able to move forward from there. So big thank you to our judges. So it appears that game 1 will actually be given to Corlash because of that team sheet error.
And it seems what the notes we were given is the team sheet that was exchanged was actually the team sheet from yesterday's challenge that Sustenance Eater played. So my guess is maybe it was a similar team, but there was some Pokemon that was different that maybe took the battlefield, and Corlash saw it and was very confused. So it's an unfortunate situation for Sustenance Eater, an honest mistake. But Corlash now will be ahead 1-0 in this series because of that situation.
Well, the Gourgeist on the Guzzlord, it's like it never happened. 1-0 for Corlash. Corlash, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see the Gourgeist making a return, because that ended up being very, very tough. But for Sustenance Eater, even down a game, I still feel like there has to be a certain degree of confidence here, knowing how safe that Guzzlord is and feeling like Sustenance Eater has a wide variety of options that he can run, whereas Corlash's lines feel a little bit more limited.
And we already have a lock-in on one side for game number 2. One trainer still looking things over as we get into it. But still, you know, even after all that, the Guzzlord still poses a major issue for Corlash's team. So we'll see if he's able to adapt and figure out a strategy to try and defeat it.
That Galarian Moltres could potentially be a key, because even in its bad matchups, Brave Bird just hits so incredibly hard neutrally. Looks like we do have double lock-ins for this game number 2. Oh, that's what Corlash was hoping to see. It's the Galarian Moltres staring down Corviknight.
Galarian Moltres likes this matchup. The immediate pivot into the Empoleon, and you have the advantage of pacing quicker to a charge attack, so you can kind of eliminate that one-turn swap and disadvantage, and Sustenance Eater fires off that Hydro Cannon.
But my goodness, those sucker punches, Empoleon, even though it is a wall to the charge attacks, these sucker punches are absolutely shredding. Corlash farms up past the Brave Bird, gonna go for the fly. Sustenance Eater, is he gonna be investing in the Empoleon? He's thinking it through. He puts up the shield, and it is just going to be the fly, but now the Hydro Cannon is available.
Puts up the Protect shield, building up, and actually, I think getting the charge attack priority there with the Empoleon draws a Protect shield from Corlash. This obviously would knock out, so Corlash wants to get off this charge attack, wants to maybe keep alignment if possible. Sustenance Eater faced with a decision. Is he going to utilize his second Protect shield? No, he's just going to let the Empoleon go down.
This could set a big farm for the Guzzlord. That was a strategy that he did like in that game number 1. Trying to Sand Attack down. Oh, is he going for the Sand Attack down? That's aggressive. Pivot into the Azumarill. Corlash not going to let that happen. And for Sustenance Eater, he's kind of forced to stay in this matchup, because you really don't want to switch in a Guzzlord to an Azumarill that's up energy, especially when only one Protect shield is in play.
And I think Corlash identifies it's probably the Guzzlord in back, so he's over farming to not put Sustenance Eater in a position where he can then swap in the Guzzlord. He's making sure he has residual energy no matter what. Another Air Cutter going through. This is a very close matchup between these two Pokemon, two very bulky ones at that, as Corlash fires off the Ice Beam.
And this Ice Beam will inflict some pretty significant damage onto that Corviknight. Sustenance Eater would rather take it here than on the Guzzlord, but as Corviknight gets lower and lower, this game could get quite difficult. The Guzzlord will get to avoid the Azumarill, but Licky Licky's in the back, and Licky Licky loves neutral matchups.
Air Cutter continues to chip away. We haven't seen any boost, I don't think, on this Corviknight after several Air Cutters, so a bit unfortunate for Sustenance Eater. Firing off another one here as Azumarill tries to get off that last Ice Beam before going down. Still has enough health to easily survive and gets off another Ice Beam.
Sustenance Eater going to be no shielding. Ice Beam lands. Corviknight barely hangs on. There's a simultaneous switch. Both getting the 0-turn switch there. Licky into the Guzzlord.
And this is a matchup that I believe favors the Guzzlord in the 0 shield scenario simply because it's going to win the chart attack priority on the last Brutal Swing that would knock out, but there is a shield in play. So you also have a few not so healthy Pokemon in the back for these trainers that could come into play, as well as potential catch opportunities later on.
Even though Sucker Punch from Galarian Moltres is resisted, that Galarian Moltres still has the ability to land several Sucker Punches. I would imagine at least 3 Sucker Punches onto that Guzzlord. That could potentially be a factor as the Guzzlord's HP gets lower and lower. That's an option available to Corlash if it comes down to it.
Another body slam connects. Both trainers saving these protect shields for when they feel like they need to use them. A Brutal Swing would not quite knock out, but it's getting to a point where you have to use the protect shield somewhere. And Corlash building up energy, knows a catch is possible. Oh, and calls it. Swaps into the Moltres.
A simultaneous switch. Can Guzzlord get the farm down? Does get the farm down. And now Sustenance Eater has energy loaded everywhere. If it's the Azumarill, he probably needs to fire off the Brutal Swing. If it's the Licky, oh, Licky fires off energy. Sustenance Eater does not throw.
And Sustenance Eater he's acting like it's lost. I don't know if it's lost quite yet because he's got the Sludge Bomb, but the Azumarill has the Azumarill doesn't have a shard attack, so Sludge Bomb is gonna knock out the Licky here. And let's see, the Azumarill comes back in, it doesn't have energy. So Sustenance Eater, his expression was looking like he thought he was lost. So maybe he miscounted or misremembered the Azumarill, but Sludge Bomb is gonna easily knock out Azumarill, and Sustenance Eater now evens up the series 1 game apiece.
Sustenance Eater looked so stressed in that end game, but he had it under control. The Guzzlord energy management there, just trying to ensure that he had as much energy as possible. I think that you brought up a very good point, that it's entirely possible that he thought the Azumarill had a charge attack loaded, where it did fire off the energy at the Corviknight and then switch, but sometimes in the heat of battle, especially in that Licky Guzzlord matchup when you're trading charge attacks back and forth, that maybe in his mind he was thinking that he needed the back-to-back and he didn't have it, but Azumarill did not have energy. Guzzlord takes the knockout, and we're moving on to game number 3.
Right, we've all been there where you maybe forget how much energy a Pokemon had. It's been a long day for these trainers as well, and it can be mentally taxing, but that's part of the game. That's why it takes mental fortitude to thrive in these tournaments, with both of these trainers have done so much in their careers. And Sustenance Eater getting ready for game number 2. He looked so stressed there, like you said. He made me doubt it, because I was pretty sure the Azumarill only had 2 bubbles, but then I'm like, wait, am I misremembering?
But he had it under control. He may not have realized until the very end that he had it under control, but he had it under control, not letting Corlash catch, anticipating when Corlash would go for the catch, and then just simultaneously switching. Ended up working out perfectly for Sustenance Eater, and it looks like we have dual lock-ins here for this game number 3.
Here we go, and it's going to be a battle of the Dark-type Pokemon. Moltres taking on Guzzlord here in the lead.
Moltres will have the slight pacing advantage, able to make the fly before the Sludge Bomb is reached, but typically you want to try and threaten a potential Brave Bird. No catch comes out from Corlash. Does have that poison resistance in the back with the Marowak, but just going to stay on the field with the Moltres, and no shield as the Sludge Bomb connects.
This is a matchup that can be quite bait dependent, right? If you land the Brave Bird, you win the matchup, but sometimes it's risky, because if this gets shielded, suddenly it goes massively in Guzzlord's favor. The shield comes out the very last second, and Sustenance Eater able to make the right call. In comes the Marowak swap.
Maybe hoping for a catch, but did not get it. So much energy banked on the Guzzlord. In comes the Corviknight. Marowak is up a lot of energy and is up a shield as well, but this is not where Marowak wants to be.
Rock Slide incoming. Going to try and take down some of this health of Corviknight, who is a little bit behind in this matchup. So payback coming through, but it seems like Corlash may be able to withstand where he can get off another Rock Slide, but he's gonna maintain this health, puts up the Protect Shield against the payback.
He really wants to try and invest in this Marowak. Marowak gonna fire off the Rock Slide right before the Air Cutter is available. Rock Slide will hit for neutral damage, but Corviknight is very bulky. Shield comes up from Sustenance Eater. He did not want to let that land, and now he should be able to get to a payback, but Corlash pivots out, sends in the Azumarill, and Azumarill is answered with the Empoleon.
And this is just a wall to all of Azumarill's energy. The one saving grace perhaps for Corlash is he is at a Protect Shield advantage, and the bulk of Azumarill plus the play rough does add up where maybe it can overcome the Empoleon, but it's not really where you want to be. And right now, Sustenance Eater able to just overfarm to a point where he's past 2 charge attacks, firing off the first drill peck here.
And there's so much stored energy for Sustenance Eater in the back. Guzzlord has a lot of energy. The Corviknight has a lot of energy. And for Corlash does have 1 Protect Shield, but that might be too much energy with all that energy stored up for 1 Protect Shield to deal with.
Already at 2 charge attacks yet again. Sustenance Eater fires off the first drill peck and actually does a few metal sounds to farm up more energy as the Hydro Cannon is unleashed on Corlash, and he's deciphering, where do I use my last Protect Shield? Not here.
He's going to be no shielding. That's the end of Moltres. Does still have the Marowak, but the Switch Timer is up for Sustenance Eater. So when the Marowak gets brought in, he can pivot out, send in the Corviknight. Corviknight going to be full set at the payback, just really trying to guarantee the knockout because Guzzlord has so much stored energy.
Oh, and what a call from Sustenance Eater, going for the payback where he thought Corlash might expect the air cutter. It goes through, and now Sustenance Eater, you see the sigh of relief as he had his back against the wall there, down 0-1 after a bit of a mistake, but now looks to be in a commanding position in game number 3.
You can see the deep breaths there, the sighs of relief from Sustenance Eater. He has all that Guzzlord energy stored. In comes the Guzzlord. He's firing off that Sludge Bomb, and that Sludge Bomb landing onto a Azumarill sends him on to day number 2.
Sustenance Eater yet again moving on to a day number 2. This quick, consistent kid has quickly been rising the ranks and now finds himself in top cut yet again, taking down one of the best players in the world in Corlash. And what impressive plays we've seen from Sustenance Eater.
I don't know if anyone is on a higher trajectory right now in North America than Sustenance Eater, because we have many established trainers who are already at the top, but just in terms of how quickly he is rising towards the top of North America has been very impressive to watch and see him improve year over year, even month over month. He is improving rapidly, and the results speak for themselves.
I feel like he developed the skills very quickly where he was already taking down some top trainers. I think he was able to eliminate its Axin in a tournament last season, but maybe there was some more misplays and maybe some more tough decisions that he was making last season, and he's just eliminating those this season, where now we're seeing not only does he have the talent to take on top players, but he has the consistency as well, and it's starting to see this season for Sustenance Eater.
I think that's a very wise point that you brought up, talking about not only learning the fundamentals, but learning to eliminate misplays. Because even with the best fundamentals out there, misplays can often be what flips the game from a winning scenario to a losing scenario. So just trying to get your fundamentals right, but then just trying to figure out, what is my opponent's win con? How can I try and avoid playing to my opponent's win con? It sounds simple, but once you're able to add that to your game, it can make you such a stronger battler because you're more consistently playing to the outcomes that you need rather than your opponents.
Sustenance Eater quickly becoming maybe a top trainer, dare I say, in North America, the way he's been playing as he is able to eliminate Corlash there. What a phenomenal day here in Seattle at the Regional Championships. That's actually going to do it for Henry and I for now, but we're going to send it to our co-casters, Soph and Butters. Let's wrap things up in the lounge.
Thank you so much, Rise to Occasion. Like you said, Sustenance Eater is on that trajectory for winning time, and this is the part of the season that you need to be winning. As we look at our regional schedule, it is turning a corner here. There are 2 international championships over, and now it's going to be in the clutch portion of our season, all leading up to the World Championships in August in San Francisco.
That's right, so much to look forward to in the rest of the season, but there's still going to be a lot of action here in Seattle. We have day 2 to look forward to, so you definitely don't want to miss that.
Yeah, and let's look at that day 2 start time. It is going to be 9:45. We are on West Coast time, so bright and early over here, but all you other trainers in different regions of the world a little bit later for you. So love to see you in day number 2.
That's right, we have so many great trainers that we've seen. We've got the household names like Out of Pocket. We've also got some trainers like Final Boss AJ and their first ever top cut. So there's going to be a lot of amazing action throughout the day.
But a unique promo, actually. I think we have a hotels promo here. Make sure to scan this QR code for more information on how to reserve your hotel for the North American International Championships right now.
Yeah, this is a great way to get involved. If you want to go to NAIC later this season, you can actually get a discounted rate if you go to this QR code and you pick one of those hotels. So if you're planning on going to NAIC, this is a great opportunity for you to maybe lower some of those travel costs.
Okay, let's look at the broadcast promos as well. Make sure to go to Pokemon.com/broadcast to find all of the information that you're going to need to keep in touch with the championship series. What an awesome day number 1. So real quick, what are you most looking forward to in day number 2?
I think for me, it's always the trainers, because there's so many people who are still carving out their stories, still seeking their first regional wins, right? We've got players like Ashton Ash, and then we've got players like Out of Pocket who are seeking their 4th or 5th title.
Of course, make sure to follow all of those channels. We can't wait to see who will become the Seattle Regional Championship. We hope to see you tomorrow.
That was a risky line.